Hello, everybody. It's me, Mumkey Jones, and I am joined today by my roommate, Cobb.
Hello.
Cobb. How's it going, Cobb?
It's going all right.
So everybody, well, not everybody, probably three people have told me, hey, Mumkey, you should do a movie review thing. And it just so happens that Cobb and I sometimes like to go to the movies. So I thought it'd be cool if we did a thing where we would go see a movie in theaters, so like a new release, and then we'd come home and talk about it for like 20 minutes and give our thoughts on it. And there's a big movie came out this week, one of the probably the biggest movies of the year. So we decided to go see it. It's called Office Christmas Party.
Yeah.
We couldn't think of anything else that was really big that came out this week to go see.
Nothing worthwhile.
We thought this would get the most clicks because it's probably the most popular movie that came out this week.
Yeah.
So Office Christmas Party. It's a who's who of comedic actors. You got motherfuckers like Jason Bateman, T.J. Miller, my comedy waifu, Kate McKinnon.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I think I'm in love with Kate McKinnon, Cobb.
Well,
It's a problem.
so is the bald guy from Hot Tub Time Machine.
Yeah, I know him from Children's Hospital. His name is Rob. I don't remember his last name. Rob something with R's in it.
That's a lot of names.
Yeah. Well, not Cobb, not Monkey.
Let's call him Rob Trump.
Rob Corddry is his name, not Rob Trump. But Trump does have an R in it, so you're right on that one. So, this initial impressions, Cobb. This is a comedy film. It's about an office Christmas party, I think. That's my guess.
Yeah?
Oh yeah, we saw it. I don't have to guess what it's about. What are your opening thoughts, Cobb?
It was actually pretty decent. It wasn't that predictable either. There was a lot of things where it's like, oh, it's going to do this, and nope, it didn't do that.
There's a few times when I whispered over into Cobb's ear, this is what's going to happen, because this always happens in this kind of movie. And then, like, the next scene, I'd be proven wrong, and I felt like a dummy. When it comes to comedy films, I'm kind of more lenient in judging them, whereas if it's like a drama or something else, I'm looking for strong characters, strong story, themes, those kinds of things. But when it comes to reviewing a comedy film, the only criteria that matters for me is how funny it is and if it makes me laugh. If a comedy film has really shitty characters and a shitty plot, but it's funny as hell, then that's a great comedy movie. Would you agree with that, Cub?
Yeah, for the most part.
So, on that basis alone, I would say this movie is fucking great. Because as Cobb can attest, I was loudly laughing, not laughy louding. I was loudly laughing probably once every 45 seconds.
Yeah.
It was very funny to me. And Jason Bateman, I think, is one of the funniest comedians in the movie business right now.
Yeah.
I love most of the things he's in. He had 2 home runs this year. He did Zootopia, which was great, and now this, which I think is another comedy home run for Jason Bateman.
Yeah, I really like T.J. Miller, too. He's hilarious.
He's blown up recently.
Yeah.
He was in Deadpool earlier this year, but he was even in the Marky Mark Transformers, but he got killed like 30 minutes into it.
My favorite movie of him is She's Out of Your League, though, and that was like from 2008 or something.
Oh, that's one I haven't seen.
That's like Jay Baruchel or whatever, the scrawny kid from This Is the End.
Yeah.
It was a pretty good movie.
So should we discuss the plot without going into spoilers? Because this is a movie where the trailers don't really tell you what's happening other than that there's a crazy party in an office that goes out of hand. But, the plot, like Cobb said, it's surprising. You're not really going to expect all the places it goes. And one thing I'll mention is that on the Rotten Tomato meter, because I sort of look at it all the fucking time. And
all the fucking time.
Cobb's always giving me shit for basing so much off of Rotten Tomatoes, but I think he's just mad that all his favorite movies are rotten. So
Four Brothers is a low rating. What the fuck?
I mean, maybe it's not.
I want to meet those critics. Fucking bullshit.
You can just email them and ask them why.
No. I'm going to give him death threats.
But this movie, I'm pretty sure has a pretty low rating, too. I think it might be in the 50s or something.
Probably.
But I think the reason why is because there's a lot of dark, edgy humor in it. And I think a lot of critics are fucking crybabies who can't handle that kind of thing. Because it's a great comedy film. It just has dark comedy elements to it, which is something I really appreciate. So that's why I liked it even more than a comedy that would have taken it safe. So that's my hypothesis for why all the reviews are not so good. They're kind of mixed. Because not everybody can handle the type of humor that Monkey and Monkey's anime review fans can enjoy. Yeah, dark, edgy humor. But so what should we say about the plot? It's the thing about this type of movie is that when you have a big ensemble cast with a bunch of funny actors, Randall Park, for example, is also in this movie. The guy who played Kim Jong-un in The Interview, I really like him. It's so easy for them to have, the main plot, but then a whole bunch of subplots that don't relate to the main plot at all, and it's just a whole bunch of like little comedy scenes stitched together to make a movie. But what I found good and interesting about this is that most of the subplots actually contributed in a major way to the main plot, so it wasn't just pointless for the sake of being pointless. It was a tapestry woven together by the great directors nobody's ever heard of. Because I looked at the name of the directors, it was like a duo of people, but I'd never heard of them in my life. Maybe they've done something good, I don't know. But there's the subplot of the little scrawny Indian kid who works in IT, and he's getting...
So stereotypical.
Yeah. And he's getting picked on by his white, jockish underlings.
He
really
was
jockish.
Their boss, and
one of them's kind of fat and neckbeardy. But they're making fun of him because he keeps saying he has a girlfriend. And I thought that the joke was going to be, this loser little Indian kid keeps saying he has a hot girlfriend. The joke's going to be that at the end of the movie, she shows up to the party and she's real, and that's why it would be funny, because you thought, oh no, it must not be real. But I was wrong.
Yeah.
But it's a good thing that I was wrong, because what they actually do with that idea changes the entire plot of the movie.
Yeah, it really did.
Like, that little silly subplot changes the entire movie, and it's great. Anyway, so yeah, some of them contribute to the plot. The other ones that don't, I think they were still really funny.
Yeah.
There's the one with Randall Park's character, who's just the most awkward man imaginable, and he's trying to have an office romance with one of the women at the office, and oh man, I was cringing in my seat. I was having flashbacks to me in high school.
Your flashbacks with Uncle Alex?
Yeah, my flashbacks. I think he's in the room. Hey, what's going on, Uncle Alex?
Hey, monkey.
Dude, you gotta deepen your voice some more.
Hey, monkey.
Hey, what's going on? Did you go see the movie with us, Uncle Alex?
No.
He went back to prison. Sorry, he's gone. Hey, Cobb's back.
Hey.
Wait, what?
Hey.
Hold on. Wait. Now I'm even more confused. Go back.
Reverse.
It's a good song. But that song wasn't in the movie. You know who was in the movie? Jason Bateman.
Who's that?
More like Jason Master Bateman. Because when I see him, it reminds me of the talks my dad gave me about masturbating when I was 11. He said, you can do it in your room, but please don't do it in the kitchen.
Somehow I believe that's a true conversation.
They weren't home, okay? I was in the living room watching the Animal Planet, and I was going to shoot in the sink, and they walked in.
Did you have a jar of mayo out next to you?
Why would I?
Shoot it in the mayo. Make your brother Patchy eat it.
If I was going to do that, I'd just shoot it directly into his mouth.
Wait, huh?
Anyway, so the movie. One of the leads in it is an actress I usually don't like, Olivia Wilde.
It's Olivia Munn.
She
wasn't that great.
She disgusts me as a human being. I used to watch that fucking weird nerd comedy show before it got canceled. It was like a whole channel. Fucking, I don't remember what it was called, but it was like the Chris Hardwick nerd, weirdo, wannabe nerd. It was gross. And she was on there, and I don't like her. But she was fine in the movie. Wasn't as good as Jason Bateman. Wasn't as good as Jennifer Aniston, who was pretty good in the movie. I like
She's
Jennifer
always
Aniston.
Good, huh? Yeah. I wish she would have wrestled me.
Jennifer Aniston is actually one of my dad's waifus, which is pretty hilarious. Dad, if you're watching at home, everybody now knows that you want to fuck Jennifer Aniston.
Don't worry, you're not alone. Olivia Munn was just wasn't even that funny. Her character was just there for eye appeal, pretty much. And
to resolve the plot, which is my biggest gripe with the movie. I like all the characters. I like the first 2/3 of the movie are really funny, but then when they get into the plot resolution at the end, and it revolves around Olivia Munn doing, like, just making up
Random shit.
technical garbledygook bullshit. And it was disappointing and gross, but then again, it is, like I said, just a comedy movie. You don't take the plot too seriously. You're just there for the yucks, at least in my opinion. That's how I feel about this type of film. So while that was annoying to me, I could look past it because I was still laughing pretty consistently, even through that third act of the film.
Yeah.
So yeah, we don't need to go too deep into all that stuff. Should we just go into our final judgments? Whether or not we would recommend the movie, and if we would, to who, perhaps?
Sure.
Like I was saying before, there's a bit more dark comedy than you would see in a film released in theaters. It's not too dark, but there's...
It's not Sausage Party dark, but...
I mean, there's... What's so dark about Sausage Party?
Sausage Party's a big freaking porno with food.
That's not dark. That's erotic, dude.
It's raunchy.
Yeah, raunchy. But, I mean, there's a lot of raunchy stuff in this movie. You see a lot of ass and titties, and you even see a dick.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful...
That's what I want to do.
Beautiful
3D
little
print
dick.
my dick.
Yeah, there's a 3D printer with a dick. It's great. But if you're into, edgier humor and you want to have a good time at the movies the next couple weeks before it's out of theaters, because it's not doing very well, I don't think, I would definitely recommend it. I think it's lots of yucks from Mumkey. Got a lot of laughs out of me consistently throughout the movie. I liked a lot of the actors. They got a lot of really good comedic actors in the film. What about you, Cobb? Would you recommend the movie?
Yeah, I would. Just because it's one of the best comedy movies probably the past couple years.
Of this year, for sure. This year we had shit like Ghostbusters and... what are the other shitty comedies that came out? There are only 2 comedies I saw this year that I liked. And those are Bad Moms, which was actually a sleeper hit. I thought it was really good.
I actually haven't seen that. I really want to see it.
I would recommend Bad Moms. It's pretty good. And this one. But man, I can't think of any other good comedy movies. I'm sure there were some, but I probably just didn't see them. So yeah, if you don't want to go see a fucking Star Wars movie...
Wait, that came out this week?
Yeah, nobody's heard of it.
Yeah, that looks like shit. I heard they all die anyways.
I hear Darth Vader's Luke's father.
I heard Han Solo dies.
Oh no, in Rogue One?
Yeah.
Oh no. I hear R2-D2 gets a virus, and C-3PO has to shrink down to tiny size to go inside him to fight the virus with laser guns.
Honey, I shrunk the C-3PO.
No, R2-D2 gets shrunk.
No, R2-D2 gets the virus. You just said it, you fuck.
The thing is, R2-D2 is already shrunk because he's portrayed by a midget actor who's inside the robot. So he's already shrunk.
Does he hang himself just like Wizard of Oz?
He would need a really tall ladder if he's going to hang himself. Anyway, yeah, me and Cobb say, go see the movie. As Jeremy Jones would say, good time without drinking. Do you know who that is?
No.
Good night, everybody. I've been Mumkey Jones.
I've been Cobb.
You're gonna say checking again. I fucking say it again.
Can we keep this in the video?
No. Can I keep your ass in my dick?
Yes.
Wait, what? Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. It's Mumkey Jones here. I'm back with Cobb, and we've got a special guest, motherfucking Biggs.
No, it's checking here. Checking one.
And say hi, Cobb, so that they know what your voice sounds like.
Hi.
Now you have to talk like that the whole episode.
Cobb
Fuck
went
if I
home.
do.
Billy's here.
It's Billy, yay!
So today we're going to talk about a movie that we actually all saw a couple weeks ago, like 2 weeks ago, called Nocturnal Animals. We didn't know anything about it going in other than that it starred Jake Gyllenhaal and Amy Adams. I don't think I even saw a full trailer. I just knew it had Jakey, and I was like, okay, we got to go see it. We had no idea what to expect, and immediately as the movie begins, we still don't know what to expect. It probably has the most glorious opening scene of any film. Should we spoil it, or should we have people go see it themselves?
We have to talk about it.
I mean, yeah, it's so hard not to talk about it. It's such a glaring thing.
All your black fans are going to get a hard on right now.
I don't have any black fans,
Are you
dude.
sure?
Like
Okay. So the opening scene is a very
There you
obese
go.
white woman
Several of
naked.
them.
A lot of them.
Completely naked, and you see everything. You see flabby, huge tits. And,
Well, you can't really see their fucking vagina because there's so much fat there.
You see these big fat vulva lips flapping around in the wind. It's beautiful.
One starts taking off because they're just flapping.
Yeah, and it's about 3 minutes of them dancing in slow motion to some music.
It's just so awkward, and you're just like sitting there like, huh?
And like Biggs is over there jerking off because it looks just like his mom.
Biggs asked me to go on the couch with him.
Yeah, there was a couch in this movie theater actually. We went to the Fleur, which is like the indie theater that plays weird movies like this one.
Fucking faggot theater.
The hipster theater.
Most of my favorite movies are at this theater. Biggs.
I wasted $5 on a goddamn mimosa.
That's true. They have mimosas.
It was the size of a fucking kid's like orange box.
Yeah, like a Capri
Juice
Sun.
box, yeah.
It was tiny, and he took a sip and gave it to me, and I chugged it in 5 seconds.
Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah. $5 for a mimosa. So the movie. So there's no Jake Gyllenhaal in it for a while. Amy Adams is like this artist bitch, and all these naked fat women dancing was one of her art projects. Which, Biggs, if somebody like a fucking pretentious artist approached you and said, "Hey, do you want to do an art exhibit where we're getting disgusting obese people to dance naked, but don't feel objectified in any way. This is purely for the art." What would you be like? Fuck off, you stupid cunt.
How much is this person paying me?
She's a starving artist, so probably around $0.
Probably not.
What is
One Big Mac.
is the idea of this art supposed to be that you would typically in a club see beautiful naked women, and it's like, oh, we're gonna be so subversive, we'll have disgusting obese women instead.
But what's the club have to do? They're fucking twirling around sparklers and wearing 4th of July hats.
Yeah, so does the movie know that this is pretentious art, and are we supposed to look down on it, or does the movie think
It's
this is real
supposed to be
art?
beautiful, monkey.
But is the movie agreeing
Everyone's
with that
beautiful.
idea, or is the movie mocking this type of artist?
I almost feel like it was mocking. Because
I think it was too.
they picked such disgusting people to do it that I'm pretty sure it was mocking. And I think the people who did it knew too.
Which is, that's kind of a meta thing. I was just asking you that question, like from the artist's point of view, but from even the movie point of view, how do you cast a role like this? And by role, I mean roles.
Many
literally
roles.
Hang upside, need fat bitches.
With them knowing that they're going to be made fun of.
Do these women know that they're being, like, they have to know that they're being cast in this role because they're disgusting. How do they feel about that? And it goes back to Biggs' question, how much is it paid?
Yeah, I better pay really fucking well.
To humiliate yourself on
2
screen
Big
like
Macs, Biggs.
Like, you would never be able to be in another movie because everyone would be like, no, that's that fucking bitch from that nasty
To be
scene.
fair, those types of women aren't usually in movies anyway, unless their name is McCarthy. So
I'm pretty sure one of them had their own show back in the day. It was like Honey Boo Boo, Mama June. Wasn't she one of them?
They pretty much look like Mama June.
I'm pretty sure that was one of them.
Anyway, we're not even into the movie. We've been talking about the first 3 minutes.
Oh, God.
So yeah, Amy Adams is like this pretentious artist, and through a bunch of backstory, we find out that she used to be in a relationship with Jake Gyllenhaal's character, but we're not going to spoil too much. So, and then now he's an author, and they broke up, and now she's dating some guy, or she's marrying a guy who's gay. So she's in one of those situations.
No,
it's implied that he's gay, right?
No, he has a woman in the hotel room, remember?
Yeah, he was cheating on her.
Oh, her friend has a gay husband.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Because she was going off on how
Like I said, it's been
so
a few
easy
weeks.
to be in love because he's gay, so it's not like he'll
Cheat.
with another woman, at least.
Right, so yeah, Amy Adams is in a bad relationship. She misses Jake Gyllenhaal, and then she gets his first book sent to her in the mail. And doesn't he dedicate it to her?
Yes.
Yeah.
And they haven't talked in like, how long? Was it like at least like 10 years in the
It's
book?
been a long ass time. And the movie is interesting because it was just like Neverending Story. Have you guys seen that movie?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a movie about a little boy reading a book, and then half the movie is the book, and half the movie is the little boy reading the book. And that's exactly what this was. It's half Amy Adams reading the book and her responses to it, and then the other half is what the book is, like the story of the book. And the story of the book is way more interesting and great than the fucking Amy Adams story. It should have just been that, but then it only would have been like 50 minutes long.
Should have turned that one couch scene into a porn.
The couch scene. The couch scene where there's 2 dead bodies just laying there naked. That should have been.
And Jake Gyllenhaal's just like goes rapes his daughter and his wife's dead body.
You can't rape a corpse because it can't give consent anyway.
Like, I don't know what was going through my mind, but somehow during that scene, for some reason, I
Are we
thought
skipping ahead to that?
No. But
Yes.
Okay,
Apparently.
fine. I'll wait until we get there.
Okay. So maybe some spoilers in this, but if you don't want spoilers, let's just give our final reviews, and if they don't want spoilers, they can stop listening right now. I'd say...
We already gave a spoiler, kind of.
Well, I mean,
it's less than halfway through the movie.
I love this movie, Nocturnal Animals. If you're a fan of movies that'll fuck with your brain, I'd recommend it. Go check it out. But it's a hard R. Hard R.
Yes.
Yes.
Would you guys agree with that? Go
pretty
watch
much.
this fucking movie. And us three are all huge Jake Gyllenhaal fans. We'll watch anything he puts out. That's why we watched in the first place, and we were, of course, pleasantly surprised. He doesn't disappoint. Okay, let's go back into spoilers. Let's discuss the plot. So the plot of the Jake Gyllenhaal novel part of the movie is that he's traveling through some shitty part of rural Texas with his family, and then they get into a little fender bender with these asshole Texas
Bumpkin pieces of
yeah,
shit.
pretty much like imagine what Biggs' family would be like, and it's just them. Would that be fair to say, Biggs? Is that your family?
Probably nicer. A little bit nicer.
Wait, your family or the characters?
the characters. They're a little bit nicer.
Oh my god.
More
And these
generous.
characters are able to walk, unlike his family.
Or me.
Wait, his whole family's in wheelchairs?
Yes.
Is that canon?
Yes.
Okay.
And they have stairs to go into their house.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure in How I Came to Be, like in that storyline, it talked about my mother screaming as it came out, and then I went to the jungle immediately after. But she wouldn't be screaming if she's paralyzed. So,
She couldn't feel it.
Maybe
She
she's
was-
just too fat to walk, so she's in a wheelchair.
okay, I guess we'll go with that.
So that they have this really tense altercation on the side of the highway, and they're in the middle of nowhere, and their cell phones aren't working because there's no reception. So you have high stakes, high tension. These fucking crazy country bumpkin assholes are fucking with Jake Gyllenhaal and his family, and of course they have weapons, right? But Jake doesn't.
They didn't at first. I think they just got out and was pushing them around, and then one of them grabbed the tire iron, I think.
Oh, so
Yeah.
nobody had a gun, right?
Not that I can remember, no. I don't think so.
I think maybe Jake had a gun, but then somehow
No,
they got it.
No, Jake definitely didn't have a gun. And it was, my thought was, I've never been a huge Second Amendment guy. I don't really give a shit. But after watching this movie, I think I want to go buy a gun.
That's why I have one.
Like, the whole time I was like, yeah, this is why you need a gun. This
Exactly.
fucking shit. But I don't want to spoil too much. Like, I know we're in spoiler territory, but we don't need to say every single thing that happens. We just need to talk about,
So Jake Gyllenhaal takes a step to the left, step to the right. He looks.
he blinks.
He cries.
But it's very tense. I haven't felt this much tension in a movie theater since last year when I saw Room. If you guys haven't seen Room, I'd highly recommend that one too. It's another very tense movie. But I'd put this one as the most tense movie I've seen in theaters of the whole year. Can you guys think of anything that was more tense and made you on the edge of your seat about to fucking vomit?
Not this year.
Yeah.
But Nightcrawler went...
That was 2014.
Yeah,
yeah.
but-
So it's been a while. But fucking Jake, he knows how to make something tense.
He was a Nightcrawler too, in case you don't know.
Had to make the money to buy the ticket.
And I certainly did. If you make the money, buy a ticket to this movie.
Yes.
Anyway, so yeah, that's all we really need to say. It's very tense. Jake Gyllenhaal gives great performance.
The Iceman gives a great performance. Whatever his
Oh yeah,
name is.
he was General Zod in Man of Steel. But Michael Shannon,
Yes.
he's really good. He plays the sheriff character, and it's kind of like the same sheriff character from Hell or High Water. Only this one kind of goes Breaking Bad towards the end. So, but it's great. And it pretty much is Breaking Bad, right? Did you get that feeling, Biggs?
Yes.
Like, oh, I have lung cancer, so I'm gonna break bad. But that's a bit of a spoiler, but that's okay. Highly recommend it. That's all I have to say about this one. Nocturnal Animals. Give it a 9 out of 10.
In a hipster theater near you.
Yeah. Or, wait for the red box.
I'll probably give it a Jake out of 10.
That's a 12 out of 10,
I mean,
dude.
Jake's in it, so I gotta give it a Jake out of
That's a
10.
good point. Go check out the movie, or don't. I'm not your fucking mom. Okay, bye. Say bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Han Solo dies.
God damn it. Wait, in Rogue One?
Yes.
We had the same discussion in their other episode, remember, Kyle?
Yes.
Fuck you all. Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 3 of Mumkey and Cobb movie reviews. But today I am not joined by Cobb, so the title is a complete lie. Instead, today I am joined by my friend who you barely know, Mr. E. Rich.
Oh, you'll know me by the end of this episode. Don't worry about that.
Unfortunately. The only other thing you guys would know E-Rich from is that he played one of the henchmen in that short film I did last year called Snap Crackle Cop.
Cop. Yep.
He was the henchman that wasn't Biggs.
Yes.
But now he's here to talk about a movie with me. A movie that I like to call... what was it called?
La La Land.
La La Land. Yeah, that's what I like to call it.
The stars, monkey, the stars!
Oh, the stars were shining bright in this film.
L.A., the stars, monkky!
So I want to bring up why I wanted to see this movie in the first place. And it was because I was watching... that one reviewer, Chris Stuckman, he did a top 10 favorite movies of 2016.
Okay.
And he had La La Land as his number 2.
Okay.
And what intrigued me about his review was that he said it was one of the greatest musicals of all time. And I'm thinking...
that's not true.
Yeah, I was thinking, whoa, that's a pretty bold claim, because I'm not a huge musical guy. I see musicals in person more than I watch musical movies. I actually like going to the theater. So when I hear a bold claim like one of the greatest musicals of all time, I'm thinking, okay, I have to go see this. And then, I mean, Ryan Gosling's in it, so of course I'm going to see it anyway. I fucking love Ryan Gosling.
Baby Goose himself.
Yeah, Baby Goose. So I guess we could start off talking about this movie as a musical, and you already articulated you don't think it's one of the greatest of all time. So
no,
what
it's
do you
not.
think of it?
I think just the songs in it are decent. I'd say it's even a better dance movie than it is a musical. Like, just basically, the songs are decent enough themselves. My biggest problem with the movie is that, like, the songs are kind of drowned in the mix of the movie.
Yeah,
like, the music
the
of it.
opening song, I could barely hear what the people were saying.
Yeah,
right?
which I don't know. I'm struggling to see whether that's on purpose or not. I'm not entirely sure, but I can barely hear the words for some of the songs in this movie, which really detracts from, like, the whole musical part of it.
And it doesn't help that Ryan Gosling is known for being a mumbling actor. So when you're mumbling all of your lyrics, it makes it even harder to understand.
Yeah, absolutely.
But this is the same director who did Whiplash last year, right?
Which, I loved that movie.
That's a phenomenal movie.
So,
one of my top 3 from last year, for sure.
Oh, definitely.
So I take it he only does movies about music then? Because I haven't seen any of his other ones.
Well, I now don't remember. He's going to do another movie with Ryan Gosling, but no, I don't remember. Oh, it's something about the space.
About space?
Yeah, about the first man who walked on the moon, something like that. Buzz Aldrin, something like that.
Does he, like, take a saxophone up on the moon and start playing it or something?
Oh, yeah, you know the Neil Armstrong, Louis Armstrong mix-up. He'll totally be playing saxophone on the moon.
that makes a lot of sense.
Trumpet on the moon, yeah.
So you would say the music in this movie wasn't the highlight?
Decent. If I did give it out of 10, I'd be like 6 maybe.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk about the 2 leads, Ryan Gosling and Emma Stone. Now, I already said I'm a big fan of the Goose. Mm-hmm. Where do you stand on Emma Stone?
Emma Stone is beautiful and talented. I've only really seen her in the newer Spider-Man movies and
Did you see
she was in
Birdman?
Mean Girls, right?
I have no idea.
I think she was. If I'm wrong, people will let me know.
Have you seen Birdman from the other year?
Yes, I did. She got to look up in that movie.
Yeah, she got to look up.
Yeah. That was the very end of the movie.
Yeah, that was the climactic ending.
She looked up. Spoilers for Birdman, by the way.
Yeah. And speaking of spoilers, there is a spoiler-related thing to La La Land that I really want to talk about. But first, let's do like a quick
just
non-spoiler review, and then I'll get into what pissed me off about this movie.
Okay.
And it infuriated me because it ruined pretty much the entire ending for me.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
We might have some majorly different thoughts on this then.
Well, I think once you hear my reasoning for it, you'll agree with me.
Oh, obviously.
Yeah, because everybody has to agree with me.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so just generally on the movie, I really did enjoy it overall. Like, I think it's being vaguely overpraised, if I could, kind of react to the reaction of it. It's very good. It's competently shot, acted, directed, all that stuff. It's a beautiful kind of throwback to the olden days of Hollywood when you could just have big singing and dancing movies and that was all you did. I think the movie falls down a little bit in the middle when it starts to lose some of the music and focus on some of the character stuff. I think we'll get into some of the character stuff. when we talk about spoilers, but just in general, the movie kind of depresses itself and really sags a little bit in the middle, but then I think in the end, it vaguely redeems all that shit in the middle that just kind of made it sag for me.
I want to talk about the point you made of how this movie feels like it came from the 1950s or whatever, because I think that was really important.
Yeah.
One of the big things in the movie is that Ryan Gosling is a big fan of jazz, but the genre of jazz is dying, and then, so he's trying to revive this thing that he loves, but at the same time, like, he has to struggle with, well, does he just do the new type of jazz that's all techno-y and he doesn't like it? And I think that was supposed to be analogous for this type of film and how this type of film doesn't exist anymore, and it's a dying breed, and that the only way to continue to make this type of film in Hollywood today is for it to adapt with modern techno shit.
Yeah.
So I think jazz is meant to be sort of not a, I guess a simile. I can't think of the other word.
Metaphor
Is meant to be a metaphor for this genre of film. I was wondering if you felt the same way.
Yeah, I do. And another kind of comparative we'll see in the movie is kind of, it tries to both be one of those classic song and dance movies, but also subvert those kinds of movies by being about two struggling people in LA. It's not always smiles and dancing for them, like, but the movie oddly veers at the end to kind of fulfill their dreams in a different way. But I mean, like, it is about a struggling musician who can't get the work he wants and doesn't have the club he wants, and a struggling actress who doesn't get any roles. She has to audition all the time, and there's some great, lovely stuff there where she's surrounded by people who all look like herself and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. It was kind of like a...
Sorry.
It was like a Twilight Zone kind of thing where she walks out of the audition and all the other people are just the same type, red hair, young, But speaking of the directing that you had touched on earlier, there were a lot of really good long takes in the movie where entire dance and song sequences would be just one long take that goes on for like 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And I'm always impressed, like Birdman, for example, or that episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, the Charlie Work episode.
Charlie Work episode with the chair. That's a great episode.
Our True Detective. I really like it when things just do a long-ass take, because it's, if you fuck up once, you have to start over, and that always kind of blows my mind to see. But we did that in our short film, the opening scene.
We sure did.
We did like a minute and a half long take, and it took, 3 hours?
50 takes, I believe.
It took way too fucking long.
Yeah, you're like a real Kubrick.
Yep. And once we got it done right once, we decided, okay, we're done. We're not doing it again.
Yes.
That take better be good.
It should be good enough, yeah. So I think you mentioned Birdman and you mentioned the Charlie Work episode of Always Sunny that utilize this long continuous shot. I think that those look very good and do a very good job of showing that. However, I think some of those use digital kind of masking to make it that it's not all really one continuous. I'm not sure if this movie did it, but I was certainly fooled that they were doing one continuous dancing take or one continuous singing take.
Well, typically when they do the trickery, it's like when, Charlie is walking out of the building, like they zoom in on his jacket, and then you can tell that it's going to a different clip. But this one, the camera moved so little, and like the characters were always in focus, so I don't think they could have faked it.
Yeah, certainly not.
Yeah. So should we give kind of our final thoughts on it before we move into spoilers so that people know what if we recommend it or not?
Yeah, absolutely. So for me, I'd say any fan of musicals or the musical genre might be a little bit let down by the music in this, but I think that Ryan Gosling and Emma Stone are charming enough as a couple and good enough actors to kind of pull through some of the lazier or I'll go into spoilers about this, but some of the weirder writing choices that are made, and just generally make a very entertaining, very charming. I keep saying charming because it is. It is a very charming movie here. It left me very buoyant and very happy and glad to have seen it. So I don't think it's as good as a lot of people are saying it is, but it is a very finely made movie. So I recommend it.
I I usually recommend any movie that causes me to cry because it evokes such a strong emotion.
Yeah,
And driving home from this movie, you say you were all filled with hope and joy and happy. I was fucking crying driving home. I had tears in my eyes. I was so... and I have a good comparison, but I'll save it for the spoilers. But yeah, I would recommend this one too. Mm-hmm. I don't really like musical movies. I'd rather just see it in person. Yeah. Because, I mean, anybody can fucking... You can edit a song in post-production. That's not going to be... It doesn't even have to
be them singing either, yeah.
Yeah,
You can do whatever you need to do, yeah.
But, yeah, the Goose is great. There's a lot of funny stuff. Pretty funny movie. Mm-hmm. Like when he's doing the... He's at the party, and he's
at doing the 80s music?
Yeah, he's doing 80s music, and they're doing Take On Me and all that. That was pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
But if you're not into musicals, I'd stay away, because it's not even that great of a musical. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. But if you like movies that'll make Mumkey cry, then I'd say check it out. I think the last time I cried in the theater before this was Interstellar, during the scene when Matthew McConaughey's watching 30 years of tapes of his family growing up.
Yeah, that's an emotional gut punch right there.
So I probably only cry in the theater once per year, and this is the one that did it for me in 2016. Mm-hmm. Anyway, if we want to move into spoilers now, so stop listening if you want to see this and not have the ending spoiled for you, although it's not... maybe. Do you think
it's not super
if they knew the
important.
ending before they saw the movie, would it ruin it for them?
Not necessarily. I'm very not spoiler averse. I'm fine with knowing spoilers at a time, and I actually enjoy it just to know kind of the context of things, and then look at it with a different eye when I'm watching the movie. But yeah, I'd say if you don't want to know anything about the movie, don't listen to this.
All right, here's why I was pissed off watching this movie, and it's because the trailer ruins the movie. And the same thing happened with Room, and I'm not going to spoil that right now because I want everybody to go watch Room, the movie from I think last year.
They don't get out of Room.
Hey, shut the fuck up. But did you see the trailers for this movie, La La Land?
I think I saw them once, so I was not like barraged by it, and I didn't really pay it much mind. So
let me tell you, in the trailer there is that shot where Emma Stone and Ryan Gosling run into each other for the second time, not on the highway, but after he gets fired from his job.
Yeah, and he pushes by or whatever.
Yeah. But in the trailer, they use the shot where he kisses her.
Oh, really? Oh, jeez.
So as I'm watching the movie and he shoves past her, I'm thinking, wait, what? No, he was supposed to kiss her. What the fuck?
Yeah.
So now I know that some shit's going to happen later on. I don't know if it's going to be some weird-ass time travel shit or what. But then at the end, when she goes down to his club with her new husband, I'm thinking, oh my God, they're going to have like some big flashback thing showing what could have been, and that's where that kiss is going to be. So that whole sequence was ruined for me because the trailer spoiled it.
Oh, well then you basically were robbed of magic, because that sequence in the movie was when I was like, yep, I turned around from not really caring much for the movie, and now I love this movie.
Oh,
just for that end sequence, yeah.
I love the end sequence too, and that's what made me cry. But it's just the trailer's what pissed me off because it fucked the whole thing.
Yeah, they really did not think about what they were showing people there. That really blows. Okay, so my kind of problem with the movie, the way the characters interact, is that so Ryan Gosling is in this band, kind of a techno-y jazz band. So my question, kind of going off course here, was that music supposed to be bad?
Oh, I think it was good. I think just Ryan Gosling didn't like what it represented because he likes the classic jazz where everything is just chaotic.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And I mean, like, I don't think it was bad music, and it's actually an interesting, like, do you know what the name of the black guy in this movie was?
I don't remember.
I don't remember his name, but he was talking about how like you need to change things and innovate. And that's kind of what the soul of jazz is. He makes really good points about you need to change things sometimes. And Ryan Gosling seems to be generally fine with what he's doing. But then you've got that scene where Emma Stone is kind of being dragged out further and further away from him by the crowd. And I wasn't sure whether she was just like, well, you're giving up on your dream or you're selling your soul. But, I mean, they have that dinner. Okay, so this is my actual problem. They have that dinner together, and she basically says, "Oh, okay, you're done with the tour now. You're going to come back, right?" And I don't understand that she thinks he's going to finish one tour and then have enough money to start his club and So she thinks he's just going to scrape by and eventually get the club. Like, I just don't understand the general thought process there.
Yeah, and that, of course, is the turning point in every movie where the characters decide to break up. You know, got the classic Shrek and Donkey scene where there's a misunderstanding. So it felt really forced. Like, okay, yeah, here's the scene where they're going to break up and get in an argument.
Yeah.
But my question, as she was walking to that dinner and she, like, leaves a voicemail saying, I miss you, was that to her ex? Who the fuck was that to? Her parents?
Was the guy at the end the man she was with before?
I think so.
So then that must have been... Okay.
So before that dinner even happened, before they argued, she was already planning on cheating on him? Like, what the fuck?
Possibly, yeah. Rebound.
Why?
Go back to the one before.
I mean, yeah, it was bizarre to me. Like, if you're already planning on cheating before this big breakup fight scene, then the relationship was doomed anyway.
Yeah, to begin with, yeah.
But maybe it was a different guy, or maybe she was calling her parents. I don't fucking know. I'll have to see it again, but I guess I don't know.
Yeah, so just my general problem is I think there's not quite enough to the characters to really make this, like, a great true love story where they're... But I mean, like, I really do love how it subverts at the end with they are not together. They've both kind of lived out their dreams and have been able to succeed in some way, but they have to do it separately. So I kind of like that compromise. And then the entire scene where they're going back through the entire relationship if they had stayed together. I really did like that. That was pretty beautiful.
Have you seen 500 Days of Summer?
I have.
Somebody said that this movie's like 500 Days of Summer, but with mumbly singing in it.
I'd say that's pretty accurate, yeah. So when will Ryan Gosling meet his autumn?
I don't know.
My one friend told me he watched the 500 Days of Summer movie, and he was really liking it, and then the ending happened when he meets the woman named Autumn, and he was like, this movie is shit. just that one thing, he was just like, no, that can't happen. I'm sorry, that's terrible. So that was his last straw.
Yeah, and I wonder if people feel a similar way about this film where, like, oh, they didn't end up together. That ruins it for me, even though, like, it is a subversion. And they do both have a happy ending. It's just not together.
Yeah, which I think is nice. And I think I was listening to a podcast where they're talking about the movie and talking about the kind of real struggle of actors in LA where you're kind of always auditioning and putting yourself out there, and like 99.9% of the time you won't even get a callback, let alone a steady job working there. So they were saying that it was kind of unreal that she would do this one-woman show and then be noticed by someone and then get a role in a movie. But I think that works into the kind of fantasy they're trying to construct.
To be fair, people stuck on the freeway don't usually get out of their cars and do an ensemble dance musical piece either. So,
Monkey, where do you live?
I live in Iowa. Does that happen where you live?
Yeah, all the time.
Oh, shit. Wait, don't you live in Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
So it's your guys' fault that Trump won.
Yes, it is.
Thank you so much.
Shouldn't you be thanking us?
Yes, thank you. You're my hero.
Yeah.
Because I know you went out and voted.
I did.
Anyway, we're getting off the rails. So we would both recommend the movie. Maybe one of us a little more than the other. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd certainly recommend it.
It's a delightful time at the theater. One of the most emotionally impactful movies I saw in 2016. Mm-hmm. So I'd say wait for Redbox. Maybe it might not be playing anymore in your theater. I don't know. Maybe it is.
Yeah, I thought it got a limited release, but I think it's now pretty wide. So you can see it in the theater pretty easily, probably. But
if you want to see a really good movie about music, I'd say go watch Whiplash first instead of this one.
Yeah. That's not my tempo, Monkey.
Oh, they had J.K. Simmons in this movie for like one scene.
Yes.
Like, what the fuck? Why is he so underutilized?
I don't know. And you'd think Damien Chazelle or whatever, however you say his name, would use J.K. Simmons more.
I guess after Spider-Man, J.K. Simmons just keeps getting typecast as a guy who fires people.
Yeah, true.
Because that's all he does in this movie. You're fired! Parker! All right, well, that's all for today. Thanks for listening if you listened this far. Go check out La La Land. For movie reviews, I've been Mumkey.
And I have been, what is my name?
I think we said your name's E-Rich?
E-Rich, yeah.
E-Rich the henchman.
That's right.
Yeah. Thanks, see you guys.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Mumkey and Cobb's Movie Reviews. I am Mumkey Jones.
I am Cobb. Oh, wait. That's wrong, I'm not.
Wait, now, who are you?
Erish.
E-Rich.
E-Rich, that's right, E-Rich. Yeah, E-Rich.
E-Rich, what movie are we reviewing today?
We are reviewing Manchester by the Sea.
Manchester by the Sea. Do you want me to give a quick spoiler just for my review?
Yeah.
A spoiler of my review. My favorite movie of the year.
I tend to agree with that.
Should I say my favorite film of the year and get all pretentious on it? And
it's
and
KINO.
Give the distinction between KINO. Give the distinction between film and a movie. No, this isn't a film. This is KINO.
This is cinema.
This is what kind of KINO is this? There's like Cape KINO. There's like Squirrel
Sad
KINO.
KINO.
Sad KINO. Sad KINO.
Boston KINO.
Comfy KINO.
Bean KINO.
Now, it doesn't really mean much that two schmucks like us are saying that this is the best film of the year, because it just won the Golden Globe for Best Casey Affleck in a movie.
Yes.
They had the best Casey Affleck of the year. So
it's hard to pull off. They don't get it every year, but
Yeah.
this year they got picked by Casey Affleck.
Yep. So who are we to judge?
Yeah.
But I don't even know where to begin. I think you have some things to say,
let's
so you
talk
go
about
ahead.
Casey Affleck. So, have you ever seen Casey Affleck in anything before now?
Only in Interstellar, and anything else, I just don't remember him being in it.
Okay, I saw him in Interstellar, and I also, I think about a year ago at this point, maybe less, I saw him in a movie called I'm Not Here, or I'm Not There, or something. It's the movie where it's him and Joaquin Phoenix, and they're trying to be meta by saying that Joaquin Phoenix is going to start a rap career, and it's basically just the two of them trying to trick everyone into thinking that Joaquin Phoenix has given up his career as an actor and is going to be a rapper. And he's awful, and I think that's the point, but it's really hard to describe because it's basically just them walking around trying to convince people. It's just generally horrible. I watched it 3 a.m. a couple of months ago, and I would not recommend that. It's crazy. I like it on a conceptual level, but just generally speaking, that was the only real impression I had of Casey Affleck, is that he was kind of an asshole who was trying to do more than he's
trying to cash in on his brother's fame and say, I can act too, everybody. I'll be the discount Ben Affleck. And then he shows up in this.
Yeah, and
he
then
shows
I
up
watch
in
him
this,
in
and
this.
now I'm not sure if there is a lesser Affleck. I think they're both pretty strong contenders for best Affleck.
I mean, I hadn't seen Ben Affleck in a lot of movies either until recently, and I had a fairly low impression of him. So
I think the only good things I've seen him involved in are Argo and Gone Girl.
Okay,
and then I think he was good as Batman, but otherwise, I haven't seen too many Ben Affleck movies. I mean, was he was in that Robin Williams one that he wrote with Matt Damon, wasn't he?
Good Will Hunting, probably.
I know he wrote it. I don't know if he was in it. 'Cause I haven't seen it in a long time. He might be the main star. I don't remember.
Yeah. Yeah, so I really had no impression of who Ben Affleck was. I always just thought of him as some asshole who was dating Jennifer Lopez or whatever. But just between me finding out that he's a really good actor and an actually skilled director, and with this movie Manchester by the Sea now gaining a lot of appreciation for Casey Affleck, because like you, I'd only seen him in Interstellar and then that horrible documentary. But yeah, this is a groundbreaking performance.
Oh my god,
it's incredible to me.
It broke more than the ground. It broke my eyes. You guys thought I cried. Yeah. You guys thought I cried after La La Land, man. I have to take back my I only cry once a year rule, because I got 2 cries out of 2016.
Yeah, in 2 weeks from each other or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, no shit. What an emotional end of the year.
I think the thing about his performance is that he doesn't do a whole lot with it, but you can see when he does do something, how dreadful and how weighty it actually is. both him and everyone in this movie kind of feel real. They feel like actual people. Like, even though not many characters other than him get a lot of screen time, they all feel like characters this world feels lived in, and they all just kind of feel like they're people who are coexisting and living in this world. And Casey Affleck just does a great job of seeming like an actual guy who sometimes you don't really understand what he's doing, but then when you kind of fully grasp what happened to him or what he did in a really twisted way, you kind of understand like how he's punishing himself, which is really, really awful.
Yeah, that's one of the things about like these types of movies where so often you feel like you're watching an actor act.
Mm-hmm.
But I was about to make the same exact point that you did, that it felt like these were real people and that there wasn't an actor giving a performance. It was just, this is how this guy's life is and this is how he reacts to things.
Mm-hmm. And I think it tends to work better when I don't really know the actor that well, or I haven't really seen him in much. What's his face? Aaron Taylor Johnson just won a Golden Globe for his role in Nocturnal Animals, and I had no idea it was Aaron Johnson until I saw his name in the credits. I think that really tends
that's
to
the
add
guy.
a lot.
He was in Avengers 2, wasn't he? He was the quick guy?
He was Slovakian fast guy.
Oh, I didn't know he was the redneck in Nocturnal Animals. We actually reviewed that on this show.
Yeah.
Oh, what a great movie. Did you see that?
Oh, yeah, I did.
We'll talk about that later. We got to talk about this one.
yeah. Well, let's keep on topic. But yeah, when I don't know an actor or I don't know much about the actor, I haven't seen them in much, I tend to really attach myself to the character they're playing, and it worked really well here with Casey Affleck.
Yeah, I think that's a problem I have, is that I really like Leonardo DiCaprio, but then when I'm watching his movies, I'm watching Leonardo DiCaprio.
It's Leo. Yeah, you're watching Leo.
It's just Leo having fun, and he's screaming and fucking hookers and all this crazy shit.
Yeah, or dragging himself across fucking whatever Antarctic.
This was the perfect storm for Casey Affleck to give the performance of a lifetime, because he's not really that well known or recognizable, as opposed to other A-list actors, I don't think.
Mm-hmm. And no, he does a really good job as a kind of everyday Bostoner going through his life, and you really tend to sympathize with him. So in the beginning of the movie, you get kind of quick snapshots of him going around. He's like a day laborer.
Man.
What's that?
He's like a maintenance man. He takes care of an apartment complex.
He's like a maintenance guy, and like you just automatically kind of go along with him because he's the guy who's fixing everything. He kind of gets no respect. Everybody kind of wants to blame the problems of the building on him because he's the guy who's supposed to fix everything. And you just kind of instantly go along with him and kind of see what his life is like. But then it kind of gets revealed to you why he's living like this, why he basically has no life, and why it's so painful for him to be living back in this town that he grew up in.
And that's one of the most important things that I think the film does, is the important storytelling element of showing and not telling.
Mm-hmm.
There's
absolutely.
Almost no exposition in this film. Sorry, I've been drinking. There's almost no exposition in this film. Like for the first 10 minutes, you might not know what his job is. We're just following him at his job. And then when the second time we see him throwing stuff into the dumpster, there's this old lady behind me, and I could hear her whispering to her husband this revelation, "Oh, he's the maintenance man." Like,
no duh.
Another movie would have had a line of dialogue. "Hey, you've been the maintenance man here for 8 years and blah, 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 blah."
Yeah.
But this movie, it shows you him doing his job day to day and all the people he interacts with and how he's treated at his job. And you start to wonder, wait, why is he acting this way back to the people? So just even something small like his career, they show rather than just straight up tell you an exposition. And I think that's it's like one of the most basic, important storytelling techniques, and it just gets ignored. These days, I feel like.
In most movies, yeah. And so, are we safe to really talk about spoilers at this point, or what do you think?
Well, so far we've just talked about Casey Affleck, but I guess the whole movie does revolve around him.
Maybe we want to do some general stuff before we really dive into spoilers.
Yeah, let's do general stuff.
Okay.
I don't want to ruin the movie for anybody.
Okay,
but I guess hopefully people have already seen it if they're watching it. Review.
I'd say it's a very well-made, well-crafted, like, it's a long movie. Like, it's like 2 hours and 15 minutes or something like that, but, like, it doesn't feel it. You kind of get absorbed in the world. You kind of see it gets revealed to you what exactly is happening very slowly, very partially. We haven't even mentioned the kid, but basically the whole movie is about his relationship with this kid who's his nephew. And so there's a lot in this movie dealing with grief, so I wouldn't really recommend somebody see this if they are prone to easily get sad, but it is a very good exploration of sadness and how you deal with grief and just how you kind of live your life regardless of who you are or what like socioeconomic situation you're in. It's just kind of an exploration of that, and it's just beautifully done. I was moved by this movie. I've got some kind of personal baggage that really lends itself to me sympathizing with this character and really going along with it. But yeah, I really loved it. It's probably the best movie of the year to me. It's very understated, very well acted, directed, written, everything. So Manchester by the Sea, best movie of the year, probably. We'll see about Silence, but yeah, for me, definitely.
Yeah, I agree. For me as well, it was my favorite film
Yes.
of the year. Now,
Not
I mean,
flick.
in terms of what would I rather watch again, I would probably go watch Deadpool or Civil
Yeah.
War again before I'd watch this again. But this
Those
was
are easier
still,
to swallow.
yeah, like those are just fun to digest and enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
But this is it's more complex. The characters are three-dimensional. They feel real.
Yep.
And I'm gonna make a really bizarre comparison that probably won't make any sense, but
Okay.
I'm drunk, so just hear me out. So this movie kind of, the reason why I think the Let's Play genre is so popular, or like things like Red Letter Media when they do stuff like Best of the Worst,
Yeah.
is that it's a really good friend simulator.
Okay,
So it's like
yeah.
you're sitting there and it's like you're there with a group of friends and
Yeah,
you're
you're hanging out with
experiencing this
buds.
with them, even though you're just watching it on a screen.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like that's what this movie was. It was just a really sad friend simulator, and I
Yeah.
became friends with Casey Affleck, and I learned all about his life, and I felt for him. And when he got torn up, I got torn up, and I felt like I was along on the ride with him.
Nice. That
So I
was
made-
a very specious comparison at first, but you really brought it around, and I fully understand what you're talking about.
I tried. It was a bit of a stretch, but I felt like I was just going on this journey
Mm-hmm.
very intimately with this character in a way that other movies, like, other movies you're watching characters. In this movie, I felt like I was watching a person's life.
People, yeah. It should be noted that it is a very funny movie at times. Like, just the subtle interactions between the characters sometimes are hilarious. Even during, like, super dreadfully sad scenes, there's some humor injected. But yeah, it's very sad overall.
All right, so to wrap up the non-spoiler review, I guess we're both giving the biggest recommendations possible and
Yeah,
saying it's the best
absolutely.
film of the year and the best performance of the year. Do you think it has a chance to beat La La Land for the Oscar? Because La La Land won a lot of Golden Globes last night.
It's hard to say. I think it really depends on how typical the Oscars want to get this year. They tend to really fall in line with what is the most glamorizing of the things that are about Hollywood or the things that are about the movies. So something like La La Land just technically and like story-wise tends to fall in the line of what they want, but they're also very they like to go towards nuanced character pieces at times. So I'm hoping that Manchester by the Sea at least wins actor for Casey Affleck. I'd
Oh, I
really
think
like
that's
it to win
guaranteed.
screenplay. I'd really like to win screenplay and director, but who knows? I really fought for Spotlight last year or whatever, and that actually did win. So
Yeah, that won Best
who knows?
Picture, but nothing
Yeah.
else.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing else, but it did win the Best Picture of the year. So
What I think is good about the Golden Globes is that they have a separate category for comedies and
Comedies.
musicals. Because La La Land and Manchester by the Sea are almost polar opposite movies.
yeah.
One, you've got, just sort of two-dimensional characters singing songs and following their dreams, and then this one is like a deep character study, 3D character, very sad, while the other one, La La Land's all, fun, singing, blah, da, da,
Yeah.
da, da. And
It's
even
hard
like
when you
the
ask
sad
the
ending of La
layman-
La Land isn't that sad if you really think about it.
No, it isn't. Yeah, they do kind of find their own happiness fairly easily. But yeah, you kind of ask the layman which is the better movie here. they're probably going to tell you the one that made me happy, the one that I want to see again, the
Oh,
one that
fuck
made me
that.
dance and sing. No, it's the fucking movies that make you sad and make you
The
really
movie
dread
that,
life.
Yeah, the movie that makes me feel a pit of fucking sorrow.
Yeah.
If I feel like I'm one of the monkeys in the pit of despair from watching a film, then that's the better film. The one that gives me the bigger emotional impact. And I don't care if that's an unintellectual point of view, but this is art that we're digesting. So the one that gives you the bigger emotional impact, I think, is more significant.
I think it's really easy to make you happy or to make you kind of delighted. I think it's less easy to kind of make you feel something deeply sad, because if you try to make somebody just feel plain old sad, it can oftentimes come across as like they're trying too hard to do this, or it's overwrought, or you can blindly see what they're trying to do to you and it doesn't work. But with this movie, it builds it up in such a way, and the performances are so well developed that you really believe it and you feel it like in your heart. So like, yeah, this movie does that.
All right, I know you have things you want to say in the spoiler territory, sir. If you haven't seen this movie yet, and you want to, stop listening now.
Fuck off.
You got some people going on in the background?
Yeah, they're my parties. That my house is basically a frat party at all times.
The perfect time to film a serious movie review.
Absolutely.
So we're in spoiler territory now. So Rich, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So you talked about kind of the showing, not telling type thing, and what I loved about this movie is there are two scenes. Basically, one where Casey Affleck is putting up and taking down or whatever the three pictures of his kids. We never see that they're his kids, but we as an audience should be able to put together the information that he had 3 kids, his 3 kids died in that fire that he accidentally set in his house, and that he would probably have photos of them.
I mean, you're saying it matter-of-factly, but like for all we know, they weren't pictures of his kids. But you're
There
right.
are 3 of them,
yeah, like the clues are pretty obvious, but the fact that they don't actually tell you that is pretty good.
Then there's the scene where I don't remember what his name is anymore. The ginger nephew kid.
Oh, the fucking nephew, man! I could go on all day with how much I hate this character. And the fact that I hate this character so much is good for the movie because they made a character that got an emotional response out of me, and that was the response of hatred.
Okay, so the other thing with the picture frames is that kid runs upstairs into his room, sees those 3 pictures, basically just stands there for 30 seconds looking at the pictures. And so, like, the movie never shows you what the pictures are. It expects you to kind of do the footwork and see what they are for yourself. And just that scene and then him going back down and kind of reacting to that, but not telling Casey Affleck that he saw that or he kind of knows is, I think, brilliant. But the one scene with the kid that I think really got to me was when he is at the freezer and he hits his head and he's looking for food, and it kind of is tied back to his father's corpse and that he doesn't want to be frozen. He kind of has a mini panic attack there. I can really relate to that. My dad died a year and a half ago, and I kind of had a mini panic attack when I couldn't find my car. And it was just kind of this confluence of events of I got hurt like him, like I stubbed my toe or something, and then I realized I couldn't find my car. So it was kind of a short confluence of quick emotion that I just had this mini panic attack. I've never had a panic attack in my life, but just 30 seconds of like absolute fear and dread and not being able to like process all this stuff, just brilliantly done in this movie. And it really just showed you. And then also just real quick mentioning it, all of the bullshit about funerals and just all the shit that you have to go through as soon as somebody close to you dies. This movie depicts that basically perfectly. I loved it.
Back to the scene when he's having the panic attack at the freezer. I kind of felt like an asshole because this kid has a lot of stuff going on in his life, both good and bad. And I in my hatred of him, I wrote him off as I thought immediately before the panic attack, he asked Casey Affleck if he can have his girlfriend come over, and Casey Affleck says, "No, I don't like her."
Yeah.
So my first assumption during the panic attack was, oh, he's manipulating Casey Affleck so that he can have his girlfriend come over. Like, I thought the kid was taking advantage of the situation to do that. And I think what's important here is that we don't actually know.
Yeah,
Maybe sometimes he is being manipulative to get what he wants, and maybe sometimes he actually is genuinely fucked up about his situation.
Yeah, I think it's a
it's a complex character.
Yeah.
It's a complex character, and it adds to my hatred of him. It's a fucking kid whose dad just died, and I'm so fucking jealous of him. This little asshole. I don't think he's very attractive. I think he's kind of ugly.
But he's
personally,
got two girlfriends.
I think I'm more attractive than this little ginger fuck.
Yeah.
And he has 2 hot girlfriends, one of which has the hugest tits ever, and she's like 16. And
Yeah.
it pissed me the fuck off.
Man, that breakfast scene was a good scene, as far as that goes. No, I agree with you.
Oh man, the bitchiness of that girlfriend in that scene when she tells Casey Affleck to leave the room.
Fucking
Oh
bitch.
my god.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, so I think you're right. He is quite a lot kind of using the guilt that people would feel for him to manipulate Casey Affleck or people around him to kind of give him a pity way out. And most of the time I think it's legitimate. But I think like the scene where he's worried that his dad's corpse is being frozen, and there's like the entire thing of like they can't bury his body because the ground's too cold. It's too hard. Like that's a really cool detail that like most movies wouldn't go through the kind of rigmarole of showing that to you, but that's like really one of the things that would happen. Like there are complications, there are things that just can't happen at certain times. You have to wait, and I think it does emotionally affect him in the movie. He freaks out then just because he doesn't want to not have his dad buried. He doesn't want him like freezing in a
he doesn't want his dad
somewhere.
in a freezer for so long.
Yeah, and then his freak out of the freezer directly parallels that. He's handling whatever, the frozen chicken or whatever that falls out of the freezer, and it's just reminding him of his dad's corpse. So yeah.
And I think a funeral for a lot of people, like it's kind of a sense of closure on a tragedy. So for the funeral to be delayed for weeks, just delayed the closure that all these characters feel in relation to the dad's death. So that it's an elongated period of grief that, and they don't even get the sense of closure that okay, it's done, the funeral's over, now we can grieve without having to worry about that part. Anyway, I think we're going a little long, so if there's anything else you wanted to say about this movie.
Real quick, Matthew Broderick is in this movie for about like 2 minutes.
That was bizarre.
It was bizarre and hilarious, and that entire subplot is just so crazy. And yet really
My
real.
theater broke into laughter when he appeared on screen, and he was in it for like a scene.
Yeah. But yeah, I think
it reminded me of,
Go ahead.
again, Room. I don't want to bring up Room in every of these fucking reviews, but the guy from Shameless, I don't remember his name. The main actor in that, he's in Room also for like 2 scenes. He
I know you're
plays
talking about William H. Macy.
he plays Brie Larson's. Yeah, William H. Macy. Like he's billed like one of the top billings, and then he's in the movie for like 2 scenes.
30 seconds. Yeah.
So it's just like, it's another bizarre thing of like this famous actor of another era just shows up in this movie for a scene and gets one of the top billings.
Kyle Chandler's in this movie too. He does a great job with very little. He's from Friday Night Lights, which I've never seen. No, he's the father.
Oh shit! Yeah.
And he's in Bloodline as well, which is a very good Netflix show. But yeah.
And while we're in spoilers, I wanted to say that his wife in the movie.
Yeah, Michelle Williams.
Do you know the actress's name?
Yeah.
She was Leonardo DiCaprio's wife in Shutter Island.
Yeah.
I was gonna say she keeps getting typecast as the woman who has 3 kids who all die.
Yes. I can't imagine being that actress and reading scripts and being like, really, again? Well, at least I have a lock on how to play this.
At least this time she didn't kill her kids.
Oh yeah, she didn't go crazy this time, so.
Yeah, spoilers for Shutter Island, I guess. Oh, one other thing that's off topic. I saw this movie in a theater full of old people. And I want to say, just teenagers always get shit on for being bad moviegoers. But every single time that a cell phone has gone off in the middle of a movie, it's because of an old person. It's always an old person's phone. And it takes them over a minute to take it out of their bag and turn it off.
I had
These
a very similar
fucking old people
experience where a woman's cell phone went off once, and it went on for like 30 to 45 seconds of just like it playing, and then it went off again, and I just wanted to like, I want to murder someone when that happens. It's just like, you should know better, especially when you're that old. And then the couple, I think a row away from me, had to have everything explained to them as was happening.
It's very difficult for me to not start screaming at people in the movie theater. And
Yep.
if your phone goes off for longer than 10 seconds, like, I have to almost physically hold my mouth shut.
Yeah.
But hey,
Normies.
we're going really long. Somebody complained that the last one was 20 minutes, and I think
Wow.
we're at like 25.
Yeah,
so,
we're at 25, so.
So
Sorry,
dude. Go watch Manchester by the Sea. Hopefully it gets some Oscar love, even though awards don't really matter, but
No.
I still like to pretend that they do when the things I like win.
No one remembers the artist, so I think Manchester by the Sea is safe.
So for Mumkey and Cobb's movie reviews, I've been Mumkey.
And I've been E-Rich.
See ya. Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode, is it 5? Of the Mumkey and Cobb movie talk podcast. I am your host, Mumkey, and I am joined again by Mr. E-Rich. E-Rich.
Hell yeah.
Which means you have now eclipsed Cobb, and you have been on more episodes than Cobb of the Mumkey and Cobb movie podcast. You did it.
Gotta stop meeting like this, monkey.
I think I legally have to change the name of the show to the Mumkey and E-Rich podcast at this point.
Yes, sweet residuals.
Yep. But will people really click on a show that has a different name? I don't know. It's a huge risk, and I might be losing literally pennies in ad revenue if I make this change.
I'm fine if you keep the name. Keep the name.
I think it's funnier if it keeps the name.
No, totally.
Anyway, what Oscar bait did we watch for this episode?
Something about something in the sky.
The sun.
Is it
Sunlight,
sunlight?
I think is what it's called.
Yeah,
Wait, no.
sunshine. That's it, sunshine.
Well, no, it's about black people and they're dark, so it must be the dark version. It's Moonlight.
Yeah, the dark. Okay, the darkness of the sky and
Yeah.
the moonlight. Okay,
That
yeah,
makes sense.
that's it.
Now, we both saw this probably over 3 weeks ago, so we might be a little shaky on our memories of it, but I still think
Yeah.
it's worth reviewing because it is a nominee for Best Picture, so we might as well talk about this shit while it's relevant.
Yeah, and I just wanted to bring up, like, it's certainly a nominee, and I'm kind of thinking it might win Best Picture.
Really?
If only so they can dispel the hashtag Oscar so black controversy.
Or Oscar so white.
Oscar so white, sorry. Oscars
If
are
it was
so
Oscar
black
so
now,
black, there would be no problem.
yeah. We would
Yeah.
have no reason to change that.
It would be
But
true
yeah,
diversity if it truly was too black.
Yes, monochromatic. But so it wouldn't surprise me if Moonlight won Best Picture and then La La Land won everything else.
What about Casey Affleck? Doesn't he get anything?
It doesn't look like he will,
Oh,
which
but
it kills me. But
is there a
yeah.
lead actor in Moonlight that can get it? Everybody is a supporting actor in this movie, right?
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying La La Land will win it.
I don't think Ryan Gosling was better than Casey Affleck, but let's talk about Moonlight.
I
The
don't think so
reason
either.
why I say they're all supporting actors is because this movie takes place in three different parts of the main character's life. So we see him as a kid with a kid actor, then as a teenager when he's in high school, and then as an adult when he's a big, sexy gay boy with those big muscles.
yeah.
Holy shit. So you can go ahead and take the reins, because you're more of a professional film connoisseur than me. So go ahead and take us on this journey, this ghetto journey into the world of Moonlight.
Hoop Dreams, I believe. So Moonlight is the story of a young black kid who is kind
He's
of
a
an outcast.
Faggot! Who said that? That's offensive.
That's not correct.
But that's how we
That's
meet
not
the
politically
character.
correct.
That's how we meet the character, is that he's being chased through the streets being called a faggot. So that's why it's appropriate for me to say it.
Yeah. You're kind of
Yeah.
very initially thrown into what it's like to be like this kid because he's being chased, and then he's kind of trapped in this. It must be like an abandoned crack house or something, which that's not a good place to be in.
No. I think just for simplicity's sake, since I don't remember the character's name, since he's a black
Chiron.
faggot, let's call him a blaggot, just to save
Blaggot?
time.
Okay, Chiron the Blaggot.
E-Rich, how dare you?
Yeah. I'm so glad my name isn't on this.
Wait, your name's not E. Rich? Your first name
Not-
isn't E, and your last name's not Rich?
Yeah, I know it's a twist.
It's like if you were the first rapper growing up in the internet age, you would call yourself E. Rich.
E money. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, tell me more about this blaggard named, what's his name, Aaron? Kron?
Chiron, I
Chiron.
believe. Which that sounds Greek to me. It sounds like the hero of a Greek tragedy or something would be named Chiron, but that's a black name. But yeah, so Chiron is being
What
chased
isn't a
into,
black name?
Yeah, it can be anything at this point.
Talking about
Look-
this like moving emotional Oscar picture about like the struggles of black youth, and I'm just
Yes.
being as offensive as I can.
Monkey, I beg you, look at your keyboard. Any of the symbols on this keyboard can be in a black person's name.
Well, that's true. Any of the symbols.
Any of them, yeah. So young Chiron, the blaggard, is being chased into.
Wow, he's adapting to it. Okay.
Yeah. It gets easier. Yeah. It gets better, as somebody should have told Chiron. But yeah, he's being chased into it's an abandoned crack house
Like a
or
crack
something.
den.
And yeah, it's just a very lonely existence he's got. But he's found by Marshala Ali, which I don't know if that's how you say his name, but this guy is incredible.
Yeah, I hope
Moving-
he wins supporting actor.
Oh, definitely. This guy's great. You
Even
haven't,
though he's only in the movie for like half an hour.
You haven't seen the Luke Cage Netflix series, have you?
No, is he in that?
Yeah, he's in that. He's the villain through the first half of that, and he is
Oh,
so great.
shit.
I knew him from that, and so seeing in this movie, I'm like, damn, it's this guy. He's so cool. And yeah, so he gets Chiron, the blaggard, gets taken in by Marshala Ali, and he kind of just gives him kind of the more stable home that he needs.
He gives
But,
him like a father figure because he's living.
Yeah,
Chiron's
yeah.
living with his single mom, and she's like addicted to crack or some shit.
But what I love about this movie is that they're it's very layered. So even though he is,
It's like an onion.
Marshala Ali is the male role model
like a
that he
cake.
needs in his life. He is actually a drug pusher
It's
who
like
is
an ogre.
who is getting rich off of the very thing that's killing and destroying his relationship with his mom. So that's a very cool angle to this movie, I think. And so there's a very good scene
I
between
think
him.
any other movie would have had him be like a cop or like a social counselor or some shit. And then, his father figure's a drug dealer. That's fine.
And you legitimately see I don't know. I don't want to get too preachy on this podcast. You kind of see how growing up as someone like Chiron, looking at Marshala Ali positively as this guy who's got his life together, who just has a good life, has a good home, can afford to take care of this other black person on the street. You kind of look up to that person and say, whatever he does, I should probably do. And that kind of leads you into drugs, into selling drugs, into peddling it. And I mean, it's kind of a vicious cycle there. You kind of aspire to be a well-to-do person, but the kind of lifestyle and kind of I don't know, just the violence inherent in that system makes you a terrible person. But yeah, he doesn't seem that bad when he's rescuing him.
Yeah. I don't want to go through every plot point because it would take us an hour. So are there any bullet points, anything regarding the acting or the story or anything you want to hit while we talk about this movie?
Yeah, I think all the performances are great. So I didn't know going into it that it would be through 3 different time periods of this kid's life. So
that was probably shocking to you when he's suddenly a teenager.
Exactly. When it transitioned to him being a teenager, I'm like, whoa, what the fuck's going on here? But yeah, I kind of got used to it. And then when he turned into the man,
the big sexy man,
big sexy hunka, when that happened, I was just like, wait a minute, that's not him, is it? Because there is such a visual transformation from this skinny black kid to the skinny black teenager.
Yeah, he's about as scrawny as
this
me.
Muscly, hunk of black man. And it took me a little while to figure out, oh yeah, that is Chiron. He's actually really grown up and kind of evolved into I don't think he's comfortable in his own skin, but he can project confidence. He does some time in jail, so I'm sure that.
And the casting on this movie was pretty magical because all 3 of the actors who play Chiron look pretty similar. And on the main poster for the film, it's like 1/3 of each of their faces, and like they even line up on the poster to look like the same person. Yeah. It's crazy.
I think I would have caught on by that poster, but yeah. So just that entire part of the movie is really investing to me, seeing how this guy grows up. The performances are all great. Mashallah Ali, the 3 black people who play Chiron, and then his mom too is really, really good. I think that's Naomi Harris, who is Moneypenny in the new Bond movies. And
really?
The kind of voodoo witch woman from the Pirates of the Caribbean movies as well.
Oh shit! I did not recognize her.
Yeah, she is really good. Look out for her wherever she is.
All right, we've praised this shit show enough, but now I want to talk about some of the problems I had.
Okay.
I agree. There's 4 actors that were all really great. The performances were good. My problem is that I just didn't care.
You didn't care.
It's just the whole final act when he's an adult and he goes to visit his old friend and they're in the restaurant and he's cooking him food. I didn't give a fuck. It's probably my fault for not just caring about this character enough, but it's just like, why do I care? He doesn't have any problems anymore. Now it's just kind of like accepting who he is, but it's done in just like the most, like, I don't give a fuck sort of way. And it's probably just my fault for not caring about the struggles of Blaggett's, but it's just, come on.
I mean,
you know?
I think for me it works a lot on an emotional level because he's very much repressed and kind of struggling with who he really is and not being able to really broadcast that in any way. And then kind of the reunion he's going to is kind of the one person who he did have a sexual relationship with and was able to show who he really was with. And it's kind of the unsure. Like, have you ever met up with one of your friends from years and years ago, and you're not really sure who they are now? You have all those memories of them when you were younger, but you're not sure that really translates. It's that kind of feeling. But then, and I've never had this, there's the added on identity of it where you, as Chiron, you're a gay man who doesn't know how to really live with that. So there's all that baggage, and I think the performances are great in this movie. And I think you're right. Like, I think the end sequence does go on a little bit too long.
Well, now that I think about it, I think
2 minutes.
I think my problem with it was that in the first 2 acts, when he's a kid and a teenager, he's at the very bottom of the totem pole. The whole world, everything is against him, and that's more of an interesting story to me. But then in the final act, he's made it. He's the fucking pimp, mob boss king. He's got the huge muscles. He has everything going for him. So now that he's doesn't have as much to struggle with, it's like, well, whatever. He won. He's fine. Whatever. I liked it better when the whole world was against him.
I think in some ways, though, like, the struggle is even more pronounced for him as like, I don't know. I kind of feel like when you're a kid, you don't really have a fully formed identity. You don't really know who you are. And then, like, the added on saddling of being a gay person and a black person, and especially in a black society that's not. I know, yeah. In a gay black society, like, as a gay black person in a society generally that does not look well upon that, like, there's that struggle, and then there's just who you are as a person, who he was basically denied as, and he had to take on a different kind of personality or different kind of mask to keep his life going as it is, and just kind of that struggle. I kind of identify with that in a way that kind of got me through that section of the movie. Even if it wasn't my favorite part of the movie, I think it was really well done. It was really well performed, and it's kind of meaningful to see him get something at the very end for himself.
So real quick, let's do an arbitrary, unnecessary ranking of the 3 acts of the movie in order of best to worst. What would your opinion be?
Just for Marshala Ali, like, it's got to be 1, 2, 3.
Same with me. Same exact thing. It's that rare movie that gets worse as it goes on. But not worse as in it's unwatchable. It's still good.
I think maybe on repeat viewings or, like, kind of knowing who this person is in totality will kind of help that end part. Because, like, throughout most of the third part, I was just confused that this was the same guy. Because you don't see him in prison. You see him going away to prison. And then when the third part starts, he's now out of prison and kind of in his life. I was just at cognitive dissonance, not knowing that little kid or that teenager was now this like big muscle bound guy.
Yeah.
So like I spent a lot of the time confused. So
Is there anything you want to hit before we jump into our recommendations, whether or not we would recommend the movie?
not really. Just that it's a really good performance movie. It's a really good story movie. Like that's all I kind of want to say here. Once we get into recommendations, I can kind of go further.
All right. Well, I guess I'll go first then. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a fine movie. It's probably going to win Best Picture, as Rich said.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, clearly there's some merit to it. But if you just aren't into like there's kind of slower character pieces, I mean, it's sort of in the same vein as Manchester, where it's just focused on like one character and all the struggles of their life. But it's also very different kind of in tone, I guess. There's not really much lighthearted stuff in this movie other than with Marshawn at the beginning, if that his name's Marshawn, right?
Yeah.
So I'd say if you see only one Oscar bait movie about black people and it's this one or Hidden Figures, I'd say probably go see this one.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen Hidden Figures, but I don't like what I see about that. So
do you want to hear a funny story about how I accidentally saw Hidden Figures?
please do go ahead.
I told this on the Digibro Let's Play show, but he hasn't uploaded it yet. So I was in North Carolina for a couple weeks, and I wanted to get a haircut. And I remember when I was driving to Cookout one day, which is a restaurant down there, I saw it just said a barber shop, and I was like, okay, I'll go get my motherfucking haircut.
Yeah.
So I open the door and walk in. Uh-oh. It's a completely black barbershop.
Hey, man, embrace it. Go in.
No, but here's the thing. Suddenly, I have 8 black faces, 4 barbers and 4 people getting their haircut, all looking at this little scrawny white boy who just walked in and has a look of fright on his face. He's terrified of what he just walked into. And now I'm faced with a choice. Either come in and get my haircut or walk out and seem like the biggest fucking racist in the world. So, of course, I walk in. I look at the wall. Here's a list of haircuts available up on the wall. Fucking, it says Afro, $15. Dreadlocks, $12, etc., etc. And I'm thinking, I don't think I could get a haircut here.
Yeah.
So I get set down in the chair. And the guy who's cutting my hair, like, he clearly knows that I'm not supposed to be here because he doesn't seem like he wants to cut my hair. Because, I mean, it's not a racist thing to say that black people and white people have very different hair. It's just a fact. Theirs is more coarse and rough, and ours is all weird and silky and gay. So he seemed very uncomfortable giving me a haircut, and it ended up being one of the worst haircuts I've ever gotten. But that's beside the point. The point I'm trying to make with the story is that up on the wall, they were playing movies on a big TV screen that all the customers and everybody were watching, and obviously they're only playing black movies. When I walked in, they were watching one of the Medea movies, which was just a delight. I was really excited to get my haircut while watching Medea. But then after Medea ends, the next movie starts, and it's Hidden Figures. That movie that at the time had only been in theaters for a week.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, what the fuck? Do they just distribute this to all the black barbershops? What's going on? And then up on the screen, the text pops up, do not redistribute, blah, blah, blah. This is a screener copy, etc. And I'm thinking, uh-oh.
Nice.
So I obviously I know that they torrented this movie.
Yeah.
And now they're playing it in their barbershop while it's still in theaters across the street. And I asked the barber, so how'd you guys get this movie? I thought it was in theaters. And he says, yeah, we got a way of getting these movies. I was like, what the fuck?
That's
awesome.
That's
how I got a terrible haircut at a black barbershop, and I accidentally saw the first 10 minutes of a torrented version of Hidden Figures. So that's my story.
Best way to see Hidden Figures, I believe.
Yeah. So did you do your recommendations yet? I think it's your turn.
No. Okay. So yeah, I would recommend Moonlight to somebody who's interested in movies, and like primarily. Like, if you're a black gay man, yeah, totally see this movie. But
if you're 2% of the black population, go ahead and see it.
Yeah, and 0.05% of the total population. But so like, I think if you're a black gay man, if you're interested in seeing the life of someone you don't normally see over the course of movie making or over the course of your life, totally see this movie. And I think the movie is well made enough on its own to be enjoyable to most people, as long as they're not like inherently fuck this shit, like automatically. But yeah, I mean, I liked the movie. I think it's well made, well acted, well directed, and well written. So I mean, yeah, it's definitely great. See it if you
Now,
want.
you
If
said
don't,
you
don't have
think
to see it.
it
Who's
will
making
win
it?
Best Picture, but do you think it should?
No, I personally wouldn't. When I came out of this movie, I really liked it, but I definitely said there are 3 or 4 movies that I saw that I really loved other than this. Yeah.
Well, does that wrap up Moonlight for us then? Should we move on to questions?
I believe it does.
Okay, so I posted on Twitter earlier today that we're going to record some sort of movie podcast, and that if anybody had movie questions to ask, that they should. And one of the first questions I got was from @DogViolator. He wanted to know, why is your co-host such a fucking faggot? Now, mind you, he didn't know what I was recording or who the co-host would be.
Yeah.
So don't take it personally. Just answer the question. Rich, why are you such a fucking faggot?
Why am I such a fucking faggot? Let's see.
Or maybe you're a blackguet. We don't know if you're black or not. Maybe you are.
I take it from black men in the ass every other day.
You're
That's a good
cucking your
reason, right?
boyfriend?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I'm a faggot. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe
okay.
Dog Violator can inform me on how I am, while also telling me how to dog.
Yep. Okay,
Yeah, so
here's a better question. It was what was the first R-rated movie you saw as a kid? And the way I'm going to answer this is not the first R-rated movie I saw in general, because I don't remember, but I do remember the first time I went to see an R-rated movie in theaters. But if
Okay.
you want to go first, you can.
Yeah, okay, I'll go first. Okay, so the first R-rated movie I saw in general, I would have to guess would be Alien.
Oh, okay.
Like, it's kind of a classic movie to me, and it doesn't really strike me as R-rated. Really, I guess there's enough blood, and they say fuck, maybe. But yeah, I mean, Alien would be the first R-rated movie, and so I was looking to see what R-rated movie I probably first saw in the theaters, and I found 300, but then I looked further back and realized it was probably Borat.
Oh, okay.
My
That's like 10 years
life.
old now, right?
What's that?
So how old would you have been?
13 or 14 probably.
And your parents took you to see that?
My dad did, yeah.
Hey, Borat's a pretty good first time to...
Absolutely.
You're a little kid in the theater and you see a really fat, short man's naked ass in
Yeah,
Borat's
getting
face.
chased
That's pretty
by
good.
Sacha Baron Cohen, absolutely.
I truly love Borat. I can't recommend it enough. It's probably in my top 10 favorite comedies of all time.
Absolutely. There's nothing like that shock of seeing Sacha Baron Cohen walk around and talk to people like that. It's great.
Yeah, and then after the movie, he kept getting sued by all those groups who he tricked into doing an interview. Unfortunately, I think I can beat that one because...
Yeah.
Okay, let me paint a picture for you. It's September of 2006. Little Mumkey is 11 years old, just turned 11 a few months earlier, and his younger brother Patchy at this time is 8. Now, Mumkey's parents weren't the smartest parents.
Yeah.
They thought, oh, this movie looks pretty good. Let's just take the whole family. Let's not do any research. Let's just take our 8-year-old son, Patchy, and to see this R-rated movie. Now, I'm going to see if you can guess what the movie was.
Okay.
The reason why my parents wanted to see it was because the tagline of the movie was, "It's like Speed without the bus."
Catch That Kid. Not R-rated, but
That's not R-rated.
Speed without a bus.
Yeah.
I'm not getting anything.
Want me to tell you the
here, Mikey.
actor?
Yeah,
No, I'll
tell
give
me
you
an
the actor. Jason Statham.
Oh shit, Crank.
Yep.
Oh, that's great.
It was a nightmare. So about 5 minutes into the movie, the word fuck has been said 30 times, no
Yes,
doubt.
yeah.
And my parents are getting traumatized because they think they're traumatizing Patchy and I. So we actually get up and leave that theater because they were so embarrassed and they didn't want us to see that movie. But we're not going to leave the entire movie theater because, we paid for our tickets. We're going to go see something else. So we talked to the attendant and they said, oh, yeah, you can go see one of these movies. It just started. And Rich, this was a blessing in disguise because while Crank is a phenomenal movie, it's hilarious and lots of fun, there was a better movie that was in theaters in September of 2006.
Tell me.
And this movie was not R-rated. Now, do you have any idea what this movie could be?
Not R-rated. Give me another actor.
Nicolas Cage.
Oh shit! Is it Ghost Rider?
No.
No. Oh god. The fuck is the remake of the Christopher Lee movie.
The Wicker Man.
The Wicker Man. Fuck yes.
Oh my god, it was the greatest thing ever. I fucking love The Wicker Man. Oh man, so yeah, my parents took us to go see Crank. We left because it was too violent and too many F words. And then we walked into fucking Wicker Man, and it was the most glorious experience I'd had in a theater up to that point. What a beautiful movie.
Oh my god.
Nicolas Cage was in a bear suit, and he punched a woman in the face. It was amazing.
Maybe the best thing. Maybe the best thing ever.
It was the greatest. So that's my R-rated movie story. And those are the 2 movie-related questions we're reading today. So I guess thanks for tuning in for probably the longest episode of this podcast yet. Maybe we'll try to keep it shorter next time. But now that we're adding in questions, who cares if it's longer? Anything you want to add before we sign off, E-Rich?
Nope, that's it.
Alrighty, well, for Mumkey and Cobb's Movie Podcast, I've been Mumkey.
And I've been E-Rich.
See you guys next time.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 6 of the Mumkey and Cobb Movie Podcast. I am your host, Mumkey Jones, and today I'm joined by the one, the only...
The man who would be Cobb, but isn't E-Rich.
Yep, here he is. And today we're talking about the original Waifu Wars, the great story of Jesus versus Buddha, Spider-Man ventures into Japan, a little film I like to call... What's this called?
Kylo Ren drowns. Silence.
Spoilers, dude! the ugly guy from Girls fucking drowns.
Yeah.
This is Silence. Now, when I first saw this film, I thought it would be funny to upload an episode of this podcast called Silence, but then it would just
With
be
nothing.
like 15 minutes of nothing.
You're a fucking faggot.
Yeah,
You know that?
I thought it'd be funny, but it's like, is it really worth the joke to not actually talk about the movie at all?
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. So I guess go ahead and you can lead the charge on this discussion of Silence. Probably the happiest, cheeriest film of the year. It's really a celebration of human life.
It's
and,
smiles and
happiness.
rainbows, and it's just a laugh a minute, isn't it? Like
It's called Silence because the characters are so happy that they're speechless.
Yeah. One of the smartest, most rip-roaring comedies I've seen this year. Okay, so
It's
Silence
really funny when
is...
Kylo Ren fucking drowned. Oh, what a tragic character. Oh man, I'm gonna get sad talking about this, so please start us off before I start crying.
Yeah, okay. So Silence is Martin Scorsese's 3-hour-long epic about
One of his most ambitious projects.
Yeah, certainly. And I think he's had this in his head for quite a while. But so it's super long. It's about, is it Spanish Catholics? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
It's
I think
about-
they're supposed to be Spaniards.
Okay. 2 Catholic priests who travel to the land of the rising sun.
The land of
in about
anime.
a couple hundred years, they might be weeaboos, but right now they're just kind of, people who believe in Jesus Christ. But yeah, so they really believe in what they're doing. They want to spread their religion in Japan, but the reason they're going there is because their mentor.
It's a rescue mission.
Ferreira. Yeah.
Epic action.
Yes, explosions and
Yep.
guns and bullets and it's
Hiding
great.
inside mud holes, hoping that people don't come knocking on the door.
Yeah, and they oddly go to Vietnam in a helicopter for some reason. But yeah,
Yep.
okay. So yeah, these 2 Catholic priests are going to find their
Played
mentor.
by Spider-Man and Kylo Ren.
Yeah, played by Spider-Man, Kylo Ren, and they want to get their mentor Qui-Gon Jinn,
Also known,
who is
also known as
Ra's al Ghul.
No. What's the name of
Aslan.
Spider-Man? Anthony something? Andrew
Wait, what?
Garfield?
Yeah, Andrew Garfield. What do you mean?
And what's Kylo Ren's name?
Adam Driver.
Ugly McFagface.
Yeah, Adam Driver, aka Ugly McFagface, aka
And motherfucking Liam Neeson,
Patterson.
baby.
Yeah, and Liam Neeson, motherfucker.
And then every
Taken.
other
He
character
does
in the
not have
movie
a-
is like Asian, so you can't tell who's who.
Yeah, he does not have a taken speech in this movie. He does not have a "I will find you. I will come." He does not have anything like that. But okay, so they're trying to find him. We really gotten off track. Trying to describe the very basic plot of this movie. So their mentor has been he's gone to Japan trying to spread the religion of Jesus to them, but it's been brought to them that their mentor has kind of gone native. He's embraced the Japanese tradition. He's got a waifu that he is being kept with, and he has converted
threw
to
his
their
faith
religion
away.
and has given up and has apostatized.
Yeah, that's
So
the word.
that's a big thing.
So Andrew Garfield and Kylo Ren go to Japan to rescue him and find out what's going on and to bring him back home. Spoiler
Yeah.
alert, they never leave Japan.
They
fucking,
fail.
It's fucking terrible.
If you don't want to watch a 3-hour movie they
About
fail.
torture and sadness, just turn off the podcast right now, because that's all you're in for is torture and sadness.
Yeah, to give you an idea of what this movie is about, we're going to have 3 hours of Japanese people screaming.
Getting tortured,
Do that.
hung upside down into pits where they bleed out for days at a time. Strung up on
it's-
crosses for a whole week while getting blasted by the ocean waves.
Yeah, bringing in the high tide.
Now, that's pretty much the plot of the movie, is those two are in Japan trying to find Liam Neeson, and then they keep getting tortured. And then because of their mission, other people keep getting tortured and killed because of their presence and because of what they're doing. So they have the conflict, the internal and external conflict of, do I give up my faith and my mission to prevent those around me from suffering? And of course, as a typical Christian would, they decide everybody else's suffering is fine. I don't want to lose my imaginary friend today.
Yeah, and there's a really cool kind of angle where priests especially are kind of avatars of Christ in a lot of ways. There's even a belief, like, I don't know if you've got any religious background, but there's some method of belief where while they are performing like certain sacraments and stuff, they literally become Jesus. Like Jesus is kind of they are a vessel through which Jesus flows. So like this crazy idea that by them being tortured and by them watching this torture, they are somehow reliving Christ's kind of sacrifice or kind of being more Christ-like is kind of like the undercurrent of this entire movie. And so Andrew Garfield and Adam Driver kind of have to ask themselves, how far can we go in watching this? We're being part of this, whether or not we believe when we apostatize, and kind of the Japanese version of apostatization or whatever is to step on this graven image of Christ. So like, it's not a big thing to just step on this picture of Christ. It's the Japanese way of knowing that you don't believe, but you can certainly still believe and step on the thing, and then privately think, I don't really stop believing in Christ, but this is just a symbolic version of it. It's just, why can't they give that up? Why can't they just step on the fucking thing and stop these Japanese people's torture?
And my favorite character in the movie actually does step on the image of Christ like 5 times.
Several times. It's
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
so
the
I'm
best.
guessing you know who my favorite character is. It's their guide when they first go to Japan, the Japanese man who's like a washed up drunk who watched his family burn to death.
I want to say his name's like Kichijiro or something.
I have no
but
idea.
He's great.
Yeah,
He's great.
I think he got blown the fuck out with the Oscars. I think he should have got supporting actor nominations, but
He
this movie
definitely
didn't get
should. Like,
shit.
Both that guy and the kind of main Japanese Inquisitor guy.
Yeah. And then
should be
Andrew
said, as
Garfield
mu-
should have been nominated for this rather than Hacksaw Ridge. What the fuck?
Yeah,
He
he really.
This
should have got
entire movie
nominated
was
for this.
better than that in every way.
As much as like all the American stars in this movie, you get a lot of press. I think a lot of the Japanese actors in this movie do a really good job, and like they kind of disappear into the background because it's kind of like, oh, it's the land of Japan, and then you just see these white people being kind of the stars of the movie. But the Japanese people in this movie are so fucking good.
Yeah.
And that Inquisitor guy is one of my favorites. He's got such a terrible sounding voice. Mm-hmm. He's like a creaky frog.
What's interesting about the theme that you were bringing up about apostatizing and trying to become Jesus by going through all these sacrifices and torture is that towards the end of the movie, Liam Neeson actually mocks Andrew Garfield for like, oh, what, do you think you're Jesus? And at that point I was thinking, when you go into this movie, you kind of think, oh, it's such a pro-religious movie. Oh, this is why are we watching this super Christian-y movie? I don't want to learn about how the power of faith. But the movie has a very balanced view of maybe the Christians have a point, maybe these Japanese people have a point, in that Christianity needs to fuck off and die in this land. They have like the analogy of how Japan is like really bad for agriculture, and that Christianity cannot take root in Japan. And I was like, yeah, that's a good point. Fuck off. This is the land of anime, not the land of fucking anime books. Bible bullshit.
You can see anime books called the Bible. Yeah, you can see very clearly why the Inquisitor guy doesn't want these Christians in his land. Like, he makes a good argument. You can see that they're kind of like inspiring these kind of lowly villagers to kind of rebel against the Japanese order. And like, I don't know, any government that's in power doesn't want that stripped away. Like, you can see that this foreign religion is a danger to them.
It'd be like if in the South a bunch of atheist people try to convert everybody to atheism. Those people wouldn't stand for that shit. They'd probably tie those atheists up upside down and have them bleed out in a pit. Mm-hmm. Like what happens in this movie.
I don't want to get too religious based here. The movie's a lot about religion. It's got some very deep themes in it about religion. Mm-hmm. But that's one of the things about religion that I never got, was that the entire point of so many religions is to convert as many people as possible. But to do that is to come up to somebody and say, everything you've ever known to be true is fake. And me, the person you've never met, I've got the real thing that you should follow. I never subscribed to that or understood how that could be true. And I think this movie gives you a good viewpoint on, like, wait a minute, why the fuck would we want to be Christians when you would destroy our society just because you say that's the best way? Like, I really liked this movie for kind of...
That's the reason why Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons are the scum of the earth. Because not only are they door-to-door salesmen, which nobody likes, but they're also trying to sell you religion. Fuck off.
Like, the Jehovah's Witnesses is like, who thought that was a good idea? The going door-to-door thing of it.
I don't know.
How many people initially converted that they said, this is a good idea that we should keep doing because it works? Fuck,
I don't know.
Man.
They're a menace. If only we had a Spider-Man to vanquish them. Oh, wait, we do. His name's Andrew Garfield, and he's inside a Japanese cage for an hour and a half of the film watching random Japanese people be tortured.
Okay, so can we get it? I feel like we've already spoiled it as much as we can.
We've talked about the plot and the acting.
Can we get into the kind of... What's that?
We've talked a lot about the plot and the acting, so we can get into other things if you want.
Yeah. So I kind of want to talk about the end of the movie.
Okay.
So far as
I think that the twist ending was fucking dumb.
Twist. I don't think it was a twist though. I think it's kind of, so Liam Neeson tells him basically.
I mean the twist that, like, the very final 20 seconds. That twist is what I'm talking about.
No, I know, but I think basically both Liam Neeson and Andrew Garfield remained Christians, but learned that you can't equally treat everything exactly the same. You can't go to every country and say, you're fucking Christians now, it's time to Christianize yourself and become more European. I think what Liam Neeson was kind of saying is, you have to live with this society and see that they have a different way of doing things. I kind of think Liam Neeson still retains some... Like, it is really hard to see this in the text of the movie, because there's basically nothing that he says that really makes you think that he's still Christian. But I think both him and Andrew Garfield kind of keep that, I don't know, belief in Christ through the movie. And so the end of the movie is Andrew Garfield dying.
He's like 60 years old. He spent his entire life in Japan.
Yeah, and his wife puts a What was his wife? Liam Neeson's wife?
Yeah,
Or-
I think when Liam Neeson
yeah.
dies, he got his wife. Maybe.
No, that's a shit deal. But
Yep.
you know,
Nah, she was young
You
and pretty.
know.
It's fine.
they fucked.
Oh, of course.
Liam Neeson, he's got Evian bottle.
That woman, because Liam Neeson got her after her old husband died, so she's had like 3 husbands just handed to her.
Man, she's used. But yeah. So so Liam Neeson. I'm sorry, Liam Neeson's wife, who is now Andrew Garfield's wife, puts that I don't know, corn
Like a
husk
cross.
or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Into his hands before he's burned in that basket or whatever. So I think that the wife knows that Andrew Garfield still believed, even like, and I mean, the end section of the movie is them basically going through all of these other travelers' things and finding any signs of Christ or signs of Christian tradition, and kind of oh man, what is it called?
Getting rid of it.
Yeah, basically getting rid of it so that they can't have it. I think even though they're doing that, even though they're kind of working for the Japanese and living in the society, they still have their beliefs, but I think it's the kind of thing where you can keep your beliefs to yourself and live in peace, coexist with others. You don't have to spread it around so much. That's kind of what I took from it, which I think is very kind of even-handed, not rah-rah Christianity type.
You see, I
story.
disagree. I think it's too
Okay.
rah-rah Christianity. Because
Okay.
Christianity was defeated by the Japanese in this movie. And he lived for 40 or 50 years of his life as he denounced his faith, and he spent the rest of his life dedicated to destroying the faith by using his knowledge of it. So then when he dies, and he's going through the traditional Japanese funeral, and they're burning him alive, and then we see in his hand that his wife put a little cross in it. I don't want this sign of hope at the end of a movie called Silence about torture and agonizing pain and all this terrible shit. It's too hopeful of an ending. I wanted the ending to be, they lost, he died, his life was wasted, it's over, hopelessness, fear, evil. That's what I wanted. I wanted it to fucking jerk out all of my insides and make me feel like a depressed, disgusting human being, and I wanted to cry on my drive home, but that ending ruined it by putting fucking hope into it. And I know, like, that's what makes it too religious-y for me, is that you throw in this hope where it doesn't belong.
I don't think it is too religious-y, because it's not saying your religion is the best, your religion is true, your religion is what everyone else needs to get to. It's basically saying you need to be able to internally be fine with your religion and fine with being silent about it, because he looks upon all of these Japanese people who are, by all accounts, maybe more sacred seeming than him, even if they don't have all of the kind of ritual down, and they don't really, like, they don't even know the full one thing Liam Neeson kind of says is these people don't even really understand what the religion is. So they can try to teach them about it, but they're only going to see the religion through the kind of lens that they are seeing everything else through, because they're Japanese. I think the kind of meaning of this movie basically tells people, look, you should not be trying to push your shit onto other people. They might not understand it. They might not really go along with it. They might just go along with it because that's the kind of way you survive. But I think what Andrew Garfield and Liam Neeson discover is that you can go along with what everyone else is doing, the Japanese in this instance, and survive and still believe what you believe. You just shouldn't fucking advertise it.
The moral of the
top of your
story
lungs.
is keep it to yourself.
Yeah.
Just keep it
Which
to
I like.
yourself. You got these
Fucking
you got your
religious people
shitty
should know
opinions,
that.
you got your stupid beliefs. Just keep it to yourself. We don't need to hear it. And I think that's a lesson we should all be able to learn, except for us, because people are clicking on the video, so they don't want us to keep our opinions to ourselves.
Yeah.
It'd be different if you and I were barging into somebody's foreign house or foreign country and trying to force them to listen to our opinions about a movie. It's different when people are coming to us for them. Anyway, do we have anything else to say about this, or should we go into recommendations?
No, let's go into recommendations, unless you got something.
All right.
Something new.
Recommending this one is hard because it's like recommending
long
somebody
fucking
get
movie.
punched in the face.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's like, if you want to watch people suffer and be miserable and be tortured for 3 hours, then just...
Especially Japanese people.
The saddest part of the movie is when the two the two leads, Andrew Garfield and Kylo Ren, they get separated, and then Kylo Ren is. They capture Kylo Ren and they tell him that Andrew Garfield denounced the faith, which isn't true. And then Kylo Ren dies trying to save Christian Japanese people who are drowning, and he drowns as well. So Kylo Ren dies thinking that his partner, his friend, denounced the faith and that he's lost everything, which I thought was truly tragic. So if you want...
Monkey, there's your hopeless thing.
Yeah, it was hopeless for him. If it would have ended with Kylo Ren being miserable and drowning and all that shit, like, that's the ending I wanted. I didn't want a hopeful ending. Kylo Ren didn't get his proper Christian burial. He's probably going to hell. But if you want that kind of gut punch every 10 minutes while watching a film that also has beautiful cinematography, one of the best performances of the year, if not 2 or 3, then I say, yeah, check it out. Just know you're going to be miserable, and if you're like me, you love being miserable, so you might like it.
Okay, on my end, I forgot to mention this, but I might as well mention it at this point. There is no music in this movie.
That's right.
Like, you go all throughout it, and you're kind of thinking, oh, there might be like a cheerful melody here to signify that Andrew Garfield has overcome something. No, there's nothing. And basically the soundtrack is silence. It's everything around you. It's your environment. It's the people talking. And like, I don't think I've ever seen a movie without a soundtrack. So this movie is incredibly individual. It's its own thing. It's 3 hours long. If you cannot stand long movies, don't see this movie.
No.
Simple as that.
Even the opening, instead of music, they just had like cicadas.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
The longer I thought about this movie, the more I liked it. In the theater while I was watching it, I was kind of getting bored at some points. It was kind of like, okay, well, we've seen these Japanese people get tortured several times.
There's 18 different scenes of them being told to stand on Jesus's picture. There's 18 different scenes of that.
Yes.
And it plays out the same way every time.
But it's the characters like Kichijiro or whatever the fuck his name was, repeatedly doing the things that a Christian shouldn't do, but always coming back to try to get forgiveness and stuff. It's characters like that. It's seeing Liam Neeson finally be reunited with Andrew Garfield and kind of what he has to say. And I really need to. I kind of want to see this movie again, as much as it's this like kind of long slogging thing that is very religious and torturous. Like, I kind of want to see it again, because when he finally got to Liam Neeson, I kind of had to stir myself out of my reverie and be like, oh, it's time to really listen to what this guy has to say. But I think what this movie has to say is very important. I think there's a lot to read into it. I think there's a lot of religious implications about it. And I think some people will accuse this movie of being super religious and being super into this Christian persecution thing, which there certainly is a shitload of Christian persecution in this, but I think the ultimate message of this is much deeper than just it really sucks to be a Christian, we should kill these heathens because they're awful. So I'd say this movie is definitely worth watching, but only if you want to sit through something that's a long slog that has to do with a lot of religious themes and morals. But like, the performances are great, the direction's great, cinematography is great. This is an overall incredible movie. It's just not for everyone. I think that this movie's standing will go up as more people kind of live with it and see what it has to say. I think it'll be one of Scorsese's best eventually, but right now it's kind of hard to see when it's such a slog.
I think we can both agree that this movie, it's a crime that it wasn't nominated for Best Picture.
Absolutely.
Furthermore, was it nominated for anything other than cinematography?
Nope, nothing. It got one nomination.
Like, it wasn't nominated for Best Picture, and I feel like it should be a contender to win Best Picture. I think overall, it's probably the top two. Not my top 2 favorite movies of the year, but the top 2 movies that I think should win Best Picture of the year.
Give me every La La Land nomination that there was, except for Best Original Song and Best Female Performance, and I would put Silence gladly there instead of La La Land.
All right, now that we can put Silence to bed, maybe we can get to some more Twitter questions. We got more Twitter questions today. Here's one from Intrepid Feline. If you had to write a movie for Michael Bay to direct, what would the premise be? And I think I have an answer that I'm pretty happy with.
Okay. Go ahead and share yours.
Okay, I'll go first. My favorite Michael Bay movie is one of my favorite movies. I'm not going to throw it in the top 10 because it's not quite that high, but I really love this movie. Do you want to guess what it would be?
It's not a Michael Bay movie, or it is?
No, it is. It is my favorite
Pain and
Michael
Gain?
Bay movie. Yeah, you fucking know me, man.
Fuck yes!
You fucking know me. Hell
Fuck
yeah,
yes.
Mark Wahlberg, The Rock, some other guy. I think, is it the black guy from the Marvel
it's the
movies? I don't
Falcon.
fucking know.
Yeah, it's the Falcon.
But-
Anthony Mackie.
Oh, it's Falcon. Oh man. So it's a dark comedy that is very much based on a true story about three Don't make that sound. There's a subtitle in the middle of the movie that says this is still based on a true story, which is the most glorious thing I've seen in a subtitle. But it's a story of these three bodybuilders. And it's a dark comedy through and through. One of the darkest comedies I've seen in a major release. And they kidnap Monk from the TV show Monk so that they can get some money. And it's glorious and it's... Oh. So my premise would be, I want Michael Bay to adapt more stories of true crime and to make them not low budget, but smaller than his Transformer budgets. Kind of Pain and Gain style dark comedies about true crime, because I fucking love Pain and Gain. The Rock is so great. Mark Wahlberg is hilarious. So that's my answer. What would you say?
I mean, I just really want to real quick touch on Pain and Gain here. Pain and Gain was the movie that I watched and realized, oh damn, Michael Bay is actually a good director who understands what his kind of shtick is when he's got characters and got situations that really fit in with his style. And just seeing that movie, I was just like, oh, I understand Michael Bay now. This is great.
Yeah.
So, if I had to choose a project for Michael Bay, I would say maybe The War of Independence. It's just seeing George Washington in slow motion flip over something, and I don't know, maybe whoever...
Throw a Transformer in there.
Throw a Transformer in there. Maybe the woman who sews the flag is like wearing a flag bikini or something. I think the more ridiculous you go with
Fancy
that, the
Ross
better.
is sewing together the first American bikini.
Yes. I just think that you make that as ridiculous as possible and as anachronistic as possible. That sounds pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah.
But although, like, I think maybe you'd really have to have the military involved in some way. He loves the military so much. And they love
I think
him.
it should end with George Washington, like they just won the war and he's settling down into, I guess, whatever the first White House was, if they had that back with George Washington,
No,
whatever
they didn't.
whatever the capital was
They had
at
a
the time.
presidential palace.
Yeah, sure. And George Washington sits down and he puts his legs up on the desk and he says, "It's time to make America great again." And then smash cut to credits.
Nice.
Yeah.
Directed by Michael Bay. Linkin Park song plays.
Yeah. And then in the during the credits include images of like Hillary Clinton crying and shit. And it'd be perfect.
Nice.
So yeah, there you go. What was your name? Intrepid Feline. There's your... Wow, last episode we had Dog Violator. This episode we have Intrepid Feline. Lots
what
of
a
dog
daring
and cats
cat.
shit going on. So do we have any other questions? Okay, here's one from Zombie Ninja Cow. What do you think matters most in film? Cinematography, dialogue, plot, characters, etc.? And what matters the least? Now, I think you had an answer for this one.
Yeah, I definitely have an answer for least. The thing that matters the least is the plot. The movie John Wick, which the sequel is now recently coming out. The movie John Wick has very little plot. It's just basically John Wick killing people. That's one of the best fucking movies released in the past 10 years.
Just like The
plot
Raid.
Doesn't really matter. What's that?
The Raid has
The Raid.
almost no
The Raid
plot.
has
That's
no
one
fucking
of
plot.
the best action movies ever.
Yeah. So I think kind of if you have good action choreography in a movie, like that's actually good, I think actually editing is one of the most important things because especially in tandem with action, if you've got action that is constantly cut up, they're constantly going to different viewpoints, or you don't really have the ability to cover good choreography, the movie is going to be shit. It's not going to be good action. If you have good action in a movie, I can forgive a whole lot about the movie. because you are showing me people who are very talented doing something very well.
My favorite thing about movies is probably characters. I'll agree with you on the plot thing. Because a movie like Manchester by the Sea, which is my favorite film from last year, that
Yeah, it
movie
doesn't have a whole
has
lot of plot.
razor thin plot. It's all about the characters, baby. All
right.
about the characters. Which I guess it kind of contradicts my opinion on Moonlight, where my problem was
It's
that
very
it was,
about a character, yeah.
Yeah, the last third was too focused on character, but I explained myself last time. But man, if you just take like a play script and you just record it and it's just people talking in a room, like 12 Angry Men, it's just people talking in a room pretty much the whole time.
Yep.
I don't care. So I'd say the least important thing is cinematography. Personally, I don't need
really?
I don't need every frame to look like a portrait. I mean, it doesn't really matter to me if a movie looks ugly. I'm more invested in the characters and how they grow and that kind of shit.
I'd say for me, cinematography isn't the most important thing or something, but it's like a modifier that makes me really appreciate a movie much more. Like, I think I loved Skyfall more than most other James Bond movies because it looked beautiful. It was an amazing looking movie. Roger Deakins did the cinematography. He's a great cinematographer. So, like, I'm really looking at who the cinematography is. A movie like Inside Llewyn Davis has cinematography by Bruno Del Bonell, and he's a really good cinematographer who uses a lot of monochromatic kind of shades.
Yeah, I'll agree that it can make a film much better and more enjoyable to watch. But I guess I don't care about it as much because I'm more into, I guess, plays and scripts and that kind of shit. But yeah, I mean,
need
something
that,
like Ron.
You need that
my
main kind
favorite-
of core of the movie. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, my favorite Kurosawa film, Ron, like that has every shot is fucking beautiful. But I'm more invested in the characters in that movie and the hijinks that they're up to. But that's our answers to those, I guess. Did you have anything more on that subject?
No, I'll just mention real quick. The movie Transcendence is terrible, and that was made by a cinematographer, Danny Pfister. Danny Pfister
Is that
is
the Johnny Depp goes into a computer movie?
Yes, it is. It is. So Danny Pfister, or whatever the fuck his name is, was Christopher Nolan's cinematographer.
Oh, shit.
And he struck out on his own and directed that movie Transcendence, and it was awful.
Yeah.
Absolutely awful.
Alrighty, well, there you go. I guess that wraps up episode 6. This is probably not as good as 15 minutes of silence, but I guess this is the less memey version of this video. Thanks for joining us. Maybe next time we'll stop talking about Oscar bait shit, and maybe we'll talk about, I guess, you know what I want to see that's coming out soon?
What's that?
Is A Cure for Wellness. I'm really excited about that one.
That looks good.
And maybe
Poor
we'll go see
Verbinski
Lego
is finally
Batman or
back
something.
out of
I don't
director's
know.
jail.
Yeah,
Lego Batman
Okay,
looks fun.
for Mumkey and Cobb's movie podcast, I've been Mumkey.
And I've been E-Rich.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, folks. Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode motherfucking 7? I don't fucking know. Of the Mumkey and Cobb movie podcast. I am your main protagonist, Senior Mumkey Jones, and today I am joined by...
The anti-hero.
Oh no.
E-Rich.
Willie Loman, the anti-hero. The greatest...
I'm the Venom to your Spider-Man.
The most tragic American character in all of theatrical history. Willie Loman is joining me today to talk about the downfall of the American dream. Welcome.
Oh, thank you very much, Monkey.
So what fucking Oscar bait did we watch today? All we watch is Oscar bait on this show. What was today's Oscar bait?
Yeah, I think we watched Kubo and Two Strings.
No, that wasn't Oscar bait. That was a box office failure.
Yeah, Moana?
That wasn't as much of a box office failure, but I did not see it.
Okay, it must be Finding Dory then.
No, that one is it's its own thing. It made like $1 billion, but it wasn't that good.
It was one of the most successful movies of the year.
Yeah.
Ah, shit. We must have watched the Lego Batman movie.
That's it. This is the first movie we've watched from 2017. Starting off with
all
a
the movies
bang.
we've looked at.
A batarang bang.
Ooh, that one hurt.
Wait, it hurt because it was bad?
It was bad. That was not a good
I
one.
need to chug more Four Loko to get my funny juices flowing.
Yeah, please do. For all of us.
Speaking of funny juices, Rich, would you say that this movie was funny?
I would say it was funny.
Oh, okay. Well,
I kind of have to...
There's the review. Everybody, thanks for watching. Batman movie was funny.
It was funny out of 10.
Okay, go ahead and lead the charge like you always do.
GG, fuck you. Yeah, okay, so Lego Batman movie, it's coming off the heels of the highly successful Lego movie, which came out, 3 years ago or something?
I thought it was like 2, but maybe it was 3.
Yeah, this is kind of the second in what will be probably a deluge of Lego branded movies.
Yeah, the trailer before the movie was for their next one that's coming out this year, the Ninjago, which I don't know what that is.
The Lego Ninjago movie.
It's the first thing I don't know.
I have no
what
idea
it is.
either.
And I probably won't see it.
I'm too old for it. Yeah. Kids 10 years my junior probably know exactly what Ninjago is, but I have no fucking idea what a Ninjago is.
Seems like a spin-off of Bionicle. Wasn't that also by the Lego company?
I wish. I don't think it is. It's just random ninja dudes, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so Lego Batman movie, so it's not really a sequel, I would say, to the Lego movie. It is actually a sequel in some ways.
I want to talk about that because that's like one of my 2 problems with the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Is that
all right?
My fan theory is that this is a prequel, and I'll tell you why. It's because
I like that.
And I might be remembering this wrong, but in the Lego movie, the main female is Batman's girlfriend. Remember?
Yes.
But in this movie,
yes.
he very specifically does not like relationships until the very end. So I'm guessing this is a prequel, and then he ends up getting a girlfriend who he then allows to date Emmett at the end of the Lego movie. That's my hypothesis.
Yeah.
And if that's not true, if this is a sequel, then this Lego cinematic universe makes no fucking sense.
I mean, I can kind of see it both ways, because kind of in the Lego movie, Batman, even though he has that girlfriend, is very withdrawn and like he just wants to do everything himself, and he thinks he's a huge badass doing everything just because he's Batman by himself. And then this movie is kind of like adding on to that. But you're also right in that he has her as a girlfriend, even if he kind of doesn't really pay much attention to her.
Where he very specifically says he does not participate in relationships.
Yeah, but yeah, and you're right. Like, it does only make sense if that movie comes after this. That really fucks up my imagination of what the movie, when it takes place and everything.
Well, the thing is, like,
anyway,
it's funny that that's my complaint, because that complaint is contingent on these Lego movies for children having a consistent plot in universe.
Yeah.
So it's like such a stupid complaint, really, if you think about it.
I mean, yeah, and I kind of went into it not really thinking. I just thought the Batman character from that Lego movie in his own movie. Yeah. And that's basically all I got to thinking about it as part of this universe and anything. It was just a Lego movie about him. But yeah, you're right. Now that I think about it, that is kind of messed up. Okay, but this is basically a Lego Batman themed version of that kind of Lego movie that came out a couple years ago. And it basically just takes all of the characters, all of the situations, everything you knew about Batman, makes it a Lego version, and just runs crazy with that idea. And I love all the villains that they introduce in this movie, how they get all the shitty ones. That was one of my favorite jokes of this movie, is just trashing all the shitty Condiment King villain and Calendar Man. Yeah.
And I'm glad that when they included Bane, they retained the Bane voice from The Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah, that's apparently Doug Benson doing his voice.
Fag.
Yeah. I've never listened to his podcast. I just heard something about it.
I know him from Screen Junkies, but he's not very funny.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, like, I don't think his Bane voice is particularly good. I think anybody could do a better.
Oh, yeah, but the fact that I knew what they were going for is what made it great.
Yeah. Okay, so basically the movie.
Reckoning.
Batman.
I think if I had to summarize this movie, like the tagline I would give it in 3 words would be Deadpool for kids.
Yeah, kind of. I definitely can see that. It has a very scatterbrained sense of humor where they'll take, like, decently long chunks of time to completely veer off from any kind of, like, plot or any kind of, like, main storyline to tell a joke.
And it's very satirical of the genre, and it's very meta.
Absolutely.
It breaks the fourth wall probably once per minute.
Yeah. Which I, like, some of my favorite things about these Lego movies is just the people in the Lego world, like, outright stating things that they're doing, or like going pew 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 when they're firing their guns. Like, that kind of thing is like my ultimate. That just fills me with glee.
Because it's like a little kid playing with Legos, put it into a movie
Yeah.
form.
Absolutely.
And it's delightful and funny.
Yeah, so I mean, it's the Lego Batman in this Lego world of just kind of wonder and joy, and like I did like how they integrated the master builder type thing from the previous movie,
Right.
where Batman can manipulate his world and build different vehicles and ships and stuff like that. And so going into this movie, I wasn't really sure what kind of Batman story in particular they'd go for, and it's very much based around Dick Grayson being kind of the son to Batman and what that kind of means to him. And I think they could have done more with that, but it does its job. It's basically Batman trying to accept the idea of this family forming around him.
And so far, both of these Lego movies are very family-oriented. There are no inappropriate jokes, except the one time...
Oh, the dick part.
They made
The dick,
that
right?
dick joke, and it was really out of place. But that's what made it even funnier, was that they
I
included
know.
it.
All the kids in my audience just laughed their heads
Oh, the
off.
kids
I don't
actually
even know if
got
they
it?
knew. I don't know. Do they know, or are they just
I mean,
laughing
maybe
along with
they
anything
do.
that happens?
All I know is
I
that
have no idea.
in my theater, I was the one laughing the hardest at that joke.
Okay.
When
okay.
Batman says kids can be cruel, I was like, holy shit! They actually fucking put it in the movie.
And I mean, like if you're making a comedy movie and you have to say "dick" that many times, it wouldn't surprise me if that wasn't in the script and Will Arnett just said that. But yeah, it's good.
They slipped it
That's a
by
good part.
the producers or something.
Yeah.
Because
So
everything
what I
else
wanted
is
to
so family
mention-
friendly.
Oh yeah. But I mean, like it's very joyful humor that like I don't become. It's not the kind of Minions type thing
Fuck.
that when I think of like a Smurfs movie or a Minions movie where it's just really, I don't know, sanitized humor that just kids just look at this colorful thing and they'll just laugh at whatever the fuck
You see,
it does.
that's why I don't define Minions as a family-friendly movie. It's a lie. That's a kid movie. Whereas I put
exactly.
the Lego movies in the same tier as like Pixar movies, where it's humor that both children and adults will find funny.
Yeah, as a full-grown adult, I saw both of these movies in a theater, and I just had the best time.
Yeah,
and
me
yeah,
too.
you're right. That makes it a family movie where somebody from age 7 to 77 can have a great time watching
Yeah, and if you're older than 77, you should be fucking dead.
it. Fuck you. Get in the ground,
Fucking
old man.
all old people, man. All they do is go to the theater and let their phone ring for an hour. Fuck them.
What are you doing here, old man? Go die.
So,
Okay.
what are some of the elements in the movie you liked other than the comedy? I think that the animation was... I actually think it was better than the first one. This one had a lot
absolutely.
more... It was just... There were so many sections where I felt like the movie was going really fast, as if it was in fast forward. And that's a pro and a con, because some of the jokes were so rapid fire that I missed them because there were just too many jokes at once. But then I really like the spectacle of a million things happening on screen at once, but it all looks really nice and fluid. And especially for... Is this movie made partially with stop motion, or is it all CGI?
No, I think it's all on a computer, the same as the Lego Movie. They just make it look that way, which I think is great.
I love that
it.
aesthetic.
Yeah. So I want to say, yeah, this movie looks absolutely gorgeous, incredible. It's almost too much sometimes, where I'm just so overloaded with information coming at me because there's so many jokes, so many visual just things happening on screen that I kind of get confused as to what's happening. But I'm sure when I watch this movie again, it'll be a bit clearer. But yeah, I don't think the wow factor punch is as big as it was for the Lego Movie, because I kind of had an idea of what to expect from it. Because when I first saw the Lego Movie, I'm like, wow, this looks like a stop motion version of any Lego thing being done. It looks like they're like slowly placing the Lego characters in different poses and then just playing it out like that.
I don't have an opinion on that.
Oh, Siri is... No, I'm sorry. Alexa's talking to me. Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, yeah, but basically, like, it looks like that. It looks incredibly real, even though it's in a computer. It's CGI. So I was not as blown away this time because I knew what to expect. I knew what they were kind of going for with the style of these Lego movies, and it still impressed me. It still wowed me.
On the subject of a bunch of shit happening on the screen at once and the movie playing very fast at times, I do want to bring up a point that I don't even know if I want to bring up. So it's a contradiction within my own head. But when I was in college, I was studying to be a teacher, and I had to take classes about child development.
Yeah.
And I remember there was a lesson where they showed us an example of how for very young children, like age toddler to 3, or maybe even older than that, they had 2 examples. They showed a clip from the Powerpuff Girls movie where it was just flashing lights and colors, and then the scene was moving so fast and things were flying around and it was crazy. And then they showed a scene from Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood where he's teaching the kids about how a restaurant works, and it's all it's a 2-minute clip, and it's one continuous shot. It never breaks, and Mr. Rogers is saying, "Oh, here's how you go to a restaurant. You sit down at the table, and then you'll have a waiter come up and ask for your meal. So you'll look through the menu." It's very slow. And the idea is that for a young developing mind, it is much better for their education to watch something that's very slow, because the research shows that if they just watch shit that's like the Powerpuff Girls movie where it's crazy flashing on everything, then that leads they're more prone to ADHD and like these attention deficit disorder and shit. So I'm thinking, is this movie dangerous? Because it was so fast that even me as a 21-year-old adult, even I had trouble processing everything at once. And this is a movie directed at children. So do you have any ideas on this subject, or am I just going bonkers?
It makes sense because it's like that's all they're used to. That's kind of what they expect from any kind of entertainment. And if it doesn't like fill in that niche, then it's too slow. I kind of think that's a thing, not even just with kids movie making, but movie making in general, where you look back 30, 40 years ago, you try to show a kid a movie from the late 70s or something, and they'll just say, it's too slow. I don't even know what's going on. I can't follow it. There's no action in it. There's not enough action. And I think that might be a problem with just the way we stylistically make movies now, is you have to break for an action sequence every 10 minutes. And if you're not, then you're doing it wrong.
I mean, is this why I can't take a dump without bringing my phone with me? Do I need to be distracted at every 5-minute interval? Are we all broken?
Yeah.
Are we ruining society? Are we
waste.
poisoning the youth with all these fucking flashy action movies and shit?
Very possibly, because it feels like you're wasting your time. If not, like you have to be consuming something at any point of your life, or else it's just time wasted. Yeah, it's sad.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. I guess another question I'll have for you. Let's drop that because it's just making me bummed out. So I think you've already hinted at it, but of the 2 Lego movies, which one do you like better?
I'm gonna say hands down the first one, the Lego movie. Yeah.
See, I'm leaning more towards Batman.
Really? Okay.
And my justification is that I was comparing them both in my head all day in light of this podcast, thinking which one am I gonna say is better. And I think the reason why I like this one better is on a story level, where I appreciate that the first one was just like it's setting up this whole universe where there's millions of characters from different franchises and they're all together. But I felt like it was spread too thin, where we're gonna go to this world, now we're in the Western world, now we're in the and it's just all these different things. Whereas I appreciate this one more for being focused just on Gotham City and it's focused on just one character. Whereas the first one, it was just spread too thin with a million different characters that were all center stage. So that's why, I mean, I guess on a character level, I liked the Batman Lego movie better.
And for me, it felt like, I don't know, with the original Lego movie, it felt like basically trying to recreate what it was like to play with Legos, or to have the experience of like having Legos. So you've got your Western set right here, you've got your princess set right there, you've got your pirate set right there. So it felt like you were jumping around to different Legos and kind of the joy of creation of like mixing those things. And I don't know, I really like that feeling with the Lego Batman movie. I wished more and more that it was more like an actual movie rather than a Lego movie, because basically what it ended up being was they would always throw everything at you at all scenes. So like it's every villain fighting Batman all at once instead of just one villain or something. So like in the beginning, I'm basically talking about the beginning and the end. So the beginning is all the villains going after Batman, and then the end is all the villains fighting with Batman and just Barbara Gordon and Alfred. I love that Alfred has his own bat suit. but them fighting against the villains from the Phantom Zone or whatever that had come out. And I just felt like they were just throwing everything at us in every scene rather than kind of building up to things or kind of having some more standalone action. I just kind of preferred the smaller scale, I guess, of the Lego Movie.
I would say that the Batman movie was smaller scale because I think it was just focused on Batman learning to embrace relationships again and to overcome his fear of being hurt. So I guess in what regard would you say that the Lego Movie was smaller in scale?
So like with the Lego Movie, they had one goal most of the time. So there's the sequence, I think, in the Lego Movie where they're breaking into whatever the Lord business or whatever his thing, and it just felt like a heist sequence or something, and it felt like they had a goal to do. Everyone had a role to play, and they made jokes and stuff, but it was never separated from what they were doing. In this movie, it just feels like it's just action, action, action with no actual goal. Like when he's fighting every single villain, it becomes less special to me.
I felt like it was just kind of a play on how Batman wins against these villains every time, that they are kind of lame and weak, and that, you know, he beats them all the time, so the satire would be he kills them all in like one punch.
Okay, but my kind of question is, where does it go from here? If they want to make
they'll do
another Lego Batman
Batman
movie. If this one does well, I guarantee it.
I have no idea where they would go from here. But to justify my pick, my favorite sequence from this movie was when it actually did slow down, and it's Bruce Wayne alone in Wayne Manor, and he's in his movie theater watching, what's he fucking watching? Love Actually, Serendipity or some shit with Tom Cruise.
Some Tom Cruise movie.
And then
you complete me.
And when he's talking to Alfred and he's looking at the pictures of his dead parents and all that, I really loved all that stuff. So when it was like actual character moments, and I think Emmett in the Lego Movie had a little bit of that stuff, but otherwise I don't remember much depth to character in that movie.
Well, I think that movie had a lot going for it with Emmett, with Wildstyle kind of as a character developing, so kind of like she's this stereotype or caricature of like this badass girl, and she kind of realizes this is kind of a put on. I don't need to be this. I don't need to kind of wear these clothes and do this thing just because, I don't know, that's kind of the mold you're in. I just felt like the spirit of creativity, the spirit of building, the spirit of, I don't know, being your own kind of person. And then the end of the movie had the
live action scene.
Live action thing.
That was amazing.
Yeah. This movie does not have anything like that.
No, I was waiting because my brother told me that, like, he didn't want to spoil anything, but that there was something very fourth wall breaking and meta in this movie, and I was waiting for it the whole time, like, because they were saying that Gotham City, there's nothing underneath it, so I was thinking, okay, that's obviously the table, right? So I was waiting for it to go to the live action, but it never happened.
Yeah, as soon as they said that, I figured, it's just going to cue the live action thing from the last movie.
Anyway, I said I had two major problems with the movie.
Yeah.
I mentioned the first one. The second one, and this is just another nitpick, it's no big deal, but do you know who the voice of Alfred was in this movie?
Ray Fiennes.
Yeah, fucking Voldemort from Harry Potter.
Yeah, and then he doesn't play fucking Voldemort.
Voldemort's in this movie as a villain, and he doesn't... First of all, he doesn't play Voldemort, which I guess I understand. If they want to do a comedic comedy movie, maybe just get somebody doing a silly impression or whatever. And maybe he's contractually obligated to not ever play it again. I don't know.
Possibly. I don't know. I have no idea.
But my main problem was, with how meta and fourth wall breaking the movie is, I was at least hoping that Alfred would confront Voldemort or have like some sort of joke or reference to it, but it never happens. And I don't know why they missed that opportunity. But again, that's just a nitpick, and it's not enough to condemn the movie in any way.
It just felt like a missed opportunity, right?
Yeah.
It was Eddie Izzard who did his voice.
What about you? Did you have any other major problems with the movie?
I don't know. I saw people online saying that like this is the best Batman movie, like it's the best kind of
it's the best since the Dark Knight
of the character. Yeah, I tend to agree with that, but like I kind of don't. This is not Batman as I know him, where Batman is kind of this. He's intellectual too. Like he's not just this. This is kind of
This is the Deadpool
version of
Batman.
Batman. Yeah, exactly. You're right. This is Batman who knows that he's famous, who knows that he has a big reputation out. Like, he's constantly making fun of Superman and stuff in this movie. Like, this is a Batman who is aware of his fame outside of the movies and outside of the comics or outside of kind of the fictional world. This is a Batman who has so much ego and so much kind of, I don't know. He's kind of too much of an asshole rather than...
That's why it's funny.
Yeah, I know, and I do like how they tied it in with the orphan thing, where he's looking for a family, or he doesn't want to admit that he does miss having other people around him.
Well, I
did like that part of it.
You're saying he's too much of an asshole, but I think it's just a unique interpretation of the character where one of they say it in plain terms that he pushes people away because he's afraid of getting hurt by them. So that's just like, that's him being an asshole.
Or them getting hurt.
Will Arnett is just reprising his role as BoJack, pretty much. He keeps getting typecasted as the guy who pushes people away so he doesn't get hurt.
Oh, man, that's a good insight there. Yeah, I guess I just basically, like, I would like to have seen Lego Batman in a more down-to-earth, straightforward type of adventure. I think you can get crazy with it at the very end, but it kind of seemed like it started at crazy, all the villains fighting Batman all at once, and it kind of never came back from that.
All right, anything else?
I shouldn't.
Anything else we hit on before we go to recommendations?
Just all the meta jokes in this. The Iron Man sucks being the password
that's pretty good.
To the Batcave.
Did you like the meta jokes or not?
Oh, I loved them. Like, one of my favorite parts is where he's listing through all of the previous Batman movies.
And they show, like, an image of Batman versus Superman and all that, but then they get to, like, the old 70s one, and they show an actual live-action clip of it.
Yes, that's one of my favorite parts. And
really
I also
funny.
loved when they showed Batman and Robin, it was the nipples. It was the bat nipples. That's so great. Yeah. And then there's a part near the end where they start fighting crooks and bad guys and stuff like that. And it's like, we're going to be so badass that words are going to appear on the screen when we do it. And that's exactly like the old
comics
60s.
in the TV show.
Yeah, especially the TV show.
And then they do high five.
Oh, blam. Yeah, that was just great. So many, like, Batman specific moments in this movie just made me smile and just say, I love this. I just love watching this.
Yeah, it's a great balance of, it's a love letter to Batman as the whole history of it, while at the same time satirizing the entire genre and pretty much what Batman is. Lots of jokes about how everybody in Gotham is fucking retarded for not knowing that Bruce Wayne is Batman.
Yeah.
Alrighty, Rich. So, and I'm pretty sure you would recommend this movie. So, who specifically would you recommend it to?
I'd recommend it to any Batman fan. I'm struggling to think, would someone who has never seen a Batman movie before like this? I think they would. I think it's just entertaining
because I went with my girlfriend and she has never seen any Batman movie except for The Dark Knight, and she was laughing as much as I was, and she loved it.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, and I mean, like, just on a pure entertainment level, it's hilarious. And on a Batman level, I feel like Batman itself has seeped into the culture enough so that if you're above the age of 10, you've probably been in some way exposed to Batman in some form. So you will get a kick out of this. It's funny, it's fun, it makes you laugh, it makes you... I mean, I would never say that I cried during this, but I got kind of emotional during the orphan things.
Yeah, I'm starting to think I might be autistic. Because I got this buddy Digibro, and he came up with this theory. Somebody asked him one time, why are so many autistic people attracted to anime? And he answered, and I'm pretty sure this was him. If it wasn't him, I'm attributing it to him anyway. His answer was that anime characters' features and emotions are so pronounced on their faces and in their actions that it's very easy for an autistic person to understand their emotions, whereas normally they wouldn't be able to. And I'm starting to realize about myself that I feel more emotion when watching like kids movies, like Toy Story, or even this fucking Lego Batman. Whereas if I watch like a serious drama, other than something rare like Interstellar or a Manchester by the Sea, typically I don't give a shit about the characters as much. But man,
Yeah.
something about these fucking cheesy cartoons, they with like very blatant wearing their emotional pulls on their sleeve. It always gets to me, and it makes me almost tear up. So I don't know. Maybe I'm
Yeah.
autistic.
No, I don't like if you are autistic, then I am too. But basically every animated movie that I saw this year, Kubo and the Two Strings, Finding Dory, Moana, like basically all the movies I listed off in the beginning of the episode here, I cried during all of those movies. There's something about animated characters.
Yeah, what's the deal?
Going through human struggles that just gets to me. It just tugs the heartstrings.
Is it because is it like horoscopes where like a horoscope is so simplified that it applies to anybody? Is this working with animation where the emotions are so simplistic that I relate to it even though it like a normal movie with live action is going to be more specific in its emotional pull, so I won't relate to it as well as something that's very generic like an animated movie. Like the emotional pull in this movie is Batman is lonely and he's afraid of making friends with people, and I'm like, I can relate to
know
that.
that.
I'm gonna cry now.
Yeah.
It's very simplistic.
Yeah, but I think it's easy to connect to, and it's probably easier to connect to an animated figure, because they're so far from humanity, and you can read a lot of humanity into their expressions.
So maybe I'm not autistic.
No. Yes,
All right.
yes.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on the recommendation. I would recommend this to anybody who has a sense of humor, so probably most people. Because
absolutely.
Even if you don't know what Batman is, if you've never heard of Batman before in your life, I still think you'll think this movie's hilarious. Because it's just these Lego movie people, and it's one of the same directors as the original one. They've got this great sense of humor that works on a lot of levels for a lot of people, and I dig it.
Yeah, definitely. And let me just real quick push in here with the box office. It beat 50 Shades, whatever.
Oh, thank God.
This weekend. So it is coming in first, and it'll win the weekend, and it'll probably go on to be hugely successful here
It's
in the
beating
States.
John Wick?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit.
John Wick's coming in third.
Are we doing John Wick next on this show?
I hope so.
All right. Well, if we're done talking about Lego Batman, I do have one Twitter question to talk about today.
All right.
This one is from user Axe Shizzle, who wants to know, who is your favorite director and why?
Oof, that's a big question.
Yeah. Well, if you have one, you can go, or I guess I'll go first so you can think about it.
Yeah, go ahead.
So this is a tough question because when I think of my favorite movies, I have a list of 5 that I typically go to. It's Back to the Future, Inception, Neverending Story, Inglourious Bastards, and I don't remember the 5th one, so it must... Oh yeah, The Departed. The Departed by Martin Scorsese. So all 5 of my favorite movies are by 5 different directors. So it's not like I have one easy pick who have like somebody who, they have 2 in the top 5, and it must be them.
Yeah.
But I think the answer I have to go with for now, and call me a pleb if you want, as E-Rich was hinting at before the show, the son of a bitch. But I have to say my favorite director working right now is Christopher Nolan because consistently I love everything that he does. Some of my favorite movies include Interstellar, Inception, and The Dark Knight. I love The Dark Knight Rises for a different reason, but I still love it.
Yeah.
And every time he releases a movie, no matter what it is, he has Dunkirk coming out this year. All I know is it's about World War II, but every time he releases a movie, I'm going to go see it no matter what. So I think just based on that alone, I have to say he's my favorite working director right now. What about you, E-Rich?
Yeah. Okay, so my first, and maybe my first answer is my truest, but I've kind of got a new up-and-coming favorite that I'm going to list as my actual favorite. But I was going to say before, Paul Thomas Anderson. I think he's just an amazing director who picks projects that I have no idea why he'd pick them, but he brings a lot of greatness to those movies that he directs.
He did The Master, right?
He did The Master, he did Inherent Vice, he did Boogie Nights.
Oh, man, I did not like Inherent Vice.
Magnolia.
Oh,
Okay.
God.
I mean, I understand what people don't. He did I think he did There Will Be Blood, so.
Oh, that's a great movie.
Yeah, he's got a lot of good stuff, but.
I take it back. Inherent Vice is fine.
That was my before pick. My actual pick.
Oh.
Because he's kind of an up and coming hungry director, I think, who's going to make a lot of waves coming up, is Denis Villeneuve.
Ooh, yeah, it's a good pick.
Yeah, I can't wait to see his Blade Runner movie. Even though I'm not a huge fan of Blade Runner, like, I think he can do great things with that series. And then he's now going to do a Dune movie, which is just insane.
Should we rank our favorite Denis Villeneuve movies? And I think
absolutely.
Our lists are going to be probably polar opposites.
Okay, let me think here. So, number 1, I'd say Sicario. Number 2, I'd say Enemy.
Holy shit, dude! I can't believe you put Enemy above Arrival. I'm actually impressed.
Yeah, I really liked Arrival, but not as much as something like Enemy, where I was just fully surprised by Enemy. Whereas with Arrival, I had figured out about a third of the way through what was going on. Yep. Let me see here.
You're missing Prisoners.
Is good. Why did I think he did another movie with Gyllenhaal?
He did Prisoners and
Enemy.
And Enemy, yeah.
Okay, so what did I say for number 1? Shit.
Sicario.
Yeah, Sicario. Number 2 was Enemy. Number 3, I'll say Arrival. Number 4, I'll say... And I haven't seen all of his movies either.
I've only seen the 4 famous ones.
Yeah, he's done a bunch before then that I haven't seen. But then, yeah, I guess... Prisoners number 4.
Oh, shit. Why do you hate Prisoners so much? That's like...
Man...
It's either my 1 or 2.
It's too much of the same thing after a while. It's so... It's so laboriously... dreadful. Like, just watching Paul Dano get tortured.
Yeah. It's classic.
So much runtime.
Classic Dano.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Classic.
I guess I would have to go Sicario, Prisoners, Enemy, and then Arrival. Because I did not like Arrival as much as everybody else.
You did not like Arrival? Oh, God.
Because the ending was too much of a spoon-feeding, I think my audience is retarded kind of thing. And I liked it all the way up until the ending. So I still like it a lot, just not as much as his other movies.
So it's just that they kind of had to spell it all out.
Yeah, it's like, I fucking get it, dude. I know you're trying to make a mainstream movie, but don't treat me like I'm retarded. Mm-hmm. But hey, he's a very good pick for favorite director. I think he's going to be one of the next, all-time greats.
Mm-hmm. What is your favorite Nolan movie?
Inception, for sure.
Okay, I'm going to say The Dark Knight for that.
Yeah.
My kind of problem with Inception is it's a lot of people explaining the movie.
Well, here's the thing, though. I'm autistic, so I'm okay with every character being an exposition machine except for the main character.
Yeah, I was going to say, the only characters that really jump out to me are Cobb and his wife.
And that gay chick, right? What's her name?
Ellen Page?
Yeah, isn't she kind of a character too?
No.
No, I don't know.
Come on, Monkey.
She's like the avatar for the audience because she's learning along with us.
Wait, never mind. I was wrong. Cillian Murphy's also a character in the movie.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah.
Are you telling me Inception didn't make you cry in that scene when Cillian Murphy goes into the vault and he's confronting his dying father?
It's great. That part's great. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Monkey.
Yeah.
Tell me, what is Ellen Page's character?
What is her character?
Yeah.
She's the architect. She is just a student who just wants to be a normal girl. But then Leo comes in and changes everything. And she becomes obsessed with being able to create worlds, and she becomes addicted to it, and she wants to...
But does she ever create a world?
Yeah, she creates all the worlds all the dream worlds.
She helps.
Well, yeah, she's the architect so that Leo doesn't know what the mazes are, because he's not allowed to know, because then Mal will know the same thing that he does, and then she'll ruin the operation.
That never plays into the movie. Like,
it totally
what's his
does.
face? But Leo is never, like, befuddled by, like... I don't know where I'm going, or somebody point me the way, or I have no fucking idea what's going on.
Yeah, whatever.
Maybe it's because what's her face is hunting him down.
All I know is that I've seen that movie 40 times, and I pick up something new every time, and I really like that.
I think I've seen it like 4 or 5 times. Like, yeah, it's definitely a cool movie. I just feel like the initial shock of, oh, this is cool. Holy shit, what are they doing? Wait, what? And like, as soon as you know exactly what's going on, it just becomes oh, well, Joseph Gordon-Levitt's going to explain stuff to me, and Tom Hardy's going to make quips, which is fine. But, yeah, it just becomes entire scenes of people explaining
But the
world to you.
whole plot with Leo and Maul, his wife, his dead wife, is very, very special to me, because this idea that he had to trick his wife into thinking that she needed to die, and then that was a real world problem when she woke up, and she still thought she was dreaming. So then he felt that guilt because he tricked his wife into committing suicide. It's just, oh God, it's just like, that's amazing to me as a story, and I haven't seen anything quite like that before, because without a magic dream, a briefcase, you can't really tell
Magic
that kind
what?
of story. Okay, well, I think E-Rich got cut off, so unless he comes back in a second, I'm going to sign off for both of us. So thanks for watching episode, 7 of the Monkey and Cobb movie podcast.
Hello?
Oh, you there?
Yeah, you got cut off for about a minute.
Oh, I thought you were cut off.
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Well, we both were.
Anyway, I was signing off for the both of us.
Oh, sorry. I wanted to introduce my Inception theory.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Fine, that's fine.
Okay. Sorry. I'm going to take up some time here.
It's okay.
So Maul, that's her name, right? Maul?
Yeah.
That's a place you go to hang out at a food court. Okay, but Maul...
Maul also means bad
my
in
theory.
Spanish.
Really? Okay. Yeah, malformed. So Maul, my theory is that Maul actually did come out to the deepest level, kind of, and by killing herself, committing suicide or whatever, she did really get all the way out. This
so
kind
you
of
think
rests
Leo
on...
at the hotel was still in the dream world?
Yeah. This all rests on the fact that the totem that Leo is spinning is hers.
Right.
It's not his.
His is
like,
the wedding
only
ring.
you should know. What's that?
His is the wedding ring.
Yeah. Like, only you should know the weight of your totem or whatever. Like, that's kind of how you know that it's working and shit. And so, like, my kind of thought here is, and I think there's enough in the movie to read this into making it true, but it's not necessarily real. This is not necessarily right. But basically that the entire movie was her way of convincing him to be happy within those kind of dream worlds. Basically contrive a way that he'll be reunited with his kids and he becomes happy for himself. If that makes any sense.
I think I might agree with you, because I also think that he's still dreaming at the end of the movie.
Yeah, because why would you end it like that other than to say fuck you to the audience, unless it was some kind of...
Well, my main reasoning for that opinion is that every time he thinks of his kids, they're bent over digging a hole in the dirt. And then when he gets home, they're still digging a hole in the fucking dirt. Either that's the only thing they do for fun, or he's still in his dream.
Or whoever it is, Michael Caine or whoever the fuck brings him there all the time is like, okay, kids, go play in the same fucking dirt you always play in.
Go dig in the fucking dirt.
Yeah. Yeah, but real quick, that was my my thought on Inception.
Well, what I really like about the ending is that, like, it's one of the great ambiguous endings of the 2000s, where everybody in the theater, when the screen went black and the top stopped spinning, everybody in the theater was emotionally aghast, and you could hear it, and everybody, oh, what?
Yeah.
Nolan, what the fuck?
I saw that movie at a midnight showing at like 2:30 in the morning. The movie cuts to black as the top is spinning. Everybody in the theater went, "Oh, come on!" Everyone, it was great.
I love that. That's what I want to do. I want to make videos. That's what I want to achieve with my anime reviews. Is that an ending makes the audience just aghast and go, "What the fuck?" I love it.
Yeah, I got to give him that. That in itself is impressive.
All right, this is now actually our longest episode ever by a lot, so I think we need to sign off.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. For the Monkey and Cobb movie reviews, I've been Mumkey.
And I have been E-Rich.
And we'll see you next time with, I guess, John Wick 2?
I'm back.
I think I'm back.
Am I back?
Am I Batman?
I'm back, man.
Okay, we're done. Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 8 of the Mumkey and Cobb Movie Podcast Show. I am, of course, your NPR radio host, Mumkey Jones, and today I am joined by...
Somebody, please, get this man a gun. E-Rich.
Oh, is that your Lawrence Fishburne impression?
My best Lawrence Fishburne. That's my best Morpheus.
I almost missed that scene of the movie because I had to pee very, very bad, but I held that bladder and I didn't want to leave the theater.
Yeah, good.
Hey, everybody. Today we're talking about John Wick 2. I just got back from seeing it. E-Rich saw it a couple days ago.
Yep.
And it's true. It is probably one of the weakest sequels ever made. Probably going to be one of the worst movies of the year. I can see a lot of Razzies coming for this one. Just
Especially
compared to the first
Keanu.
one, it's embarrassing. Embarrassing. I would have rather seen the movie Keanu starring Key and Peele again, rather than see this one.
Oh, yeah. His role in that is much more believable.
E-Rich, what did you think of John Wick Chapter 2?
Oh my god, Momkey, it's fucking awesome. This is just everything I wanted from a John Wick sequel. So I went into John Wick. Oh, and more, absolutely.
I didn't even know what I wanted, and it provided it to me.
Yes. So I went into John Wick, 2.5 years ago or whatever, kind of not really expecting much. I knew it was a good action movie, and I like good action movies. I don't like just general action movies. They tend to be kind of shitty, and the action isn't done well. What I like in action movies is very sustained, long shots where you can see that there's actual action taking place, and they're not just cutting around everything because the actors or stuntmen or whatever just aren't very good, or they don't want to do things continuously. These John Wick movies give me every kind of action that I've ever wanted. And this movie, the first John Wick movie was mainly the gunplay parts, but this movie gets off to a fucking great start with a great car chase and some hand-to-hand combat, which I did not expect to kind of see, having first come up with the John Wick movie where he's just basically tactical gun shooter. But yeah, this movie delivered so much of what I wanted to see from a good, solid action movie.
On that same note, I think the reason why the John Wick movies stand out so much and they're so critically praised is because action movies are just really lazy.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
When I think of a gun shootout in an action movie, it's usually one guy hiding behind a car, not moving, just firing his gun, and it goes on for 3 minutes. Mm-hmm. Whereas this, I feel like every single thing in this movie is so highly choreographed that it's not just a gunfight, it's like a dance, and he's doing all these it's like you mix shooting a guy with karate or taekwondo or some shit, because he's doing it's a full body movement motion. He's moving all around the place, doing all these crazy stunts to get his guys. Whereas, like I said, other movies in the same genre are just fucking so lazily made and so boring.
And I think we got to give credit to the directors, who are former stuntmen and who were actually the stunt coordinators on the Matrix movies. And so they know Keanu Reeves. They can work with Keanu Reeves from the Matrix movies. And so they directed the first one. There were 2 guys. And then for this one, just the one guy directed it. But those guys know how to shoot action. They know how to do the stunts. Everything there, I just credit for them. I'm sure there are different stunt guys on these movies that really choreograph it and make sure that everybody knows everything well. But the directors know how to shoot the action and really show you everything. And know kind of how to showcase it correctly. So one of my favorite things about John Wick is how he doesn't just get headshots all the time. He gets the headshot.
He gets taint shots. He gets dick shots.
Yeah. And I mean, he always goes for 2 shots on somebody. If he shoots him in the shoulder or in the chest or something, he's going to go for that headshot eventually. But just that, he's just so clockwork precision. He makes sure that those people go down and they stay down, and I fucking love that about this movie.
And the takes are so long that Keanu Reeves is actually performing these stunts.
Yeah,
he's actually getting that precision with a gun and all that. It's not 100 different cuts to show Liam Neeson jumping over a fence. It's all in the camera, which, as you were saying, it's amazing to see it all happen without the shaky cam all over the place, CGI, trying to hide. Yeah. And I'm sure there's blood CGI in this all over the place, but I don't even care.
Yeah, they might CGI in muzzle flashes or something, so it looks like the gun's being fired or like legit being fired a lot. So my question for you, Monkey, is
Okay.
What are your thoughts on Keanu Reeves?
I don't really know him. I actually
Mm-hmm.
haven't seen The Matrix. I saw Speed when I was like 8.
Yeah.
I saw Bill and Ted, and I thought it was okay,
Yep.
but I don't really have a whole lot of experience with Keanu Reeves. But from these John Wick movies, I like him in these, although I don't know if it's just part of the character or maybe it's part of his acting. But
Mm-hmm.
it seems like every time John Wick speaks, he's in physical pain to get the words out.
Yeah,
I know he's
yeah.
a man of very few words, but
There are
it seemed like
times-
he was having trouble speaking.
There are times in this movie where he's speaking Italian and it feels like he's like giving birth or something while he's speaking. Cafe. Like he just really has to force the words out. Okay, but so Keanu Reeves, I've never really been much of a fan of him. I saw him in The Matrix and I saw him in like Bill and Ted's. Like those are two different kinds of Keanu Reeves. Like he's kind of in one edge of his career. He's like the dopey hippie guy who's kind of often space. But then there's the action Keanu Reeves. And so all his Matrix stuff is decent, but like I always think he's a little bit wooden, like, and I can think of no better time than in the Bram Stoker's Dracula movie, where he is asked to have an English accent, and it's just he is awful in that movie. So coming from those kinds of performances and going into a John Wick type movie, I'm not really expecting much. He just embodies this role so well. I mean, it's not like he's like doing entire monologues and like just having to talk a whole lot.
I don't think he has a sentence that's more than 7 words.
Yeah, it really revolves around his action chops, and he definitely has those. But I think he does bring enough gravitas to the role where, I mean, like in the first movie, they killed his dog, and the dog was special to him from his dead wife. But I think he just sells it enough that it needs to be sold, and he can do a lot of the goofy action that is in these movies that I just love. Like whenever anything's over the top, but realistic in a cool way, like I just go for that. I love it. There are scenes in the middle of this movie that I was just like, this is fucking great.
I think it's good that he doesn't talk so much. It kind of reminds me of Carl Urban playing Judge Dredd.
Oh yeah,
Where he has almost no dialogue in the movie, but he's just like the great action guy. And I
definitely.
like that of Keanu being just like the silent but deadly. He's like a fart, you know what I'm saying?
like a fart, like a really
Everybody's
nasty...
terrified of him, and he's like a man of few words. He's very soft-spoken. He doesn't speak very often.
Okay, so
and I like that about him as a character, I guess.
can we get into some of the kills in this movie?
Yeah, we should, because when you were talking about the action, I wanted to say not only do we have the match made in heaven of those stunt choreographer guys directing the movie with Keanu, but also you tie that in, and it's enhanced by the creative, fun kills in the movie,
Yes,
as well as
definitely.
some of the humor that they mix in along with the brutal murder.
Yeah. So this movie starts with a car chase through New York City. So I
First
think
of all, way too loud.
Oh, really?
Was your theater too loud? This car chase was just, my ears were bleeding. I like that the
okay.
guns were really, really loud, but this car chase in particular, I almost couldn't stand it.
My movie theater must have a shit sound system that I went to, because it was kind of like it was dulled seeming. Like it was loud at times, but it was kind of just generally dulled. I might need to go to a different theater and see this again.
Maybe
so I
somebody
can-
complained, because mine was very loud the whole time.
Okay, but so the movie starts with a car chase, and I guess it picks up shortly after the first movie, because he's going after his car.
Right.
So
it was like a
one of the-
bookend of the first movie.
Yeah, one of the big
This could have been
parts-
at the end of the first movie for all we know.
Absolutely, yeah. One of the big parts of the first movie is that they killed his dog, and then they stole his super cool, what is it, a Mustang? I don't know cars, so I'm going to
I don't know cars either.
Mustang or Corvette or something. And so they steal his really nice old car. And so he gets this car back in the beginning of this movie, but he just fucking kills people with this car. Like, he uses this car as a weapon. He is running into people, he's tracking people down, and like, he eventually gets out of his car, and then he's getting hit by cars left and right.
Yeah, that's
It's
one of the
just
running gags in the
hilarious.
movie, is that John Wick keeps getting hit by cars. That happens
Yeah.
probably 3 times.
Yeah,
It's one
and
of 2 gags in the movie that keep coming up that I really love.
Yeah, yeah. And all the while he's doing this, we've got like this, I don't know, shoehorned in relative of the bad guy in the last movie, played by Peter Stormare as a Russian guy. And he's just doing the same kind of shtick that they did in the last movie, where it's basically like, John fucking Wick, the boogeyman, like just building up the legend. One of my favorite parts is him sitting in his like little room or whatever, and outside you can hear John Wick going about his business, and he just knows he is fucking screwed.
He just hears his men screaming in pain.
And so let's mention one of the particularly good kills: a fucking pencil.
Yeah, yeah.
We get fucking amazing.
It was
pencil
rumored in the
kills.
first movie, right? Didn't they tell a story?
Yes.
But now we get to see it for real,
And
and it
was
lived up to the
awesome.
hype.
So there was an ear kill that he stabs it in somebody's ear and into his brain, and probably what else was there he did with the pencil?
He just fucking stabbed it through these guys' heads.
Yeah. Like, you should know by this point in listening to this review if you will like this movie, if a good time to you is watching Keanu Reeves stab random henchmen in the face and head with a pencil. You will love this movie.
You
Plain
will.
and simple.
If that's the type of movie you like, I don't know why you haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like
Yeah,
a
the
pencil
audience-
stabbing only comes once in a generation, so you need to go out to your theater and buy a fucking ticket.
Yeah, we had it in 2008 in The Dark Knight, and now we've got it
That's
in
right,
2017.
that's right.
Yeah, almost 10 years. Damn.
But we don't get to see the pencil disappear in The Dark Knight. Nolan
Yeah.
conked out on that one.
Yeah, that's
He
true.
wanted that PG-13 rating, that bastard.
No, this is definitely a hard R. And so, wait.
One of my favorite fight scenes in the movie was also maybe the funniest scene in the movie, and it's when John Wick and what's his name, Chronic, Common.
Yeah.
they're like underground in a subway, and
Silence
Common-
pistol battle.
yeah, Common's like up on a higher level, and they're like very inconspicuously shooting at each other while
Yeah.
walking through pedestrians. It's very funny.
Yeah, a crowded airport. They're on two different levels, and they're shooting at one another and like avoiding each other through columns. Like, that is the kind of ridiculous action that I love in movies and like makes movies worth seeing. So like when that happened, I was just like, fuck yes. This fucking movie. Yes.
It's the most casual shootout I've ever seen on film.
Yeah, yeah. And then they get on the subway car, and then they kind of have to sidle up to each other in kind of the middle of a full subway car.
So here's when it gets to the subway, this is when some cracks in the movie start to form. And I want to talk about these, and I want to present these to you, and I want to see if you have an explanation or if you agree, no, yeah, that's
Okay.
pretty fucking dumb. So the underground organization with all the assassins that everybody loves the lore behind these movies, mostly
Yes.
with this criminal organization.
With the
feel
Continental
like-
Hotel and everything, yeah.
It's way too fucking big. I swear there's like 1 billion people in this
Yeah.
secret underground organization, because anywhere he goes in the world there's like a whole hotel full of these assassins, and you can go buy guns and all this shit, and it's
Yeah.
just fucking everywhere. And when the hit goes out on John Wick, that's the plot of the movie, is that there's a hit and all the assassins in the organization now want to kill him. Within a 3-block radius in New York City, he gets attacked by like 10 different people.
Yeah.
Is every
No.
fucking person in New York a hitman?
Here's the thing.
And-
That's something that was in the first movie, that like you just saw these assassin people kind of in their own world, and you have to wonder kind of like are they in New York that like this entirely happens. This movie leans into that. This movie says basically, if John Wick is around somewhere, everyone in that 5-mile radius is an assassin. And like I kind of love that just for an action movie type thing. Like I saw somebody online say they would have loved it if a toddler or a baby had pulled out a cell phone near the end of the movie, and it would have said John Wick, $7 million.
But here's where the subway scenes got me thinking about this idea, because I was kind of annoyed by how everybody in this movie is an assassin, and I was thinking, well, are there any normal people in this fictional version of Earth?
No, there's not.
But then on the subway, John Wick's face is covered in blood.
Yeah.
And nobody gives him a second look. I don't know if that's just because New Yorkers are rude and they don't care, but my hypothesis is that in this universe, assassins and deadly shootings happening on the street are just a common occurrence, and everybody knows that there's these assassins. So it's no big deal when they see it. And then when they see the two assassins fighting on the subway, they just wait patiently for the doors to open, and then they run out. They don't try to interfere or call the police or anything. They're just like, fuck this, I'm out of here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they just leave them to their own business and do not interfere.
Because John Wick kills 200 people in this movie, and it doesn't lead to some sort of international incident. So I think in this universe of John Wick, this is just a common occurrence, and everybody knows there's this underground league of assassins that kill each other all the time. No big deal.
See, this is something that, like, as long as the movie keeps getting more ridiculous and keeps scaling it up more and more, I just love it more and more. Like, if it kind of stayed as small scale as the first one, but then they had those assassins going after the John Wick contract in the same fucking airport, all going after him, like, I would think that would be wrong. But what this movie does is basically ramps it up so that they can eventually introduce kind of this idea for the inevitable sequel, hopefully.
And it's also implied that every single homeless person in New York is also a secret assassin.
Yes,
what
it's
in
not
the
just
fuck?
the normals. It's also the homeless.
It's bizarre. But I mean, I agree for this highlight a movie like this where the action is so highlighted and pronounced. I just have to accept it because there wouldn't be a movie without it, and I love what the movie is. So I guess I'll try to stop thinking about it. I guess it is a popcorn movie, huh?
Oh, definitely. I mean, like, when the woman with the violin pulls a gun out of her violin and then goes after Keanu Reeves, like, you gotta either say, oh, this is fucking awesome, or you just say, well, this is dumb. I think you can do both.
It's awesome and dumb. Its dumbness is what makes it awesome. And I'm very much looking forward to the next one.
Definitely.
Should we go into spoilers then, or do you have anything else you want to say?
Yeah, let's talk about just generally, like, what kind of pushes John Wick into this, and then going forward, what we can expect to see from a future John Wick movie. Okay, yeah, we're in the spoilers now. So, so in this movie, John Wick is being called back into the game by a guy who got him out in the first place by using this, what is it, the mark or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so basically he has to do this guy's bidding. And I think at first I was like, this guy's just a douchebag. Like, in the first movie, I really fucking hated the guy who killed his dog, and he's Theon Greyjoy in the Game of Thrones show, so he's already eminently hateable. But yeah, I think they did a better job of really building this guy up more. So when he does betray John Wick, you're just like, oh, fuck this guy. Like, you really want to see John Wick get him. And then so the end of the movie is in this, like, Hall of Mirrors, which is insane. Like,
yeah, I guess inside what's the name of the museum? The Museum of Natural History. There is a giant funhouse mirror maze exhibit.
Yes.
for some reason.
I think this is just because of the assassin world they live in.
You don't think it's actually there?
Oh, I think it is. But that's my trying to put reason to it, is that every city has these crazy things just so assassins can
fight
kill
inside
each other in it. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, he goes into this crazy mirror thing, and like, here's the thing, like, anybody who makes a movie, like, mirrors are their worst enemy. Because anything that is your boom mic, anything that is the cameraman, anything that is wires on somebody who's doing a stunt or something, like, mirrors make that incredibly easy to see. And this is a movie that pushes Keanu Reeves and several, like, stunt people into entirely mirrored environments. So,
for like 5 whole minutes.
Yeah, and that is fucking cool. They make really good use of it, and it never feels like hokey in the way that in any other movie when a bad guy would lure a good guy into a hall of mirrors.
The same thing happened in Lego Batman.
Yeah,
There's
absolutely.
the same exact scene in that movie. I thought it was funny that back-to-back movies I saw a hall of mirrors fucking scene.
Yeah, absolutely.
But do you think that, I mean, surely it was just CGI. They CGI'd out the cameraman and stuff. They couldn't have done that practically, right?
Yeah, no. I mean, I think they probably have a decent amount of tricks, and you could probably use the mirrors to your advantage in some way.
Well, even Birdman had to use CGI to get the mirror shot to work.
Yeah. I mean, it's very probable that they used CGI and stuff to take those people out. But I think it's still just generally a ballsy thing because it's so easy to
Fuck it
miss
up.
something. Yeah, fuck it up somehow. Yeah, so wait, is there any other super cool action moments in this movie? I like the scene where he's in the tunnel fighting the people because he's just running out of bullets and running out of guns all the time. Mm-hmm. Oh, but what I did really like was in the last scene, the last kind of fight scene, he's gotten Lawrence Fishburne to give him a gun that only has 7 bullets, which he pays $1 million a bullet for. But so he's only got that one gun, so he uses that one gun, and then throughout that entire last action sequence, he's having to take guns from other people. That's just such a cool thing.
It's like a video game.
Yeah, exactly. It reminded me of playing a video game where you're just like, this gun does not have enough bullets, I got to take it from somebody else. Like, that's what I love about this movie is every action scene feels different, is different, and they kind of do some core part of it differently than anything else. So it starts with a car and hand-to-hand combat fight. The middle fight is kind of a full-on gun battle. Oh, we forgot to mention the he goes to Rome, Rome, which is in Italy. He goes to Rome to do all this stuff, but when he goes to Rome, he does not rely on his old armory. He has to get new guns and new weapons. And there's a nice scene where he goes to the person who outfits him with guns, who's Peter Serafinowicz, who's a British comedian type guy, and he is basically treating these weapon pairings like wine pairings and stuff. Like, so
yeah.
John Wick says like something bold, and then he gives him like a shotgun or something.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they were supposed to be talking in code. Like, I don't know. For some reason, it felt like that was a conversation they would have in public so that people overhearing wouldn't know what they were talking about. But they were the only two in the room, so it was especially silly.
Yeah. No, it's their spy language, I bet. I think they just
it's just campy
on...
fun. Okay, I just wanted to talk about one more kill I really liked before we talk about the ending. And speaking of him always running out of ammo, it's when he's down in the tunnel and he's using a shotgun to kill everybody.
Yeah.
There's one guy left, and he tries to shoot him, and he's all out of fucking ammo. So he pins the guy down with the barrel of the shotgun, reloads, and then blasts his chest open.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's perfect.
So great. Yeah, so he's got all of his weapons in that scene, and then he's forced to take other people's weapons in the last action sequence, or I guess, I don't know, that middle kind of scene where he's walking through the airport and the subway and stuff like that. I think that's one of my favorite action scenes in the movie, just because, I don't know, it's so crazy. So let's talk about the ending insofar as...
The ending is my favorite part. It got me absolutely pumped. It was just perfect.
So this guy who John Wick is trying to kill for betraying him has taken up at the Continental Hotel, and people who've seen the first John Wick understand what this means. Basically, this is a assassin safe haven where you are protected by the hotel and protected by this kind of international assassin community. So it's kind of a neutral territory. Nobody can fire upon someone else or attack someone else. But I mean, like in the first movie, the girl Adrian Palicki attacked John Wick in that movie, and I don't think she died.
I don't remember.
Okay, but I don't remember anything happening particularly bad to her. But okay, so you're not supposed to shoot anybody or fight anybody in this place.
And that's really articulated in this movie. Yeah, are you going to talk about the scene with Common?
Yeah, where Common and
that's
John
my other
Wick
favorite scene.
Crash through a window into the hotel. And so the Roman version of Ian McShane has to tell them not to fight.
Yeah, they were fighting to the death for about 4 minutes, and then they fall into the hotel, and then they go at the bar and have a drink together. Yeah, they fall down the stairs for like a minute.
Yeah, they fall down 3 flights of stairs, and they place the camera so that you never think that it's the bottom until you know, oh shit, they've got another fucking flight of stairs to fall down. Yeah, that was so great. But okay, so John Wick and Common are sharing a drink. And what I really love about this movie is it kind of like layers these kinds of things in. So I quoted Morpheus Lawrence Fishburne at the beginning of this review, and so his deal is that he's some kind of like spy network guy, but the way
he's like the king of the homeless people.
Yeah, he's the king of just these informant people. But the way he's at where he's at is that John Wick spared his life at some point and kind of allowed him to live, and he's kind of gone on to run this network and stuff. He does the same thing to Common in this movie, where he stabs him in the aorta or something, and if you were to remove that knife, you die, so you just have to keep it there, and you're kind of out of action. But I'm wondering if Common will be his like ally in the next movie or something.
Well, he needs some sort of ally, because once we go into the ending...
Yeah, okay, so, yeah, I set up this hotel. So in the hotel, you can't kill anyone. No one can kill you. You're in the sacred ground. And John Wick breaks the rules to kill this fucking asshole who brought him back into the fold. And
burned down his fucking house.
Burned down his fucking house, man. And so that was my kind of question, is how do you realistically show that John Wick is still in this after he shouldn't be, after he's got another dog and he's taken out this crime boss and everything. I think they do a pretty good job of it. They burn down his house and get him back in by saying, you owe me for getting you out in the first place. Yeah, so he executes this guy. And then he has to have a meeting with Ian McShane at the end of the movie, where he basically says, you are excommunicated. And I thought that Ian McShane was going to try to kill him. Like, the old the old guy was going to hold a pistol up to him and try to execute him. But basically they give him an hour's
Yeah, they pretty much say every single assassin in the world is now going to try to kill you, but you get a 1 hour head start. Go.
Yes. And so you've got this long sequence of all of these people in New York answering their phones and saying that there's a 7 million, or is it 7 million, or is that the one that
it's 14
the
million
dude,
now?
It's 14 million now.
Yeah, they doubled it.
So everyone now has John Wick's head in their sights. So,
and it's playing this really fucking torqued up song, and he's running with his dog through like Central Park in New York, and we don't know what the hell he's gonna do, because in an hour he's dead. He has no weapons on him. They cut him off. He's excommunicated, so he can't go get those resources anymore.
Yeah,
he has nothing.
The coins he's like kind of really relied on to like get him through this assassin world is now useless to him.
He has absolutely nothing, and then as he's running, bam, it's over. Yeah. And I'm thinking, holy shit, that's probably my favorite cliffhanger. I'm not talking
way.
I'm not talking like some sort of fucking ambiguous ending like Inception. I mean like a cliffhanger where there's going to be another one, and I want to see what the hell happens. Mm-hmm. Eat your heart out, Desolation of Smog, your shitty cliffhanger bullshit.
What a shitty fucking ending. Okay, but what a great way to build up this world, build up John Wick within this world, build up John Wick's proficiency in this world, and then as the cliffhanger, remove him from that world and say, now this world isn't working against him. How does he survive against that? Like, they basically perfectly built up the stakes so that anyone who likes this movie in any way is just salivating for another one. Because, like, basically it'll be the middle of this movie on steroids, just pumped
the whole time.
And, like, you can do so much with this. You can go all around the world because he's on the run. Like, oh my God, like, I just can barely even think about what they've got planned next.
And nowhere he goes, he'll be safe because there are assassins everywhere.
Yes.
And he's so famous that they all know who he is.
This movie proves that.
All right, should we go into recommendations then?
Absolutely.
I'll let you take the reins because I already know what you're going to say.
Sounds good. Okay, so John Wick Chapter 2 is basically the perfect sequel by any stretch of the imagination. It's the raid to John Wick's
raid.
Yes. So basically, if you're going to make a sequel, what you have to do is remind us why we liked the first one, compellingly forward the characters in some way so that they're not just replaying all the old stuff that they did. You deepen the lore, you deepen the mystery, you kind of give us a reason to keep watching these things, and then give us a badass cliffhanger at the very end that you want to see more of these, and you'll be very happy to see more of
Holy
these.
shit, this pretty much is Empire Strikes Back, huh?
Yeah, I was thinking
Like
that.
in every
yeah.
way.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Empire Strikes Back to me is like the best sequel. Or
And even the Raid 2 has that big cliffhanger at the end.
Yep. And
Shit.
so when a movie like John Wick comes around, like it's kind of got its own kind of original spirit that you're not expecting a whole lot going in, but then it kind of redefines how you see action movies from then on. John Wick Chapter 2 lives up to all of that promise and shows you how much can be done, and even just playing within the world that it's made from the last movie. They are now spinning that world even further out and kind of trying to show us what else they can do. So John Wick Chapter 2 is just one of the best movies of the year, probably. I'm just going to call it. It's February, but it'll probably be one of the best of the year. It's absolutely worth seeing in theaters. It's absolutely worth going out with friends. You will have a great time watching this movie, regardless of how old you are. I bet. If you have a single violent bone in your body or wish to see violence on screen, this movie is for you.
Now, if somebody hasn't seen the first one, would you say you have to watch that first, or can you just go into this one?
You probably could go into this one, but I wouldn't recommend it. Like if I had to tell somebody to watch John Wick first, I tell them to watch John Wick first.
All right, yeah, I'll agree with you. If you like action movies at all, you need to go see this one. This is probably the best one we're going to get for a little while.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything else that looks promising coming out until maybe summer. Alrighty, I have one Twitter question that we can discuss to wrap up the episode.
Okay.
This one is from Mr. Bruce Snoop. He says, have there been any movies you didn't expect to be good, but you saw and you were blown away, which is very appropriate to ask when we're discussing John Wick.
Yeah, right.
Because going into the first John Wick, I had no expectations. I didn't give a shit, and it was great.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm trying to think of some good answers here. Yeah, John Wick certainly takes cake here. It's hard for me because I follow movies very closely. So if I hear people say the movie's good, I'm generally going to trust them and say, all right, you probably have a decent idea of what good movies are. Sometimes I disagree with them, but for the most part. So a movie like, to me, The Witch, which has no kind of prior really experience. It's a first-time director, first-time writer. A lot of the stars of the movie are kind of first-time actors. The parents in that movie are well-known actors, but otherwise everybody's kind of new talent. So The Witch, definitely, I'd say, was a movie that took me by surprise. I'm trying to think of recent examples, and so I had already seen Jeremy Saulnier's previous movie, Blue Ruin, and Green Room. So I knew what to expect from that director, but Green Room just blew me away, just from a pure tension level for me.
Green Room was one of my favorite movies of that year too.
Yeah, and so I knew it was going to be intense, but I could not prepare myself for how intense that movie was. My heart rate was going like so fucking fast when I watched that movie, and I'm so used to high tension type movies. That movie just shattered any thoughts I had before then.
I have a controversial pick that you'll probably make fun of me for, but I remember one weekend, me and Biggs a couple of years ago, we wanted to go see a movie, and we looked to see what was playing, and it was pretty much all shit. And I was looking at the Rotten Tomatoes score for a little-known movie called The Lone Ranger.
Oh, good lord.
And boy, howdy, did that have some shitty reviews. So we were like, okay, let's go see this. This will be fun to make fun of. It looks like a shit fest. I love that movie. It's great.
Nice. Okay.
And I'm not the only one who loves it, because a little-known indie director you might know, Quentin Tarantino, put that movie in. He put it in his top 10 of the year. So fuck all of you. I was right. That movie is fucking fun and cool, and I loved it, even though I don't know shit about the character.
Okay. Oh, I have a better answer. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm just gonna intrude here. Tangerine. It's a movie that's now on Netflix. I saw it in a little art house type.
Is that the one
theater.
that was made all on iPhones?
Yes, it's made entirely on iPhones. People walked out of the movie when we saw it in the theater. That's certainly a sign of greatness in my book. But yeah, just a great little unexpected movie. Surprisingly deep characters for a movie that's like shot on iPhone, and just generally you don't think much of that, but it just really shows you what the art form can contain. So yeah, Tangerine, it's on Netflix now. So if you haven't seen it and you're fine with watching a bunch of trans people yelling at each other for an hour and a half, yeah, that's definitely worth watching.
So my pick for an underrated movie is a film that got a 30% Rotten Tomatoes, and E-Rich's pick is an Oscar-nominated film.
Absolutely,
Wow,
absolutely.
we did it.
We fucking did it. Okay, so Monkey, be honest. Would
Okay.
you really recommend that I watch The Lone Ranger?
Oh, you haven't seen it?
I have not seen it.
It's worth it for the ending train action sequence alone.
Uh-huh.
It's amazing. It's
Can I just-
it's super fun.
Can I just share something with you about that movie real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Just random things that I know about this. So apparently there was an early version of The Lone Ranger that had a werewolf subplot in it or something.
Huh.
So it would have ended with Johnny, and supposedly there's some like pieces of that in the Native American parts of the movie that like never really get picked up on, but you can vaguely tell if you kind of know that going into it. But so Johnny Depp was going to fight werewolves at the end of that movie.
I'm glad they cut it out because that movie is already like 2 hours and 40 minutes long.
Good Lord.
So
That's
it's
Gore
a good thing they cut
Verbinski,
something
right?
out. What's that?
Gore Verbinski directed that one, right? He did the Pirates of the Caribbean movies.
Oh, yeah, maybe because he also did A Cure for Wellness, and now I don't want to see that anymore. I've heard it's
yeah,
just a huge pile of shit.
It's got a terrible RT score, which is such a shame.
It's doing worse than The Great Wall.
Good Lord.
That Donald Trump biopic, The Great Wall.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll have to go see it just so that we can be critical of a movie, because so far we've only said good things about every single movie we've seen.
Yeah, even movies where we've had some nitpicks to talk about, we've been pretty overwhelmingly, oh, this was a great movie.
Yeah, we need to go see
Otherwise.
some shit.
Yeah, we got to
And
really
knowing my luck, I'm
measure
going to
it.
go see Cure for Wellness, and I'm going to love it. So,
I think it's possible. I think it's possible that, I don't know, critics don't like certain things, and if they see that in a movie, they're not going to go for it. I think it's possible.
all right, anything else we should discuss before we wrap up this episode? This might be the new longest one.
Oh, yeah, we're constantly
We just
setting
keep
records
going
here.
longer and longer on these things, dude.
Yeah, I mean, all I'll say is see John Wick Chapter 2. Really support it.
Give this movie your money. Don't give it to 50 Shades Darker.
Yeah, fuck that movie. Jesus.
Alrighty, for the Mumkey and Cobb movie podcast, episode 8, I've been Mumkey.
And I have been E-Rich.
Alright, everybody, I just want to start off this episode with a big announcement, really special. E-Rich has now been in so many episodes of this podcast that I'm going to officially rename it the Mumkey and E-Rich Movie Reviews. So without further ado, welcome to the first episode of Mumkey and E-Rich Movie Reviews. I'm your host, Mumkey.
I'm Cobb.
Well, that was really bad timing, wasn't it? I should have probably waited until E-Rich was...
I don't care.
No, I'm not renaming the fucking show. The best part of the show is that it's called Mumkey and Cobb, and Cobb's never on it. But Cobb is here today.
No, I'm not.
No, he's not. Cobb, what movie did we go see last night?
Ice Cube meets Charlie Day.
Yeah, it's always Ice Cube in Philadelphia, I think is what it was called.
Yeah.
It's a little known comedy film called Fist Fight. And let me tell you, lots of mixed thoughts in my head about this one. It's kind of like a blender of, well, I mean, that part was funny, but that was really dumb, and that was retarded, and I wanted to kill myself with this part. So I guess to start us off, Cobb, what's your hot take on the film?
It was a decent comedy. I'm not gonna say it's like the greatest, but it wasn't a lot of like the same jokes that like we see in every fucking comedy movie.
The first episode of this podcast, we reviewed a movie called
Christmas
Party
The
or
Office
something.
Christmas Party.
Yeah, so this is the second comedy, I think. And how would you compare? Would you say this one's on par with that, better, or worse?
I'd say it's probably a little worse, even though I like Charlie Day and Ice Cube probably more than I like Jason Bateman, but Office Christmas Party took like a holiday film and a comedy, and it was just like kind of original. Like a lot of it was original there, and so.
Well, compared to this one, I guess, because this one, first of all, the reason why I wanted to see it is because I love Charlie Day. I love It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I will see any movie that Charlie Day is in. I actually really liked the Horrible Bosses movies. I thought both of them were really funny. So that's the only reason why I wanted to see this. As far as originality goes, it's hard to be original or unoriginal when your movie's entire plot is like one sentence. And that sentence is, Ice Cube is a teacher and he wants to fight Charlie Day, who is also a teacher. And that they somehow string along this 140-minute movie on just that one small concept. But, Cobb, I have a fan theory about this movie.
Oh, God.
Because I was thinking about it, and I am convinced that that might be the plot on the surface. But there's a deeper level to this movie. Hear me out. This movie takes place in a world where every single person is insane, except for Charlie Day. And as the movie progresses, Charlie Day becomes absorbed within the insanity, and by the end, he too is an insane person. And the reason why I say that is because other than Charlie Day, who very much plays the straight man, he's very good at having reactions to things. That's one of the funniest parts of It's Always Sunny is when he like repeats what somebody said to him because it's really bizarre, like, oh, what, and he's freaking out about it. He does that a lot in this movie because every single person, it takes place mostly in a high school. It's the last day of school. The kids they're running amok. It's insanity. All of the teachers are insane and crazy. All of the students are insane and crazy. Then Charlie Day has his family, his wife and his daughter. You think, oh, maybe they'll be normal. No, they're also fucking insane and crazy, as we find out in a later scene in the film. Is there one character other than Charlie Day you can think of who just isn't bizarre and like, I don't know if the movie takes place in reality or if it's supposed to be like a bizarro comedy. And I guess I'm talking a lot here, but one of the reasons why the movie didn't work for me is because it's trying to be two different types of movies at once. It's trying to be a bizarro comedy in a world that can't possibly exist with all these insane people, but it also wants to be grounded in reality. And when you try to balance those and force them together, it just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. It's like trying to mix oil and water for me. So what do you think? What do you think of all the crazy fucking characters? And maybe we can talk about some of them.
Well, all the students I can see because they're in like they're in a lower class high school and it's the last day of school, so none of them fucking care. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't care, so I can see the reason behind that, and then. But
they're going absolutely bonkers. They're doing things that are highly illegal. They should all be arrested immediately for these terrible things that they're doing, and then even the things that are legal, like they have a mattress and they ride it down the stairs, and like, okay, whatever, it's a senior prank, but it's insane. They get a horse high on meth and have it running through the halls. They set up booby traps that you can trip on in the hallway to get sprayed with paint. One kid is sitting in the bathroom stall listening to porn and jerking off to it literally all day. He doesn't stop all day. And he's like talking to the porn, like, oh yeah, baby, oh, I'm learning from this. And like, it's supposed to be funny, but after the first time, it wasn't anymore. But it kept happening. And it just kept happening. And so the kids are insane. Then you have the teachers, and the main teacher, other than Charlie Day, is Ice Cube. Also insane. I heard somebody say, oh, it's just Ice Cube playing Ice Cube. I fucking hope not. I guess after seeing Straight Outta Compton, maybe this is how Ice Cube is. Because when he takes the axe and just like destroys the kid's desk because he's so pissed that he hit the off button on the remote. Are you fucking kidding me? Is this supposed to be grounded in reality? This is a madman. He's an insane person in charge of a classroom, and I can see why that would be funny. But then when you try to play it straight, it doesn't mesh in my brain. There's the teacher, the redhead with the giant tits, who
I think she's probably like a French teacher or something because they were talking French to her.
Yeah, and her whole
the one I would bend over a desk any day.
She has two character qualities. One that she has giant tits, and the other that she wants Ice Cube to carve to carve Charlie Day's face in half with a knife. And then that's her whole joke, is that 8 times she says, yeah, you're going to get cut on the face with a knife. Like, okay, yeah, we got that joke. Let's move on. Then you have the guidance counselor, who her thing is that she's a pedophile and she wants to fuck all the kids. And it's not just that joke.
My favorite character.
You relate so much to her. It's not that the joke appears too often, which it does, but then when it shows up, it goes on for an absurd amount of time, where I get uncomfortable, not because of the subject material, because I think this kind of joke is funny. I mean, Uncle Alex, who's also in the room. Say hi, Uncle Alex.
Hi, I'm Uncle.
Yep, Uncle Alex is also here. I think that's just funny. But she'll have this exchange with Charlie Day about how she wants to fuck a kid, and it'll go on for like a full minute. The joke just needs to be one sentence. It doesn't need to go on for an abstractly weird amount of time where it stops being funny and I'm just waiting for it to end. So then we have the wife and the daughter. And there's a B plot in this movie. The A plot is Charlie Day doesn't want to have the fist fight with Ice Cube at the end of the school day. The B plot, which is thrown into this movie for I think no reason, because first of all, it's hardly funny except for the very end, which is just like shock humor. So it leads up to this big shock humor thing. And if you can hear kids screaming, it's because we live in the worst place ever, where it's a weekend, so kids are outside screaming. And when they built this apartment, they didn't reinforce the walls with anything. So I can hear kids screaming probably 30 yards away from me, as if they're right next to me. So I can't fucking wait to move. But so
Sidetrack there.
So for no fucking reason, they have this B plot in where Charlie Day wants to help his daughter at the talent show, and they're gonna perform a song together. And then they spend like 15 to 20 minutes of the movie on this, and like I said, it's not entertaining, it's not interesting, it's not really funny. But when they finally get to it, it's the daughter singing, "I don't fuck with you." So it's kind of delightful watching a 7-year-old girl dance and sing to that song. I thought that was a pretty good part of the movie.
Yeah, so did I.
But it on the idea of everybody is fucking insane is that, like, you would expect Charlie Day's like, oh, this is weird, what the fuck? But at this point, he's so absorbed within the insanity, and like I think all the characters rub off on him, and this is where he's no longer the straight man. He just starts playing into it, because then he's like, oh, fuck it, and he starts singing with his daughter. But it shows the girl's mom, Charlie Day's wife, and like she's like dancing, like, yeah, you go, girl. And I'm thinking, that's just what in the fuck is happening? Not even the wife can be a normal person. Everybody has to be insane. So yeah, that's my fan theory. I guess if you want to see a movie where a straight man is living in a world of insanity, and he slowly becomes more and more insane, and then by the end he's one of them, I guess there's like a meta way you can enjoy this movie. But as far as the comedy goes, I mean, Cobb can attest. I was cracking up at quite a few scenes, but I don't know. It's probably like a 30% accuracy rate for me. What would you say about the jokes?
It's about average. Like, I'm not gonna say super funny, but not super dull either.
A lot of the jokes either went on for too long or were repeated way too many times. So I liked them for the most part the first time they happened. Like the first 20 minutes of the movie, I laughed more than the last hour and 10 minutes of the movie. What about you, Cobb? Is there anything you want to talk about in particular with this film?
Not really. I could see like a kind of like an developed plot that since Ice Cube was like happy that they were all over the news afterwards, I could see it was planned to begin with to get the system better.
You know, that was another weird thing about the movie, is that they have another kind of subplot where they're trying to like show what's wrong with the school system.
Yeah.
And I understand the jokes about, oh man, the school, we can't afford books, but we buy this coffee maker. I kind of like that. But the social commentary they were trying to make, like, the moral at the end of the movie doesn't make any fucking sense. So they get into the fist fight, the two teachers, and it becomes like a national news sensation. And then, for some reason, the principal, who was played by Hank Schroeder from Breaking Bad, who was actually kind of funny in this movie, but he got less funny as it went on. as everything did. I guess the idea was that this fist fight brought attention to the school, and now due to publicity, they need to hire them back as teachers for some reason. What? What? How did the teachers getting in a fist fight prove that the schools need more funding and more attention on the students?
I don't even know.
It's like whoever wrote this, they decided that they had to throw in some sort of. They wanted to be like a smart political social commentary kind of guy, and prove how smart and socially conscious they are by throwing this retarded weird moral into the movie that has nothing to do with it. It's just like it's a zany movie with crazy characters that ends in a live action version of a Family Guy chicken fight, which I thought. What do you think of the fight in this movie?
I thought it was actually entertaining.
Yeah, it's the best part, probably. Yeah. It's the fact that they spent an hour and 20 minutes building up to it, which is way too long. I wish this movie would have had something else, and the B plots would have been more interesting if they had to have them. But the fight itself was pretty satisfying. It's a funny and a gruesome fist fight.
It was kind of predictable too. You knew Charlie Day wasn't going to go down after the first one. Like everyone kept suggesting in the whole movie, oh, he's going to get his ass kicked, he's going to die, blah blah blah, and he actually held his own, which was predictable. You can tell it was going to come. Which,
I mean, of course, it's a zany comedy movie, but after we see Ice Cube when they're in prison for like one scene, we see him beat up a guy who is 2 feet taller than Ice Cube. He's like 8 feet tall, and Ice Cube beats the shit out of him. So the fact that Charlie Day is standing up to Ice Cube, like, it doesn't make sense, but it makes the fight that much more fun. You're rooting for that underdog. And personally, Charlie Day is kind of my spirit animal. He's who I aspire to be, because we're the same height. And we both, when we scream, we can get like the high pitch going of crazy voice work. And I really want to grow out his beard, and I want to dress like his character from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. And I want to become Charlie Day because I love him so much.
He's going to file a restraining order now.
Unfortunately, I have no musical talent, so I can't actually become Charlie Day, but it's just a pipe dream. He's my spirit animal. So yeah, that's why I wanted to see it in the first place. And yeah, the fight was satisfying, but it didn't make up for the shit that came before it. Another thing, real quick, before we move into if we would recommend it or not. Tracy Morgan is in this movie.
Sucked.
I'm gonna ask a question, and I'm not trying to make a joke. It's a genuine question. Is Tracy Morgan retarded?
I think he is.
I think
Walmart made him retarded when he got hit by the semi.
I think so too. I'm not trying to mock the man. I think he might actually have a mental condition, because his delivery of all of his lines, which none of which were funny, his delivery was on par with Cobb's delivery when we were in high school and middle school making movies. Like, Tracy Morgan's acting is as good as you when you were 15.
I'm going to Hollywood then. Fuck this shit.
No, that doesn't mean you were good. It means he was very, very bad.
Oh.
Yeah. So, it was a bizarre choice to have him in it, because I think he might be retarded, and he was so unfunny. So, Cobb, would you recommend this movie, and if so, to any specific audience or just in general?
It depends on who I'm talking to. Like, if I'm talking to like someone who appreciates like Ice Cube's sense of humor, or like Charlie Day, definitely. But I want to have people go like spend money on it and probably be like, it's a Renter or a Netflix movie.
I would definitely agree with that. Don't spend money on this. I do think that we should give more money to original pictures, but not this kind. Please, not this kind. If anything, maybe wait for a YouTube compilation of the funniest moments, and hopefully it'll just include all the Charlie Day moments, because he's pretty good in the movie. And then watch like the fist fight that's at the end, but don't spend $9 like we did to watch this horse shit for an hour and 40 minutes. You'll probably regret it. Anyway, Cobb, we have a new segment on the show where I ask a question on Twitter. And,
God, I'm scared.
Where did I even fucking put it? There it is. Okay, Cobb, here's today's question that you and me are supposed to discuss from Ibusu or at Dorohidoro. I don't fucking know. They want to know, is there actually a horror movie that is scary? And you've seen a lot more of these than I have. So I think my opinion on horror movies is pretty clear that I hate them. Not because I'm scared of them, but because they're all shit.
They're all so predictable. Like, you can tell when the music starts climaxing and someone's reaching for their doorknob that nothing's going to be there because it's just going to be silent. And they're going to open or turn around and then rah.
Yeah, it's the same shit. So is there one that pops out in your mind as actually being good and actually being scary?
The one that has scared me the most in my life, it might be because I watched it when I was younger. And
That's gotta be why.
It's White Noise. I love that movie.
Which one is that?
It has, I think, fucking Kevin Costner in it. It's EVP shit.
So is it safe to say that horror movies might be more for young people? Because I think once you hit a certain age, and once you've seen enough of them, you shouldn't be scared anymore, right? Because they're not that scary. The scariest movie I've seen in the last few years was Green Room, and that's not even a horror movie. It's just, I think those intense thrillers are what get my blood fucking pumping in me on the edge of my seat. It's not those goddamn jump scares and shit.
Yeah, horror movies some horror movies are good. Like, I liked Annabelle, surprisingly, whatever. Was it scary? No. But it was actually a good movie, good concept, actually somewhat original.
A big horror movie that came out a few years ago was The Conjuring.
Oh, I fucking hated that movie.
That was do you remember what happened when we went to the theater?
Yes,
together?
you about got me beat up.
Wait. You can't just jump to the end of the story, Colin.
Yes, I can. You asked me if I remember. I said yes.
So the idea was, The Conjuring, baby. Oh, forget your paranormal activities. Forget about whatever the gay shit. This is the scary one. Oh, you're going to be spooked. You're going to be more spooked than when you went to Harlem. You know what I'm saying?
A white guy wearing a Rolex walking down the middle of the street in Harlem. Yep.
It's scary because there's ghosts there.
You mean spooks?
So we're at The Conjuring. Me and Cobb are sitting in the back. This movie was...
We're in the middle, not the back.
Whatever. This movie was so unscary that it was comedic. And unfortunately, Mumkey he's not a quiet boy, if you've ever watched any of my videos. So during like the big climactic ghost thing towards the end of the movie, I am laughing hysterically at how stupid and shitty it is. And there's this big old dude, maybe 4 rows ahead of us, who's not liking that I'm enjoying the movie. And he turns around to look at us and says, "Hey, shut the fuck up, you bitch-ass bitch, monkey-ass bitch."
I don't think he said monkey-ass bitch, but we'll go with it for the moral of the story. That's how he got his name, guys.
So the movie ends and the credits start. And Cobb's like, "Well, Mumkey's gonna get us fucking beat up. Let's get the fuck out of here." But I'm taking my sweet-ass time. Like, Cobb just goes down the stairs. I'm taking my fucking time, I'm putting my shoes back on one at a time. I'm retying them, because when you go to the movies, you gotta take off your shoes. I'm taking all the napkins off the floor and putting them into my pocket so I can use them to jerk off later while I'm thinking about the movie,
And Cobb.
So naturally, the guy who's 4 rows down, he sees that Cobb has already left and that I'm just taking my time, and he says, "Oh, yeah, I bet your friend was scared after I yelled at him." So he thinks that you were the one laughing. So I stand up very proudly and I smile at the man and I say, "Actually, good sir."
Tip of the cap.
I tip my fedora at him. "Actually, good sir, it was me, Esquire Monkey, who was laughing hysterically in the middle of the film. The same boy whom you yelled at. But I'm not running away, because I'm not going to be a pussy in the face of some retard who wants to take The Conjuring seriously. So you can go fuck yourself, Esquire faggot." And then I very boldly and happily walked down the stairs and left. And that was the only time I wasn't a pussy in public. I stood up to that old man who was being a dick because I was being an obnoxious dick.
It's not necessarily being a pussy. Most people are just not worth my time, so that's why I'm just like,
well,
fuck
sure,
it.
but he interpreted it as being a pussy.
Yeah, I don't care what he interprets.
Yeah, he just wanted to fucking go home. So the point of the story is some old man thought he was being cool, and then I told him he's a fucking faggot. The end. Next podcast. Cobb, thanks for joining us for the Mumkey and Cobb podcast. It was nice to have a special guest, Cobb, on the Mumkey and Cobb podcast.
Where's my check? You promised me my check.
Uh-oh. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Mumkey and Cobb Movie Podcast. I'm your host, Mumkey, and today we are discussing 50 Shades Darker. Oh, wait, no, this is the wrong envelope. Oh, no. Oh, no, we're really discussing...
It's Moonlight, guys. It's actually Moonlight.
Yeah. Hey, I'm here with my old buddy, Cobb. Say hello, Cobb.
Hi, guys. Oh, wait. Actually, wait. It's not Cobb. Actually, it's Erich.
Oh, no, I have the wrong envelope. This isn't Cobb at all. Who is this?
Those damn accountants.
God damn it. So this is Erich.
Yes. Howdy.
So, funny story, everybody. Speaking of colossal fuck-ups, Erich and I had a colossal fuck-up. You might be thinking, oh, on the last episode of this podcast was Mumkey and Cobb discussing Fist Fight. And you'd be right. But that's not the last episode. That's not the last episode we recorded. Oh, no. About 3 days before the Oscars, we recorded a full... hour and a half long episode.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Discussing our Oscar predictions, and somehow, some way, and maybe this will happen again, one of our recordings got fucked up so that no matter what I did, it was unsynced. So it just didn't work. So we had to scrap the entire episode. Great episode, by the way. I gave the show an official theme song.
Mm-hmm.
Me and Erich had an argument about why Zootopia was better than Kubo and the Two Strings, and as the Oscars proved, I was right, because Zootopia won, so Erich, go fuck yourself.
Fuck you.
Well, your anti-furry agenda was once again defeated by the power of hairy love.
Yif in hell.
Oh, I'll yiff all my way down to the bottom of Dante's Inferno, my friend.
God damn it.
We had our Oscar predictions, and I don't remember what all of our predictions were, but I'm guessing I probably won by 100 points or something. So
I got them all right, and no one can tell me anything else.
Let's just say I was right.
I think I put Jackie for something, and that won nothing. So
real quick, while we're here, before we talk about today's movie, A Cure for Wellness, which we both saw over a week ago and just haven't gotten around to recording. Is there anything you want to say to reflect on the Oscar ceremony that is now kind of old news?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think overall it was a decent enough ceremony. Jimmy Kimmel did a all right job. I mean, it's kind of a thankless task hosting the Oscars, but I think he did a decent
part in
job.
The middle when they had, all the
people
poor
from the
black
bus.
people from Chicago come in and just say blatantly racist things about the white actors and, awkwardly kiss everybody on the hand. I think that bit went on for a little bit too long, and I don't know if you saw this, I was live tweeting the entire Oscars.
I did.
And then I thought that they were over, so I went to go take a shit, and that's when, the Moonlight La La Land fiasco happened.
Yeah.
So I missed it, because I was taking a shit, and it was one of the worst moments of my entire life.
That's incredible.
But what did you want to talk about?
Okay, so basically, we've got some real upsets, in my opinion. La La Land won for cinematography. Fucking bullshit.
Oh, yeah. We went into detail about how bad the cinematography was, specifically with the opening scene where they shot it actually on the streets of L.A., so the sun was always in a bad spot, and half of the opening scene looked not very good.
It looks almost overexposed at times, but it's just Silence was only nominated for one fucking category, and it loses that one fucking category.
Silence got robbed, and it was the most beautiful looking movie of the year.
Yeah, certainly. What else?
It was the Cure for Wellness of 2016.
Oh god.
The most beautiful movie of the year.
Both you and I were very happy to see Casey Affleck take the Best Actor Oscar. And Mahershala Ali got Best Supporting Actor, which I was pretty happy about overall.
I think we both picked him in our Oscar pregame show.
Yeah. I was kind of rooting for Michael Shannon or Jeff Bridges, maybe? I don't know. But yeah, so
maybe.
Mahershala just did a great job, and I've actually learned how to say his name now, so I'm not saying
good.
Mahershala, whatever the fuck. It doesn't matter. That episode's never going out to anybody, so.
Yeah.
What else? We got Best Song was won by some fucking bullshit La La Land that wasn't fucking Moana. God damn it.
No, when they were... Because they always perform all the songs during the ceremony.
Yeah.
And I thought that the Moana song was fucking boring and gay. I really liked the piano, the catchy piano of that La La Land song that won. I was like, yeah, I'm okay with that winning. That's a pretty good song.
No, John Legend actually made that song worth a damn. Otherwise, it wasn't. And it just kind of made you realize if an actual musician performs these songs, they're all of a sudden decent.
I don't know. I think when Emma Stone performed Audition, it struck something in me more than when John Legend did it.
Monkey?
Well, yeah, but I'm still talking about his performance.
That's not the best original song.
Well, sure. But the only reason why I like the song in the first place is because of the piano, so it doesn't really matter who's playing it.
Yeah, that's true. City of Stars was the only one that I came out of there recognizably humming in any way.
Do 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 do.
Yep.
I was really happy that Zootopia won because, as I will tell you, Kubo and the Two Strings is a very shallow film with nice animation, whereas Zootopia has deep societal discussions and ideas, and it's a critique of the race. And it does a great job of proving once and for all that the carnivores in society, the vicious, dangerous ones, are actually the minorities. So I'm really appreciative of Zootopia for articulating that point.
There is that.
Anything else about the Oscars before we move on?
Not much. No, I just think Kubo should have taken it in that category. Although I would have liked to see Moana.
Kubo is gay as hell.
Fuck you.
So, what's the main topic today, Rich? What movie are we talking about? 50 Shades of Grey, I think, is what my envelope says.
A movie called The Amazing Spider-Man 2, starring Dane DeHaan.
Here's the thing, Rich.
Yeah.
I am literally a retarded 70-year-old man. So when I open up the wrong envelope, I'm not going to say, hey, this is the wrong envelope. I'm just going to have my partner read it because I'm fucking retarded.
I mean,
so,
I feel bad for Warren Beatty in that situation, just because
just
he was
fucking say it's the wrong envelope, you stupid old man.
He was trying to say to her, "This is wrong. What do we do?" Because you can't throw a fucking fit in the middle of the
just
Academy
say it to the
Awards.
audience. Just say, "Hey, the stage crew fucked up. Where's the right envelope?"
Yeah, I think there's no perfect way to handle that situation. Basically,
no, I think the perfect way is saying, "Hey, this is the wrong envelope." Like that's all you got to do. All I'm saying is I don't know who Warren Beatty is. I'm sure he's a legend in Hollywood,
yes,
but I,
he is.
Monkey Jones, think he's a fucking retarded old man.
Yeah, go watch Bonnie and Clyde, dude.
Okay, so as I was saying, I'm a retarded old man. My
Isn't that the
envelope
question
says
of the
this
day?
episode is about 50 Shades of Grey. What is the movie actually that we watched?
Laters, baby. Winky smiley face. Yeah, so we watched Cure. That's from 50 Shades of Grey. Okay.
Didn't see it.
Me neither. Okay, so A Cure for Wellness. A Cure for Wellness. Try to talk like Dane DeHaan the entire time.
Shutter Island 2. Shutter My Island.
Shutter Island.
Shutter Island 2. This time, Leo is younger and has every opportunity to leave, but he decides not to for no reason.
Dane DeHaan does look a little bit like Leo, doesn't he?
And he's giving very much a Leo in Shutter Island performance. I can't remember what his character's name was, like Teddy or something. I don't remember.
Teddy Sears, probably.
No, I don't think that was it. It was Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah, obviously.
That's who you're thinking of.
Bully, old boy. I am Leo DiCaprio.
Okay, first and foremost, I think we need to establish the dichotomy that has naturally arisen here.
Yeah.
In that one of us thought that this movie was great, and one of us thought that this movie was shit. And
wait, what?
Isn't that right?
It is. I don't know how you know that.
Because I think you texted me after you saw it, and you said that was complete shit.
I didn't. I was trying to keep my thoughts secret. Holy shit!
Well, you weren't very good at it.
Spoiled this entire experience for me, Monkey.
So
Good
real
Lord.
quick, before we dive in, I want to introduce a new segment to this podcast. My buddy Digibro, he listens to this once in a while. I don't know how often. Mm-hmm. And he said that we should do a segment where we argue about whether or not a movie is KINO. Because evidently we haven't embraced the KINO meme enough.
Ooh, I like that.
So real quick, I want to explain what KINO is.
Yes.
There is a hierarchy of film. You've got flicks, which is the bottom of the barrel. It's like chick flicks, like just really shallow, disgusting stuff that women would appreciate. Yeah. Then above flicks, you've got a movie. What would be an example of like a movie?
The Great Wall.
Like, yeah. You got like The Great Wall. Then above that, you have film, which
Yes.
is something like The Dark Knight. That's a film, sure.
Yes.
Then you have cinema. Now we're getting really high up there. That's stuff like
Lolita or
sure.
another Stanley Kubrick movie. I can't remember. It's one of the early Stanley Kubrick movies that I've
2001: A
seen.
Space Odyssey is
Yeah,
cinema.
yeah.
Stuff that's too deep for you.
Eyes wide shut. Too deep for you.
And then above cinema, you have the top of the heap, the best of the best. If something is considered this, it is the best thing in that category.
Absolutely.
Motherfucking KINO, baby. Oh, yeah. And
Let's
and
give
there's
them-
any number of KINO categories. There's Cape KINO,
Mm-hmm.
so like the very best superhero movie, aka like your Captain America's Winter Soldiers.
Soldier,
that would be
yeah.
that'd be Cape KINO, for example.
Mm-hmm.
You've got Raping Your Son KINO, aka a Serbian film, stuff like that. So there's all sorts of KINOs. So I think the conceit of this episode, E-Rich, should be if we should argue whether or not A Cure for Wellness is KINO. What do you say?
No, I would say not KINO.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to disagree. I say this movie is definitely KINO. But
Okay,
please,
explain yourself.
well, first of all, it's one of the most beautifully shot movies I've ever seen. Every single frame of this film, and would you agree with me on this at least, that it's just a beautiful movie, shot in a beautiful way with beautiful scenery. I'm using beautiful a lot, but I can't
Yes.
stress enough how
I will give this movie
every
two
frame
things.
of this movie I could see as a portrait hanging up on the wall of a
Yeah.
museum.
Yeah, I will give this movie two things: cinematography / camera placement and acting.
It's kind of similar
all.
to Batman versus Superman in that regard, where every frame looks beautiful, but maybe the movie itself isn't that phenomenal. Mm-hmm. So the movie, it's KINO because it's very much like Shutter Island, which is I also consider to be KINO. I consider that to be Trapped on an Island KINO myself. It has
Dead
almost the
Wife
same
KINO?
plot as that. Only this movie is half an hour longer. But the key difference, and we'll get into spoilers later, because the spoilers of this movie are the crux of my argument.
Okay.
The last 30 minutes of this movie make up for any possible fault that you
Nope.
could find in the movie,
Nope,
and
nope,
it made
nope.
it worth it for
Nope.
me tenfold.
Nope.
So go ahead and explain why you think it's not KINO.
This movie, even though it might be beautiful, even though there might be some decent performances, even though it might have some slightly icky kind of shocks in it, it's boring as hell, dude. Most of this movie is Dane DeHaan walking around in places he should not be able to walk around, and then he does not do any investigating for himself. People tell him stuff. That's all this movie is. And if you look at this from like the screenplay perspective of what is actually happening, what is the character actually finding out, it is him being told the same kind of shit over and over again with slight variations, again and again, finding the same goddamn information until it comes to a conclusion in one of the most ridiculous, over the
Nope.
top, crazy things.
Nope,
And
Ron.
not in a
It's
good
the-
way.
it's
Crazy
the
in a
best
bad
ending.
way. Crazy
No,
in
no,
a
no,
bad
no, no,
way.
no. You don't know what you're talking about. You're crazy.
Okay.
Dane
so,
DeHaan's not crazy. You're the crazy one.
Okay, so please, Monkey,
It's the best ending of
clarify
any
for
movie.
me. Real quick, walk me through Dane DeHaan as a character. So you are in this crazy fucking Swiss Alps place for the elderly. And you go
No,
into
no, no. It's not for the elderly. It's for those who are seeking the cure.
Everyone there is old, though.
Because only old people want the cure.
Yeah, all right. Okay, so you go there. The first
Not the girl.
thing you
The girl's
see-
pretty young.
Yeah, the first thing you see when you go there are eels in the fucking gates. All right,
Sure.
established. Then
Eels are very important. It makes sense. I
you
don't know what your problem with that is.
get into the place and you start drinking the water. Fine,
Sure.
whatever.
Yeah.
But the first thing that happens after you drink that glass of water is there is a tiny baby eel in the
Yep.
water.
Yep.
What is stopping you from leaving that place?
Are you telling me you've never had a drink of water that had like a bug in it?
It was not a bug. It was explicitly not a bug.
It was a very little tiny molecule-sized living organism that was inside his water. Maybe they
this
just
was visible. This was on the visible spectrum, Monkey.
molecules, visible spectrum. It's all.
Smush it between his fingers.
Are you telling me if you found like a little slug inside your water, you would just leave the restaurant immediately? You'd be like, no, sir, you fucked up my water.
If you saw eels...
I can understand why him as a character who just traveled across the world to retrieve a man who's going to save his company. I can see why he wouldn't immediately leave because he found a fucking bug in his glass of water. Come on, he just spent
we know
3 days traveling to get here.
We know this guy's overworked. He has better things to do than this. He would leave and say, send somebody fucking else to do it. That place is creepy as hell. I'm out of here.
No way. No. You don't understand the character because he's a sleazeball who will do whatever it takes to succeed in the business world. That's why he's like a millionaire at the age of, 25? Because he cheated with the accounts, and now that he's being blackmailed by his company to do this thing that will, in turn, save the company from being fucking exposed and that everybody would go under. So he has a lot of pressure on his shoulders to find this guy who went to the Alps to get the cure or whatever the fuck. He has a lot of pressure to find this guy and bring him home. If not just to stop himself from being blackmailed, but also to save the company that is making him a millionaire. So I can understand with complete clarity why he would not leave because he finds a bug in the water. Are you kidding me?
Okay.
Are we really here to discuss the tiny plot details that we don't like, or should we talk about the movie as a whole?
Next fucking question. He always takes everyone's fucking word for everything he hears. They tell him, we called them and we told them and they said fine. He never attempts to get into contact with those people?
He does. He just can't find a phone, and he also can't find a ride down the mountain.
They do eventually get down the mountain. Into that town.
And that's one of my problems with the movie.
And he doesn't...
I'm not going to pretend that I don't have problems. There are a few distinct issues I have with the film, and that's... Okay. We'll get into that later, but go ahead.
How do you counter the fact that it's just him walking around places and scary things fucking happen to him? He has absolutely no relevance to the plot. Things just happen to him.
Because it's a mystery movie where... The switch is that the main character isn't a detective, so he's not there to investigate. He's uncovering the truth of where he is almost by accident.
Why is he doing it then?
Why is he
investigating anything?
I don't know. I mean, it's just human curiosity. He's walking. I think the first time he realizes that something's a little off is when he's walking through the steam bath, and then he walks into part of the steam bath where all the walls are surrounding him, and the doorway disappears. At that point, I'd be like, something's a little weird is going on here. I think I'm gonna figure this out real quick.
And I'd be like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. The walls fucking disappeared.
If your biggest issue with the film is that you're a coward and that the character is not, I implore you to take back your non-KINO stance on this film, sir.
Here's the thing. A movie like Shutter Island has a baked-in reason for him to stay on that island and a baked-in reason for him to be led around places. This movie does not have that.
I think the issue we're having here is that if anybody listening has not seen this movie,
they're confused as hell.
We're getting too specific here.
Yeah.
I think we should talk about the movie kind of as a whole and then go into some of the bigger issues we have, because we're kind of just picking out little plot details that we don't like, and that's not going to tell anybody if they should go see this or not.
The proof of the pudding is in the tasting, Monkey. If I can pick up little nits, it's not KINO. That's the thing.
Listen, I was agreeing with you as I watched this movie. I thought, wow, this is a weaker version of Shutter Island. I have no idea why the character doesn't just go home. At one point, he goes down the mountain and he's like in a little town, and there's a phone available, and he has every opportunity to go home, but he decides not to, and he goes back up. So
he basically gets recaptured. Is basically the explanation.
Yeah, but he had ample time to leave if he wanted to.
Yeah, absolutely.
But what I'm saying is, I was on the same page as you up until the last 30 minutes of the movie, then it really sold me. Before we talk about the last
30 minutes of the movie, can I ask you something about the movie? Ahead. Was his leg ever broken?
See, that we don't know. It's very ambiguous.
Here's the deal. Not A. I'm sorry. I'll just establish this. I broke my leg a year and a half ago.
Okay.
If you broke your leg, you'd know it. So if his leg was not broken but was in a cast, he would know just from moving it around, or just it's possible he was sore from the crash or whatever.
So
you would
we should
know.
explain when he first goes to this place to retrieve the businessman, and it's like a place for old people who are trying to find the cure. And he finds out that the visiting hours aren't until tomorrow, so he tries to leave, gets in a car crash, breaks his leg, and then he's in like a hospital wing of the place. So he's like kind of trapped there, but not really.
Yeah. So this point about his leg will segue into the ending, because it's right before the ending that this happens. Okay, so the entire movie, or most of the movie, he is walking around on crutches, which, I mean, I know I'm a big guy and it's harder for me to move around than a lot of people, but you can't fucking move around that much on crutches in a fucking bathhouse that easily. He's in a fight on crutches at one point in this movie. It's ridiculous. So if his leg is not broken, you'd know your leg's not broken. And if it is broken, it healed in a ridiculous amount of time, so that when he eventually cuts off his cast and takes his leg out, he's able to walk on it again. This movie is fucking dumb, Monkey.
No, you're wrong.
Okay.
And I'll explain why.
Okay.
So there's a lot of ambiguity about whether... Because there's a lot of different possibilities in this movie. Possibility 1, Dane DeHaan was always crazy, kind of like in Shutter Island, spoiler alert. He was always crazy. All this shit
We've got
seems
the end of the movie we can talk about, I guess. Yeah. With
Possibility 2, he's never crazy. Everything that happens to him has a logical explanation. Number 3, he's a sane man, but when he drinks the water that's full of little tiny eels and shit, it makes him go crazy and hallucinate and experience things that he shouldn't, especially after, spoiler alert again, we're going to go into spoilers from here on out, when they hook him up to the machine, and it's like this, it's one of the scariest things I've ever seen in a movie, and this movie, that's another reason why I like it. It shows things that actually scare me. It doesn't have these fucking gay-ass jump scares and shit. It shows you scenarios like being trapped inside a vat of water where the door is locked and you can't get out, or the scariest thing I've ever seen, being forced to have a tube stuck down your mouth, down your throat, and eels forced into your body. After that point... the other scariest scene, and what I'm about to bring up, is when he's strapped and forced into a dentist chair, and the guy just fucking drills a hole through his tooth, and you see everything. And it's... I was the only person in the theater, but even if I wasn't, I swear to God, I screamed out loud when the drill went into his tooth.
Yeah.
Like, I was... Because that's just... Oh, guys, like... Ah!
It was certainly a wince moment for me. This movie was not scary, Monkey. No.
The scenarios that he was forced into, I guess I'm a claustrophobic kind of guy, because when I see somebody strapped down and forced to have like a drill through your tooth and you see it all in perfect detail, that's a little scary for me. I don't like to see that.
Yeah, I even hate stuff with teeth. Like whenever anybody loses their teeth in this movie, it just gives me the creeps. But this movie is not scary overall.
And I've tried to suck enough dicks to know that I have a bit of a gag reflex. So to see a pipe forced down somebody's throat, also I don't like, especially when eels are being forced into their body. But back to your point about the leg. You're asking, was his leg actually broken or not? But let me remind you that in that dentist scene, he gets his tooth literally drilled out of his face.
Yeah.
And then in the final scene of the movie, when he's riding the bike down the mountain, he has a full face of teeth. Did you notice that?
I did not.
Yeah, so he's missing his tooth for like an hour of the movie, and then in the last 10 minutes, all of a sudden all his teeth are back. I mean, so that makes you wonder how much of this was in his head and how much of this is actually happening.
This movie has so many weird, like, time gaps, I think, like, where, like, I don't know, you'd think that he'd be there for quite a while if he never mentions the fact that his leg is broken and how long is this going to take, and because I mean, like, if your leg's broken and there's no way to get down from the mountain other than whatever car service there is, one of the first things you'd say is, how can I get out of here? Right?
Sure.
He never does that. Okay, so you're basically arguing that a lot of the things that we saw in this movie are not necessarily true?
I think it's so open-ended, and that
how much?
the movie is so crazy.
No,
movie
it's
is so
too
crazy,
open-ended then.
especially in the last 20 minutes, that when it ends, you start to think none of this makes sense, and maybe there's an interpretation where it does. But as far as I know, none of this makes sense, and I don't know what actually happened, what was in his head, or what's happening. But in the end, I, as a viewer, and I can't speak for anybody else, I just don't care. I like it when an ending is so ambiguous and crazy that I can't help but think about it the whole time. I'd rather have that experience than see a movie that is so straightforward that once I walk out of the theater, I never have to think about it again because I understand every single plot element. Do you know what I'm saying?
But if so much of the movie is delusion, what is the actual point of the delusion then?
It's an entertaining fever dream that is beautifully shot, and it has an ending that is so crazy that I didn't think it would be legal to show, let alone in a wide release movie that is in theaters right now.
Okay.
I wouldn't think that this would be legal to show, and that's why I love it so much, because it's so fucking insane at the end. It's it's
what
utter
part
madness.
is not legal to show?
Do you want me to talk about it?
Yeah.
So I'm the girl has not undergone puberty yet because she's secretly 200 years old, but her body hasn't aged. So, and when we first met her,
can you explain that to me? How she is so young?
Yeah. Well, so according to the plot of the movie, the old people who were there looking for the cure is actually immortality, and that they're using these old people to stick the eels into their body, and that makes like a life nectar come out of the old people, so it makes the old people like dehydrated and really weak, and like their teeth fall out and their skin turns all gray and shit. But then all the bad guys, or I guess like the people who run the establishment, they use eyedroppers to eat this life or to drink this life nectar, and that allows them to live forever. So that's why the main doctor guy and the girl are like both over 200 years old. Did you catch all that when you watched the movie?
Monkey. This makes absolutely no sense. Because if he really wanted to fuck his daughter or whatever...
Whoa, spoilers, dude. That's the best part of the movie.
Why wouldn't he just, in the 1800s or 1900s or whenever, wait until she's 14 or 15 or whatever the fuck, and then do it? And then start giving her the shit.
Listen, like I said, this movie doesn't give you all the answers, and I'm okay with that. We don't know why the girl isn't undergoing puberty. We don't know why going into the water, like the eel water, forces her to have her first menstruation. We don't know. We don't know why he is waiting for this to fuck her. We don't know. All I know is that he wants to fuck his daughter, and then he starts raping his daughter, and then Dane DeHaan makes his face melt off, and then he hits him with a shovel, and it's crazy and hilarious, and it's amazing. It's
awful.
Are you telling me you don't like schlock? I'm not saying this isn't a masterpiece. It's not like a beautiful movie. It's not a fucking. It's no Pulp Fiction or whatever fancy pretentious movie you like. This is schlock KINO, and that's why I say it's KINO.
It was the bad. It was the bad.
It's not a B movie schlock. This is a movie schlock. This is the schlock that you see in the theater.
It was the bad kind of schlock as soon as he hit his head with the shovel, and there was CGI face. If this movie tried more accurately to be like a Hammer horror type movie, which is like low budget horror, where you're just kind of really trying to get cheap scares out of the audience, and you have like these great actors in the roles, you'd have him hit him with the shovel, and then it would be like practical effect. It would be like makeup and shit. Now, this movie's lazy. It's CGI. Fucking bullshit.
This movie's lazy. A movie that I would argue has the cinematography level of Silence, you're saying is lazy? Are you fucking kidding me?
No, I would not say it's cinematography.
Oh my god. The scene whenever you see the mountainscape, it's jaw-droppingly beautiful.
Pretty. It's pretty.
Yeah.
But that's the location doing most of the work then.
So?
Man. Okay, so let's talk about some of these points then. So, if this movie had ended 20 minutes before the end of the movie, with him and her sitting on the bench together, kind of like beaten,
that's another problem I have
with this movie. I'd be better.
The movie has 4 endings.
Yeah. And this movie's so fucking long, dude. It's not KINO.
It was kind of like no, it's schlock Kino. You didn't hear me. It's like the Return of the King, where every time you think it's gonna end, a new scene starts, and you're like, wait, what the fuck? There's like 4 fake endings, and then it just
Return of
keeps
the
going.
King had earned that. There had been 2 other movies by which we had grown to love these characters, and then by the end of it, you deserve those endings. This movie just keeps fucking going.
Oh no, I'm agreeing
should.
with you. I think that the fake endings are annoying and bad.
Okay, so the other thing is, his fucking people are having their celebration or whatever at the end of the movie because he can finally fuck his daughter. I guess that's why they're celebrating. And then
they're
the fire
celebrating that
starts,
he can fuck his daughter. It's great.
The fire that starts underground, right?
Sure.
Somehow spreads above ground.
Because the embers go up through the fence. All the problems are just like little
lights on fire.
All the problems with the movie are plot nitpicks, dude.
Everyone in the building forgets how to leave the building.
So?
It's dumb. It's not even schlock.
The definition of schlock is dumb, crazy shit happening, and it's like so dumb that it makes you laugh and you like it.
No, but it's boring. That's the problem.
You were bored when he was trying to rape his 14-year-old daughter?
Yeah, because I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming since halfway through the movie. Because they blatantly tell you everything.
There's a lot of hints, but I did not guess it was going so far in that direction that they would actually show it all on screen. I thought surely Dane DeHaan would solve the mystery and stop it from happening, but no. We see this 50-year-old guy raping what looks like a 15 or 16-year-old girl, and we see her tits, and I was like, yeah, titties,
the
baby.
The woman's like 24 or 25, right?
That's Shia LaBeouf's wife.
Yeah. She's super old, even though she looks like she's 12 or 13. Yeah.
No, I wouldn't go that far. When Dane DeHaan first meets her, I thought they were the same age.
Okay.
But then when we got to the menstrual thing, I was like, oh, maybe she's a little younger.
Okay, so
but I still thought she was hot as fuck.
Explain this to me. Okay. What are the themes of this movie? There's some like minor stuff near the beginning about being overworked and what is all for, that kind of stuff, but none of that kind of suggested kind of ideas actually plays into the end of the movie or the middle of the movie or any part of the movie, really.
See, I think
it's lazy. It's fucking lazy.
This is the main problem, I think, between both of our understandings of the movie, is that when you start throwing around academic words like themes, I think you missed the point.
The movie suggests it.
It's not. I don't think it's meant to teach you a lesson.
The
and
movie
if it is,
starts with the guy killing himself while he's talking, or somebody else is talking about how much time you put in and how people are overworked. And Dane DeHaan's dad kills himself when their stocks fall or something.
Yeah, but we don't know if that actually happened.
The beginning of this movie, they suggest things that never get delivered on or played on throughout the rest of it. It's lazy. The screenplay is awful.
And my counter to that would be, I don't care. If the movie was entertaining to me, and if certain scenes give me a large emotional impact, and I walked out of the movie smiling, thinking, holy shit, what in the fuck did I just watch? And overall, my experience was positive. I don't need the movie to be perfect for it to be schlock Kino. I think we're looking for different things, Rich. I think you're looking for a plot that makes sense and characters that are full. But when I watch a movie like this, I just want it to be crazy and funny.
Monkey, I can buy your argument if this movie is an hour and a half long, has more out there performances than what it does, because both Jason Isaacs and Dane DeHaan are quite sedate in this movie. They're doing a good job, but it's not like they're like playing for the back aisles or something. This is not schlock Kino. It's pretending to be fancy. It's pretending to be higher class than it is. It's trying to be Shutter Island, and it's just not.
I agree that it's Shutter Island light, but the juxtaposition of beautiful cinematography with insane schlock that you would expect to find like in a VHS store at the very back, like covered in dust, just combining great filmmaking with a retarded crazy plot that doesn't make sense and you really think about like, wait, what happened? I think that's a unique experience, and this isn't a remake. This isn't a sequel. This is a unique movie that needs to be supported, because otherwise, if you don't support a movie like this, Hollywood is going to keep churning out the remakes and the sequels. So I feel even more inclined to like it, just because even though it's kind of Shutter Island-y and kind of like The Shining, it is an original movie, and I appreciate it just for that alone as well.
And I'd argue that this is the ultimate curse of putting your faith in original movies, because if you say that original movies will be better or good in any way, and then from my point of view, you walk into A Cure for Wellness, you're going to be very angry with kind of the state of how things are. So
unless you think incest rape is amazing and funny, then you'll really like the movie like I do.
The reason you like this movie. Other than how well it's shot and the performances.
Up until the ending, it was a 5 out of 10 for me, and then the ending pushed it up to an 8 out of 10. I'm not gonna lie. The reason why I think every person needs to see this movie is for the shock value of the ending, and for them to go, "What in the fuck is happening?"
But the point,
and then to think.
I think what I'm trying to say is, like, if you've seen not many, but a decent amount of movies like this before, you know what's gonna happen. Like, to me, it's both boring, except for the kind of like scare moments that they put in there. It's kind of boring. It's rote. I've seen it all before. I guessed the ending an hour into it, and there was still an hour and 20 minutes left. That's the problem. If the movie doesn't stay ahead of the audience, or at least me, it falls behind, and then I am ahead of everything else, and the movie's just dragging along. This movie's way too long to justify its own length.
No, yeah, I agree completely. I think the main problems are the movie's too long, the main character not choosing to leave. He has ample opportunity to leave. He never does. That was kind of frustrating as an audience member, because I was thinking, get the fuck out of there, you stupid idiot.
Yeah.
The movie's too long. It has too many fake endings, where like there's like a part where he's writing a letter, and you think, oh yeah, the movie starts off with a letter, it'll end with a letter, like a good bookend. No, it goes on for another 20 minutes after that.
And I'd say, like, here's the thing. I'd say that the ending of this movie is some kind of, like, studio mandated, you need to put some big, grandiose ending on it. But, like, they set everything else up. They set this ending up. So I can't really say that this was, like, some kind of crazy change that they made to the movie. Because I feel like if the movie had ended 20 minutes before, I'd overall be better off with the movie, even if I wasn't, like, ecstatic about it. But by the time it goes crazy, it hasn't built up with enough kind of evidence or with enough good stuff for me to, like, justify how crazy it goes, in my mind at least.
So I think just the main difference in our points of view is that I love the ending and think it's just insane, possibly illegal, because it's portraying an underage girl getting raped and we see her tits.
That's not illegal. You have, like,
what?
That's nothing that hasn't been in movies before, dude.
Well, sure, but if you're writing like a fan fiction or something, you're not supposed to include sexualized characters who are under 18, like on things like that, for example. So that's why I was kind of like, whoa, that's crazy.
Lolita, one of the most famous books in the world, is about wanting to fuck an underage girl.
Yeah, but you don't see her tits, do you?
In the movie?
No.
I'm not sure. I haven't watched the movie.
I don't think you see her Lolita's tits in the movie. She's a 12-year-old girl. But just the main difference is that I thought that the ending was exhilarating and hilarious and fun, and the bad guy turns into Skullface from Captain America.
Yeah,
great.
The Red Skull.
And you just thought that the ending was over the top in a bad way, and that the movie didn't earn it, and that it was too long, which I also agree with.
You were laughing with the movie and having a rollicking good time. I was laughing at the movie and falling asleep.
No, I think I might have been laughing at the movie too. It might be, because you think that they were trying to include like these deep themes about work ethic in America.
No, they did. It's in the movie. It's just not delivered.
But the thing is, if they failed on that point, which I would agree, because I don't think I learned anything in that regard either. This is kind of like The Room, where it doesn't matter what the filmmaker's intention was, because the final product was so funny and entertaining that it's worth it in the end for me. So if this is The Room's if Shutter Island and The Room mixed together, and that's this, I would say that's schlock KINO for sure.
But this is to me, this doesn't have enough of The Room in it to make it really good schlock. Is the problem? Like, the performances are not wide enough to really like, because if The Room was really well performed, would we be talking about The Room?
No.
No, we wouldn't. That's my point here. It doesn't pass the bar for schlock, and it doesn't pass the bar for Kino.
Okay, well, I think we'll have to leave this one up to the audience. So
Yeah, I think
please
we will.
go discuss in the comments if you're still here after 40 minutes.
Yeah, right.
Do you think based off of our arguments, it doesn't matter if you've seen the movie or not, based this off of our arguments, do you think that A Cure for Wellness is Kino or is not Kino?
Yes.
And there you go. That'll be
Kino
the
or not
point
to
of this
Kino?
episode.
Yeah.
To
Okay, so
Kino
can we
or
take
not to
a quick
Kino?
talk about that ending? Because
Yeah, go ahead.
okay, because I felt it
Well,
was
clearly, since you didn't notice that his teeth were all back, you
Yeah.
didn't understand the ending.
But it's possible they just put his teeth back in, or they put
No,
in
that-
new
that
teeth.
never happened.
Porcelain teeth.
No, that didn't happen.
But it's possible it happened off screen, dude. He was knocked
No.
out for so much of this movie.
No, I refuse to
So
believe it. I think
he-
it's the
he
same thing
didn't
as his
have-
broken leg.
What his wait, what? His leg was never broken,
his
and
tooth
his teeth
missing
were
is
never
this-
taken out.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't
So what
know.
was
We don't
real?
know if he thought it happened or not. We don't
What
know.
was real then?
We don't know.
What's the point?
It's a crazy fever dream. We're talking in circles. Just what's your last point?
This is exasperating. Okay, so wrapping up here. Cure for Wellness is really well shot. Gore Verbinski knows where to place a camera. There's a part in the beginning where the camera's on the outside of a train while it goes through a tunnel, and basically the outside is reflected on the side of the train, and so it's a really cool shot. He knows how to place cameras. He knows
That's in the
how to
trailer,
make
so you
movies
can go
beautiful.
see that in the trailer.
Yeah, absolutely. So the movie looks beautiful. I really like Dean DeHaan, so that really helped me through this movie. I just think he's compelling in general. God damn it, what's his name? I swear I said it. The Jason Isaacs, that's his name. He played Malfoy in the Harry Potter movies. He's wonderful as the villain.
Wait, who
but
the
he just
fuck
doesn't
is
have
he?
enough to do. Jason
Malfoy's
Isaacs.
in this movie?
Yeah.
Who did Malfoy play?
The main doctor guy who wants to fuck his daughter.
What?
The dad.
That wasn't
Dad
Malfoy. Oh, the
Dad
dad
Malfoy.
Malfoy. Okay, that makes
Yeah,
more
yeah,
sense.
yeah,
I was
yeah.
like, what the fuck are you
Oh,
talking
sorry.
about?
If I was saying Draco, I meant Lucius.
Yeah, Lucius Malfoy.
Yeah, Lucius Malfoy.
I
Sorry
was
about
so confused for a second there.
that. Yeah, because you're like, I didn't see what's his face anywhere. Tom Felton.
No. Yeah, I did not see whatever his name is.
Yeah. So most movies would be able to get away with what this movie gets away with if they had even a slightly better screenplay. This movie does not. This movie is an hour and a half of Dane DeHaan walking through corridors and asking dumb questions and having no actual impact on anything going on whatsoever. Most of the movie is people explaining things to Dane DeHaan. The fucking woman who's doing puzzles and shit throughout, like, is she real? I don't fucking know. I can wonder about all this shit the entire time, and the fact that I'm curious in any way maybe speaks better to this movie than I'm giving it credit for. But it's kind of a puzzle with no answer, or at least no answer that I care for. It's boring to me. There's only like 2 or 3 really good scares that had me on edge throughout the movie. It's just too long, and I don't think it really justifies its screen time. So I would say don't watch this movie in the theaters. I'd say rent it on Redbox if you really want to see it, or wait until it comes on Netflix or something. So there you go. Sorry, independent movies are shit. Watch more cute Kino.
No, I have a lot of the same quibbles with the movie that you did.
Mm-hmm.
We've said it 100 times. It's too long, too many fake endings. The character is frustrating at times. But I still have to say, we've already spoiled the whole thing, so,
Yeah.
I mean...
Just say whatever.
Like, now that I've spoiled the whole movie, maybe there isn't a reason to see it. But if you're going into it blind, I'd say it's definitely worth at least one watch for the last 20 minutes alone. It's just crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't tell people not to see it. Like, if you're curious, I would say invest in your curiosity and check out this movie, because
Interesting.
Maybe you'll bizarrely like it. And I have a feeling that 20 years down the road, This is going to be one of those cult classics that people start watching and paying attention to.
Yeah. Okay. Mumkey, do you want to know the twist ending to this episode?
Sure.
I had already listened to a podcast where they talked about this movie. So going into it, I vaguely, I didn't know all of it, and I didn't understand any of it because it's very indecipherable. But I had already known a lot of the plot details about the eels and it being about eternal life. Most of the podcast was just them talking about how it's very obvious in the movie as it plays out. But I'd already heard a lot of that stuff. And so, as batshit and crazy as that is, listening to it, I was interested to see how the movie laid that out to me. Because I generally don't have problems with spoilers. If somebody spoils something for me, I'm just like, okay, fine, I'll be interested to see how the movie does that. But I went into this movie vaguely, I just knew that eels were somehow a key to immortality. And that was batshit enough that I was like, oh, all right, I'll see how this plays out. And guess what? I have no fucking idea how that works.
So I think that the moral of this story is that if the movie has been spoiled for you, then it's not worth seeing, which also means every single person listening to this shouldn't see it because we just spoiled the whole thing. We ruined the movie.
We fucked you over, ladies and gentlemen.
But yeah, I think that brings us to the end. We're going overtime, and I didn't ask Twitter for a question, so I think we should wrap it up.
All right.
So I guess we both did a recommendation, so I think we're done. So Mumkey says, check this out if you want. Eridge says, maybe not. 3.5 out of 10 says Eridge.
Actually, wait a minute. I don't want to say I want to say, fuck this movie.
Oh.
It's boring.
I would say this movie is better than Kubo and the Two String.
Oh my god. It's like you're just trying to piss me off. I will not rise to this bait.
Eridge, thanks for joining me again. What are we going to watch next? Logan?
I hope so.
I think I'm seeing Logan tomorrow with my dad, so we'll probably have to do this pretty soon.
I'm going to see if I can see it in IMAX tomorrow. We'll
shit. See. This is supposed to be Cape Kino, hardcore Cape Kino.
Actual Cape Kino, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm not even fucking joking.
Yeah, so I guess I'll see you next time for the Logan review. Eridge, thanks for joining me and discussing whether or not A Cure for Wellness is Kino. I think we had a lot of fun tonight, and we'll see what the audience thinks.
Sounds good, and in the words of Dane DeHaan, I'm not fucking crazy. I'm not fucking crazy.
Good night, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 11 of the Mumkey and Cobb Movie Podcast. I'm your host, X23. Hola, chico. Hola, me llamo Taco. Today I'm joined by
Erich.
X23 is a Mexican girl, but we'll get to that later. Hey, Erich, how's it going, buddy?
Oh, it's going great.
Yeah, it was storming here a second ago, so if you hear some nice ambiance of thunder and lightning and very, very frightening me, just go with the flow. It'll be a nice, relaxing discussion of what I dare say is the first Cape Kino of the modern era.
Absolutely, or at least 2017.
Now, if we can go back in time a little bit, before we discuss Logan, I really want to talk about the trailer for Logan, and I've probably said this somewhere before, because this trailer impacted me in a major way. I don't think there has been a trailer that has been so emotionally effective for me since maybe the Inception trailer all the way back in 2009, where the trailer... I'm specifically talking about the Johnny Cash Hurt trailer, and then they add in those sick drum beats to the climax of Johnny Cash's song. God, I love the trailer so much. It got me completely pumped up. I was totally torqued. I was ready to have my insides all slashed up with Wolverine claws. And it was the finest example of trailer Kino since Inception for me. I don't know. What do you think of the trailer? Anything?
Yeah, I loved the trailer. I mean, I think there should be awards for certain trailers just because...
Oh, yeah.
There is an art to assembling images with music or sound clips from the movie or whatever. And I feel like this Logan trailer just
knocked out of the park. And so
And it didn't really spoil shit.
No, it
That's the
didn't, no.
biggest problem with trailers, is that they ruin the entire movie. This one was effective emotionally. It was exhilarating. It was exciting. And also, it didn't spoil anything.
yeah, most movie trailers, if you know what you're looking for, you can like pretty easily determine this is the first act, this is the second act, and like maybe you get a peek at the like big battle at the end. But Logan, you just got like you got a sense of feel. You got a sense of like this is what this movie is striving for, and that's what you need in a trailer. And when an artful one does it, it's incredible.
I was really excited for Batman versus Superman, like after the first one or two trailers, but then they dropped the trailer with Doomsday, and I was like, okay, this is gonna be complete shit.
Yeah, I remember you messaging
What
me,
the
and
fuck?
I saw the trailer. And I'm like, oh shit. But actually,
Oh,
talking
God.
about the DCEU, the Man of Steel trailer, one of them, I don't know what it is. I think the one where he punches Zod. That one's really good too. It integrates the score heavily, which Man of Steel score is amazing.
And that is that the one where his father is narrating the trailer, and it shows him like taking off to fly for the first time and all that stuff.
Yes, it's probably that one.
I'm pretty sure Space Cop had a teaser trailer that was doing a parody of that. Yeah, I'll send it to
they
you. It's
would.
pretty funny. The trailer was funnier than the movie.
The actual movie.
But now that we're done talking about trailer Kino, maybe we should move on to what we both agree is motherfucking Cape Kino,
Kino.
baby.
Legit
Logan.
Cape Kino.
Oh my god. You take the reins on this one again. I always like giving it to you
All right.
because you're the smart one of the group.
All right, so Logan is kind of the second James Mangold directed X-Men movie. He did The Wolverine, which was the previous Hugh Jackman kind of starring vehicle X-Men movie.
Which was a solid 6 out of 10.
I actually like it more than that. I'd say it's a solid 7.5 to 8 out of 10. A lot of people really,
I think if they would have
really dismissed
they wanted
the movie.
to make it rated R, and the studio fucked with it. So I think if it would
Yeah,
have stayed rated R, we would have got a better movie.
A lot of people that dismiss the movie for the last like 20 minutes. Like I don't mind the last 20 minutes, and I think the rest of the movie does enough good stuff that I really enjoy the movie overall. That's when I really realized that like Hugh Jackman with this director James Mangold, they can actually make something good, and I feel like Logan is their shot to deliver something truly awesome, and they do it. The Wolverine was really good. This is great. This is like, so I see people saying it's one of the best superhero movies ever, and I generally agree with that. My quibbles will be when it's like compared to The Dark Knight as like the best ever. But yeah, it's certainly one of the best superhero movies, and certainly worth seeing. Yeah.
I almost don't want to say that because I wouldn't even consider this a superhero movie for the most part. It's like an indie drama with characters that just so happen to have superpowers. So I would say it transcends the superhero genre in a lot of ways until, I guess, the end when there's all the kids fighting in the woods. Then that kind of gets like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay,
there's
see.
certain plot elements that I would disagree that it transcends the genre, because basically if you would put those plot elements into any other movie, you'd be like, what the fuck? What? And that's kind of where I run into some of my problems with the movie, but they're not nearly enough to like detract from it in any measurable way. So yeah.
I think the ballsiest thing that the movie does, and you would think it would be having an R rating on a superhero film, but I think the ballsiest thing was having just such a small, contained story, because all these superhero movies, you know, you got like your fucking Civil Wars and shit, like, oh, we gotta make it the biggest, craziest battle ever, gotta shoot those blue lasers in the sky and fight the aliens, and this one's like, nah, it's just like focused on these three characters the whole time. And,
It's gotta be,
and
in other movies, it's gotta be 50 characters, and you have to have seen every other movie in the series to even come close to understanding what's going on. This movie,
this movie has like 4 action scenes and 10 scenes of people sitting there talking.
yeah, and I'm sure that
And it's great.
it does add something to have seen the previous X-Men movies with specifically Wolverine and Professor X in them, but you can glean a lot just from what they talk about and kind of their relationship enough so that I don't think you really need those other movies. You can walk into Logan just generally knowing about Wolverine's the guy with claws who beats the shit out of people, and you'll enjoy the movie.
Yeah, I think so too. I think a non-comic book fan could enjoy this as much as any other movie.
Yeah.
So should we gleam over all the positives so that we can go into the negatives? Because even though we both would put this movie on a pedestal, I'm more interested in talking about the negative elements of the movie. Like, not to shit on it, but just because I think it's kind of important for this new emerging trend of R-rated superhero movies.
Yeah, it's important to talk about what is something that we might not have liked about it, because everyone is fawning over the movie, rightfully so, but yeah. Just in general, I think all the performances in this movie are incredible. We've got the newcomer Daphne Keane, who plays X-23 throughout the first kind of half, 2/3 of the movie. She's like silent. She doesn't really say anything except she screams.
The best part of the character.
Yeah.
When she started
absolutely.
talking, that's when it kind of fell apart for me.
I actually liked her when she started talking, and I think it works together as a solid character.
Well, I guess if we're
silent for that
if
part.
I'm going to jump into my issues with the movie already,
Okay.
I feel like once she starts talking, her character is a completely different person, because when she's silent, she's like this immature little 8-year-old kid. You know, she's like stealing stuff from stores and being bratty. But then the moment she decides to start talking, she like is suddenly the more mature between her and Logan, and she's like driving the car and taking care of him when he's weak and stuff. Like, when the fuck did she get 15 years older? I don't get it.
I think the difference is when she starts talking, she's around just Logan, or she's around the other kids. So before she was with Professor X, she was with that Mexican woman who's taking care of her. These are people that kind of have her best interest at heart. She knows she can trust them, and with Logan, she's not so sure, and she needs to develop that relationship and actually talk with him. Otherwise, she doesn't have a protector.
So it's like an evolutionary standpoint. If I want to survive, I have to mature right now, because I don't have a real mature person guarding me anymore.
Yeah. And I mean, he's falling apart. He's self-destructive. He's obviously frustrated with his life and not really. And this is a major impasse for Logan Wolverine, whether he is a good guy at all, or whether he should slink off and just kind of fade into nothingness, into obscurity. I think essentially we should maybe talk about what kind of situation the characters are in. I really like the
can. That's
future.
fine.
I really like the future that this movie portrays. The trucks that drive on their own is interesting, I thought, and just all the stuff. So this movie has a very Western style to it.
Yeah.
Coming right down to the family that is having water kept from it by some kind of company, which Logan then has to figure out and help him stop. And then, of course, it gets waylaid into an actual plot for the movie. But there are Western elements at play here, and it's just kind of Wolverine at increasingly old age, losing his ability to heal. Mutants have been tracked down and killed or captured, I assume, and Professor X is kind of losing his mind, which I think is one of the main kind of touchstones for the movie, where if you've known or even just know about any kind of elderly symptom of losing your mind or losing your memories, what you see with Patrick Stewart's performance here is incredibly moving, really well done, not something you'd expect to see in a comic book movie, but it works for the character. The performance is great, and it just sells itself. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's a fascinating idea for the world's most powerful mind to be going through Alzheimer's or something like that. And the movie really, like you said, they play into it perfectly, and it's a great exploration of the implications of something so dangerous and crazy. But we keep talking about the performances. Do you buy into the buzz of like, ooh, maybe this Cape movie will get an Oscar nom for the acting? Like, do you buy into any of that?
If it was closer to later summer, possibly. I kind of think that this movie might be forgotten by the time they start to name names. I think the performances are strong enough to earn it, certainly. I'm just worried about the timing, and as soon as all the Oscar bait movies come up.
And this is going to be a great year for movies anyway, so this will probably get forgotten pretty quick.
The only reason like Heath Ledger won for The Dark Knight how great his performance was.
Just 'cause he
aside,
fucking
because
died.
he died. Yeah, he
Yep.
died. So yeah, it's
So
a
if Patrick
huge
Stewart
zeitgeist
just
performance.
Patrick Stewart, if he wants that Oscar, he better die soon.
Go for the posthumous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
but
what are the other
uh,
pluses of the movie?
Okay, so just the other performance, other than the little girl as X-23, is Hugh Jackman. Hugh Jackman's been in so many of these movies for so many years. It's kind of just a given that he is Wolverine. He's kind of stuck with the character, but this is his very public last kind of outing as Wolverine. And I think he does a great job. He portrays a striking look at the character that is uncompromising. All of the negatives that were once kind of positives, kind of his brashness, his inability to kind of feel feelings that you have to grapple with, kind of come back to bite him here. He has to be able to face up to these things because this is kind of his last go round, and they do a great job of showcasing that. Hugh Jackman, I've seen him in a couple other things, but this is probably the best performance I've seen him in, certainly.
Yeah, I think it's pretty incredible that this is the 10th time we've seen this character in a movie, but he brings something new to it. There's new depth. It's not just, we're going to do it again. He brings something entirely new to the character that makes it feel fresh for the 10th time that we've seen it.
Yeah, it to me says that he cares about this, that they've gone so deep into it.
Well, did you hear that he took a pay cut for this movie?
Really? That makes sense. I
Yeah,
mean,
Fox
this is
didn't
not one
wanna-
of those big grandstanding superhero movies. It makes
Fox
sense.
wanted it to be PG-13, and Hugh Jackman and the director said we want it to be rated R, so he volunteered to take a pay cut so that it could be rated R.
See, all of these studio executives don't really understand this genre or particular stories you can tell with this genre. They try to do the same thing with Deadpool. Deadpool is the number one most successful R-rated movie for forever. And now you've got Logan breaking box office records for March for R-rated movies with the same game, like with an R-rated superhero movie. Fox is now suddenly, all of a sudden, showing that they can succeed with an R-rated superhero property.
And I'm very excited about that.
Absolutely.
I enjoyed Deadpool and Logan more than any other comic book movies in recent history, so I'm hoping to get more movies that are similar to these.
I'm hoping what we're seeing here is that like Fox knows it has to differentiate itself from something like Marvel Studios, because Marvel Studios is going to put out 3 movies a year that are all vaguely similar, and if something like X-Men Apocalypse comes out and it's just like every other goddamn superhero movie on the market,
disgusting mess.
they got nothing, because Marvel's going to beat them at that game every time. So what Fox Studios has to do is bring those more R-rated, more edgy, kind of deeper tales to bear in the marketplace, and they'll win, just like they have with Deadpool and now that they have done with Logan.
Yeah, it's funny that DC is trying to be the edgy ones, then fucking Fox comes in with their old X-Men property and beats them, like completely beats them.
And we shouldn't talk too much about the kind of superhero genre in general, but I mean, the DCU has such a hard thing they're trying to do, because they've got
They
these
just need to
mainline...
end it now.
I don't know, man.
Put them out of their misery. Even it sounds like
could.
the Batman movie is a disaster. Ben Affleck doesn't want to do it. He dropped the director role.
I think it's friction with the studio more than anything. I think the studio wants a very specific Batman movie, and I think Ben Affleck probably wants a more down-to-earth crime drama type movie that the studios know. That's not the Batman movie we've been making. But actually, the studios are probably wrong about that, because
they made the other 3 films, and they're all shit.
No, yeah, exactly. The Nolan Batman movies were a radical departure from like what the other Batman movies were before then, and they did super well. So if you give Ben Affleck that kind of modicum of trust, and it's very possible that he's not being given that trust because of Live by Night not doing very well, but you should give him that trust and say you can reinvent this character in a new fun way that's not what we want necessarily, but is something that is interesting. Do that. Don't fucking... I don't know. I like Matt Reeves, so we'll see if he is able to deliver something good. I'm just afraid the WB is just going to put their hands all over it and shit over it.
So we agree, 3 great performances in Logan.
Yes.
We like the futuristic world. And my interpretation was that this was a world without Trump's America, because there's clearly no border. The movie opens with Logan getting attacked by Mexicans who are trying to steal his shit. So obviously this is like a post-apocalyptic world where Trump didn't win. So thankfully we live in a world where he did, right? Don't have to worry about any of this happening.
America would be great by whatever year this takes place in.
Yep. Hell, if Trump won, maybe Logan would be president. Who knows?
Yeah. Okay, so let's talk real quick about kind of like it takes place in the future, and they're being chased by this group of kind of robot arm guys. Maybe they don't all have robot arms, but the main guy has a robot arm. Yeah. I really liked that because I really like how the arm was animated, where it looked shaky at times. It was doing everything it was supposed to be doing, but it was like slower than you'd expect from an actual hand, and just kind of it jittered at times. And I really loved that, where that kind of technology being used.
Yeah, it gave me hope for a potential Full Metal Alchemist movie where they would have a realistic looking metal arm, because the main guy in that has a metal arm too.
Oh yeah, I know. Alphonse.
Yeah. I didn't know you were an anime boy, E-Rich.
Not that much of an anime boy, but enough to know the mainstream shit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Let's see here. So I'm going to talk about my problem with the movie. Okay. And that's basically...
You better not steal mine, because I had a good one.
No, I don't think it is. My problem with the movie would basically be the villain, like kind of the main villain / the kind of bruiser villain that they've got for this movie. So the main villain, you could say, is the Richard E. Grant. He's the actor who's playing the character Xander Rice, and he's just the evil scientist guy. So I know that not you, but
probably me.
Yeah, you, definitely you. When they make these superhero movies, you can either focus it on the villain or you can focus it on the hero. And Marvel usually tends to focus on the hero to the kind of...
detriment of the villains?
The detriment of the villain. And DC, in the past, has usually done the opposite, where like the Joker has been kind of a huge force that's really kind of developed in, say, The Dark Knight or the original Batman 1989 movie. But in this movie,
Bane.
I feel like Bane.
The best part of that movie.
You talking about Tom Hardy or Monkey Work, the Batman and Robin.
Oh,
Bane.
He was the best part of both movies. It's Bane.
Bane in general.
Yeah.
We should just talk about Bane sometime. But
we need a Bane spin-off movie where it's just about him.
Dude, he's interesting enough, and make it Tom Hardy.
He's way more interesting than fucking Batman.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so the villain in Logan is this scientist guy who, for some reason, like, it's just so vague and it's barely paid attention to, and he's just generic evil scientist guy. And so I didn't even realize this because, I really like the guy who plays this guy, Richard E. Grant, but I could not understand what he was saying for the life of me. And so I watched it again. I actually saw Logan twice.
Shit.
In the past week. So I watched it again, and I could tell better what he was saying this time. He says that his name is Xander Rice, and that Logan killed his father some time ago. And I was like, I have no fucking idea who he's talking about. All I know is that when Wolverine was running around that facility, Stryker, who was played by William Cox, I think.
In X-Men Origins?
No, that's another guy. In X2, X-Men United, is Stryker. He's a character from the comics and shit. I don't know who Xander Rice is. I'm not that big on X-Men comics, so I can't tell you if that's a character. But in the X-Men Apocalypse movie, did you see that one, Monkey?
No, I heard it was god-awful, and I didn't want to waste my money.
It was god-awful, so you don't need to see it. But in that movie...
I don't like Jennifer Lawrence, so I couldn't stand the idea.
Oh, God, fucking Jennifer Lawrence. Okay, so in that movie, there is like a 2-minute Hugh Jackman cameo, where they've got him suited up in kind of the classic Weapon X costume, where he's got this like apparatus on his face, and he's wearing nothing but like underwear and that apparatus on his face. And as he's running through that facility, one of the guys he kills is that guy's father in this movie. So they somehow tied this movie into X-Men Apocalypse, which fucking blows my mind. I don't know why you'd want to connect this movie to X-Men Apocalypse. But, okay,
yeah,
so...
the X-Men timelines are just so fucky and confusing. I would just say, like, they should have just ignored it and just made a movie.
That's what I'd do, yeah. And, okay, so that kind of ties into my point for why... One of the problems I have with this movie. So basically, that villain guy... And so the brute villain I talked about is X-24, who is a clone of
Spoilers!
Yeah, spoilers, sorry about that. A clone of Wolverine. Now, if I were making this movie and I were absolutely, like, kind of really committed to making a kind of stripped down, not really a comic book movie, very kind of emotionally weighty, and I don't know, you just throw away a lot of the bullshit that usually gets attached to a comic book movie, I would not have an evil clone running around in this movie. Mm-hmm. That's just kind of my problem, is that I wish they had stuck with a more stripped down, more kind of just all throughout emotional, rather than to have this clone of Logan. And I understand kind of the shadow self of this is the version of him when he was just a brute, just running around destroying things just because. But
it's kind of like symbolic in a way of him fighting his past self.
Yeah. I mean, I think they didn't do quite enough with that to really sell that point. But I mean, just in general, I didn't care much for that. I'd rather you just have these little mutant kids being chased around by the robot hand guys. They could be chased around by the robot hand guys. That was the entire threat. You just have to protect them from those guys, and that's it. You don't need to bring in this other big scientist guy who, I don't remember how he dies. He gets shot, I think?
I don't remember. Like, everybody gets killed in the woods.
Yeah, Logan pulls out a gun, I think, and shoots him. But it's just like, you don't need that. You don't need that role. You can keep it just them running away from these guys, and you accomplish the same exact thing. I guess all the clone really does is ramp up the stakes.
I don't know. I think X-24, I mean, if we're in spoilers, he fucking kills Xavier, and Xavier thinks that it's Logan killing him. That's like the second saddest scene in the movie. So, I mean...
Sure.
The clone
but even that,
is like a dumb idea.
Enough time with. I was so kind of shocked and trying to catch up with what was going on, because I didn't expect there to be a black shirt Wolverine clone running around.
No, I thought it was Sabretooth at first. I had no idea what was going on.
I was trying to catch up with it, and I couldn't really take that time to get emotionally invested in the fact that Patrick Stewart had just been stabbed by Wolverine, or at least that's what he thought. So, I mean, yeah, you're right. There are some kind of good emotional beats they could do with that, and there's a great moment where Hugh Jackman is like, "It wasn't me.
Yeah, that was really sad. Like, he wants to let his friend know he didn't kill him before he dies.
Yes. So that was a really good moment, sure.
God, it reminds me of Silence when Kylo Ren drowns thinking that Spider-Man betrayed him. Like, just something about that, of somebody dying not knowing the truth, really gets to me.
Yeah, absolutely, because you just know that's their last chance. That's it. That's all she wrote. And people who haven't heard our Silence review or haven't seen the movie Silence, which is probably most people, are just
I think that's our least viewed episode.
What's going on? Yeah. So
I thought
that's kind of my main problem with the movie.
When Logan and the clone were fighting, I thought those fight scenes were pretty cool.
Oh, sure, and I love how kind of, I guess, makeup level, you can see how scarred up Logan is. He's not healing as well as he is, so you can see all of his scars still. And so there's a scene where he's in with that random doctor guy, and like it looks like he's just been mauled by an animal when he's sitting on that. Oh man, just the imagery of this movie is very, very good. You can see how torn up he is.
So should I talk about my big problem with the movie?
Yeah, go ahead.
And when I say big problem, it's not really that big. It's just kind of a concern I have for R-rated superhero movies going forward. I think that they're still kind of working out the kinks. Because imagine you're the writer of this movie and they say, okay, it's greenlit. You're going to make an R-rated superhero movie.
Yes.
So then you start writing that script. And the very first line of dialogue, you're like, "Oh baby, this is R-rated. I'm gonna
Let's go."
give a little wink to the audience that it's R-rated." The first line is gonna be "fuck," and then in that scene he's gonna say "fuck" 5 more times, and then he's gonna go see Professor X, and Professor X is gonna say "fuck" like 5 times, and then in the whole movie,
I loved Professor X saying it, man.
But my thing is, it seemed like they were so gun happy with their R rating that they had to throw in like as much fuck as they could. And I love fuck. I say fuck more than anybody I know. I've said it probably.
I always say fucking
I've
fuck.
said it like 10 times in this video, if not more. But the problem is, it just felt like they were trying to force it in more times than necessary. I think the best fuck in the movie is after they bury Professor X and Logan is just wailing on his truck because it won't start. And he's just like, fuck, shit, fuck. Like, that's a perfect moment. Put that in a movie. But we don't need everybody saying fuck all the time for reasons where, in other movies where they'd be like, not saying it. And then also there's like a scene where a girl flashes her tits at Logan. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, yeah, we get it. It's R-rated. Like, what does this have to do with anything? Why are you throwing this in?
Yeah,
like I feel like they're doing it. I feel like they're doing it just because it's R-rated. So it's kind of unnecessary. Kind of takes me out of it. Just fucking tell the story you want, unrestricted. Don't try to shoehorn in like tits and fucks and all this stuff. Just let it come naturally.
I'd say the tits felt shoehorned in. I didn't mind them, but they didn't feel.
I mean, I
like
never
they were
mind
part
tits.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it just felt like they were trying to prove a point almost. I don't have as much of a problem with the fucks. One of my favorite kind of long-running jokes with these movies, the X-Men movies, is that any movie that Wolverine's in after like 2010 or something, he always says fuck once.
Oh yeah, because they always get to do one in a PG-13
Yeah, you can do
movie.
one with PG-13. Yeah, so one of my favorite ones is in X-Men First Class when a young Professor X and Eric Lencher, Magneto, are going to hunt down random mutants. They come to Wolverine just sitting in a bar, and they tell him, "We've got a school that we're forming, and we'd like you to join." And Logan just says, "Fuck off." I love shit like that. So I was happy that like as soon as this movie started, it started with fuck, and they just kept saying fuck. And also, like, I just think it kind of has a pragmatic use, because for any parent that brought their entire brood of children
it tells them to get out
into the theater, you very quickly get a realization that, oh, this is not the CGI laden X-Men movie that we've been bringing our fucking kids to for the last 10 fucking years. He's gonna say fuck this time quite a lot. So yeah.
When I hear that there's an R-rated Wolverine movie, I'm like, okay, have a couple fucks. You don't need to fucking drown me in fucks. What I want to see is gratuitous, bloody violence with these claws. And, buddy, that's what they deliver on. That's all I needed from an R-rated Logan movie, is just gratuitous blood and violence. And this movie is filled to the brim with that shit, sucker.
Absolutely.
So I'd say for these, in the future of these movies, let's lean more towards the crazy violence and less towards the gratuitous cursing for no reason other than because we can. But that's,
do you think Deadpool
that's like my only problem with the movie.
Yeah. That's not too big a problem either.
No, not
do you
really.
think Deadpool should definitely stick with its heavy
Deadpool
language?
should be as coarse and vulgar as possible. Because that's the whole point of the character.
All right. Yeah. I was gonna say something. I guess it bugs me that Logan never said "bub" in this movie.
Yeah, and he never smoked a cigar either.
He did grab a cigar from the
when they were robbing
convenience store in this movie. So there was some nod to it, but it wasn't really a huge thing.
So is there anything else big that we should delve into, or should we move on to some questions from Twitter?
Real quick, let's talk about whether they should use Wolverine after this. So can we talk about their fates in this movie?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so about halfway through the movie or so, Professor X dies. I guess we talked about that.
Yeah.
I did not really expect to see that to happen, so I was surprised by that. I knew that this would be Hugh Jackman's last Wolverine movie. I didn't really expect him to die as conclusively as he does in this. Mm-hmm. They bury him. He's got a bunch of rocks on him. I did expect one of those rocks to like shake or fall off or something.
Some bullshit Batman versus Superman stuff.
Yeah, you can always in your head say, oh, he's still alive. But yeah, I like that they didn't do anything corny like that. I did like the cross falling at the tip of his grave to form an X. I thought that was kind of the perfect way to close the movie.
It's the saddest part of the movie.
Yeah, that can be bad. They could have done that in a way that's bad, but it was kind of affecting, and it was X-23 doing it. Now, do you think X-23 can carry the kind of Wolverine mantle from here on out, or what do you think?
Oh, man, I wouldn't really want to. I didn't like the character as much when she started talking. I liked her more as the silent little 8-year-old loli girl who just fucking tears people to shreds and cuts off their heads. Towards the beginning, when in her first action scene, it's like it kind of becomes a horror movie from the point of view of the guards who are the guys with guns trying to catch her. Where like they're walking through this building trying to find the monster, which is her, and she's like swooping in and killing them one by one. So that was really fun.
And then she comes out with one of their heads, and she rolls the head over to them.
So if she didn't talk a lot, I'd like her, but I don't see her as a leading character. Maybe a supporting character.
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't mind to see her like in a supporting team, maybe of like younger mutants. I believe that they're going to try to do a New Mutants movie, and I would not mind to see her with a group of other kind of teenagers once she's a couple years older.
As long as they keep it with the R rating.
Yeah, I think that's what they're looking to do. They are looking to do more kind of edgy material with this because I mean that makes sense. I think X-Men is the longest running franchise of these superhero movies because it was in like the early 2000s that they started making it, and for the most part they haven't really.
When they reboot it, they just say it's a different timeline or something.
It's a different timeline, or it's the past of the previous characters. There are so many fucking timelines in these X-Men movies. It's not even funny. It does none of it really makes sense, which is crazy. But
no, they didn't even try.
But it's amazing to me that they can do that. Nobody cares, and they just do whatever the fuck they want.
Now you were hinting earlier at the question if Logan should come back. And I say yes, absolutely, but only for Deadpool 2.
Oh, that'd be interesting. Wait, so you're saying Hugh Jackman should come back?
Yeah, I think Hugh Jackman as Wolverine has to be in Deadpool 2, even as a cameo. I think it would be the coolest, funniest shit ever.
Okay, I agree, a cameo. I don't want anything really substantial, but I wouldn't mind, because, I mean, he was, Deadpool, Ryan Reynolds was really making fun of Hugh Jackman in the first movie, so even if he just stopped by, I actually would love it if it was just Hugh Jackman. It wasn't actually Wolverine. It was
be really good too.
Actor Hugh Jackman.
I mean, in the world of Deadpool, there are no rules, so like I wouldn't care if Wolverine showed up and helped him fight a guy. Like it's not like it's canon to the X-Men universe. It's a fucking joke in a comedy movie.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's kind of weird because it is kind of part of the universe in a way because they do have characters like Colossus who has been in the other movies. But yeah, in a lot of ways it's not because the nature of Deadpool's character, he kind of takes place outside of any of the actual stuff because he actually mentions which Professor X are we saying, Stewart or McAvoy in Deadpool. So yeah, he's kind of outside of any kind of order or canonicity.
All right, so I think we're done talking about Cape KINO unless you had one more thing.
Nope, that's it.
All right, let's move on to some Twitter questions. And I just posted this, so I haven't read any of them.
It's the best.
Yeah, so we're gonna go balls to the wall on this.
Mm-hmm.
Here's one. What is a movie you loved? And this is by The Last Weeaboo. What is a movie you loved at one point in your life, but now loathe?
I wanted to say, I don't think I have such strong feelings about most movies that I now loathe them. I guess Cats and Dogs. Which, when I saw it, I was a little kid, so of course I loved it. And now that I'm older, I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? This is an interesting question.
Yeah.
It's just
like,
hard to
what
think
movie
about.
doesn't hold up with nostalgia?
Mm-hmm.
I think one for me would be, I was a huge fan of Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! As a kid, so naturally I thought that the Yu-Gi-Oh! Movie was the dopest shit ever, dog. But Yu-Gi-Oh! The movie is pretty awful. I'd go as far as saying it's absolute horse shit.
The first Yu-Gi-Oh! Movie?
Yeah, well, I think there's only one. The one that was in theaters.
I'm sure there was another one, though, recently.
Oh, yeah, I'm just talking the one I saw in theaters as a kid. God, it's fucking awful.
Yeah. I would say Dinosaur as well. The 3D animated Disney movie. Where now the animation is terrible.
Oh.
None of the voices are any good. The only thing that movie has going for it is that there are dinosaurs in it. And that's it.
We'll do one more question. Here's one from God Zane, who wants to know, who are some actors you think should win Academy Awards? I think
Jake Gyllenhaal.
Yeah, Jake Gyllenhaal. Has Michael Shannon won anything? Probably not.
I don't think so.
No.
But yeah, definitely him.
Yeah, Jake Gyllenhaal
Tom
for
Hardy.
sure. Tom Hardy hasn't won? Yeah, I guess he hasn't.
Nope. Tom Hardy should have won for Locke. That movie is entirely on him.
Yeah, I thought he was a lock for sure that year.
Monkey.
Can you think
You
of
should
any
be shot
women,
for that.
you sexist pig?
Oh, yeah. He said actors.
Oh,
Interesting.
women can't be actors, E-Rich. Shameful.
No, they could be actresses. Let's see here. Females. God, what's her name? The youngest Olsen, who's now in the Avengers
Caitlin Olsen?
movies. Caitlin Olsen?
No,
She was
that's from It's Always Sunny, I think.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's
Yeah.
true. Elizabeth Olsen?
I have no idea. If I know who you're talking about.
Yeah,
Scarlet
people
Witch?
know what I'm talking about. Scarlet Witch. She was in a movie called Marcy May Marlene or something, and she was really good in that. She probably should have won for that. And she's super cute. Mew, Mary Elizabeth Winstead, was really good in 10 Cloverfield Lane.
Yeah.
Imogen Poots. Who
She
else?
was
I
in
know there are
Green
others.
Room, right?
Yes, she was. She did. Alicia Vikander did win an Oscar, I believe, but she deserved to win it for Ex Machina.
Oh, for sure. I was going to say Reese Witherspoon, but it looks like she won back in 2006, so never mind.
Oh, wow.
But I wanted her to win in 2015 for
Didn't
the
she
movie
win?
Wild.
Oh, yeah, she was really good in Wild.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Laura Dern, there's another one. If she hasn't won, she should win.
Well, there you go. Whoever that was. Zed, I forgot already. But hey, there's some people who we think better win some goddamn Oscars before they die, or else we're gonna light up the Academy, baby.
That's right. Oscar's so dead.
Alrighty, Rich, I think that brings us to the end of another Monkey and Cobb movie review.
Sounds good.
What are we gonna see next? I don't want to see the King Kong movie anymore. Don't make me go see it.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Oh.
No, but if you want to, I guess I'll fucking do it.
I'll see it, and if we don't do an episode on it, I'll give my short 30-second E-Rich movie review.
How about you go see it, and then you tell me if it's worth doing a review over
If it's
it.
worth seeing.
Yeah, and if it is, I'll go see it.
All right.
For better or worse,
right.
if it's worth it. Okay, well, hey, maybe we'll see you next time with Kong Skull Island. For Mumkey and Cobb movie
interesting.
reviews, I have been Mumkey.
And I'm E-Rich.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Hey, everybody! Welcome to the Fidget Spinner Show, baby! Hey!
Woo!
I'm Monkey Jones.
And I'm E-Rich.
Now you may be wondering, Monkey E-Rich, what in the fuck was that embarrassment you guys called the KINO Cast Episode 1 that premiered, I don't know, 3 months ago on the
Yeah.
other channel?
Yeah.
Good question.
Well, the answer is we found fidget spinners, motherfuckers.
Stop spinning that.
All right.
So here's the problem. We wanted to do the KINO Cast as like a bi-weekly show where the audience would get a vote on what we watch. And we intended on doing that. They
We did
voted
it.
on Space Jam. We watched Space Jam. We
did it.
recorded an episode on Space Jam. But who fucked it up? Was it me or you?
It
Somebody
was
fucked
me.
up.
It was definitely me.
Okay. Somebody fucked up something, and the episode was dead. And I decided, you know what? It's not worth it.
I mean-
I'm gonna kill myself.
I think it would be unlistenable to anyone, really, just because of the fact that it was 2 hours straight of two grown men jerking off to Lola Bunny.
Lola Bunny, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we're back doing this instead, where instead of watching meme movies, we're going to actually just talk about shit that's in theaters that we both watched and thought, oh, hey, let's talk about that and see if anybody gives a shit. And if
Yeah.
they don't, I don't care.
Fuck you,
'Cause it's-
audience.
It takes 30 minutes to make this, so I don't care. I'll throw it up. Fuck
Yep.
you. So what movie, other than the fidget spinner movie, and, oh man, I can't wait till we go see the Emoji Movie. That'll be a good
Holy
episode.
shit.
But what movie... Is the fidget spinner movie coming now that the Emoji
It's
Movie
got
is
to be.
coming?
It's got to be. If they don't do
If
it
the
now,
Emoji
they never
Movie-
will.
Yeah. If the Emoji Movie is successful, I think we're going to get fidget spinner movie. We're probably going to get Here Comes Dat Boy, the movie.
Oh, shit.
Probably never a
Harambe?
Pepe movie.
Harambe
yeah, Harambe
movie?
the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be good. It'd be like a ghost revenge tale.
They killed
Harambe's
Harambe.
gonna be Harambe's the lead villain in the next female Ghostbusters reboot. It's revealed that Harambe and Leslie Jones are long lost brothers. And that's how they defeat him.
Oh my
the
God.
power of sibling love.
I would actually see that movie.
You fucking sexist, and it's more racist than sexist. I
yeah.
think.
Yeah, that is.
I mean, here, let me unpack this joke for you. I claimed that Leslie Jones is both a man and an ape. Hilarious. Got her. How embarrassing for her.
Wouldn't want to
Hey.
be Leslie Jones right now.
No, no. With all that millions of dollars, how rough she must have it. E-Rich, what movie are we talking about today?
We are talking about Edgar Wright's newest movie, Baby Driver.
Oh, so that movie that he was going to make Ant-Man, and then he said, you know what? Fuck Ant-Man. I'm going to go make something else instead.
Well,
And then he made
actually,
this.
Marvel said, fuck you, Edgar Wright. Gave it to
Oh.
Peyton Reed, director of Bring It On, and what else? Shit.
What the hell's Bring It On?
The cheerleading movie, I think.
I have no idea.
Okay. He did something else, but yeah. Peyton Reed.
So, I think the big question here then would be, which movie was better, Ant-Man or Baby Driver?
For me, definitely Baby Driver. I thought Ant-Man was pretty
Ooh.
bland. More like Bland Man.
Fucking got him.
Yeah.
See, here's where I reach, what, an impasse? What's the right word here?
Yeah, that works.
Here's the crux of my issue here. I was kind of bored with the first half of Baby Driver, but the second half, they really kicked it into gear, if you know what I'm saying.
Shit.
They really put the pedal to the metal on that film. For those of you who don't know, Baby Driver is a film where the gimmick is almost the entire movie is synced up to music, and it's a unique take on how you can do music in a film, because the entire soundtrack is just the main character listening to music on his iPod. So the character chooses the soundtrack and like based on his situation, and then like sometimes he'll be like, "Oh, I got to start it over so that the song is synced up to what's going on." So it's kind of funny. Like 30 seconds to a song, he'll hit back on his iPod to make it start over. So that's the gimmick of this movie, is that it's kind of synced up to music, and the music is alive within the character.
But I think it's less a gimmick and kind of like inherent to the way the movie is made, because they like.
I mean, it's still a gimmick. Like
They edit- yeah, but
I
they
don't say
edit the
gimmick as a bad
movie.
thing. It's just like that's that's what's unique about the movie.
They edit the movie to like match the music that's going on. It's
Yeah.
not just they like shot a movie and they said afterwards, "Oh shit, we got to put music over this," like Suicide Squad, where they just decided.
Well, yeah, but I don't mean gimmick as in like a negative thing. I'm
okay.
sure
It's the
when
thing
he came
in
up with
this
this movie that. I'm guessing that's the first thing Edgar Wright thought of when he thought up this movie. Like, oh, what if we made a movie where the main character is doing the soundtrack the whole time?
What if
And
we
then
made a
that's how
movie
Baby Driver was born.
where the main character is autistic?
He's not autistic. He, what's the name of the disease he has?
Tinnitus?
He was in an accident when he was young, yeah, so he has tinnitus. So if he doesn't listen to music, there's like a ringing in his ear, and that's the excuse that the movie has for why he's always
Yeah, but
listening to his
he
iPod.
barely talks at all in the movie.
Yeah. Which
And he-
makes him... It's probably helpful, because when he did talk, I didn't think the actor was that great.
Yeah. He was just alright.
Now here's my other main problem with it. The first half is like it's good at setting things up so that the second half, when everything unfolds and goes crazy, it's really good. But the other problem is that you expect a level of comedy from an Edgar Wright movie that I don't think this film achieved, and he probably wasn't necessarily going for a straight up comedy. It was more of like just an experimental action movie. But I think the main problem might be that his comedy is just funnier coming out of British voices.
Possibly, yeah.
I think a lot of these jokes don't work as well from like a typical Midwestern American accent, you know? There's something inherently more funny about a British accent, and I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't think that they're going for like a jokes per minute type, like we need to rapid fire hit people with comedy left and right. And like Edgar Wright actually does that really well in that he layers it into the visuals, he layers it into the character interactions. He's not really going for that there. There are some pretty funny jokes in this movie. It's just not constant. It's not like really going for that. You should be laughing at all times. And I don't mind that. I think the movie does good enough at some of the other stuff, but it does excellently with the action sequences. So overall, I had a great time with it.
All right, what are the major hit points here? What do you want to talk about? What things really stuck out to you as good, and what things do you think, maybe that could have been done better?
For good, I'd say the cast. Like, you've got Ansel Elgort, who's just fine. He's kind of the necessary person with which this movie has to revolve around.
Was he Baby Driver?
Yes, he was Baby Driver. And then we've got Kevin Spacey as the kind of person who's coming up with all the plans for the...
Kevin Spacey pretty much just plays Kevin Spacey, which isn't a bad thing. It's decently good, but it's still just like, oh yeah, that's Kevin Spacey for sure.
But he has some great lines in this movie.
Yeah, I feel like Kevin Spacey is one of those actors where I can't really remove the actor from the character like I can with, say, that fucker from There Will Be Blood, whatever his name is.
Daniel Day-Lewis.
Yeah, like Daniel Day-Lewis, he'll
I'm an
disappear
oil
into
man.
a character.
Yeah. And then we got John Hamm from Mad Men.
Now, John Hamm is the best part of the movie.
He does a fucking great job because he's kind of likable, but then, like, spoilers for the end of the movie.
He's
near
a
the end of the
vicious
movie-
fucking monster.
Yeah, and I think he's a really nice, like, kind of shadow reflection of what Baby could be if he just, like, really just gave into the crime life and didn't give a shit at all. Because, like, they get along. He likes the music that Baby has, and they kind of have this rapport. They kind of like each other until his girlfriend gets killed.
They're both willing to do anything in order to avenge or protect the woman they love. So I think, they're kind of paralleled characters in that way. I could see if Baby didn't aspire to get out of the life of crime, he probably would go down the road of becoming John Hamm.
Yeah, if he could get Deborah. If he could get Deborah to be a bad girl, he would be John Hamm, basically.
Which, I mean, Deborah pretty much immediately decides to join the life of crime. She doesn't seem that against him, like, stealing a car at gunpoint and all this shit. Like, she's into it.
She just seems pretty bored, so she'll go for the crime.
When they get cornered by the police, she immediately tries to back up and escape. Like, I think this couple could easily become John Hamm and whatever his bitch's name was.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to see that side of Deborah more in this movie, that she was kind of wanting to get into that kind of more Fast and Furious, like 0 to 60 lifestyle that Baby drives regularly. She's kind of just the female kind of love interest for Baby otherwise.
She does have some good characterization when we meet her at the restaurant and they're having a little chat and she keeps taking his recording device and all that. So I think she has more personality than John Hamm's girlfriend did in the movie.
Yeah, true. And then, so other than John Hamm's girlfriend, you've got Jamie Foxx, who...
Not, yeah.
Oh,
Fuck Jamie
man, I
Foxx.
love Jamie Foxx in this movie, man.
I liked him better in The Amazing Spider-Man 2.
How did you say that with a straight face?
because his character in that movie was endearing and funny.
Because he was autistic.
In this movie, I was like, yeah, yep, that's Jamie Foxx, all right, being a tough black guy. Yep, sure. I wasn't into it.
Okay. Well, maybe that's kind of where our paths digress here, because I really liked him in the movie, and I thought basically every time he was on screen, I didn't know what the fuck he was going to do next. He's kind of the chaos part of this movie that, I don't know, it kind of got me to believe that they were in some kind of peril during any of these scenes, because he could just turn around and shoot somebody, and I wouldn't know it was coming.
Yeah, I feel like Kevin Spacey and John Hamm were much better villains in this. I think I might just not like Jamie Foxx outside of Django Unchained. I think that's where he really shines, but any other movie, I don't really care for his acting.
Well, yeah, other than Amazing Spider-Man 2 and Django Unchained, I can't really think of anything I've seen him in.
Yeah. Hasn't he won an Oscar before?
I don't know. It's
he won like a long time ago for some shit, but I don't know what movie it is.
Was he in Ray?
I have no idea.
I think that was the Ray Charles.
Okay, let me hit you with another issue I have with the movie.
Sure.
For a movie whose gimmick is so heavily reliant on, he's playing all these sick tunes and he's driving around to them and everything syncs up to the beat of the music. Guardians of the Galaxy 2, in my opinion, had a better soundtrack than this, and that movie's not based off of music. Like, did you think that half the songs in Baby Driver were kind of like, you could have picked a better track? This track's fucking boring.
Nope.
You loved all the music, you son of a bitch?
Most of the music in this, I actually have the soundtrack and I've been listening to it here and there.
Oh my! Wow.
I think the cuts that Edgar Wright gets are much deeper and in some ways stronger than a lot of the Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 music. And
that was a comparison to say that like it's really bad because Guardians 2 soundtrack was way worse than Guardians 1.
Yeah.
And I still thought that it was better than the Baby Driver soundtrack. Like half the songs I can't even remember what they were. The only ones that stick out are the song. Fuck, I don't even know if any of them stick out.
The first one that plays?
I think the song that he's singing to the old black man who he lives with about, it's like his girlfriend's name, I don't remember.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good stuff on this soundtrack. So.
Well, that's another point of contention in determining whether or not this is musical KINO.
Yeah. Yeah, so do you consider this movie a musical? It's a weird question.
It does things with music that have never been done in a movie before. Like like we said, having the character specifically trying to play a song to sync up to the action scene, and then when the characters don't get out of the car in time, he starts the song over so it syncs up.
Yeah.
Lots of interesting, fun things like that I've never seen before.
And so, like, when he goes to steal a car from this old woman, and, like, basically he has no control over the music that he can put in this old car, so he has to, like, cycle through radio stations to find the right song he can drive to.
He just carjacked this old woman and then spends a full minute trying to find a good station to listen to before driving away.
Yeah, while the cops are chasing after him.
All right, so we covered the characters and the music. What else you want to
hit? So, are you a fan of car chase movies or kind of that genre of things?
Generally, no. Generally, they're boring, but some of the car stunts in this movie I thought were top-notch and were actually kind of thrilling, like when he is speeding through an alleyway backwards and avoids like a truck and then turns around and shit. That stuff was pretty cool.
Yeah, I think I am not generally a fan of this kind of genre or this kind of movie action, but for me, anything that's well done, I can dig. And I loved the car action in this movie. There's some great stuff where he's he's in a red car and he has to find a way to get rid of the cops. So he goes alongside 2 other red cars, and then while they're going under a bridge or something, he does a cup shell game type switcheroo.
Yeah.
That was so freaking cool. And I mean, like, there's just so much when he's going up against the truck. He's in a truck, I believe, and he crashes into a big 16-wheeler truck. And
he's pinned underneath.
Yeah, like, just stunts like that to me are incredible.
Yeah,
and
it didn't feel real. Like
the Fast and Furious movies are
in a
the
lot of
only
action
other
movies. It feels like a lot of other movies. It feels like the car chases are kind of a chore that the director just like, okay, we have to throw this in there to get from point A to point B. Yeah. But in this movie, it felt like everything was crafted with a specific purpose of like, oh, this will be a cool stunt to do. Let's meticulously craft this to make it as cool as possible. It wasn't just like some throwaway action garbage like you would see in, I don't know, some other shitty fucking movie.
Yeah, or it's like so heavily CGI that you can like straight away tell, oh shit, this is not real. What is the point? Like, I guess one of the better comparisons I can make here is the Now You See Me movie, where all of the magic is CGI, and it's just like, there is real actual like magic that can fool your eyes and make you believe in shit. Why don't you show us that, motherfucker? You can do whatever you goddamn want with fake CGI magic, but I won't buy that because it's fake. Show me actual magic.
You think the guy from
fuckers.
True Detective has enough sleight of hand to pull off actual magic tricks?
Probably not.
What's his name? Woody Harrelson?
Yeah, Woody Harrelson, yeah.
I do gotta say, I love Woody Harrelson in everything I've ever seen him in, so I don't know why I'm making fun of him.
Yeah, Woody's great.
Yeah, I love him. All right, Baby Driver. What's your final verdict? What are we gonna say here?
My final verdict. It's certainly not my favorite Edgar Wright movie. I think his previous efforts, like Scott Pilgrim or Hot Fuzz, Shaun of the Dead, World's End, for those who kind of want to see that trilogy be wrapped up. Those movies were certainly better at what they did, and they were going for straight up pastiches of genres, but while also winking and nodding at all the fans who kind of know what those beats are, and like kind of that's already constructed for them. What he does with Baby Driver is infuses a genre, car chase, noir type, bank robbery picture with the Edgar Wright energy you kind of expect, the quick cut editing, but very clear so that you can tell what's going on in the action beats. I think fairly strong character work for one of these genre type pictures. Like, I don't expect to be blown away by characterization in these movies, but I think the actors are given enough to do and kind of have enough so that they're doing great things within the movie. I was never bored by any of the characters or by any of the dialogue in the movie. And on top of that, great action car chases. The on foot chase in this movie is fucking great. Maybe is better than some of the car chases, actually. But and also a killer soundtrack that just keeps going and makes you want to watch every scene. Fuck you, monkey. This is my part. Okay, that's it.
Okay, I would say the first half of the movie, I found myself getting bored a few times, but in my mind I rationalize it by saying, this is the important setup we need to give a phenomenal, action-packed, thrilling, suspenseful second half where I was actually on the edge of my seat and enjoying it, even though up at the front of the theater, there was some fucking old man who fell asleep, like in the front 2 rows, and he was snoring louder than the movie was.
Good lord.
And this went on for like 45 minutes. Everybody in the theater was laughing, but nobody would go wake him up, which was astonishing. Yeah. It blew my mind because the theater was packed. So there were people sitting on either side of this old man snoring and refused to wake his ass up. And I eventually had to get up and go get the manager because nobody else would. And of course, I missed the scene where Jamie Foxx gets impaled, which was upsetting because I wanted to see that. Yeah. I had to do it so that this old man would shut the fuck up. But I'll say, the first half, it's above average. Like, it's still good. But then the second half is, like, 10 out of 10 KINO, in my opinion.
Okay.
Fuck, it was great. Although, and back into spoiler territory, I'm like, I'm upset that the character got arrested and had to spend 5 years or whatever in prison, because he really was just a victim of circumstance who did absolutely nothing wrong, and was being blackmailed by Kevin Spacey into committing, like, these crimes. So, like, for him to be punished for this, I thought was unjust, and it made me, like, a little upset at the movie, but then, of course, he still gets his happy ending. And we have a great court montage where, like, all the people who he interacted with, including the old lady who he carjacked, are talking about how he's a great guy. I thought it was a fun, cute little montage, but I feel like the character is missing a bit of justice. And also, unlike E-Rich, I thought this soundtrack was fucking weak, and most of the tracks were boring as shit.
Oh, you see, I completely disagree with him going to jail. That's one of my favorite parts of the movie, is that they don't shy off the fact that he did bad things. He did aid and abet robberies.
But he was being blackmailed of his family getting fucking killed if he didn't do it.
Monkey, the last job he's on, he's not, and the one he gets caught during, he doesn't have that excuse.
Well, because he was planning on running away, and then Jamie Foxx jumped in the car.
Yeah, but he still went along with it. I mean, as much as he was blackmailed, he still went through with the stuff. He's a driver. He can drive away whenever he wants, and I don't know if Kevin Spacey's that invested to track him down every time. But I mean, I think acknowledging that characters have done bad things and have to kind of pay their debt to society, I love when that happens in movies. It kind of, to me, is the most honest thing a screenwriter can do, is kind of have them do their time. He only did 5 years, so it's not like it's the 25.
I think anytime a character is being threatened that your family will be killed if you don't do what I say, I don't think that character should ever be punished for the things they do under duress. That's crazy. But then again, like, I mean, it's fine because it's just a movie. But if this happened in real life, I would want justice for Baby, dude. Or I guess Miles, as you learn his stupid fucking name is.
You learn that he is Tails at the end of this movie.
Yeah.
Miles per hour.
Of course, it was the Dark Knight Rises Robin moment where you reveal the character's real name, and I think, God fucking damn it, that's so stupid.
Yeah, you're trying to be overly clever with it.
Yeah, not that clever.
So was just Baby his name that he gave out to people? Like, they established that you have robbery names that you use to give to your fellows? So that was just his robbery name?
Yeah, it must have been.
Huh, interesting.
Well, hey, there we go. I think we both have a very positive view on Baby Driver, and we disagree on some of the reasons why it maybe could have been better. But hey, you know, go watch it. Go support this independent film. And by independent, I mean it's not a fucking, it's not a sequel, it's not a remake, it's not a cinematic universe. It's a movie made by a guy who had an original idea, and he executed it in a pretty good way.
Yeah, it should be said this is still a studio movie, but
well,
it is
independent in the sense that the idea is original.
Yeah,
I think that's what I meant to say.
And also, like, you cannot deny the fact that it's so rewarding to go to a theater, sit down, watch a movie that is a self-contained story that has a beginning, middle, and ending. And, like, you don't have to think about the 500 mysteries and the 500 other characters and just all the bullshit that most movies have nowadays.
Yeah, these days, there are literal filler movies. Like the new Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Like, that's a filler movie. I didn't even think that was possible. But they've done it. Marvel did it. It's filler KINO is what we'll have to call it.
I've never been discouraged before going into a Spider-Man movie more than I am going in to see Spider-Man Homecoming.
I mean, did you not see Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2? I was discouraged from looking at RottenTomatoes.com.
I actually liked those movies.
You like number 2?
Yeah. I'm one of 5 people in this entire world who actually likes that movie.
I thought I was the only person who loved Jamie Foxx's character, but hated the whole movie.
Interesting. Yeah, I liked Jamie Foxx's portrayal of this autistic nerd, so.
Well, hey, what are we going to see? Is Spider-Man's coming out, like, this week, right?
Yeah, 2 days from now.
We'll probably just do that next then, because I'm pretty sure I'll be seeing that soon.
Do you want to have a summer KINO KINO wrap up for Guardians, Wonder Woman, and whatchamacallit, Spider-Man?
Oh, and Lego Batman.
Lego Batman too, yeah.
Yeah, we got and maybe no, we already did Logan, didn't we?
Yeah,
That was
yeah,
a
we
while
did.
ago.
We might have done
Yeah, we
Lego
could-
Batman too.
Yeah, we did. You're
Okay,
right. Damn
okay.
it. Yeah, we got a lot of Cape Kino to talk about.
Mm-hmm. We have to
All right.
decide on one Cape Kino to crown for the summer.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, let's get our fidget spinner spinning and spin us on out of here, baby.
Let's go!
Yeah, thanks for watching. Ah, damn it. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Is It Kino, the only podcast about movies on a website that is pro-Sharia law. Can you believe it? This website that we're on right now is literally pro-Sharia law. Everybody should send them emails and complain reports and shit saying, yeah, YouTube, I think I'm going to go ahead and switch over to VidMe or just really any website that isn't pro-Sharia law. Hi, I'm Monkey Jones, and with me is my buddy E-Rich.
Allahu Akbar.
Yeah, E-Rich, what are your thoughts on Sharia law? And be very careful, because if you say if you're not pro Sharia law, they'll probably delete this video. So be very careful with your answer.
Well, the shady man behind me who's pointing the gun to my head is telling me to praise Sharia law as much as possible.
Sure. And is that your fucking cell phone vibrating? God damn it. God fucking damn it. I wish we had Sharia law over here so I could cut off your hands with this bullshit.
Okay, the phones are now on my carpeted floor.
Why don't you just turn off the vibrate?
I'm very popular, monkey.
Oh, okay. Hey, E-Rich, what movie did we both see within the last 24 hours?
We saw The Amazing Spider-Man 3.
Oh my, what the fuck?
Wait, no, that was what we were supposed to see if Sony had not sold out to Marvel.
If Sony did not cuck themselves by making one of the shittiest reboots of all time, we might be talking about that. No, we're watching what is probably the third or fourth filler movie in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I'd say so. Like
We've got,
comics.
Yeah, like comics. Have you ever read a Spider-Man comic? I imagine it's pretty, awful.
I've read a couple Spider-Man comics. I can go later on into some of their comic book kind of lore and stuff, but I haven't read many Spider-Man comics actually. So
I can't stand American comics. I might sound like a weeb, but I can only read the black and white Japanese manga. I can't fucking stand these bright, colorful things, and then it's too much for me. It's too much for my little autistic brain to handle.
Also,
this
too many different artists.
Yeah, that's fair. There's too many different styles. Whereas those Japs, they get it down real smooth, baby. Yu-Gi-Oh! Pokemon, indistinguishable. They look the same. I'm pretty sure the same Japanese man draws all of the anime over there.
Yeah, he's just stuck in a basement just drawing out Yu Yu Hakusho or whatever.
Dragon Ball Z battles and shit.
Yeah.
Rich, what did you think of Spider-Man Homecoming?
You know, going into this movie, I was really down on it. I was going into this movie thinking, this is another shitty, boilerplate, same old Marvel movie that they were going to throw Iron Man into a Spider-Man movie, try to sell it as if it was a Spider-Man movie, but it's really just, hey, look, kids, Robert Downey Jr., you love Iron Man, we love Iron Man. There you go. What I got was actually a really good time with a Spider-Man movie. I really liked it, actually, and I confessed on our Baby Driver movie that I like Amazing Spider-Man 2.
So what does your opinion matter if you like Amazing Spider-Man 2?
People will say that, and I think they'll say it probably rightly. I like Amazing Spider-Man 2 because I really like the Spider-Man character, and anytime that he is behaving like I think that Spider-Man should act, I'm having a good time in the movie. So I had a good time in this movie. I had a good time in Amazing Spider-Man 2. A lot of bullshit that I saw in Amazing Spider-Man 2 didn't matter because I liked how Spider-Man was acting, and he looked great. Same thing with this movie. So
let me say that I have a mostly positive opinion of this film. Mostly positive. And that being said, the absolute best thing in this movie are the supporting actors. And by supporting actors, I mean people who are barely in the movie. Fucking Nacho from Better Call Saul is in this movie, and he doesn't say a single word.
Well, the after credits, he does get a couple lines.
Oh, I did not stay for the after
Oh,
credits.
shit! I get to explain to you what happened. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
You better. The cool black guy from Fargo Season 2 is in this as a villain again.
Hakeem Woodbine.
I have to assume that was him because it sounded like him, but he looks
Yes.
very different.
Was he Shocker?
Yeah, well, he
Yeah,
was
yeah.
Black Shocker. There was a
Yes,
white one.
yes.
And whoever played the teacher who was running detention and gym class, I don't
Hannibal
remember
Buress.
Yeah, he's great.
He is amazing. Yeah, I love him on the Eric Andre show.
So all these actors who I love, and then like of course Childish Gambino, like all these actors I
Donald
love
Glover,
were given small roles in this film, and that was great. Who was the guy who played Flash? Am I confusing him for another guy who is exactly the same? Because I feel like I've seen him before.
He is in the Grand Budapest Hotel. The,
Oh,
Wes
that's
Anderson
it.
KINO.
Yup, that's got to be it. He's
Yes.
the busboy or whatever.
Yes, he's the main busboy kid in that.
So good.
And
I
so
love
when
that. I
he
love
was
him.
cast as Flash Thompson, I was like, what the fuck? Because like he is a wimpy little Indian kid, and
Yeah.
Flash Thompson is supposed to be this like big, brawny, blonde bully type character. And I mean, like, I can see what they were going for, because basically bullies nowadays can be anybody who even slightly annoys you are suddenly bullies. And so like in this movie, this guy didn't work as a bully, he just worked as the annoying kid who kind of picks on you. Yeah, if I
And
can-
that's part of the controversy, well, at least the 4chan controversy of this film, is that they feel like they shoved as many minority actors into the film as possible, sometimes where they didn't belong. I think every student at the school, other than Peter, is some shade of brown.
Yes.
Like,
But I
like,
think it's kind of telling that like they did that, but like so many of those characters and kids didn't really have much of a role in the story. The biggest of
No.
the diversity characters is Ned, who is Peter's best friend,
Who's
and
really good in
that's
the
it.
movie.
Yeah, he is
He's
really
pretty
good.
funny.
He's a great yeah.
It's
comic
weird
foil.
that they chose to shoehorn Mary Jane, or I guess MJ, into the movie as like a gender neutral black student who is like very annoying and hates everything, and like can't even enjoy the Washington Monument because it was built by
Built by
slaves.
slaves, yeah.
Like, what was their intention with that character? I know she kind of has a crush on Peter, so I guess in the next movie they'll maybe start dating or something. But like for this movie, she didn't really belong because all she did was bitch and be annoying.
Yeah, so she is Zendaya or whatever the
What
fuck.
the fuck? Oh, is
She
that
is
the
a
actress's
Disney
name?
Channel. Yeah, she's a Disney
Oh.
Channel star.
I thought that was like a Spider-Man thing. I was thinking, what the
No,
fuck are you
no.
talking about?
But like she's called Michelle in this movie, and then at the very end she says, "Oh, my friends call me MJ."
Yeah, was
and,
that
like-
supposed to be like a big reveal? Like, oh, that's Mary Jane of this
It
movie?
might
Oh.
have been. I have no fucking idea though. 'cause
I
she
didn't
acts
give a shit.
Nothing like Mary Jane. I understand that she wouldn't look anything like Mary Jane, but like there's no point in making her Mary Jane. Basically, just make her a new character. Like it doesn't fucking matter.
As far as the demographics of the cast goes, I guess it makes sense that like a high school in downtown New York probably
would.
doesn't have a majority of white students. So I personally don't have a problem with it, but it's just it's sort of weird how they felt like they had to get one character of every race into this movie in like
Yeah.
a major role.
Well, that, and it's not just a downtown like New York high school. It's also a science high school,
Yeah,
which means that they
and we
send
all know
of
black
the
people
smart kids
can't do
there.
science.
Yes. Well, they send all of the best and brightest of their race to that one school. So.
All right, that's enough. That's the poll review of the film. Now, what do you have to say from like a TV level? What do you think of the film? Is it KINO?
Yeah, I would say it is, just because for me the villain, like Michael Keaton is the villain in this movie, and for me, anytime a Spider-Man movie kind of has to clear a certain like block in order to become really great, it's who is the villain, what is his relationship to Spider-Man, and I think what they do really well in this movie is kind of make the villain integral to like the world that they've set up for the Marvel universe, because he is kind of, you can very much see his problem, which is that after this huge battle of New York where all these aliens came, he's just trying to like get a job and get some work, and then the government comes in and fucks him over. So you understand his frustration and anger, and then like I'm not entirely sure.
And just by giving him a logical backstory, he's automatically top 5 Marvel Cinematic Universe villains
Yes.
of all time.
Yes.
Just because we understand why he's doing what he's doing. He's not just he's not like from Guardians of the Galaxy. Like their villains are fucking garbage just because it's a focus on the characters. But this one, like Michael Keaton's character almost makes more sense than anybody else. Like Tony Stark is
Absolutely.
still being this abusive asshole with his money and power. And like he's still pissing people off to the point that they want to go rob shit.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
understand it.
Absolutely. And like what I love about the character in this movie is he is literally a vulture. He goes to wrecks or something and picks out things that are valuable or things that he can use, and then he uses that. Like, that's a great thematic tie-in to what the villain is. And the villain, in the comics mostly, is just an old man who straps on a vulture wings and just, like, steals shit from banks and stuff. Like, they
Yeah.
actually went to a good purpose to make a vulture character that makes sense in this universe. I fucking love that. And then you've got the whole interplay. There's a great twist. Spoiler alert for this movie.
Let's not reveal the twist. Let's just talk about it without saying what happens.
Yeah,
'Cause I,
but when that twist
let me
happened-
just say, I was about
Yeah.
to say the same thing. Like I got to the point in the movie about 2/3 in where I was bored with it. And he's like getting ready for homecoming dance and shit. And I'm like, oh, come, I don't give a fuck. Come on. And then this twist happens with him and the vulture, and I'm like, okay, movie, I'm strapped in, and I was hooked until the end once that big twist happened.
Yeah, absolutely. And it reminds me of the best parts of the original Raimi Spider-Man movie.
Yeah.
With, the dinner scene between Peter and Norman Osborn. Like,
Osborn.
That awesome, like, interplay between the villain and the hero character. It's just great. They took the best parts of that movie and brought it into this. And, like, they made the Vulture look cool. In the first Raimi movie, the Green Goblin looked like ass the whole time. He looked like a fucking Power Rangers villain reject. But, yeah, in this movie, he's, like, legitimately threatening. He's got this crazy, like, airplane suit thing that he just can detach himself from. He's got the badass, like, pilot's fluffy neck thing that is kind of a callback to the one that the Vulture wears, which is all white. But it's just a perfect iteration of what this Marvel Cinematic Universe can do for Spider-Man characters. It's so great.
It's a rare example of the villain actually being much more powerful than the hero. I feel like typically they're either, in these movies, they're like either equal or like the hero's just way better, but they have to defeat them in some stupid, clever way. Like Dormammu, I've come to bargain.
Yeah.
There's none of that
Yeah.
shit. Peter never outsmarts the Vulture, and he never actually really beats him. Like he just, you know, like the Vulture is still more powerful than Spider-Man. He just he has to beat him in a different way, which I like.
And like, but also it doesn't fall into the trap that a lot of the Marvel movies fall into, where it has to be like the entire world is at stake or the entire city is at stake. It's basically just he is going after this Stark material, and Spider-Man is going to stop him. And I don't remember if there's a larger threat that they pay heed to, but it's never bigger than you'd think Spider-Man can handle, which is really cool.
Yeah, it's the most grounded of these movies we've had in a while, and by grounded I mean there's a man in a magical flying suit trying to stop a plane full of magical weapons that were made by aliens. But like,
Yeah,
it feels
sure,
more
sure.
grounded because he is the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
So what do you think of Tom Holland as Spider-Man?
I think he's great. I love the accent. Like, when I hear him speak with his British normal voice, I can't believe that he's putting on this New York accent so well. I think he does an American accent better than I do.
Yeah, I feel like with these movies, every time they do a new one, they get closer and closer to like what the best iteration for this character was. Tobey Maguire to me looks nothing like what Peter Parker should look like. He doesn't
my God!
act like
you thought
what Peter Parker should act like.
thought Andrew Garfield was better than Tobey Maguire at being Peter Parker? You're
I think he was
fucking
closer.
crazy.
I think it was closer than Tobey.
Closer. Andrew Garfield was 35, playing a high school kid.
I mean, you look at the first Raimi Spider-Man movie, it looks like a bunch of 40-year-olds in a high school pretending. So at least
I don't think
so.
so.
At least Andrew Garfield was a little bit closer. At least people in their 30s. Like the original Raimi Spider-Man had Joe Manganiello as Flash Thompson, and he looks like he would just hang out in a bar afterwards.
Maybe I'm just
go to high
remembering
school.
my impression from when I was like 10.
Well, but I mean, like, even in that movie, like, which had Mary Jane actually looked like Mary Jane, that Mary Jane never actually acted like Mary Jane. So, like, these movies have never gave a real shit about some of the characters. So this new movie,
Which I'm fine with. I don't care if it's exactly like the stupid book or not. Like, if it works better on film in a different way, then do it that way. Fuck being true to the book. I don't care.
So I want to spurg out a little bit here with comic book shit. So in the comic books, Flash Thompson, who's the school bully of Peter Parker, he eventually goes and joins the army, and then in the army he loses his legs. Eventually, Monkey, you know about the Venom symbiote spider suit?
Yeah.
Yeah, that suit
From
goes
Spider-Man
onto
3,
him.
the best Spider-Man movie.
Yes, you're right. The emo Spidey. That suit goes on to Flash Thompson, and he becomes a hero Venom, and that is a really cool run in the comics, and I think they could actually do a cool movie out of that. Right now, we're going to get a Tom Hardy Venom movie from
Cool.
from Sony. Although, like, here's the weird fucking thing. Spider-Man is shared by Marvel Studios and Sony. The other Spider-Man type characters, like Venom and Black Cat and Silver Sable, who are getting their own movies, they are not going to be part of this Marvel Cinematic Universe. It's going to be fucking weird.
So it's like Spider-Man side characters get movies that have nothing to do with Spider-Man, and Spider-Man's not in them.
Yes.
Okay.
And it kind of ruins the purpose of them in the first place. The best parts...
Yeah, I'm
No,
fine.
but the best parts of those characters are that they
Interact
start
with
with Spider-Man
Spider-Man?
in some way. Yeah, I mean, like the Venom thing, I have no idea what they're going to do with Venom without Spider-Man first, but who knows. I love Tom Hardy, so...
Well, hey, it sounds like you should be super excited, because you love all the fucking Sony Spider-Man movies. You think that they're hot shit.
Oh, yeah, I mean...
And
yeah,
I think that they're
Spider-Man 2
a
I was
hot,
fine with.
steaming pile of shit, which is only slightly different.
Okay, Amazing Spider-Man 2 is a movie that bothers to have... God damn it, what's the fucking guy? Shit. The guy
Dane DeHaan, the greatest actor of all time.
Yes, Dane DeHaan is in it.
He's going to be in
However,
Valerian, the city of 1,000 boring CGI effects.
Who played the fucking Rhino in that movie?
That was Big
damn
Fat
it.
Liar, dude. Paul
Yes,
Giamatti.
Big Fat. Yeah, that movie had Paul Giamatti in the beginning and end of the movie as the Rhino for 2 minutes.
Yeah, it was great.
And he was sticking out of a CGI Rhino mech, just shouting crazily in Russian.
You're the one who likes this movie. Why are you giving
is
me
a
shit?
good movie. It is a good movie. I am not giving it shit. I'm saying that is hilariously awesome.
Okay. Let me say
But, yeah.
let me say just some quick problems I have with the film.
Okay.
First of all, there are 6 different writers, and I think it shows. And by the way, like half of the writers were named John, 2 of them were named Chris, and 1 of them was something else. So like all these writers are the same person. But the movies that have like 6 or more writers, I can usually tell because it feels bloated. And this this grounded Spider-Man movie is like 2.5 hours long, and like I got pretty bored at like the halfway point, and it only picked up when the big twist happened. So I think there were a lot of things that could have been cut to make the movie, you know, a good like hour and 50 minutes to 2 hours, because it was just way too long, and I wanted to check my phone to see if people were liking all my tweets about Sharia law and YouTube, and I couldn't because I was sitting through this movie all day today. Like this 2.5 hour movie took up like 5 hours of my day. It was so long.
So do you think there was too much high school stuff? Like, what would you cut out of it?
There's a lot of stuff. Like there's a lot of scenes that it seems like it only exists to make the big twist scene like more impactful and make more sense. It's like well, you know, you could have just like cut that stuff out.
Yeah. My biggest kind of complaint about the movie, and I read this online somewhere, is that a lot of the time Spider-Man is the cause of a lot of the problems in the movie. And, like, I can get behind that to a certain degree, where he is kind of new to this shit, and he's not going to be, like, top of his game at all times. But, like, shit like him giving the alien thing to Ned for, like, a time, and then that explodes or something on top of the Washington Monument. And, like, the beginning of this movie where he's just, like, crashing through people's houses and...
Yeah, he
the
caused a
backyards.
lot of domestic destruction.
Yeah, there's just a bit too much of that, and it makes me think, like, if I were J. Jonah Jameson, I would be right to say that this kid is a menace. And
Yeah, no shit.
he is not a good thing for the people. Yeah, so I think there's just a bit too much of that. He was really fucking... really good at his job in Civil War. Oh, I love that the beginning of this movie is kind of his video diary of going to Germany, and then kind of his point of view of fighting the Avengers and shit. That was,
Oh yeah,
that was really cool.
That just reminded me. This movie completely fucked the Marvel timeline. It doesn't make any sense
That's
because
so
it
fucking
says
dumb.
it says that everything in this movie takes place 8 years after the Avengers movie, which
Yes.
the whole time I'm thinking in my head, wait, what the fuck are you talking about? That doesn't make
that movie-
any sense.
That movie came out in 2012, and you have
Yeah.
to assume that in some way that movie takes place in 2012.
I assumed all these movies came out in the year that they take place.
Yeah.
Like for the most part. Like so what does this movie, the Spider-Man one, does it take place in 2020? 2018?
sense.
What the hell is going on?
They'd either have to say that Civil War takes place like 2 or 3 years after it really did in reality.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
I don't
No,
know.
you'd have to say Avengers took place in like 2010, and then that might shake out correctly.
But it's still stupid.
Yeah. I'm not sure how the fuck they... But like that's the easiest thing to check. That's the easiest thing to say, wait a minute, that math doesn't work out. We want to make
Why
this
can
take
Marvel
place in
just
2017.
release like a timeline of events of like what year each movie takes place so that I can stop being a little autist about this and understand it? Because right now it makes no sense.
Yeah, and I didn't even catch it in the theater. I only read about it later and thought, wait, that doesn't fucking make any sense.
Like, so in this world, has Tony Stark been Iron Man for over 10 years?
Almost, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's definitely over 10 years if it was
Yeah,
2020. Yeah.
it's crazy. Well, hey, E-Rich, I think that's enough. We don't want to go on for too long. What are your final thoughts on the film? Would you recommend people go see it? Probably, I can tell. Oh, yeah, and also, where do you think it stacks up in all these Spider-Man movies? Is it best one, in the middle, the worst one?
I did say that I thought that, like, kind of like in the way that Spider-Man acts and in the way that the character's portrayed, they've kind of gotten better every time. So I think in the guise of a Spider-Man movie, this is probably the best. In an actual movie, it's probably second or third best after Spider-Man 2, the first one. If we're talking about, like, critically as a movie, that's probably how it is. As a Spider-Man movie, it's my favorite. And I would have said the Amazing Spider-Man 2 was my favorite before that. Now, and I know
What the
people give me
fuck?
shit for that. But I was really pissed off in Spider-Man 2 that Spider-Man chose to give up being Spider-Man. That happens in the comics, but it happens for a different reason. Basically,
well-
and I'm not being an autist there, saying it didn't happen the same way. Basically,
That's what it sounds like you're doing.
Yeah, I know. Basically, what I'm saying here is in the comics, he doesn't have a reason to do it, and then when he has to take it back up, it's kind of, he has to embrace his responsibility. In the Raimi movie, he loses his powers. So, like, he literally cannot do his job.
Yeah.
One is actually refusing the call, one is just saying, well, I literally can't do this. And, like, from his mindset, if he can't do it, then he should try to do something. But I don't know. That's just me being an artist. But, yeah, so I'd say this is definitely a movie worth seeing. I think that Marvel repeatedly is somehow able to convince me that they know what they're doing. And, like, I've kind of started to say, okay, well, we got the cookie cutter formula that they keep showing to us, and I'm kind of getting bored of that. But injecting Spider-Man into this universe feels really organic and feels awesome. Like, I think it can be criticized that Uncle Ben is completely missing from this story, kind of.
I'm down to clown with that.
I'm not sure, because I think they obliquely referenced it in Civil War, that like, basically Peter said a long version of with great power comes great responsibility. But I'm not quite sure that Tony Stark is the same kind of figure to give that speech or to give that lesson to Peter. So he doesn't have that kind of bedrock principle to guide him. So I'm not sure about that. But yeah, just as a Spider-Man fan, as a moviegoer, you will enjoy this movie. Great performances from everyone involved. I think the CGI gets kind of dodgy here and there because they've almost completely given up on having a human in a suit for any of the action sequences. It's mostly just a computer game for most of it. But it looks cool. I mean, so, yeah. This is probably one of the best looking Spider-Man movies. Best portrayal of Spider-Man movies. Insofar as, like, actually being a movie, it's probably second or third tier. But, Yeah, really good. Loved it.
I was about to say most of the things you just said, so I guess I don't have to. But yeah, I
thanks,
love
Bumblebee.
I love a lot of the actors and their characters that they portray. There's a few iffy ones, but it's fine. And yeah, I'd also say it's probably the second or third best Spider-Man movie. I also really love the original Spider-Man too. So I guess to the folks at home, if you were on the fence about seeing this, we'd both say, hey, go see it. And if you weren't interested, then don't waste your time. It's fucking cape shit. Who cares?
Yeah. Well, also, I think we should establish the first best Spider-Man movie is Spider-Man 3. Right?
You know, I like that way more than I like Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2.
Oh, man. I actually genuinely like... Well, I used to hate it, but I genuinely like when Peter is dancing all emo and being a fucking idiot. Just because if Peter
I think it's
Parker-
misunderstood. I think
No,
it's-
absolutely.
yeah.
If Peter Parker, as he was shown in the first two Raimi movies, was trying to be an awesome badass emo guy, that's exactly how he would act.
Yeah, no, that's pretty much it. I think that's what Raimi was going for, and people
Yes.
thought that we were supposed to assume it's actually supposed to be cool, which is, it's obviously not in the film.
I think it's evident within that movie that at a certain point, Sam Raimi was like, well, if I can't make the movie I want to make, I'm going to make a good bad movie. I'm going to make a movie
A good
that is
bad
kind
movie, a bad movie, or a movie you kind of like.
Yes, I will make a bad movie that is bad on purpose and good in the way that it is that. So,
All right, well, we're a little over time, so hey, that's Spider-Man. Go do something with it. I don't know. Also, keep in mind, YouTube is pro Sharia law. Don't forget
Yes.
that ever. I've been Mumkey Jones.
And I've been E-Rich. I like Man of Steel.
Oh,
Get
God
me,
damn it.
commoners. Fuck you.
War for the Planet of the Apes, a movie that means a lot to me because, much like the film, I have an internal struggle of the monkey side of me and the human side of me. This film spoke deeply to me. Hello, everybody. I am Mumkey Jones, and I am joined by my good friend, E-Rich.
Apes together, strong.
Strong apes! What's a Caesar thing? I got a good Caesar impression I want to hit you with. What should I say?
I know he says no a lot.
I am not Cuba.
Yeah.
What's his name? Koba?
Koba. Yeah.
I am not Koba. That's me doing Andy Serkis doing a circus animal.
Yeah, man. Fucking Andy Serkis in this movie should win the best actor.
I think he should have won for Don. This one, I'm not so sure, but Don, that's going to be the theme of this episode for me, is comparing this film to Don and why I think Don is the superior film. And I'm guessing you probably feel the opposite way.
Oh, wait. No. I mean, yeah, definitely. I think that Andy Serkis, as the movies have gone on, they've focused more on the performances and making sure that, like, the motion capture is most of the movie. And so because of that, I feel like we've gotten more of Andy Serkis in this movie than we've gotten in either Dawn or Rise, which is pretty amazing. But yeah, absolutely.
So my question to you then is, which film do you think is superior overall?
It's
War
hard.
or Dawn?
This is hard.
It's not hard for me at all.
Okay. Like, right now, I'm definitely saying Dawn of the Planet of the Apes.
Oh, good. You recognized recency bias and you say, you know what? I'm not going to let that infect my brain today.
Yeah. However, I do need to, like, see this one again and kind of, like, ruminate on everything I did. Because, like, there are parts that I just read about on the internet that I didn't even notice in the movie that are just so fucking deep and so kind of just essential to the movie. Yeah.
Oh, shit. I didn't realize there was hidden depth, and that was one of my main concerns with this film, is that when I compare it to Dawn, first of all, let's talk about the trilogy for a second. This is one of my favorite recent sci-fi trilogies, and that it's probably the only recent sci-fi trilogy, but I guess there's like Star Trek, but I really love these Apes movies, especially the second one, Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. And what's interesting is that all three films feel like very different movies. The first one is like, a breakout, contagion sort of movie. Like it's more lighthearted and nice because it's like just like a silly monkey growing up with James Franco, and then it has a turn for the worse at the end, thanks to Malfoy being an asshole. Is that what happened?
Yes, just humans at their worst, kind of corrupting apes into being more violent, more just wanting to break out. But yeah, you're right. The first one is kind of like, it kind of has to be more human centric because it starts without a major ape population, and kind of you see Caesar grow up and grow into kind of a leader in that movie, but there's so much focus on humans and human concerns, and it transitions into more of what the series kind of like hangs its hat on and kind of makes the best of what it is about. But it's kind of the starting point. It's the natural opening chapter in this. So yeah, it's really good. I tend to look down on Rise a little bit more, and I wouldn't say it's as good as Dawn, but it is.
I wouldn't
quite
say it's
really
as good as these other two movies. I'd say
Yeah.
it's the lowest of the three, but they're still all three really good.
Yeah, it's still really, really fucking good, and a major surprise when I saw it whenever it came out in fucking 2009 or whatever, because I went in thinking fucking Planet of the Apes, like what are they doing?
Yeah. I think it was 2011.
Okay, 2011. Okay.
So then the second one, Dawn, it's like a completely different genre for the most part.
Yeah.
It's like this story with themes of trust and loyalty, and can two very different communities be separate but equal? Can they come together? Can they mix? All these things of it's a deep-seated drama about humans and apes trying to be friends.
Yes,
Then you come. Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry. It's like it becomes a deep-seated like political thriller where you've got factions fighting for power within this very new society, and kind of a leader trying to strip away the worst of humanity from this new group, while also kind of developing and trying to shepherd them into safety. It's so fucking great. And then war.
When I think of Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, it reminds me of that line at the beginning of, I think, Star Wars Episode 1, or maybe it was 2, where it says, there are heroes on both sides. And I always thought, now how is that even possible? But Dawn proves that it is, because there are heroes and villains on both sides of a... And I'm going to go deeper into that later to justify why I think Dawn is deeper than War. But then, of course, War, it's like a straight-up revenge action film with also more war sequences. But then Dawn ends with a great war sequence as well.
But like War is also like a prison escape movie as well, which
yeah,
is some of my favorite.
It's literally Ape Escape.
Yes, it's Ape Escape. This is the dark Ape Escape reboot movie we need.
War for the Planet of the Ape Escape.
Oh, I'd love to see that.
And yeah, so that's all three movies in the trilogy are about the same characters and the same ideas, but they feel like almost different genres at times, and I do appreciate that, because the movies don't get stale.
Throughout
definitely.
the movies, the genres tend to change and the human characters change. Like, we have a solid
movie to movie, for sure.
Apes cast of characters that we basically track throughout the three movies, but the human characters come and go, which is a really interesting way to do this. And I mean, do you think the franchise would be improved if James Franco was still hanging around, or
No, there'd be no reason for it.
Yeah. No, but they do some interesting things with the human characters, even in this movie, where you've got some humans that are more like apes, and you've got some humans that are becoming less civilized as they go. I guess we'll get into that, but yeah, there are some great things.
Real quick, I want to address a review. I know this might seem weird to talk about in our war episode, but I want to talk about a review of Dawn that I recently saw again. Are you a fan of Adam Johnson at Your Movie Sucks?
No, I've never heard of him.
Okay, well, he does
Adam.
some great stuff. He does what Plinkett does, but Plinkett doesn't do it anymore. Where like he'll do like these big grand reviews, but he also does mini reviews. And when Dawn came out, he did a mini review of it, and he pretty much just like shit on the movie for 14 minutes. And I just wanted to point out some of the dumb things he said, because it really pissed me off. Like he said, "Oh, you guys are just gonna call me out for nitpicking, and that's why I couldn't enjoy the movie." But every single thing he says is like a nitpick. So he's just like trying to defend himself by saying what we're gonna say before we do.
Yeah, nice strategy.
What's funny is
asshole.
that Adam is. I love his videos, but this one in particular was retarded. Adam is famous for being like a huge furry, and he's always posting about how he wants to have sex with dogs and stuff. And this isn't. This isn't blasphemous. He you can go check his Reddit page. He posts this shit all the time.
Oh, shit.
So I thought it was really funny that one of his main critiques was that the apes didn't have genitals.
Oh my god.
It's like, of course, that's the furry's biggest problem with the film.
Yes.
But I'll say, and the reason why I want to compare War to Dawn in my reviews, because that's what's so important to me, is that I feel like Dawn is a much deeper and more complex movie with more complicated moving parts and themes, whereas War, I feel like it's not very deep. Like, what do we learn from War? War is hell. Internment camps are bad. Ooh, okay, yeah,
But-
I could have got that. Whereas in Dawn, it's like this idea of, oh, maybe conservatives and liberals, they don't have to be opposite sides of the coin. maybe there really are just a few loud individuals in each group who are making the other group look bad. Maybe we should come together on what we're, what we have in common, and realize that we have all these things in common, and not just fucking hate the other group because of one Koba or one retard who shoots a monkey in the woods. I feel like there's so many more things to learn from that movie and things to think about, whereas War, based on my first impression, I was like, okay, well, I don't really see a whole lot going on here. It's more of just like an action movie with like weird cartoon scenes of apes crawling on wires above fucking soldiers, and they somehow don't notice and all this. Like, come on, okay. This is not as deep and meaningful to me.
Okay, here's where I'll really try to defend War and just try to point out where it's really deep.
Yeah,
Whereas,
and this isn't to say I don't like it, of course.
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
don't think it's as deep, but I love the movie.
Whereas the conflict and kind of the main thrust of the problem between the characters in Dawn of the Planet of the Apes was between Koba and Caesar, and kind of how do you lead your people, and like kind of what is the best way for this group to survive. War takes it internal, and it becomes, and even though Koba does show up, he is still a part of Caesar's psyche. And so my favorite movies, my favorite kind of sequels, are where you take the characters that you know and you love and you push them to their extremes. You say, what is the breaking point for these people when you throw them up against the wall and see where their loyalties lie, see where, like, what they will do when they're under pressure. And this movie does that perfectly with Caesar, where when Caesar is pushed to the hardest extent that he can be pushed, where, spoilers for this movie, his family...
Uh-oh.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
Okay. I mean...
I just wanted to pull an Elliot Kalin and say, uh-oh.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
When his family... When his family is terribly murdered in front of him, does he become more like Koba, or does he pull back and show some contrition or show some forgiveness? And so they play that in with the disease that's kind of wrecking humanity. But that basic line that not Koba, fucking Caesar has to straddle in this movie makes the conflict so important for Caesar to play out. And so in Dawn, you can kind of resolve that in a big battle between Koba and Caesar. You can't do that in this movie, and the big battle is kind of secondary to the internal struggle that Caesar is facing, where he eventually chooses not to seek that revenge. He does seek it, and actually in seeking it, that's what undoes him. But he doesn't actually pull the trigger in that moment. So, yeah, I think
I really like the character arc of Caesar across all the movies, and in this movie it was perhaps more interesting than the other ones. I think just my issue with it was, like, in the second movie, these questions and themes are on a grand scale of like all these societies. In this one, it is really internal within the main character, which I love a character-driven story. Breaking Bad is pretty much just like watching Walter White do the same thing, and I fucking love that. So yeah, I mean, I'm not going to knock the movie for all the things you just said, because I agree, like, that stuff is very interesting in the film. So I guess just on a personal level, I prefer like the big, society level conflicts.
Well, but like even just within this movie, I think it makes some interesting points just about, from the Colonel's point of view, he like explains out why he believes what he believes. It's not entirely like unjustifiable. You can see from his point of view why he would hold these beliefs, and like with this huge existential dread of the entire human race coming to an end, like why you would make
that's what I like about
decisions.
these movies. Is
No, exactly.
That
there are no bad
I
guys.
feel like Yeah, I feel like there aren't any like actual straight up villains. Like even Koba, everything that every character does is justifiable to them, and I can
Yes.
see their point of view. Like Koba, of course he hates and distrusts the humans. He has huge scars on his fucking eye
Yeah.
because they experimented on him in a laboratory. Of course he's gonna hate them.
Koba
But
did nothing wrong.
No, I don't think any character really. I mean, okay, maybe. I think True Detective in this movie might have gone too far in a few places, to quote George Lucas. So, but in general, in these films, I think characters are justified in their actions. Like Commissioner Gordon in the second one.
Yeah.
Like I understood everything he was doing. But yeah, True Detective in this one, Woody Harrelson. If you don't know who True Detective is,
Yeah.
he sometimes it felt like he was justified and like his speech made a lot of sense, but sometimes he was like, okay, you're just being overly cruel for reasons to make the character hate you more, so that we want Caesar to kill you. But I don't really see why the character is doing it.
I mean, when he's executing apes or whatever, that's no different than like Koba doing the same thing. And like he can kind of draw a difference between the people who are infected by this disease. So he explains that his son was infected by this disease that leaves you. I was never quite sure whether it lowered your intelligence at all, or whether it was just you can't speak.
Well, isn't in the original Planet of the Apes, all the apes are intelligent and the humans are like...
Humans are dumb. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think this is just like explaining how we
How
get
that
to that
happened.
point.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So, like, basically, by stripping the humanity of those people and saying they're nonverbal now, they can't communicate well enough, and, like, just basically separating the wheat from the chaff and just destroying them, he can say that it's us versus them. Anyone who's inflicted by this disease, we'll just execute or we'll string them up or whatever the fuck. Like,
Yeah.
you can kind of see his point there, whereas Koba in the second one, he was much more, I think, wildly terrible to his own people, to traders, to whoever. I mean, there's that scene where he throws the one ape who's Rocket's friend or Caesar's son's friend. I can't remember.
He
what
throws
his
it from
name
the
is.
balcony because he didn't kill a human.
Yeah, exactly. Like that is kind of as vicious as you can get, and I'm not sure if the Colonel in this movie has a scene quite as bad as that.
Yeah, no, you're probably right. I think I just expected something else, and I'm disappointed that the movie felt more cartoony and focused on action to me.
Okay, it's weird because the first movie, I feel like between the first movie and the second movie, there is such an evolution of character depth and what they want to portray, so that from the first one to the second one, I was just amazed by like the shot up in quality. It went from like an 8 out of 10 to a 10 out of 10. And so there is not the same, like, this is not somehow a magical 12 out of 10 movie. To me, it's still a 10 out of 10. So, like, I feel like that natural kind of disappointment that it didn't outdo itself even more is kind of natural. Like, I can't recapture that huge magnitude jump between Rise and Dawn, from Dawn to War. But
that makes a lot of sense, actually. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. But I just think this... It says it's War for the Planet of the Apes, and the posters and the fucking... everything that advertised for this movie has, like, a huge army of humans versus a huge army of apes. That's...
never happens.
That never happens in this movie, and I kind of like this movie for doing that. I'm kind of pissed that the marketing, like, did that kind of thing, that
They gotta
brought you
get
in
those
with
fucking.
expectations.
They gotta get those inbred retards into the seats, and then try to give them like a smarter movie than what they were advertised. So I'm okay with the false advertising.
Yeah, absolutely. And so what this movie really focuses in on is how does war affect people? Basically, like, we don't get huge, like, battlefield scenes of, like, I mean, we kind of get that at the very end, but it ends up being humans versus humans. It's not necessarily apes versus humans. It's how do people survive in war-like conditions. And I think it's amazing that any movie can examine that, and there have been plenty of movies that examine that. But the fact that this movie is about talking apes in some way, and then telling a war story with those characters, and the characters just deliver in like, full stripes. I feel like Maurice in this movie, Luke, when fucking Luca died, Rocket, like, I was afraid for these characters because I knew the heightened stakes of this movie,
put them in a lot of trouble because it starts with his wife and son dying. So
Yeah,
like,
clearly the film was not afraid to kill off any characters, as we see in the film.
Yes, and I also want to shout
Anybody
out there's a new
can
character.
and will die.
Yes, absolutely. There's a new character, Bad Ape, I believe. I think
I wanted to bring that up because I was going to introduce it by saying, here's a character I can relate to, a retarded monkey.
Played by Steve Zahn, I believe.
Steve Zahn,
Yes.
my hero from Diary of a Wimpy Kid.
And fucking, like, it's amazing to me that they can introduce this character who would feel strange in this very, like, focused, gritty, driven movie. Because he's
Almost
kind of the
felt
comic
like a Jar Jar
relief.
Binks for a second there, but then he gets better.
But he fucking works. Like,
Yeah.
he talks more than many of the other apes, but he doesn't have, like, a nuanced vocabulary like Caesar does. He kind of has just very basic words he uses, but he talks a lot. So, like, I just think it's an amazing introduction for this character to come in, provide some levity, but also provide enough information so that he's useful, unlike fucking Jar Jar Binks. So, like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Did you
just
like
great.
Bad Ape's comedy, though? Because he never made me laugh, but I wasn't bothered by it.
Yeah, I think he made me laugh a couple times.
Like, I didn't really think it was funny, but I was like, okay, I guess that fits the character. As long as the comedy fits the character, I'm not going to be bothered by it.
Yeah, and then I guess you've got the other new character, I guess, is the little girl. I guess her name would be Nova, since...
Yeah, that's the other character I related to, an autistic human. Both sides of my personality were represented in this film.
A young girl who doesn't talk?
Yeah, an autistic human and a
yeah.
retarded ape. They were best
Yeah.
friends in the film.
Yeah, but just that this movie can forge these new relationships almost without words at all. And just do it with the depth and the fact that it's not actual people. It's people with CGI dots on their faces interacting with people sometimes. And, like, it's entirely engrossing. I feel like the digital effects, of course, because time, digital effects have gotten better and better as these movies went on. At times, Dawn really fooled me, and I thought that these were 100% actual apes. Most of the time in War, I am fooled. I am completely thinking that this could be a real ape. It's amazing how much
I
they've
think
done.
the orangutan looks the most real to me.
Yes.
Like, I can't imagine... Like, I feel like that's an actual orangutan. The gorillas also look pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
But then, like, just like the normal Caesar-esque apes, I'm still like, oh, yeah, that's kind of uncanny valley for me. I can kind of tell.
Yeah.
But, like, man, that orangutan is fucking perfect.
Yeah. And I think it's kind of the orangutan doesn't have a lot of facial movement. Its eyes it really focuses on, and its eyes are super small, which is interesting because usually when you create a character that you want to impart a lot of emotion for, you make their eyes huge.
Like
And-
Avatar.
Yes, exactly, like Avatar. So these monkeys usually don't have huge eyes, and it's amazing how much emotionality they get out of them. But yeah, I think just Caesar is fucking great in this movie. This movie bothers to feature close-up a lot for these CGI characters. I don't remember, I just watched Dawn the other day, so I should know this. But it probably does have a decent amount of close-ups, but I feel like this new movie does it even more. Like, they are not afraid to put on full display what they have with the acting talent for Andy Serkis and whoever else characterizes these apes.
Yeah, I think they need to start considering motion capture for, like, major awards.
Yeah.
But I wish they would have done it for Don, because this one, like, I mean, he did good. Maybe I need to watch it again, but I don't think this was, like, an Oscar-worthy performance from Andy Serkis.
There was more silent scenes, and I mean, these movies have plenty of silent scenes. In this movie, there were more silent scenes where they just showed you Andy Serkis acting as Caesar without having to talk, without having to interact with others, but more just him working through emotion on screen than in any other movies, which for, like, actor Oscar quality type stuff is exactly what they're kind of looking for. They should either create a new category that kind of entirely features Andy Serkis every year for the rest of time.
Just give him the Andy Serkis Award.
Yes, or start including him in Best Actor, because he's been done too much good work repeatedly in this kind of genre of acting for them to just ignore it. as they've been.
So do you think next year for the Oscars, Andy Serkis is going to win for Caesar or win for Snoke?
He will not win for Snoke.
I mean, it's just him in the category, so it's got to be one of them.
Yeah. Andy Serkis as Caesar. Andy Serkis
And the Andy
as
Serkis
Snoke.
Award for Best Andy Serkis Performance. The nominees are Andy Serkis in War for the Planet of the Apes.
And the
Andy
winner
Serkis
is...
in Star Wars Episode 8, The Last Jedi. And the winner is Andy Serkis in the fucking Avengers? He wasn't even a capture performance. What the fuck? That was just him.
Well, that's what they'll do. They'll realize that Andy Serkis's wheelhouse is motion capture, so they'll put dots on his face and then just animate Andy Serkis's face.
Animate Andy Serkis over him.
It looks so real.
So stupid.
Yeah.
Okay, there's one other thing I wanted to mention about this movie. I just want to call out cuck reviewers all day. There's this fucking cuck who wanted to compare Woody Harrelson's character to Donald Trump in a negative light, saying, "Oh, he's like this authoritarian leader who blah blah blah, and he wants to build a wall." And I'm thinking, nigga, that wall that Woody Harrelson wanted to build was completely justified and useful. You fucking idiot.
Yeah, I don't see any kind of comparison there.
No, stupid.
Jesus.
Fucking cucks everywhere. That's pretty much all I have to say. I would recommend the movie. What do you got, E-Rich?
Absolutely. Like, for me, this will be the best blockbuster of the year. It's miles above anything else in the theaters right now, and, like, for me, it's better than Logan, better than most of the...
better than Logan, even. Wow.
Hell yeah. Just better than most movies that come out in theaters, period.
Better than Wonder Woman, E-Rich. Are you going to be sexist?
Yes, I will be.
Wow. Problematic over here.
Yeah, but these these Planet of the Apes movies in general, Dawn especially, War especially, they prove what the best of blockbuster genre filmmaking can be. When you give someone a huge budget and you deliver something like anything else, like Spider-Man or like Wonder Woman, I'm pretty happy with that. But when you deliver something like Dawn of the Planet of the Apes or War of the Planet of the Apes, or even fucking Rise of the Planet of the Apes, you are committing to a higher notion of what the technology can do, of what storytelling can do, of what movies can be, and how movies can capture and spread empathy towards people, and even just non-people. These fucking apes convey more emotion and character than most fucking humans do in most movies. So these are some of the best movies ever made. I think this is probably one of the best trilogy that's ever been made. I think I put it up there with Lord of the Rings in terms of quality, like where it only gets better and it can only kind of stay plateaued at the best fucking thing ever from Dawn to Rise. So yeah, absolutely go see it. Please support this movie. It deserves all the box office in the world. So that I'm not sure if they'll make any more because of how this ends. They could. They've got
they will. But real quick before I say why I think they will, I think, in my opinion, one of the most important parts of the sci-fi genre is to make people think about like these ideas through the use of sci-fi elements.
Yeah.
And I think that's sort of been lost. Like the last couple Star Trek movies, did you have any deep philosophical thoughts after you walked out of the theater about any of it?
There was some shit in the background of Star Trek Beyond, but like not much. Like
No,
you're right.
Like Children of Men did it really well, and I think these Apes movies are like a renaissance for the thinking man's sci-fi. And you think, oh, it's a fucking monkey movie. Well, what are you thinking about, you retard? Well, like, what else do I have to think about? What other movie has me walking out of the theater thinking, was Woody Harrelson right? And did he? What the? You know. So I praise them for that. To a return to sci-fi that you don't just walk out of the theater and go, oh, I wonder what I'll see next. And why I think there's going to be another one is because, number one, they announced that they're working on the next one.
Okay.
And two, I think all these characters will be abandoned, and the next one is just going to be, it's just going to be Planet of the Apes, and it's going to like jump forward 100 years to where humans are all retarded and all the apes are like controlling the world.
I want a Cornelius movie where Maurice tells Cornelius about how great Caesar was, and
Oh, he can just show him the DVDs. We don't need to. I already know what happened.
yeah.
So yeah, that's all I got.
Okay, great fucking movie.
Yeah. Go see this instead of what else is fucking playing? Girls' Night Out or some shit.
The
Some-
Big
something
Sick,
dumb.
The Beguiled. What
Oh,
the fuck
well-
is Girls' Night Out?
I don't know. I was making shit up.
Fuck.
I do want to see The Big Sick, and I heard that The Beguiled has that one actor I really
Colin
like.
Farrell.
Colin Farrell having
Yeah,
sex
man.
with like young children, so it sounds great.
That's right up your alley.
Yeah, I'm gonna go see that one right now.
Oh, nice. Okay, so before we go, I would like to plug something. That
Oh, are you
I've
gonna say
done.
another shitty movie that you love?
No. I might do that later, though.
God damn it.
Okay, so if you enjoy me talking about random shit, I have a podcast called Topic
Oh,
to Be
shit.
Determined. Yeah, so if you want to look us up on iTunes, we're there. We've talked about the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise, Mass Effect Andromeda. We had a good time shitting on that a little bit. And Star Wars quite a lot. But we'll be publishing more episodes of that as I get around to talking with my friend. But
And
yeah,
what was it called?
Topic to Be Determined podcast.
Okay, yeah, everybody go check that shit out.
Yeah,
Because, clearly you don't have enough monkey videos to watch because I'm only putting out 5 re-uploads a day, so
Yeah,
go watch E-Rich.
in between watching all of Monkey's videos again because he needs those fucking views again. The
Yeah.
YouTube motherfuckers. Yeah,
Yeah.
listen to some me talking with my one friend.
Hey, it sounds like a good time. I didn't even know the show existed. Why didn't you tell me before? I could have been listening to this shit.
I'm very embarrassed.
Okay, before we go, what shitty movie are you gonna say that you like this time? You
I
said
feel
Amazing
like-
Spider-Man 2. You said
Yes.
Man of Steel. How are you gonna embarrass yourself this time?
How can I embarrass myself again? Crank is pretty well liked, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I love Crank.
Yeah, Crank's fucking great, so I can't say Crank.
Yeah.
I think that's... I didn't fucking think of this beforehand.
Okay, well, maybe we can save it for next time. We're going a little long.
Yes, we went
Okay.
long on Apes. So.
Did you also like Amazing Spider-Man 1? Because that's also a pile of shit.
Yeah, I kind of like Amazing Spider-Man 1.
Oh, fuck you. Okay, everybody, see you next time. Who knows what we'll see? Probably another fucking tentpole blockbuster. Bye.
Valerian. Bye!
Hello, everybody. My name is Mumkey Jones, and I am joined today by... I couldn't understand what you were saying, and I know what you're saying.
Yep. Irich.
Hey, and today we are talking about a little-known Christopher Nolan movie where Tom Hardy wears a mask and you can barely understand anything he says, and he's a big guy who crashes planes with no survivors. That's right, we're talking about... Dunkirk! Bravo, Nolan, you did it again. You made the same exact movie again. How'd you do it?
Wow. It's like he has one idea that he just keeps recycling.
He has a weird fetish for putting Tom Hardy in masks. In Inception, he had to wear like a bag over his head. Of course, Dark Knight Rises, and now this. But Everich, much like Dunkirk, let's not dilly-dally at the beginning. Let's just jump right into the action. What's your overall take of this film?
So basically, as much as I might be frustrated by some of the story parts or the kind of like weird decision in this movie to basically not make dialogue matter in any way, shape, or form, I really loved this movie overall because in a lot of ways I just see it as pure cinema. It is basically dialogue to me. If it's really good dialogue, that's what matters. If it's not, it doesn't fucking matter. In this movie, it's almost completely unnecessary. What Nolan is doing is he's communicating ideas and just pure emotion through the use of, in this case, 7mm IMAX film strip, which is incredible. It looks amazing. The cinematographer, Hoyt van Hoytema, who he's been using since Interstellar, I believe. I think he just started using with Interstellar. But the movie looks incredible. I have to say, you have to see this movie in IMAX. Like, there is no other experience. Not only because of the, like, picture, the just...
I'd say probably 80 to 85% of the movie is shot in IMAX, so it takes up the entire screen. The screen is like a couple stories high. It's amazing. And then also, the sound mix of this movie is one of the best I've fucking ever heard. If this loses best sound mixing, there is a big fucking problem.
Hey, you can't say that. We have 4 more months of movies to come out. Maybe something better will come out.
Yeah, possibly.
Like, I was going to save this for my conclusion, but I would agree. This is not a movie I can envision myself watching at home on my 48-inch TV and enjoying it the way that I did in the theater.
Yeah.
I also saw it in IMAX only because I told myself if it doesn't get like over 95% on Rotten Tomatoes, I'm not wasting money on IMAX. But then it did, so I had to do it. And yeah, the picture looked great. The sound in IMAX, those fucking speakers, they blast you. And what I really like about doing this for a war movie is that like the gunshots and everything are so deafeningly loud that you can feel the fear of what it's actually like to be in a war zone. Not, of course, like actually being there, but like, this is how loud the gun would be to the guy running down the street away from the oncoming fucking Germans. So it really immerses you into the horror of a war zone. And that's really what this whole movie does, is it's just nonstop horrific, frightening imagery and situations of specifically we focus on this one youngish British soldier. I think he's like what, probably 19.
Yeah, something like that. Is that Harry Styles? I had a hard time figuring out who the fuck anybody was in this movie because I don't know.
You mean
any
like
young,
the character names or the actors?
The actors, like the young British people. Like I can't tell who's who. Like is Harry Styles
I
the
didn't
really
even
good-looking
know.
one?
Whoever the main one was, his teeth were fucked beyond belief, so I can't imagine him actually being a popular actor.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, you're talking about this from like a cinematic level, and that's fine. If you're a fucking loser nerd, let me talk to you. Let me talk to the laymen in the audience, the people who want to know what movie experience they're going to get. And I'm going to see if you agree with my comparison.
Okay.
I would say this movie from start to finish feels like, and this is a very positive comparison, this is not meant to be negative in any way, it feels like watching the film Titanic if it started at the iceberg. You get what I'm saying here?
Yeah,
We follow this young hero who manages to, there's a disaster going on, and he manages to find himself in every bad situation possible as he tries to survive it, and we really follow him as all the different elements of this disaster play out, and of course there's a lot of sinking ships, so I guess that's an apt comparison as well. But what do you think? Do you think it's comparable in that way? And of course I say this because I think the second half of Titanic is fucking great, whereas the first half I could fall asleep.
Well, yeah, so I don't care much for Titanic. I think I saw it once or so when I was younger, so I'd have to give it another watch to kind of give it a fair shot. James Cameron is a very popular director, and that movie is one of the highest grossing movies of all time. But Titanic is fucking long, isn't it? It's 3 to 4 hours or some shit.
Yeah, but if you started at the iceberg, it's going to be about as long as Dunkirk.
Sure. Yeah, no, Dunkirk is actually really short relative to Nolan's previous run times. It's not even 2 hours, I believe, and that to me really lets Nolan focus in on what are the most important things you need to see here. And basically what he does is he focuses the movie on by land, by air, and by sea to show you how this evacuation kind of happened. And what's interesting is from those 3 perspectives, the time perspectives are also different. Where the people on land, it's about a week time, maybe. The people on sea, it's about a day. And then the people in the air, it's about an hour of their total kind of experience there.
Yeah, I think Inception and Interstellar poisoned Nolan's mind. Now,
he will never make a linear movie ever again.
Yeah, he can't make a movie without different scenes taking place where these scenes are supposed to be taking place over the course of a week, and these ones are only taking place over the course of a day. And the movie introduces it with the land or whatever the fuck they called it. I think it was called the mole or something like that.
I didn't know this. The mole itself is a long stretch out into the ocean, which is what those things were that we saw in the movie. So I didn't remember that's what they were called. So
so text pops up that says the mole 7 days, and I'm like, wait, what the fuck does that mean? And then it shows the sea, 2 days or whatever the fuck. And I'm like, what the hell are they talking about? What? And then it wasn't until halfway through the movie, and we keep jumping to all these different scenes with these different characters doing different things.
Yeah.
It wasn't until like halfway through that I realized, oh, this isn't all happening at the same time. This is like completely, it's 3 different stories in different times just fucking mixed in together so that whenever an exciting part is happening in all 3 stories, he can cut to all of them with the fucking Hans Zimmer music playing in the background.
I think the Hans Zimmer music in this movie is some of the most effective film scoring he's ever done. I'm actually a really big fan of Hans Zimmer with almost everything he does. With his Nolan movies, he goes fucking like blow out the speakers big with his orchestration. And like I heard some Interstellar type music in this. I just loved it from start to finish. Orally,
I loved the music too, but my problem with it is that it was too effective.
Ow.
Because he'll have this suspenseful music playing the entire movie, and it's like it's always like this ticking clock, and it's always building up, but it never stops building up. Like even when things aren't necessarily happening, it's still playing. I feel like it would be more effective to use it more sparingly and not to have literally the movie from start to finish scored with an increasing ticking clock, suspenseful score that makes you think something big is always right around the corner, even if it isn't necessarily. Because there's a lot of parts, like even like 4/5 through the movie when everybody's being saved, they're still playing the suspenseful, scary music, and I'm thinking, why? What are you fucking doing? I'm not scared of this.
I think the music is largely capturing like how the people's heightened reactions to everything are. Like basically I think he's listed in the credits as Shivering Man, the soldier played by Cillian Murphy, however the fuck you say his name.
Why is Nolan so obsessed with Cillian Murphy?
He's a great actor.
I don't like the man.
You don't like him? Oh, man.
No.
Well, yeah, I think that's the difference between you and me, where whenever I'm watching him, I'm just like, fuck yes, thank you, Nolan, for keep using this actor, and you're just like, this fucker shows back up in the movie.
He can keep using Tom Hardy. I love Tom Hardy, but Cillian Murphy doesn't do it for me.
Okay, but basically he gets onto this civilian ship, and he is at that shell-shocked, constantly paranoid level that the other people might not be, but that is his constant attitude. So that kind of informs how the soundtrack works, where even if things aren't going to shit at all times, that's what everyone feels like. At any moment, you know, something can hit your ship, start sinking it, and you're fucked. And like that happens several times in this movie, and you just keep thinking like, what the fuck could possibly happen to these people now to make it worse than it possibly was a second ago? But the movie does a great job of like, these people are stuck on this giant piece of metal that is sinking, that does not give a shit that these people are on it, and it's super fucking effective. Like, it's amazing to me that this is a pretty small scale movie. When you usually think of war movies, you think like entire battalions of men like rushing onto a battlefield and killing one another. This keeps the scale pretty small, where you're just following a couple soldiers or a couple civilians or 2 pilots for most of the movie, but all of the action feels large. Like, it's got some of the best what is air combat called? Dogfighting. It's got some of the best dogfighting, where I mean, it's just basically a ship weaving and wefting back into the holographic sights or whatever, but it's super fucking effective. There's a lot of cockpit shots where you see the other side of the wing, which Nolan used in Interstellar when the spaceship was flying around and stuff. But it's just really well done in this movie.
Yeah, typically for me, I hate air fighting when it's like 2 planes shooting at each other, because I can't think of a movie where it's been done in a way where I understood what the fuck was happening. It's always like, oh, here's a shot of the 2 planes, and then you got one. It's okay. It's the same shit over and over again. A plane shoots at a plane, and then the other plane dodges, and then it's just, it's very boring to me. But at least in this movie, like, I didn't love it, but it didn't make me want to stop watching like every other plane fighting movie in history has done. So, bravo, Nolan! You did it again!
Did you clap in the theater after the movie, Monkey, for Nolan's majesty?
Some old people did, and I was like, okay then. Okay.
Yeah, nobody else
Do
clapped
Americans
in the
really
theater.
do this shit?
Yeah, Americlaps.
Now, I think because I also don't really give a shit about war movies for the most part. When I saw the trailers for this, I thought, oh, fucking great, Nolan. You go from all these great sci-fi films that I love, and now you're making a World War II movie. God damn it. But what helps with this, and back to the Titanic comparison, it's really... I don't feel like it's a war movie. It's more of like an escape from a terrible disaster movie.
Yeah.
Because they've given up on fighting, except for like Tom Hardy, who is flying in a plane fighting other planes. Like these are 400,000 soldiers who just want to go home. They're trying to escape, and they're getting blown the fuck out at every turn from the Germans trying to stop them from going home. So it's much more of a like disaster escape movie than a war movie, I would say, although it very much is a war movie as well.
And I'm a history buff, so like I knew about the evacuation of Dunkirk and stuff. Basically what happened is the British lose this battle, and then they've got all their fucking people who have nowhere to go. And the British can't really invest the forces to bring them back home, so they have nowhere to go. And basically, any German plane or U-boat or whatever that's in the area can just fucking pick them off as much as they do. And there's only like one or two enemy, like German combatants in this movie, but they're just constantly being bombed or shot at by these German craft. And you get the feeling of just like, fuck, these people could die at any time when the bomber is going over the people all standing in the line there. It's just like you get the feeling of they have nowhere to go. They're fucked. And that permeates the entire movie. You feel like these guys can die at any time. It's so great, and it puts you on edge, and you will come out of this movie getting an appreciation of what it feels like to be a soldier. You won't be a fucking soldier. You'll never know that unless you are a soldier. But yeah, you'll get the feeling that they have of just like dread, and yeah, it's a fucking
Just
terrible position.
Constant fear for your life, and that you're just gonna get fucking killed at any second.
Yeah,
and there's nothing you can do about it.
Near
Like
the
they
beginning
can't
of
even.
the movie. Yeah, sorry. Near the beginning of the movie where they go onto that ship and everybody's getting like bread with jelly on it and stuff, and the one guy's just outside of the ship being like, I need to be able to jump overboard if shit goes wrong.
Yeah.
And you see people jumping overboard over the ships constantly. It's so great. Oh my god.
Let's try to stack this movie up against all the other Nolan movies.
Okay.
Because I think
Okay,
we're
this is
both a
interesting.
big Christopher Nolan fan. So, I'm just gonna say right now, this is the only Christopher Nolan movie I've seen so far that I have no interest in ever watching again. I think once is enough, and not because it was really good or really bad, but just because it doesn't seem interesting enough. I don't want to watch this at home. If I'm not watching this in IMAX, I don't feel like it's worth watching really at all. Like, it's just the IMAX experience for me that really does it. But at home on my shitty TV, it's like, okay, it's just, I get it. I've seen this before. Whereas with every other movie he's done, even The Dark Knight Rises, you could say, like, I want to rewatch those, and I have, like, several times.
I can kind of agree with the, like, I am not going to run out to my theater tomorrow to see this movie again. But I think this will have more rewatchability to it than something like
Than Inception?
Yeah, than Inception.
What
I'd
the
say.
fuck? That's
I
a
think
movie that
Inception-
requires a second view.
I think Inception is good for about 2 or 3 viewings, and after that, you've gotten everything out of it that you ever will. Inception spends so much time telling you what it's doing rather than doing something with it, which it's fine because it's fucking great movie and it's Nolan putting shit together, and there's a great kind of meta reading, you could say, that it's about filmmaking and stuff. But beyond that, there's 1 or 2 good characters in that, but other than that, I don't know. But I think this movie effectively builds up dread and builds up just fear, and it's a really well shot. Like, I mean, this is a beautiful movie. It's almost entirely practical. You've got planes flying in the sky that were really Spitfires that were flying like that. You don't actually shoot them down, probably, but like you've got boats that were actually used at the evacuation of Dunkirk. Just everything is practical. All the actors are doing, and the actors are doing great things. But like in the case of Tom Hardy, he could have said nothing in this movie. His eyes are doing so much goddamn acting.
As far as I know, he didn't say anything because I did not understand a single thing he said.
Yeah, he's got the mask over his face
90% of the dialogue in this movie is incomprehensible to me.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I wouldn't say 95%. I'd say it's something more like 60 to 70% of the dialogue. And but what ends up happening is you get the gist of whatever people are saying, so that when somebody's saying like numbers, like we'll be lucky if we get 30,000 to 40,000 out, you know it's 400,000 people are there. So you understand kind of the odds that they've got and just how bad shit can be. But yeah, a lot of the dialogue is drowned out in the sound mixing or whatever. But really, it's just not important for the most part.
Yeah, it's not part of the spectacle.
Mm-hmm.
So where would you stack it up? Would you say this is in his top 3? Would it be in top 1?
I definitely put it in the top 5. I think I like The Prestige, The Dark Knight, Interstellar, and Memento better than this. But yeah,
man, you're really low on Inception. What the fuck?
Inception is probably his like 6th or 7th movie.
How dare you? And you didn't put the plane scene of The Dark Knight Rises at number 1. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Get off my show.
Yeah, The Dark Knight Rises is probably his worst movie. I love it.
There's no probably about it.
I can't stop myself from loving it because it's so fucking dumb.
I rewatch it not because it's great, but because I have to watch it.
Yeah. Well, basically what happened was after that whole meme took off and everything, I have tried to watch the movie again, but basically every 20 to 30 minutes there is some in-joke that goes off, and I just start laughing, and I can't take the movie seriously anymore.
The same thing happened to me with Drive. I can't watch that with a straight face anymore. The whole movie is so funny to me.
Yeah, have you seen the GIFs or WebMs of the fighting in The Dark Knight Rises, where it's just so clear that it's...
Some guy just fell over without getting touched.
Yeah, it's extras falling over and shit. I can't unsee that anymore, and I can't take those fight scenes seriously.
Oh, I love Nolan. Great job, Nolan.
Bravo, Nolan.
What a real human being. Okay, do you have any final points? I think I said everything I wanted to say. As far as recommendations go, if you don't go see it in big ol' IMAX, then I mean, don't really bother unless you're like really into war movies or something.
This is a hard movie to talk about because it's a lot of just pure, unrefined, raw cinema just thrown in your face. Nolan is a master craftsman. He knows exactly what he wants to do. You can quibble about some of the choices he makes, but he absolutely understands the craft and wants to put it on display. Is large and as just basically as best refined he can get. He wants to give it to you, and so he had this big kerfuffle about downplaying Netflix and stuff. I think in a lot of ways he's right for his kind of movie making. I wouldn't want to watch Dunkirk on a phone or on a 45-inch screen or whatever, because you're just not going to do it justice. This is a movie that lives or dies by its theatrical kind of life, and I'm sure that in the future, when they screen old movies, Dunkirk will be one of the ones that they screen, because it's just an absolute experience. In that way, that is the purest kind of movie making. You going out to the theater, you paying the fucking whatever it is, $18 to get the IMAX ticket, and you just taking it all in. I would absolutely recommend this movie. See it on as big a screen you can. Pay the fucking extra money. It's worth it.
And Nolan definitely knows how to make the ultimate film-going experience. I still attest to this day that the best time I've ever had at the movies was seeing Interstellar on the IMAX screen, and the docking scene, the organ music was so loud that it brought tears to my eyes. Not in a bad way, but because I was so moved without even trying. Like, it was just like, I was in the moment.
Yeah, so, McConaughey dad breaking up over his kids aging before his eyes.
I would say... I would recommend going to see Interstellar in IMAX, and that's all I'm going to say for the rest of this video.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to cut it right there?
No, we shouldn't. You should go see Interstellar in IMAX. There will be people who will not be able to see it in IMAX who have
because it's not playing anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so do you have any last points to make? Because I'm done.
No, that's about it. Just go see Dunkirk.
All right. Well, hey, we did it. What are we gonna see next? The Emoji Movie? Is that coming out?
Fuck. There's got to be something more than the Emoji Movie.
Yeah, we'll go see the Emoji Movie. That's fine. Okay, everybody. See you next time with the Emoji Movie.
Ah!
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the awaited, the faded, the Emoji Movie review. I am Monkey Jones, and as always, I am joined by Mr. E. Rich.
Hello, everyone. I am here, unfortunately.
Are you a meh emoji right now? Is that what I hear?
I am the nothingness emoji.
Oh.
Is there such a thing?
That might just be the meh emoji. I don't know.
Meh. Okay. Cease to exist.
E-Rich, just to get started, I gotta get something off my chest here, E-Rich.
Yeah.
I gotta peel back the curtain, and this is going to be the episode of the show where people give up on Monkey Jones and say, I can never listen to anything he ever says again.
This is the point of no return right here.
It is. It really is. Because yesterday, you and I we were talking about this, and I said, you know what would be funny, Rich? Let's do a meme. Let's just troll the audience. Let's go see the Emoji Movie, and then you give like an honest review, and I'll spend the whole time praising it and saying it's the best thing ever, as like a joke, as a meme. But now, now that I've actually seen it, I don't want to do that anymore because I actually don't have a problem with the movie, and I want to sing its praises all day.
You have seen into the abyss. You have looked away. You've opened up the entirety of possibility, and unfortunately for you, it's exactly what you said it was going to be.
E-Rich, allow me to describe to you why it is an atrocity that the Emoji Movie carries a 0% aggregate score.
I believe it's
Rotten
3%
Tomatoes.
right now.
Well, hey, that's good. It's a
There
step
have
in the
been
right
one
direction.
or two positive reviews, maybe just one.
Allow me to paint you a picture, a nice comparison, so you can sort of get into my mindset here. We both liked the movie Dunkirk, right?
Absolutely.
Now imagine if on Rotten Tomatoes, every single review of Dunkirk was done by a 13-year-old girl. Do you think it would still have a 90%? Probably not, right?
It probably had like a 60 to 70%.
It's almost like Dunkirk isn't a movie that was made for 13-year-old girls. But then, now, some company makes a movie that is targeted at 5- and 6-year-old children. But you go to Rotten Tomatoes, I don't see a single review from a 5-year-old. I see a bunch of reviews from not the target audience. Do I care what a fucking 50-year-old man has to say about a movie made for 5-year-olds? Who gives a shit? The movie has 0% because they're not asking kids, the target audience, what they fucking thought of the movie. Who gives a fuck what some guy who shouldn't be seeing the movie has to say about it? It's disgusting, which is why I think there should legitimately be a Rotten Tomatoes for kids where like parents record their children talking about children's films. So then, hey, well, I want to take my 5-year-old to go see this movie. I know I'm not going to like it, but this movie's not for me. I wonder if it's any good. Oh, 0%, I guess I'll make him watch fucking Frozen again at home. Who cares what the adults think? I want to know if a kid is going to like this movie, because my theater was chock full of fucking kids. There was a big cardboard display out in the lobby, and so this family was making a whole day of it. The mom and the 2 daughters were posing in front of the cardboard display. They were smiling, taking pictures, laughing, having fun. In the theater, the kids were laughing. They loved the poop emoji. They thought it was hilarious. They were dancing to the fucking Just Dance scene. The kids loved it. But you look online, the critics will make you think it's the worst movie ever made when it's not. It's inoffensive. It's actually funny. A lot of the humor is the kind of humor that I love, and I'm going to get into all of this, but it pisses me off that hating this movie and thinking it's the worst thing ever made has become such a meme. Everybody's jumping on the bandwagon without even seeing the movie, just based on what, like some promotional trailers and shit. They're like, oh, it's based on emojis. It must be literally cancer. It must be the worst thing ever made. I bet it's such a cynical approach to think, oh, this movie just has to be the worst. I want to jump on the meme bandwagon and hate it blindly. Blind hatred without even considering that maybe it's not as offensive and gross as you might think.
All right. Well, okay. Here, I'll break it down this way. I certainly agree with you when you say this is not the worst movie ever. or that this is not terrible. It is not terrible. But I despise this movie for not being terrible.
Why do you despise it?
It is like a 3 out of 10, right down the middle. There is nothing worth seeing about this movie. There are bad movies that can be enjoyable because they're bad, because they're poorly made. This is a very like well animated movie. I mean, it's bright, it's colorful, but I resent everything about this movie. I resent everyone who starred in because it is the absolute peak of mediocrity.
I don't think so. I really don't think so.
It means nothing.
I've seen a lot of animated children's films that are way worse than this. And this is a movie that actually made me laugh. Unlike Diary of a Wimpy Kid: The Long Haul, shitty kids movie. It's not good for anybody. I even think that kids, I don't understand why a kid would like that. But this movie, even as an adult, I was laughing at a lot of the stupid puns because I love stupid puns. I love stupid jokes. I legitimately think that if somebody took an edit of this movie, if this movie comes out on DVD, I implore somebody to take a slide whistle sound effect and put it after every stupid pun to really just give it that fucking punch. I think people will really enjoy the movie more because it's my style, it's my brand of stupid fucking humor, dumb puns, like especially with Patrick Stewart as the poop emoji. Like it's just the most base stupid puns that I love. And if you just throw a slide whistle on there, I think this movie will be more appreciated. I think people want to assume that the film has no sense of self-awareness and that's why they hate it, but that's not true. And the slide whistle would really accentuate the self-awareness that these people are refusing to see with their blinders. And plus, this movie is red-pilled as fuck on multiple occasions. I think it ascends mediocrity. I think it's just a little bit better than mediocrity.
All right.
I'm very passionate about the Emoji Movie. And
yes,
if this is the hill I have to die on, baby, I'll fucking die on it.
My theatrical experience is in direct contradiction to your own. I think if you were to be transplanted to my theater, you would be the person that was laughing the most. There were probably like 10
I was the
15...
person laughing the most in my theater.
Okay. There were 10 to 15 kids in my theater. I'm used to seeing movies with kids in the theater there, and you can kind of tell when they're into the movie or out of the movie. They were out of this movie for most of it. There were laughs occasionally, but it was nowhere near any other like kids movie or something where you'd think that kids would be really enjoying themselves and giggling and talking to their parents and stuff like that. It was not that at all. Nearly quiet for the entire thing. I maybe cracked a smile once. The rest of the time I had a...
Oh, you fuck.
No.
You didn't laugh at the movie at all?
I'm being completely honest with you. I maybe cracked a smile once. The rest it was either grimace or just straight-faced. I found this movie just completely... meh. It is meh. It is just...
I think if...
bleh.
Because my favorite characters in the film were the main guy's parents, the parent meh emojis. And I think if you just cut all of their scenes into like a 10-minute short film, it would be praised as like a really funny short film. Because something about having a bunch of characters who are one note, like... people always say, oh, every fucking character has to have so many dimensions if I'm gonna like this piece of shit. No. Having a wide array of one-note characters opens you up to so many, like, stupid, great jokes that I really enjoy. Like, you know, Patrick Stewart's character was just poop. There's 10 good, stupid poop puns. And that's all you need. I don't need the poop character to have dimensions, but the meh characters... Seeing these characters who are literally one note and just no matter what's happening, they have the same like bored, sort of like they're depressed expressions and like the way that they speak. I don't know who the actor was who played the mad dad, but it was very funny to me. I just really like especially those two characters, and if they just cut it into like a short film, if they took the two mad parents and just made them the movie and it was like 8 minutes. And somebody released it saying, hey, look at this new Pixar short film. I don't think too many people would be like, oh, no, there's no way Pixar made that. Because, like, Toy Story, those movies are just like dumb toy puns the whole time. I don't think there's really much of a difference.
Your abuse of the word good might be one of the problems that I have most with
Well,
what you're
because
saying.
when I say a joke is bad
Uh-huh.
and good at the same time, like I think stupid jokes are just as funny as like genuinely good jokes because they make me laugh just as hard. So what's the difference?
If I can find a joke in a shitty $2 joke book that you could find at any fucking yard sale or something, I would not categorize that as good. And you saying that you could cut out a portion of this movie and call it like a short film that would play in front of another movie, it doesn't matter because it's in this movie, which is 75 to 90 minutes long, and for the runtime of this movie, it does not work within the narrative of that.
But everything around like what I was talking about isn't bad either. Like, yeah, it's sure it's mediocre on that level, but then there's so many other good things that I enjoyed that stack on top of that mediocrity that makes me think it's the peak of it sticks out of mediocrity just a little bit. People really are cynical about the movie and think it was like a cash grab, pure and simple. It wanted to like embrace, a smartphone culture and like be like a love letter to it for some fucking reason. Like, oh, look how great Candy Crush is and texting. But the movie makes fun of this shit the whole time. Like the opening scene, TJ Miller has he's being serious, but it's very clearly sarcastic where he says like the most important thing for a high school freshman, their cell phone, and it shows two fucking kids walking towards each other texting and they fucking run into each other and fall over. It's like, yeah, kids these days with their phones are fucking retarded zombie robots. That's some funny shit. Or when they go into the Facebook app and everybody's just like talking about like what they're eating for breakfast and all this dumb shit and he's like, oh wow, yeah, those people sure are talking about themselves. Like, yeah, that's funny to me. That's great. That's awesome.
That to me is just the most boring, nothing social commentary shit that I would expect out of a movie called the Emoji Movie. I think this movie could have been better if it had meh be actually meh, rather than... Because basically, I had read interviews by TJ Miller basically saying that he with this movie, he wants to snap people out of this meh style of thinking where you basically approach everything with this like detached, you don't care, you're above it all type thing. That's not what this movie was saying at all, because Matt was being pushed into this box by the society around him. That's not, I think, what TJ Miller was saying really at all. He must be reading very deeply into this just bland movie.
I think reading deeply at all is a huge mistake, because I legitimately think it's a movie made for 5-year-olds that have a bunch of silly puns in it and some jokes that the parents will enjoy, and that's it. I'm not looking for depth. I don't need this to be Wreck-It Ralph. I keep hearing comparisons to Wreck-It Ralph. I don't give a fuck about Wreck-It Ralph. I don't care. It doesn't need to be deep like Toy Story. I just wanted some stupid fucking jokes in a bright animated movie that if I have a 5-year-old, they'll sit down and watch it and enjoy it, and that's what I got. If you're expecting something deep from the Emoji Movie, go watch something else.
I think my problem with that is that you could find anything like this in the bargain bin of any Kmart or Walmart or anything like that.
I don't think so. I've seen things that are way worse. I've seen children's animated films that are way worse.
Can you give some examples?
I don't fucking know their names. My cousin has a 3 or 4-year-old daughter, and every time I would go over, she'd be watching like the worst shit that Netflix has to offer. Shit that, like, I don't even know if a human being made it. It looks like it was made by machines, and like it's just terrible in every way. The animation is ugly and awful. There aren't even jokes. Like, it doesn't even try to have stupid puns that I would enjoy. It's just awful. There's like, it's entertainment. It's fine.
No, but this is a multi-million-dollar movie from Sony Animation Studios. Like, having said all of those words, that should mean something. It shouldn't just be that kind of throwaway. Okay, so let me just compare it real quick. The little short that played in front of this movie, which I guess is connected to the Hotel Transylvania series.
All I know about that is that the vampire goth daughter, Adam Sandler's daughter, is super fucking hot, and I want to watch those movies now just because I like that character.
Okay, so I have never seen those movies before in my life. I've never had any like impression that they were any good or that I should. However, just watching that short, I thought it was very well done for what it was, and it's done by Genndy Tartakovsky, who is a great animation guru. He directs a shitload of great 2D animated stuff, and he's done this 3D stuff now. So, but I saw a lot of depth in the animation where it, even though it was 3D, it was oftentimes framed or played like it was in 2D, and the expressiveness that I like to see from Genndy Tartakovsky's characters were in that short. Despite the fact that it's a fucking Adam Sandler vehicle or whatever, I saw some value in there. There were some interesting details to the animation. The characters were clearly drawn. Even just in the fucking 2 minutes that animated short was, I got something from it. I got way
my
more
problem
from
with the
that little
short was that it was a 3-act structure that it ended in Act 2. I was like, okay, how does this end? I guess it doesn't.
But it's a short. It doesn't have to have
a story doesn't have to have an ending.
If you want to have a fully fleshed out, crazy, awesome Pixar short, fine. There are plenty of those. But for a kind of side-along companion to these Hotel Transylvania movies, which I've never seen, they had me interested enough because of the style of the animation. The voice acting was fine, I guess. And just generally, it looked fun. This movie does not look fun. It is not interesting. It is a big nothing. And if it were bad, I could take consolation in that. I could say, oh, well, this is fun because it's so bad. This was just boring and bland and mediocre and just nothing. I think that's why critics are reacting to it so negatively. And I think a lot of the reviews here are 1 out of 5, 1.5 out of 5, that kind of rating. I think that's pretty true to life. It is a 3 to 4 out of 10 movie that makes no solid impression. Look, I resent you. I resent myself. I resent Sony Animation, anyone who was involved in the making of this movie, because the idea itself, sure, is bad. But you know what other idea was bad? The Lego Movie. And the Lego Movie is a fucking great movie. I resent these studios for pouring millions and millions of dollars into these movies and then pushing out mediocre trash that doesn't have to be trash.
I think it just comes down to a difference in what people think is funny. Mm-hmm. I thought that the movie was genuinely funny. I thought there were a lot of stupid jokes that I enjoyed. I guess I've said that 100 times so far. But the big takeaway I want people to have is that I'm not recommending the movie. If that's what it seems like I'm doing, you're wrong. I'm not recommending it. Don't go see it. If someone says, oh, I'm going to rent this on Redbox, do you want to watch it? No. Don't fucking watch it, because it's not for you. It's for me, because I have the sense of humor of a literal child. So, it's for me. But what I'm saying is, hating the movie is a fucking meme. Hating on it for what it is, sure. But then the actual movie itself, it's not as bad as all the meme controversy wants you to think. It's just fine for little kids. A 5-year-old kid can't understand the depth of story arcs and structure in something like Toy Story anyway, because they're a fucking little kid. So, to them, it doesn't matter. We appreciate that kind of stuff because our brains are developed and we can actually have thoughts. But when you're like a little fucking kid, it's all just like bright colors and poop jokes. And it's just fine for a little kid in that regard. So I would say, if you have a young child or you're babysitting or some shit, don't be afraid to put this on for them, because it's not offensive, it's not bad, it's just fine.
So we're getting into our final kind of thoughts here for the review.
Yeah.
This movie is not worth conjuring up emotion for. People who
Fuck
hate it
you!
Or spend their time writing so terribly negative reviews of it, that is also wasteful. Yeah. People who love this movie, which I can't imagine there are many actual people. I don't consider children to be people because they have not developed
I'm not
enough.
even saying that I love the movie. I'm just angry that there is such a fucking bandwagon effect in play where everybody thinks it's the cool, hip thing to hate on this movie when it shouldn't be at all. This movie, nobody should even be talking about the movie in the first place, because it's just fine. Well, it's not even worth talking about, but I have to, because I have to counterbalance this fucking torrent of hatred that it doesn't deserve.
It's confirmation bias in effect. They went in saying, oh, the Emoji Movie, that's going to be shit. When they saw a movie they did not like, that only confirmed what they had thought beforehand, and they're only going to reproduce the exact things they thought beforehand. And all of their reviews... Look, critics have to see most movies, and they have a much wider range of comparison to make. I think even something like fucking Ice Age has more to say. So, like, a critic who looks at a movie like Ice Age and says, that's about the middle of what animated movies can do. It is not Food Fight, which is on the low scale of animated movies that is like an abortion of an animated movie. And it's not something like Toy Story, where it is kind of the top tier of what you can do with animated movies. This is on the lower end of middle, but it's still in the fucking middle. And I just have nothing else to say about it. I wasted my time watching
I'm on
this.
your side with that one. It's a movie that's in the middle that everybody thinks is at the bottom, and that's my problem with it.
But I can see the side of it's not even bad enough to be bad or interesting in its badness. It's just
I think it is
mediocre.
because let me tell you the emotional experience I had in the theater during the Just Dance scene when I realized that the two emojis on screen were falling in love because they were playing the Just Dance app together. There were almost tears welling up in my eyes because it was just the fucking stupidest thing I've ever seen in a theater, and that's why like I was so moved by how dumb it was, and I enjoyed it for that.
If you will look down at your phone and see emojis, and then your idea of a good time is to look onto the screen and see emojis, this movie is for you. Because you will go throughout this movie saying, oh, I know that one! I've seen that one before! The eggplant emoji! Isn't the eggplant emoji a fucking dick?
But
Isn't that what the entire
how's that
fucking
any
joke
different
is?
from like Toy Story, where you got the little army men doing army man things, and like it's the same kind of
But
thing.
there's
Like
so little of that.
something that
Almost
everybody
all of
knows
the
about, and you
toys
just
in
make
Toy
silly
Story
puns
are-
about it.
Almost all the toys in Toy Story are made up toys.
No, they're not.
Almost all. The fucking aliens weren't a thing before then.
Or like the
fucking
piggy bank,
Woody
where it's just like they
Buzz.
make like ham puns to him, or Mr. Potato Head, where all the jokes are that his parts
Slinky
come
Dog was
apart.
not a fucking real dog before Toy Story made him. Like,
Well,
I mean,
after the first one he was, and then they did the same jokes in Toy Story 2 and 3. Like, what's your point?
that movie had so much more spirit and heart, and
Yeah, it did. It had that depth that makes it like a genuinely good film, but the base level of silly puns are what I enjoy also, and this movie provided plenty of that with things
Monkey,
that people recognize.
If this movie invented entirely new emojis that then people would use afterwards, you would have an argument here. But like, this
What the
is
fuck
all
are you
just
talking
shit.
about? Who
But-
cares
but
if they made new emojis? Who
You were
cares?
saying that the
point
army
is the
men-
puns are funny because we recognize these stupid things. Like, oh, it's a world where there's a guy who is always happy. There's a guy who is always poop. There's a guy who is always the fucking American flag. Let's make jokes about like them interacting and doing shit on their daily lives. Okay, let's make stupid, silly puns that Monkey will laugh at because he's a fucking child.
And to me, the Lego Movie did the same exact thing and actually had some wit to it.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Lego Movie is a great movie, and it's 100 times better than this movie, but I still don't think that this is as bad as everybody says.
I think people can hate things more for being mediocre or for being just bland than, yeah, I don't know.
That's a waste of hatred. We need to invest our hatred in something that deserves it, like Donald Trump.
Blumpkin's BTFO.
Did you see the thing I retweeted today of how of George Takei tweeted about how Trump
Literally
is the
put into
worst
internment
president,
camps.
the most hateful, evil president of all time, and then some guy replied, "FDR literally puts you in an internment camp, you fucking
Yeah.
idiot."
Recency bias has a lot to do with that.
Yeah, speaking of recency bias, I'm hoping that in a month I never have to hear about the Emoji Movie again. I hope it'll
won't.
just everybody will forget about it, and the last whole year of controversy about everybody wanting to hate the movie, I hope it fades away completely because I never want to hear about this shit ever again. It was blown way out of proportion. This film and all the controversy around it is the literal definition of Much Ado About Nothing.
Luckily for you, and the best part of this movie is it will disappear from any kind of conversation. It will litter store shelves for years to come, but if you don't look at it, it doesn't exist. And so any web page that has the information about it, that is all that it will be. Can I just talk about TJ Miller and his brain damage for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
TJ Miller at some point in his life had some form of brain damage, and in some small way it changed his personality. That is the only way I could see someone champion this movie and say, this is the new fun thing that we
Do you
should
think
be
I have brain
paying attention
damage,
to.
Rich?
No, but you didn't take part in the Emoji Movie.
I wish I would have. I would have loved to be a part of this masterpiece.
The only way that you took part in the Emoji Movie was to fucking get me to see it. So fuck you, monkey.
And I'm the only critic on the entire internet who said, maybe this movie isn't worse than Hitler. So there you go.
Actually, no.
I guess I'm a huge contrarian because I said that the mediocre movie is just slightly above mediocre and it's not a steaming pile of shit.
Betsy Bosdak at Common Sense Media says, positive messages, but colorful adventure is only meh. Original score 3 out of 5.
And I don't even agree with that because I don't give a fuck about the lessons you learn from a children's film. I just want to be entertained for 80 minutes.
You just want to feel this moment, monkey?
Yes, I just want to feel this moment.
Oh god, the fucking pop music in this movie just makes my brain hurt. Ugh.
Okay, Rich, what should we talk about next time? I got time to go see movies this weekend.
Well, Atomic Blonde just came out.
You know what?
I really like that.
You said that you're seeing 4 movies this weekend, so you go see all
Yes.
those and then tell me which one I should go see.
Yes, this was one of them. I'll tell you if, Valerian is any good.
Oh, god damn it. I'd rather go see Ghost Story. Let's go see Ghost Story.
Yeah, I am going to see Ghost Story with our brother, Casey Affleck. He's welcome to join us here on this podcast anytime he wants.
I know Casey Affleck, you're a huge fan of Visit KINO. If you want to jump on, just shoot me up on Twitter, dude.
Yeah, get under your ghost sheet and come join us.
All right. Well, this is the video that made me lose any sense of respect or see, what are the words of things that I will lose after uploading this video? Everybody's going to think I'm a fucking something.
I'm sure there will be people who defend
All
you.
credibility will be lost. Any future opinion I have will be like, well, yeah, but he gave a mediocre review of the fucking Emoji Movie. Like, can we really take anything that he says seriously ever again? He didn't hate a movie that was mediocre. Oh my god. Oh.
Monkey did nothing wrong.
Monkey did nothing wrong. Monkey did. Let's end it right there. Monkey did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the aftermath of the Emoji Movie Review Spectacular. I am Monkey Jones.
And I am E-Rich.
E-Rich, the most popular episode we've ever done. Last week, we have like 10 or 11,000 views on there. I never thought I'd see the day where an episode of Is It KINO would get more than like 3,000.
I learned it from watching you, okay? God damn it, guys. Like,
What does that mean?
it's the anti-drug thing. You guys want us to stop.
Why are you saying that now?
They want us to stop, but they're just gonna get us to keep going. Doing shit like the Emoji Movie.
Yeah. So just like, we watched a really good movie, the Emoji Movie, and now we watched another really good movie, Detroit. Hey. So for the 99% of people who don't know what Detroit is, because it's probably not going to be a well-known movie for my audience. What is Detroit?
Detroit is the fictional city from the movie RoboCop, where no, actually, Detroit is a real city in the state of Michigan.
What is this movie? You fuck.
Okay, so Detroit. So like, I think I had heard a lot about this movie before it ever fucking came out, because I think what happened was that they weren't entirely sure what they were shooting when they shot it. So it was called Untitled Detroit Film for quite a while.
They didn't know what they were making?
I don't know. It just seemed like they were shooting it for a long time, or it was on the shelf. I see. I don't know what I'm fucking talking about here, so I'm just going on what I know off the top of my head. So basically, Catherine Bigelow, we knew that she was going to shoot a movie about Detroit. We didn't know anything about plot. We didn't know anything about characters. Like, all I really knew was that John Boyega was going to be in it. And Catherine Bigelow is famous for making Zero Dark 30 and The Hurt Locker. One of those movies I've seen, The Hurt Locker, that won Best Picture, I believe, the year that it was released. Maybe it wasn't deserving of that, but it was a quite good movie.
Wasn't that movie only like 75 minutes long?
I don't know. I saw it the year it came out, and I don't remember much about it. All I remember is that Jeremy Renner was in a bomb disposal suit. That's about it.
Well, Detroit, the latest from Catherine Bigelow, so it's probably going to be nominated for Best Picture. Likely deservingly so, just because of the material and what it's about, and the massive scope. You know, it's the kind of shit that the Oscar people really love to see.
Yeah.
Man, okay, let's talk about the good. I really liked a lot of the cast in this. I think that Finn from Star Wars was really good. This is the first time I've seen John Boyega in a non-Star Wars film. I don't know if he's in a lot of other things yet.
You got to check out Attack the Block. That's a fucking great movie.
Well, I really liked him doing an American accent in this movie. I don't really... I was like, okay, yeah, British black guy, cool, I've seen that. But when he's doing his American accent, oh boy, howdy, do I get... My dick gets nice and tingly down there, and I think, you know, that John Boyega, he's a good John Boyega, you know what I'm saying?
He's a good boy, didn't do nothing.
I didn't know his name, but I've recognized him in other things, but Will Poulter playing like the main antagonist of the film, like the young cop who's leading the thing. And I really liked him in this movie too. And then there were two guys, like one cop and one army guy, who both just look like Seth Rogen. It's like, who the fuck are they?
Yeah, there's a bunch of people in this movie where I look at them and I say, I feel like I've seen them before. A lot of the black actors in this I've probably seen. Anthony Mackie has a pretty small role. He plays the Falcon in the Captain America movies.
No, he plays the Falcon in Detroit.
In Detroit. He actually straps on his wingsuit and kills all the bad cops. It's great. It's actually a surprise in the movie.
You know, speaking of the cast, I do want to mention one thing. There are some actors who are so legendary for one role that they should be banned from ever acting again.
Are you talking about John Krasinski?
I'm talking about Jim from The Office.
Yes, that's the actor's name.
Yeah, I know, but that's not his name. He is Jim from The Office. You know, this movie is almost over, and then Jim from The Office walks in doing his best Saul Goodman impression, and it's like, it takes you out of the movie immediately, because all I can see is fucking Jim from The Office. Well, why do they keep casting people who shouldn't be casted as anything else?
It's hilarious, because he shows up like 30 minutes before the end of the movie or something, and so he's just peeking his head into like this interrogation room, and I swear as he leaves the room, he makes one of Jim's faces. It's fucking insane.
Because the problem is, John Krasinski pretty much just is Jim. Like, that character was just him. It was just him. So when I watch a movie where he's not playing Jim, it looks like Jim is in a movie trying to act and be something else. So it really takes me out of it. And that's nothing against him. He's a fine actor. But he was too good in that one role for me to ever take him seriously as anything else ever again.
Yeah, you have to watch the Benghazi movie that Michael Bay did, where he's the main character.
God,
and he's a soldier who's fighting them.
Oh my
them
God!
Terrorists.
So does it feel like it's Jim, or does he feel like a different character?
He feels like a different character, but maybe you're more biased in saying, "Oh no, he's just fucking mugging."
So. I liked a lot of the cast. I think there were some really solid performances. I'm expecting to see some Oscar buzz around some of these guys. Hopefully,
you thinking
Will
the
Poulter,
main guy, the singer?
The singer? Yeah, I liked him a lot, but I think it was really Will Poulter and John Boyega who really stole the show for me in this one.
Okay.
As for negatives, there is a major problem that I had with the film.
Yeah.
And it's funny because I was looking at Rotten Tomatoes, as I always do, and every single review that was positive had the word imperfect in it. They would say, the film is imperfect, but... And I was thinking, why do they feel the need, every single one of these people, to let us know that the film has problems in their, like, positive blurb at the top of Rotten Tomatoes? But the reason why I think it's imperfect is because there was a point in the film where I thought, you know, that was a pretty good movie. It was kind of long, but, you know, it was pretty good. At that point, when I thought it was over and I said that, I was only halfway through the movie.
Yes. So
like the movie Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry, no. So the movie basically has a major set piece of this house that the Algiers Hotel kind of incident takes place in. That is most of the movie. There's like a beginning and an ending that do like almost completely separate things from what the like core of the movie is trying to do. For me, that core of the movie works up until a point. It probably works about an hour or so of it. And then I just felt no tension after that hour. You just see so much of the same shit of them getting people in and out of the house into different rooms that the tension built up to a point and then it just snapped. And I was just like, okay, well, I don't really care what's going on. The shading on the characters is decent at times, but there's so many people in the house that I sometimes couldn't figure out who was where. Who had died. I know one or two people had died and one had escaped or something, but like basically they keep doing the same things to these people and interrogating them, and it's brutal, but you can only showcase the same kinds of brutality again and again and again before I just lose any sense of like tension.
Yeah, the whole time I was watching it, I felt like I was watching a watered down, less tense version of Green Room, which is one of my favorite movies of the last few years. Mm-hmm. Because it's this group of people who get caught up in this terrible situation where they're trapped at gunpoint, in a one room by all these fucking crazy white supremacist people. So it's very similar, but this movie, at least Green Room switched it up like every 10 minutes there's something different happening. This one, it was just a full hour of like they would say the same dialogue over and over, and I get that you're going for realism and that you want us to feel what those people felt in that moment. But when I feel as trapped watching your movie as the characters feel held at gunpoint by a crazy police officer, maybe do some cutting around. Maybe I don't need to hear him ask them where the gun is over 100 times because I get it.
Yeah. So for as much of the movie's runtime as I can tell, a lot of it is quite accurate with the kind of details we have about this individual event as part of these Detroit riots. But some of the character shading on like the cop, I'm not entirely sure how much, because like basically the movie begins, there's some background on the riots, some insert historical shots of archival footage and stuff, and then also actors kind of going through that kind of riot set piece type thing. And then basically we see this cop who's the main bad guy, I guess Will Poulter is his name, in the actor's name, I guess. He is chasing down a black man who is robbed a store, and he shoots the guy, and the guy eventually dies under a bus or whatever. I'm not entirely sure if that is what this cop did in real life, or if this is kind of fabricated to kind of set this character. Basically what they're telling you is this guy's a fucking psycho who's just going to shoot anybody he can in the back if necessary. And he's basically rapped on the knuckles for it and then sent back out, which it's a good signifier for how kind of the cops were not properly kind of kept back from doing those brutal things. But I'm not entirely sure that actually happened. So
it's good from a movie point of view to show us that this is a character who is more than willing and even is trigger happy to shoot just black people who he assumes are doing wrong things. So it really builds the tension for when he suddenly has all these people held up in the hallway. But like, then it goes on for so long that I'm like, okay, like at this point, just fucking shoot him or don't. Like I've been watching this for an hour.
There's only so much of a psychopath just kind of yelling about who has the gun and pretending to kill people and stuff like that I can take before I just say, okay, well, you've built the tension, you're not ratcheting it up at all. And then when they do actually do things, I had lost the kind of feel for it before then.
Now let me get this podcast about a movie that we saw really political and make everybody uncomfortable. Because I have a question for you, E-Ridge.
Sure.
When they're giving us the little history lesson on the Detroit riots, is it safe to say that both the cops and the citizens are fucking retarded?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I'm not racist to say that attacking firefighters who are trying to stop a fire that you started is like savage and fucking retarded and crazy.
One of the things I really loved about this movie is that it presents people as individuals, or presents the mob as like, some people in the mob are doing really shitty fucking things they shouldn't be doing. Some of the people are just angry at the kind of injustices they see around them. And basically, I think what the movie is trying to show you with the guy who shoots the starter pistol thing, where he is playing a game with them before, he's basically showing you that how black people supposedly feel is like they've got a gun on them at all times. And he was trying to illustrate that for everyone else. And what the movie is basically doing is, that's what they feel like when they start rioting and everything. That's what it actually does become. Like, it becomes the police state that they really feel like they're living under. And it's just terrible for everyone. It puts everyone on edge. It makes everyone make shitty decisions at times. It enables the worst people in society to do bad things. But I do like the fact that it does show that there are some people who are just not interested in rioting. There are some people who are rioting who are trying to control the other rioters. Like, I think the movie does a good job of showcasing like a kind of a broad category of people who are angry.
It's another great example of George Lucas's famous line, "There are heroes on both sides." There truly are.
Evil is everywhere.
Yeah. I think the worst way you can respond to injustice is by burning down your own neighborhood and then attacking firefighters who didn't do anything to you. Yeah. So that really pissed me off, but then what's great about this movie is it shows how somebody who is perfectly innocent can be just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and just because they were black, like, that's why he died that night. Yeah. And of course, with the singer and his friend, like, they weren't, like, they're not really even from this area of Detroit. They're like just in the neighborhood to do a show, and they're trying to get home on the bus, and the bus gets attacked, so they have to get off. So I think that is the perfect example of like, oh, you want to see racism in action and what it looks like? Yeah, here's a guy who did literally nothing. He literally didn't do nothing.
Yeah.
And just because of his skin color, he got killed on this night. So I think I have to applaud the movie for that. I think if you show this movie to somebody who says that there is no such thing as privilege in any way, be like, oh, well, I mean, look what happened in the 60s, you know?
Yeah.
But like 50 years later, there are still similar things happening. We got stories about cops like every other day. So I don't know. I'm not trying to take the cuck route, but I think this movie is a realistic way to represent these ideas that the cucks like to put out there.
I think this movie has a great line that anyone who has ever protested against blacked.com would love, which is when the police officer who is questioning the women who are trying to get some of that dick from these black men. Yeah. And he says, "What, we aren't good enough for their say?" It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, why you fuck these Negroes? Well, we ain't good enough for you?
Yeah.
Good question. Is it bad that the whole movie I was hoping I would see those girls' tits, and then when I finally do, it's like in a stressful, horrible way? I'm like, oh, I don't think I'm enjoying this at all.
Well, yeah, I do think that this movie does a good job of showcasing the way that these men kind of take their ability to have this power and they just kind of blindly fuck people over just because. The women, the black men in this movie, like, they're all treated differently at times, where it's certainly better to be a white woman than a black man in the society here,
but not in this situation, because the white women were treated just as bad as them. Like, they were fucking getting pistol whipped in the face and everything.
Yeah, but they weren't getting shot.
Yeah, well, the other guys weren't supposed to be getting shot.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he did kill the one guy, Carl, the guy with the starter pistol.
Yeah. So. Well, as we all know, Carl is the only one who actually deserved it, because he was firing at police officers.
Yeah, this movie shows there are a lot of fucking dumb people who don't do dumb shit during this thing. Yeah. But where I come down on it, like, from a movie standpoint, you might say, oh, well, he fucking called the cops there, basically, by firing on them when they think there are snipers around. But you can do stupid fucking shit that doesn't mean you need to get killed for it.
I agree, but I think if you're firing even a toy gun at police officers, you should not be surprised that you're going to die about 5 minutes later.
He got what he was basically asking for.
Pretty much.
But, yeah.
Doesn't necessarily warrant a death sentence, but you're so fucking dumb you might as well be dead.
That's the Darwin Awards for you.
I think the saddest I felt during the film, like there's that, you know, big tense hour-long scene in the hallway with everybody held up at gunpoint, but the moment where I felt my insides drop, like, oh my god, this is the worst fucking horrible situation, was when John Boyega is put into the prison cell for something that he just had nothing to do with. It tore me apart.
Yeah, great fucking scene. His hands start shaking as soon as
when he realizes like what's happening to him.
Yeah, as soon as the cops are like,
to lose it.
You're in the suspect list rather than the...
Yeah. Oh, it's brutal. I really want to get some Oscar love for him. I think he was so good in this movie.
Yeah, and I think he also does a good job of portraying that more even-headed black person who...
Yeah, the guy who everybody thinks is an Uncle Tom, but really he's trying to help them.
Yeah. But I mean, I think he then understands that he is kind of siding with the white people where he maybe shouldn't, coming from a straight moral standpoint of, you can go along with these people because the other people are rioting, but then as soon as those people start to brutalize and terrorize your people, it's not right to stand with them anymore. I think he kind of understands that by the end, but it's such a fucking tense situation that you kind of can't take action there.
I didn't really ever see him as siding with white people. He was a security guard to protect the store from being destroyed. Like, you can be on any side and want to protect.
No, but he literally goes over to the white guys, gives them coffee, and
he does that so that
offering.
Well, he does that because he doesn't want to get like attacked by them. Like, he wants them to know he's one of the good ones.
Sure, but that is like a servile role. Like, so he's basically telling them,
it's
look,
survival,
I'm going to give
dude.
you stuff. Yeah, totally. But like, after a certain point, when you realize these people are doing terrible things to other just normal people, like, it doesn't matter what skin color they are. Anyone who is brutalized like that, you shouldn't be standing on the side of the people who are brutalizing those people. But I think he understands that by the end of the movie. Or even by the time they're in the house and shooting people and stuff. So, yeah. The more I talk about the movie, the more I really love what it did. It's just in the moment while I'm watching it, it lost some of that intensity for me.
It's a 2.5 hour movie that I think would be better served at like an hour 50, maybe.
Yeah.
There are a lot of, like, the whole last 10 minutes of it's a subplot of a guy. The guy wants to quit being a professional singer and join a church choir. Like, cut that shit out. I don't give a fuck. Come on.
But I do think that serves the larger note of him deciding he is not going to perform for white people or even a white audience. But
they did that in two earlier scenes. Then, like, the entire last part of him being cold in his apartment, like, that is better served at the end, where they show, like, they have the little paragraph of what happened to each character. So we see him do this for 10 minutes, and then it tells us that again in a paragraph. Just give me the paragraph at the end. I don't need a scene of him applying for a job at a church. Like, we already saw him at the record company saying, I don't want to make the white people dance. Okay, that's fine. Just cut it there. Just cut it there.
For me, though, his character's evolution is not just saying no to white people. It's saying, I will use my talents, but for our community. So I like that as a part of his character's progression and saying, I can use this, even if it's not going to make him rich and famous and give him any kind of actual success. It gives him some spiritual or community kind of success, and he's trying to enrich himself and others rather than just, not enrich. He's trying to make himself and others better rather than enriching himself. So, yeah.
Alrighty, Rich. Would you recommend this film, and if so, to what audience?
This is interesting to me because white audiences probably need to see this movie just to get a perspective. I feel like we don't understand as a society how the other half lives or how other people
really go across life and any movie that kind of shows you how somebody else lives and gives you that idea is useful. So yes, definitely I would recommend this movie. My problem kind of becomes, as a movie, it has some failings, but obviously this is probably going to be one of the better movies of the year. Don't see half the shit that's in the theaters. Do see something like Detroit, because it's very well made, it's very well acted. Even if it's too long or loses some of its potency, it's still got a good message. It's still got interesting character choices and acting, and it's just a really well done, well made movie, and it's something that more people should experience. Empathy.
I'll say that this is a film that takes place in the 1960s about police brutality against black people. And I, a 22-year-old white boy living in 2017, walked out of this film suddenly very afraid of the police. So I think that if you're a black person, this movie will be a straight-up horror film. Because if I felt scared driving home when I saw a cop, like, oh my god, fucking get that cop away from me. Mm-hmm. If I felt that way, maybe if you're, a faint of heart black person, maybe don't watch Detroit. Maybe it'll fucking trigger the shit out of you. I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. I was having a hard time saying black people should see this movie, because it is just watching your people being brutalized for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
And
well, I mean, did they like Roots? Do they like Django Unchained? I don't know.
That's the thing. There's people in the black community now who are basically saying, we've had so many fucking movies about slavery. We've had so many movies of just seeing people get whipped. Whether it's fake or not, it's depicting people in a certain condition that we've already seen before. What is it adding to the conversation? What is it like? 12 Years a Slave is a very well made movie. It's really good, but that should probably be one of the last of those movies we really need. I think movies like this are better at portraying a more recent problem, and I think even though it's 50 years ago, it still rings true today in a lot of ways.
Oh, and definitely. Yeah. I'm not saying, and this isn't gonna, because we always need to put this out there, this isn't to say all cops are racist and all cops abuse their power. No, that's one of the messages of the movie, that there are two good cops, and then there's the one bad one, and the two good cops do the right thing at the end, and then they all get off anyway, because it's the 60s and they're white, and the jury's all white. But the message to take away is, there are heroes and villains on both sides. We see that with the writing. We see that with, the poor musicians who were in the wrong hotel at the wrong time. We see it with this fucking 24-year-old white cop who decides to just have a massacre one day. Mm-hmm. So just understand, my white brethren out there who are about to type in cuck in the comments, just understand that the message you need to take away is that some cops are fucking bad and some black people do deserve it. That's all I gotta say.
You're a fucking race traitor, monkey.
It's almost like everything isn't black and white.
Shit!
Hey, everybody knows that my favorite book is Native Son. They should know where I stand on films and books about black people going through this kind of shit. Mm-hmm. What do you got, Rich? Anything else?
This is a decent movie. Go see it.
Decent. Would you say it's imperfect?
They didn't do nothing.
They didn't do nothing. It's true.
Well, wait. Is it imperfect? Yeah, absolutely. I think when they say those things, they're basically saying this is a movie that has some flaws.
Yeah.
They just have to kind of couch that in, but the performances are great, and the actor, they basically have to say this is a great fucking movie. Then they have to say, it does have problems. But they don't really want to admit the problems in it.
Real quick before we go, I just want to address all of the lovely comments we got on the Emoji Movie episode. A lot of people can't tell how ironic Mumkey was being, or if it was a joke. Rich, I mean, what do you think? How ironic was Mumkey being last episode?
You have something called irony poisoning, Mumkey.
What does that mean?
It's basically you've You've dived so deeply into irony that you cannot tell whether you are being ironic or not anymore. No, I think there's 60% irony, 40% reality.
I think all the points I made were valid. I mean, people say exactly what I thought they were going to say. Like, oh, but I know that it's a movie for kids, but that's a dumb excuse. Every movie should be good for literally everybody. And I think,
Fuck that.
like, if this movie was a straight to Netflix thing, then I don't think anybody would have a problem with it. I think it's because it's being presented, mass distribution with like this big marketing thing. That everybody is so obsessed with hating on it. But I do genuinely think that some things can just be made for like 5 and 6 year olds, and that's perfectly fine. And if they enjoy it, that's a good thing. And that not everything needs to be as good as Pixar. And also, to address the point somebody said, Monkey, when's the last time you saw Toy Story? It's not just a bunch of toy puns and shit. The point I was making was that those films have a lot of jokes that are of that pun caliber. I know that the movies are very deep and important and good for the whole fucking family, but like the cheap toy puns with Mr. Potato Head and the pig guy, those are some of my favorite jokes in the film. That doesn't bring Toy Story down to Emoji Movie's level. I'm just saying they both incorporated puns based off of popular things that everybody knows, and that's what I liked. So shut the fuck up.
I think let's close it up with a sentiment that everyone can agree with. Fuck you, Mumkey.
Oh, no!
No.
Sony
I don't
paid me
believe that.
$20 to give it a good review.
Yeah.
I did not record with my microphone. I record with my mind. He who records with his microphone forgot the face of... Hey, everybody! Welcome back to... Is it KINO? I am Mumkey Jones.
And I'm A-Rich.
Oh, shit. How's it going, E-Rich? Do you shoot with your gun or with your heart? I'm curious.
I shoot with my dick.
Oh, shit. Hey, we went and saw a little-known movie I like to call The Dark Lead Actor. No, The Dark Tower, I think is what it's called.
Okay.
But we'll get into all the racial connotations of this film, because E-Rich, you were calling me out on Twitter trying to say I was some sort of racist or some shit.
I personally am all for changing the race of roles all the time. Any character should be able to completely change the look.
Except for when you're turning a person of color into a white actor, then that's not okay, right?
That is fair Bolton. Yeah.
Let's talk about, I was going to say let's talk about this movie, but let me be the first to say that The Dark Tower is not a movie. What we saw, E-Rich, is not a film, and I very wholeheartedly believe that. It is the most bare skeleton of what a movie can be. But we're talking so bare that these bones, the skeleton, there's no ligaments connecting them. There's no bone marrow. It's just dried up, dusty old bones. The very basic structure of what a film can be, and nothing else. Nothing else.
Imagine that you're a doctor delivering a newborn, and instead of a healthy infant child coming out of the mother's vagina, instead comes a dusty skeleton who chatters at you while you hold it aloft, and then when you drop it, it just shatters. That is the Dark Tower.
Yeah, here was my impression of watching The Dark Tower. I honestly felt like this was a 10-hour TV series that they had adapted from the book. And then they just, made a highlight reel of scenes from the show and stitched it together at 90 minutes. And the weird thing is, every single scene in this movie is 45 seconds long, and then they go to the next one. You know how in a Blu-ray or a DVD, they'll have the scene selection menu? Mm-hmm. This movie's gonna have over 120 scenes to choose from, because each one is fucking 45 seconds. And let's see what Matthew McConaughey's up to for 45 seconds. Okay, he did a thing. Okay, now let's go back to the gunslinger and the kid. Oh, okay, they did a little thing. Okay, let's go back. And it's just every less than a minute, They keep jumping around all these different things. There's no substance to anything that's happening. And it was just like, I was like sitting there thinking, what?
I feel bad for like everyone involved with this movie, like on I guess at least on the acting side of things, because like they must have known that the script was pretty shitty, but like you put Matthew McConaughey in this role, and Matthew McConaughey is a great actor. He just has no idea what to do in this movie. It is kind of hilarious.
Yeah, I would say this movie is the final nail in the coffin of the death of the McConaissance. I think he's had some bad roles lately, but this one is just like, that's it. The McConaissance is over. You had your moment to shine, Matthew. Now you're fucking done.
This one takes the cake, really. I mean, he is not threatening very much to me. He is doing a lot of the things in this movie that you'd have a lower rung henchman do. He's basically following this fucking kid around the entire time and trying to act menacing. Like, he can tell people to stop fucking breathing, and I never feel any danger. It's insane.
And isn't the character in that Netflix show, Jessica Jones, doesn't he have the same exact power? Like,
basically.
They did it right with him. Why was he menacing and this one was so shitty?
I don't know, man. But, like, okay, so, do I misunderstand this? It doesn't, in the books, like, the Man in Black is, like, Randall Flagg? Is that right?
I don't fucking know. I haven't read these books.
Okay. Well, you were getting really defensive of Roland
I was
not
pretending
being black
that I
on
had.
Twitter. Yeah. And then somebody's like, actually, that was a different character who doesn't like to fuck black chicks. And there was no response from you, so I'm just like, oh, he must not have read the books then. You sold me on it for a pretty long time, but
I was pretty much copying, pasting the things I read on TV and putting them on Twitter. And then fighting with people who disagree.
Yeah. Okay, so here is what I thought while watching this movie. It starts, it's about this fucking kid, and I'm like, wait a minute, this isn't Idris Elba. This is a white kid. I want a black adult
Idris Elba doesn't show up till like 30 minutes into the movie, and he's on every fucking poster and trailer.
Yeah, which is bizarre. It feels like this should have been a Roland movie, or maybe they cut out all of the like Roland parts of this movie. Like basically all of the world building that you kind of assume is in this world and like is readily available for this entire series feels like it was entirely excised from this movie. And like people talk about like his guns were Excalibur and stuff like that, and they just kind of toss off these lines that like you'd think they would have shown us this. Like, develop this shit some. I did not care a single thing about this fucking kid, about his parents, about fucking, I don't know. There's so little.
It's
in
hard
this
to
movie.
care because it is just the bare bones necessities of a story, and you don't get anything extra. That juicy meat of a story that gives you a reason to care about the characters. This just presents a character.
Mm. Oh, and also the thing that's hilarious about this movie is that the kid is very obviously going through puberty, and they shot the scenes out of order. So like he starts out with deeper voice, and then his voice goes way up, like after the first like 3 or 4 scenes, and for the rest of the movie, he's kind of the younger sounding kid. It goes back and forth occasionally, but having heard about that beforehand, it was so fucking noticeable, and like that's nobody's fault, but like they should really know that kind of shit is something they got to look out for. It was hilarious.
Well, I never want to watch this again, but if I do, I guess I'll listen for that, because I didn't even notice. That one slipped right past me. Another problem with this movie is that I was under the impression from the marketing that it was going to be kind of a grim, dark, kind of edgy, cool Stephen King story, but it's just as bad as any of those YA novel movie adaptations.
Yeah.
It's like worse than some of those even. Like this is almost Twilight tier, although in Twilight at least I enjoyed some of the characters because that has like Twilight stayed more true to the source material than this did, because this is nothing. It's not even a movie, because the 2002 Spider-Man PlayStation 1 game had better cinematography than this film. I felt like it was a YA novel adapted for like Nickelodeon, and they filmed it like on the Nickelodeon studio because it was just so shitty. It felt like a TV movie.
Yeah, and they do the fish out of water stuff with Roland when he goes to Earth.
That's the only
and
part
stuff.
that I liked. When they started ripping off Thor, that's when I liked the movie. Everything else was so bland and boring that I couldn't stand it. And even the fish out of water stuff was like a little bit funny, but it's nothing new.
I actually totally agree with you because like he's in his fucking boring world where like they don't really they don't really expand on the world at all, and we don't really get a sense of like where they are, what they're fighting for. Like they're vaguely Jedi, these gunslingers, but like we get so little world building. And then they go into Earth, and like he's in the hospital, and he doesn't want to hear anything. He calls these girls sluts basically by saying they forgot the face of their fathers. But like all of that stuff was actually funny because we're getting to see this character interact in a different way. And like, I don't know. Nothing about this fantasy world that they're in works. As far as I know, it's some kind of like weird amalgamation of parts of the Stephen King novels that he's done. So The Dark Tower is kind of this adventure story, but in the niches and like layers and cracks and crevices of the world, like his own characters are breaking through and being like part of it. And I think Randall Flagg either is the Man in Black or he looks like Randall Flagg or something like that. But like they never said that in the movie. I don't know whether they're just trying to not confuse people, but they do stuff with The Shining in this, and I like this could have been a really good like horror thriller where the kid was seeing more scary stuff than just plot related Dark Tower things. Because in The Shining, like the kid Danny is just seeing the scariest shit ever because the Overlook Hotel is scary as fuck. But it's more compelling if it's scary rather than if it's just him seeing what's going to happen later on in the movie type shit.
I did notice that one of the portal numbers was 1408, so that's like the only other Stephen King reference I noticed. And I guess he has like a big thing with 19 because 1919 was the original number and all that shit.
Okay, yeah, and it's just I got especially towards the end of the movie where it just seems like they kind of give up and they were just like, okay, let's hit the finish button and
oh
get
my
to the
god,
climax here.
That final scene though with the hot dog, I was like, that's how you're ending the fucking movie, with a 50-second scene? What in the fuck is this?
And like,
it's truly unbelievable.
That's a joke that should be in the fish out of water stuff, not as the fucking conclusion to your entire fucking epic movie.
Yeah. Bizarre. And it ends with them like just deciding to go back to the other world, and then it's just like over immediately.
Yeah.
It's like they really, it's like the definition of rushing an ending, because they like beat the bad guy, and then less than a minute later the movie is, the credits are rolling.
Yeah. It finds a way to both be not long enough and too fucking long, because all the shit we're saying is boring as shit, and not and while McConaughey is doing his CGI battle shit, it's just the funniest looking thing ever. I was laughing in the theater. I am not laughing with the movie, I'm laughing at it. It's some of the stuff with Roland shooting is good, but they really should have built up how good he is at shooting, because like they have the point where he like takes deep breaths and he's waiting to hear where the monster thing is running off with the kid, and then he shoots and it goes through a window and goes through a shirt or whatever and then hits the guy. That should be our introduction to his shooting, not the fucking third time he's ever shot something in the movie. The movie does not set up his abilities well, in my opinion at least.
The movie doesn't set up anything well.
Yeah.
I don't know why this movie was made or who it was for, because fans of the books hate the movie. They hate it.
Yeah.
Kids aren't going to want to see this because the trailer is fucking scary and stupid. Mm-hmm. And then adults, when they're watching it and it's just like a teeny bopper young adult novel type of movie, like they're not going to enjoy that either. So who is the audience for this movie?
I don't know. This was, I think, 3 hours at some point, and I think the executives got scared when they had all the world building stuff in there, thinking that people would get confused, and maybe there were audience reactions that weren't good, so they fucking, like, cut almost half the movie out. It doesn't do the movie any favors, certainly. This is as bland and as terrible as a lot of movies in theaters can be. I honestly had a lot of flashbacks to movies like the Fantastic Four reboot that came out a couple years ago, Aragon, the shitty. Speaking of shitty YA novels,
my high school had us go see that movie on a field trip.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I was forced to sit and watch that.
Good lord, that was a field trip for you guys.
Yeah, it was like some sort of reward day or some shit, but yeah, the whole class got bussed over to go watch Aragon.
Jesus Christ.
Nightmare.
Man. And like The Last Airbender, the M. Night Shyamalan disaster.
Ugh.
Like, this is all of the worst kind of things that you can do when you're adapting a story. Like, Idris Elba is good in it, but he has nothing to fucking do, basically.
I didn't even think he was good. I think nobody in this movie gave a performance that was above bland. And it's not the actor's fault, of course. Like you were saying, it's because the script is empty and void and fucking meaningless. So they don't have anything to work with, but that doesn't mean that... I mean, the performances could have been anybody. You could have replaced McConaughey with anybody, and it would have been the same exact thing for me. Idris Elba, like, all he does is stand there and shoot a gun. There's nothing special about him being in that role.
Yeah. I mean, I just think he does a good job of embodying, like, this loner cowboy type guy who...
He does look very sexy in that outfit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good-looking costume, certainly.
Yeah.
So, fuck.
And he did make me laugh in the Earth scenes, but I think anybody really could have done that, because it's just so simple.
Yeah.
I think if I played McConaughey and you played the gunslinger, this movie would be either the same or better.
It probably would be better because it could be more of a comedy.
Yeah. Yeah, we would have played it for laughs and not tried to make this awful material super dark and serious when it's just stupid. What is McConaughey's motivation? He wants to destroy
the Dark Tower.
He wants to destroy all of the universe?
Yeah, I guess so. There are like monsters on the outside of the universe as they know it, and the Dark Tower is like holding together this force field, and if you blow up the Dark Tower...
And the Dark Tower's only weakness is a child's thoughts? That you plug a child into a machine, and it sucks up their brain energy, and then it shoots a beam into the sky that hits the Dark Tower, and then it explodes from child's thoughts?
Well, see, Monkey, it's a metaphor for pedophilia.
Yeah.
McConaughey is harvesting young boys and girls to bring down their mental wards so he can ravish them with monsters and shit. I don't fucking know. Like, you think for a movie called The Dark Tower, they would care about this fucking tower more than to just, like, shoot mind rays at it and generally want to protect it. Like, it seems like this is a world with some kind of, like, backstory and setup, and they got portals, like, linking between them. And, like, nothing. The movie is such a big nothing.
Yeah. Just like the Russia story, it's a big nothing burger.
Fucking goddamn.
That's all I got. The movie feels like it's the bare bones of a 10-hour HBO series that was filmed by Dan Schneider, and and that they cut out any scene that added character moments or really an understanding of the plot, and just left us with the most basic 90 minutes of a movie you could ever have. And then I want to see a full movie. Give me a full movie of like this brooding, barbaric hero from a different world, like the gunslinger, who does just hang out with some kid in New York, and it's just the entire movie is the fish out of water comedy, and then like there's no actual fighting. I just want to see that. I think that would be a more fun movie than whatever this wanted to be.
I feel like the movie's in the wrong order. Like, the kid should get the gunslinger into Earth, and then eventually they go into his mood world or whatever. But, like, nothing about the structure of this makes any sense. Because you should either start with a movie just about the gunslinger and just, like, setting up the world and telling us about why we should care about this entire thing, rather than using this fucking kid as the way in. Because I don't give a shit about a fucking kid. And
No.
the shit with the gunslinger doesn't show up in enough time, and then they don't do enough with it. Just everything about this movie doesn't make any sense.
The kid's parents get killed, and he, like, barely cares at all. Like, he cries for maybe a second, and then the gunslinger teaches him how to shoot, and then he, like, never talks about his parents ever again.
It doesn't matter. He's fine. He'll
And
get
he
over
decides, yeah, I'll leave Earth forever after one hot dog conversation, and I'll go live with you and become, like, a fucking superhero in this new world, and then it's over, and there's never gonna be a sequel, and there's no closure on anything. It's just done.
For me, I just don't understand. Okay, so they cut out an hour and a half. They halved the movie. What do they get from that? I would have rather seen the 3-hour version of this, even if it was a disaster, because at least that was a complete disaster. This is a... Shit, you're right. It's like a skeleton. It's a fucking shell of a film. What did they expect would happen with this movie in the state it's in? It's like...
I don't know. I think they were hoping that just based on the title alone, it would make their money back, and they threw it into theaters.
Yeah, this is like the dumpster prom baby, basically.
Yeah. Yep.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I hear a man with a leaf blower coming by, so for the sake of audio, let's wrap this up real quick.
All right.
Would you recommend this movie to anybody?
Hell no. What
Not
other
even
bad...
sometimes you'll recommend a bad movie just so people can see how bad it is, but there's not even anything like that here to enjoy. This isn't my Emoji Movie argument where I say take your 5-year-old. Don't take anybody. If it's a fan of of the books, especially, don't take them because it will make them angry.
If you're looking to torture someone, take them to this movie.
No, if you're looking to make somebody fall asleep, then show them this movie.
Monkey.
It wouldn't be torturous. It would just be like boring shit.
The theater I was in had recliners, and I was so fucking tempted to just close my eyes and drift away to sleep. It's not even a loud movie, so I probably could have done it. It's just a bland nothing of a movie. It's not worth paying attention to. It's not worth... Fuck, we burned 20 minutes talking about this movie, and I'm gonna stop thinking about it and try to delete it from my mind the minute after we stop.
I want my money back.
Yeah.
I do kind of want to read the books, though, just to see how terrible they adapted the film.
I trust that Stephen King has better fucking ideas than what this presented us with. Good lord.
Okay, one thing to look forward to, everybody. Mr. Plinkett is dropping his Ghostbusters review tonight, so go check that out.
I didn't even know it was tonight. I saw that video they uploaded, and I didn't realize it was coming so soon.
Yeah, he said it's coming out today, 7 p.m. Milwaukee time. So I'm
an hour after us, probably.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure it was today. I'll double check, but I'm almost positive it's supposed to come out today.
Damn.
So yeah, go check that out, and if I had the wrong date, then go fuck yourself, because I'm not going to find it right now. Hey, that's it. Don't go see this movie. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Is It KINO? I am Mumkey Jones.
And I'm E-Rich Bang.
E-Rich... Oh, I get it. It's like Joe Bang, right?
Yeah.
Now, E-Rich, the other day, and this is a very popular video blowing up on the main channel, we reviewed Death Note. And I said it was probably the worst film I've seen all year, despite seeing the Emoji Movie.
Yeah.
But let me just say, I think we have a new winner. Because we just saw Logan Lucky, and I think it might be worse than the Death Note movie.
What the fuck are you talking about, boy?
No, I'm just kidding. It's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Fuck
nigga.
yes! You really had me going there for a second.
No, okay. Let me just get it out there right now. Logan Lucky is it's really close, but probably my favorite movie this year to have the word Logan in the title. It's really close. It's really close, but I think it might be. because I just gotta say right off the bat, I love this movie. I had a big dumb grin on my face almost the entire time. It gave me nostalgic feelings for television shows that I loved when I was younger, like My Name Is Earl, or King of the Hill. Just like the charm of having all these southern characters who are, kind of dumb but also kind of smart, and just with all their wacky shenanigans, and it's just like nonstop fun. It's gotta be the funniest comedy of the year. I can't think of anything funnier.
Oh, totally. This movie has a great way of accurately portraying the people of the South without like condescending to them and like.
Oh yeah, they're not stereotypes. They're actual characters.
Yeah, it is not telling you, oh, these are shitty people who are fucking dumb as rocks. It's that they're kind of messed up at times, but they ultimately can accomplish things and kind of like get along on their own. Yeah, this is a great movie. Steven Soderbergh, who had for a while said that he had stopped making movies. This is his kind of triumphant return to making movies. He was on I think, Cinemax show called The Nick for a while, and I really liked that show. But it stopped after 2 seasons, and I'm so glad that he's kind of back in full form. He made another Ocean's movie. It's just he set it in, where are they? Fucking Kentucky?
Was The Nick the one about, was it the documentary about the guy who admitted on the documentary that he killed people, or was that something else?
No, it's something else.
Okay.
That's The Jinx. The Nick is
Jinx,
about...
yeah.
Yeah. The
Jinx was really cool.
Yeah, The Jinx was great. The Nick is about a doctor in the early 1900s in the Knickerbocker Hospital, and basically he's like finding all of these crazy things. There's a great scene where Clive Owen has ripped open
Clive Owen.
Yeah. Hello. He's ripped open
hello,
this guy's
hello?
head. It's me, Clive Owen. So he's basically...
Where did E-Ridge go?
Oh, yeah.
Weird.
So basically he's like cracked open this guy's skull, and he's like basically poking at bits of his brain, and as the doctor is poking at bits of his brain, the guy on the table is like moving around or like laughing and like doing all this crazy shit. It's a really good show.
No, it's like Pickle Rick when he's going into that rat's brain to make it move.
Pickle Rick! No,
Yeah.
Fuck Pickle Rick.
So you said this was directed by Steven Soderbergh, is that his name?
Yes, that is his name.
So as I understand it, this film was a huge gamble because he decided to distribute it on his own, and
Yeah.
the gamble was a massive failure because the movie is flopping hard at the box
Yeah, it's
office.
very sad, very sad. Basically, they didn't have a marketing budget for the movie. They basically went in and said, we can make this movie with the money from the various financiers, but the problem is when you have to distribute the movie and sell the movie, basically advertise for it. That's a huge part of a movie's budget. Like, you basically take the movie's budget and then double it, and that's what the whole thing costs, because marketing accounts for so much of a budget. So by saying, we're just not going to market it, we'll have a couple trailers put out on the internet. I'm sure there were some TV ads here and there. They might have had some billboards, but they do not have the marketing presence that so many movies that play on big screens tend to have. And yeah, I think that really bit him ultimately. We'll see, though.
I can see where they would have expected word of mouth to be really good for this movie, because
And it
after
was.
watching it, yeah, like I do want to sing its praises and convince people to go see it, but it's just, it must be a really bad month for movies. I think this last August was the worst box office in like 2 decades, I think is what Dan Merle told me on Screen Junkie show.
Yeah,
So people just like, maybe it was because of like that big fight with Mayweather or something, but like people just didn't go to the movies these last weekends.
The shitty thing is that the biggest problem they're facing is that basically the only movies that are getting seen by wide audiences tend to be the superhero movies. I think the one kind of outlier here is Baby Driver, which actually did really fucking well.
Yeah, it made it to the top 10 of the summer.
Yeah, which is pretty impressive.
Well, hey, let's talk about the movie a little bit and see if we can't convince some people that it's worth their money, because I definitely think it was. I think
Definitely, yeah.
so. This movie has a lot of big, recognizable actors. You got Channing Tatum. You've got Adam Driver. Adam Driver, one of the hardest actors to not recognize because he's so strange looking.
Yeah, definitely.
But let me just say, with all that being said, all these recognizable actors, they all disappear into these characters for
Absolutely.
me. I never thought I was looking at Channing Tatum up on the screen. I believed everything except, and let's see if you can guess, except for one performance stuck out like a sore thumb, and I do have a great comparison for it. Do you know
Yeah.
who I might be talking about?
Oh, it's me. It's Seth MacFarlane.
Yeah.
I'm a British person.
It's great that we both knew who it was without confirming it before the show.
It took about 5 seconds, but I'm like, what the fuck? Is that Seth MacFarlane?
Yeah, I like him as a voice actor. I think he does a good job with characters like, Peter, Stewie, Roger, the alien. But when he's on screen, I've seen his one on-screen movie, A Million Ways to Die in the West.
Oh, God.
Not the best actual performer when he's on the screen. Have you seen the Red Letter Media extraordinary film Gorilla Interrupted?
No, I have not.
Seth MacFarlane is giving an identical, I swear to God, 100% identical performance
Oh, my
that
God.
Mike Stacklasa gave when he was 20 years old in the movie Gorilla Interrupted.
Holy shit.
It's literally the same fucking performance and the same character. And at first, I hated it because, like, Seth MacFarlane, what are you doing? You're sticking out in this movie so poorly. You're, like, giving a high school performance in this, like, master class of acting. But then
Yeah.
when I started thinking, wait, no, this is just Mike Stacklasa when he's 20, then I really started to enjoy the character a lot more.
Yeah. Seth MacFarlane actually has one of my favorite on-screen character roles. He's just basically a voice, though. In Hellboy 2, there's a side character who's like this, like, it's hilariously over-the-top German guy who's basically just a gas. He is a gas that fills up a suit. And Seth MacFarlane voices him in his hilarious German accent. And I think it's just really well done. He actually tends to do pretty well and emote pretty well in that movie.
Yeah. But you said it was just like a voice performance?
Yes, it's just a
Yeah.
voice performance. So.
Seth, I know you're listening to this show. I know you're a big fan of Is It KINO. Just stick to the voice performances, dude. Like we don't need to see you on screen, like with your big dumb mustache and that I'm pretty sure was not real.
Yeah, and your bullshit Star Trek parody show that's going to be on Fox.
Oh yeah. Oh no, you're right.
That's him. That's fucking him.
Yeah. Oh man, that's
So-
not gonna do well.
I feel like this is going to just devolve into a Seth MacFarlane live action career discussion. But like, at what point did he either get big enough to say, I want to start starring in shit, and then why didn't people tell him, no, just stay off screen? Like, you're a good voice actor, keep it
He's
to
a
that.
really good voice.
Yeah.
And he's like somewhat handsome and he's really tall. So like he has the makings of an actor, but it just doesn't work because like when I see him on screen, all I can imagine is like fucking Stewie Griffin and shit.
He's like the concept sketch of an actor. Like he hasn't yet been filled out and like actually, yeah, like he's just very bland and generic looking. So I don't know.
Speaking of the performances, because that's the only one that I thought was a problem. This has, and I probably said this for the Logan review as well, but this has one of the best child actresses I've ever seen.
Oh,
because,
yeah.
like, when you see a child actor in a movie, it always ruins it. Like, instantly ruins it. Because you know that they're just reading a fucking script and memorizing it, and then, like you don't feel like this is an actual character coming up with things to say. You feel like it's a child remembering lines. But the little girl in this movie was so natural that, I fell for it immediately. Like, the first shot of her and Channing Tatum working on a truck, like, it goes on for, like, a minute and a half without any cuts, and I was like, wow, this girl is really good.
Oh, totally. Yeah, I mean, for me, a good mark of a child actor is that, yeah, you're right. They're not just reading lines blankly off of whatever they memorized and whatever. You can actually see them interacting with the other actors and, yeah, just adding something to the screen. And this little girl does it.
Any other performances you want to
Fucking
point
Daniel
out?
Craig, man. Fucking
Oh,
James
yeah.
Bond.
He disappeared the most. You
Yeah.
would think, James Bond, like, oh, he's going to stick out like a sore thumb like Seth MacFarlane. No, he was so into this that I didn't even recognize him as a human being.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And the other one that he's got a very small part in the movie, but like I recognized him, Sebastian Stan, who plays the Winter Soldier in the Marvel movies.
Who was he?
He was the race car driver.
Oh, no shit. I had no idea.
Yeah, very, very small role.
That's a really funny role, too, even though it's, like, 8 lines, but the
Yeah.
character's such a pretentious asshole. I loved it.
And like, it's hilarious to me that like Steven Soderbergh is the kind of director who can insert this type of character who has very little impact on the story other than kind of like fucking over Seth MacFarlane's character at the end of it because he gets fucked over by Seth MacFarlane. But basically, you build up this character in very, very small clips of him basically saying that his body is a temple and he works out a lot and he's got a very strict diet, which as soon as Seth MacFarlane's power
Yeah.
power
Power
drink,
energy drink.
yeah, spewing guy gets him to drink it, you know that's kind of what's going to happen, but you don't know in so excessive a way that it's going to like make him crash and stuff like that. But like, yeah, just he brings a lot to a very small character, and that's basically the actor's credo: is there are no small parts, only small actors. So yeah, he does a great job in that role.
And it's a role that, in my opinion, didn't even need to be in the movie. I don't think
Sure.
it had like an actual impact, but just because the character was so funny, like why would I complain? It was a good 5 minutes of a silly character doing silly things, and it's a comedy movie. If you're going into this expecting like a very realistic heist movie, you're not going to get that. This is
No.
more of an absurdist comedy because a lot of the shit in this movie is like you can't expect it to be real because it's just crazy sometimes.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, I think they do a good job of like, this is not a heist I would ever imagine in my head. Is rob the NASCAR Motor Speedway
Yeah.
in North Carolina. That's a great idea then, and then they can set the details around it. Like they have the transport tubes like you use at the bank to get money and stuff like that to take the money from the customers and then put it in a vault. Like all of those neat little ideas really just flesh out the world, make you believe that what you're seeing is like real, even if even if the details and how they do stuff isn't always believable.
Yeah.
There's enough detail to make you think, oh, this is kind of cool. Like when Joe
Yeah,
Bang makes
everything
his
at
bomb.
the everything at the prison when the prisoners go on riot as part of Joe Bang's plan. Like it was very, very funny, and like it was slightly unrealistic, but like who cares because it's fucking hilarious.
Yeah. That is probably one of the funniest things I've seen this year. There's
Yeah.
a protracted Game of Thrones reference thing where the
was really
inmates during a riot demand the 2 unpublished Game of Thrones books, and
Because they think that they would be out by then because they don't know.
Yes. And I was laughing uproariously in the theater. There was an older couple in the theater alongside me who I don't think understood what was going on, and I was just laughing my ass off. It was so great.
So if you're familiar with the Ocean's 11's movies and stuff, like these are just heist movies. You got they build up their team and each person has a specific skill set and all that. And what I liked about this movie is that I was expecting it to be very straightforward, and it was for the first like 2/3 of it. But then there's like this big shift in the narrative, and I'm not going to spoil it because I don't want to, because I want you to go see this for yourself. But something happens and you don't understand why, and then the main character, Channing Tatum, he disappears from the movie for 20 minutes, and we have none of the characters have any idea what's going on, and neither do we. But then the way it gets fleshed out, and the big reveals at the end, it was so clever that I just had a huge dumb grin on my face watching it unfold, and I wasn't expecting this sort of twist, and when it happened, it exceeded my expectations.
Oh, definitely. And like, so when that thing happens, like when Channing Tatum disappears, I just thought, oh, well, that's kind of like disappointing. Like, that's not a great way to end this movie. I've had so much fun along the way. And then it's revealed what is going on. I'm just like, oh, Soderbergh, you motherfucker. I was so happy. Yeah.
And like the whole time you think like, oh yeah, Channing Tatum, he's kind of smart, like he's pulling off this heist, but then at the end you're like, this guy's he's a savant. He's the smartest man who ever lived. It's amazing.
Totally.
And then another thing that I really appreciate is that after the heist, there is like, is it FBI or CIA?
It's got to be at FBI, I think.
Yeah. He's like, hey, whatever you're banging, stop banging over there, you Southern Belle. I hear you over there.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking to you.
Oh, sorry.
You're banging something. Pulling a digi, banging his legs against the desk the whole time we record. But there's this female FBI agent who was like investigating the robbery, the heist, and there's like she's getting nowhere with it, and then the twist with her at the very end. I really like that too. It reminded me of something that I would do if I was writing a movie or a book, and like just leave this like big sort of cliffhanger open-ended thing at the end, and then like never resolve it because like fuck you. I guess you got to think about it, bitch.
Yeah, no, exactly, because you're not entirely sure whether she is going to try to bust them or whether she's just happy knowing that this is how things went down and
Yeah.
she's kind of found them and that's enough for her. She has a great look to her too. Just like she looks very severe looking and the way she
Who
talks.
was that?
I have no idea. I don't know if she's any kind of movie star or anything, but yeah.
For a second, I thought it was like Julia Roberts, but I was like, no, it's like Julia Roberts mixed with the Mexican chick from Fast and Furious. Whatever that bitch's name is. But yeah, I don't know who this actress was, but I enjoyed what she brought to the role.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, hey, that's all I got. You have anything else to bring up?
Not much. Basically, just see this movie. It needs the support. You'll probably enjoy it. Like this is the kind of movie that you could probably take anybody to, as long as they're in some way going to be entertained by some kind of heist, and they're interested in seeing like different characters, Southern characters, coming together and pulling together some kind of interesting crime. Yeah, it's definitely worth seeing. One of the best things I think about this movie is that when you say it's a heist, you just think it's a straightforward, they're going to rob somebody of money. But basically, a big part of this movie is they have to break somebody out of jail in order to get them to take part of it. But then they also have to break them back into jail to let them serve the rest of their time out. It's little details like that that just make me say, oh, I love this movie. I love that it's constructed well, it's well thought out. The characters all kind of have their own motivations and their own kind of foibles that they have to. Like the two guys who are Joe Bang's brothers who say that they have to have a moral reason for doing it, which then dissipates when they have to move the heist earlier. All that kind of shit is just so great.
And it's just so funny. Every actor is funny. They give some of their best comedic performances that I've ever seen from these people. Mm-hmm. And I just love the whole thing, and I want to see it again sometime soon.
Definitely. This is basically a master filmmaker coming back to his craft and letting us all know how great he is at doing what he is.
And tragically, he put all his own money into distributing it, and now he's gonna go bankrupt. So I guess, oops.
Fuck. Even though Logan died at the end of the Logan movie, these Logans are not so lucky.
And with that, we'll say, see you next time. I've been Mumkey Jones.
And I'm E. Rich.
And I'm Clive Owen.
And I'm Daniel Craig.
Eddie comes to her first because he is the most frightened. He comes to her not as her friend of that summer or as her brief lover now, but the way he would come to his mother only 3 or 4 years ago, to be comforted. He doesn't draw back from her smooth nakedness, and at first she doubts if he even feels it. He is trembling, and although she holds him in the darkness, is so perfect that even this close she cannot see him. Except for the rough cast, he might as well be a phantom. What do you want? He asks her. You have to put your thing in me, she says. He tries to pull back, but she holds him, and he subsides against her. She has heard someone, Ben, she thinks, draw in his breath. Bevy, I can't do that. I don't know how. I think it's easy, but you'll have to get undressed. She thinks about the intricacies of managing cast and shirt, first somehow separating and then rejoining them, and amends. Your pants, anyway. No, I can't. But she thinks part of him can, and wants to, because his trembling. Because, hey everybody, welcome to Is It KINO? I am Mumkey Jones.
Was that child porn?
Yeah, it was child porn written by 4th District Congressman from Iowa, Stephen King.
All right. I'm E-Rich, and I will never be the same. after hearing that.
Whoa. Did you get so spooked by the It clown that you've been traumatized for life? Or is it more because I just read child porn to you?
It's probably the latter over the former. When can we expect the Monkey Jones Reads It audiobook?
I'm just going to read the 10-page child sex orgy in the sewers.
God.
The rest of it, like, it would take too long. That book's like 1,100 pages.
Why? Why is it so long? Explain.
Do you know what the book is?
Yeah.
It's very different from the movie.
I've never read it, so I have no idea.
I mean, I'm only speaking off of what I just heard Red Letter Media say, because I foolishly watched their review before doing my own, so now I'm scared I'm going to repeat everything they said. But evidently there's like... It goes into, the history of the universe and how there's like a giant turtle in space who
What?
like barfed up our planet.
What?
And then the It clown is like the evil space turtle who goes down to Earth and then wakes up every 27 years to eat children. And that's what's happening in It.
How much cocaine was...
That's exactly what Mike
Stephen
and
King
Jake
doing?
said.
Good Lord.
So yeah, we both just saw the new massive hit. I think it's the highest box office pull-in money-wise for an R-rated movie of all time. Like the best opening for an R-rated movie ever. Beat
Yeah.
Passion of the Christ, beat Deadpool, motherfucking It, the clown movie.
God damn, I did not see that coming, actually.
No. I think it's because there have been literally no movies to see the last month.
Yeah.
And people were just itching to go see something. So, E-Rich, I gotta ask you, is It KINO?
I think it is a very passable movie. Like, I think it does a fine job doing what it sets out to do. I have not seen the miniseries adaptation of this book.
No, me neither.
And I've never seen, or not seen, I've never read the book either. So coming into this completely fresh, like it reminded me a lot of the 80s and 90s kind of kids going along, finding mysterious things. More of a horror version of like E.T. or fucking that Super 8 movie. That's based on a bunch of other shit like that. But yeah, I mean, it's a very good version of that. I was never scared in this movie. I was more just interested in seeing what was around the corner more than anything.
I might have been scared a little bit, but I'll get into that later.
Okay.
I would say, yeah, it's not really scary to me. It's creepy. They do a good job of doing creepy things. And really, that's all I can ask for, because I'm not a horror movie guy. I actually dislike them, not because they're scary, but because I think they're just generally shit. Mm-hmm. And I don't get scared, really, by films. I enjoy tension more, like Green Room. Like, I would consider that to be more of a horror movie, and it's not a horror movie at all. It's just because that actually gets my blood pumping, whereas, like, showing me a bunch of scary shit on the screen, I'm thinking, well, I don't care. I can just close my eyes. Like, if you're getting cyberbullied, just turn off the screen, nigga! Walk away from the computer! Like, that's how I feel about horror movies. It does nothing to me.
Yeah.
But, yeah, something about the creepiness I enjoyed. I got a kick out of just the clown's performance. I don't remember who played him.
Alex Skarsgård, I believe.
Do I know him from anything?
Teen Wolf?
No.
Maybe?
Is that the MTV version or the Michael J. Fox version?
The MTV version.
Well, no. So I don't know him from that. But I'll say the one part that kind of had me like on the edge of my seat is when the kids are fighting the clown in the creepy haunted house.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And here's why this movie works for me more than it doesn't. Because typically in these types of horror movies, for some reason I'm under the impression that when spooky, crazy shit happens, it's like always like a dream. Like something really crazy will happen, and then the character wakes up in their bed and he's sweating and But in this movie, there's none of that. Everything that happens in the movie is actually happening. There are actual consequences for this crazy demon monster clown fucking with people, and like kids are actually getting eaten and ripped and torn to shreds. So that fight in the house, I know that there were actual stakes, and at this point I actually like these characters. That's one thing that horror movies always seem to overlook, is likable, realistic characters that you actually feel for, and like a plot. And this has the first one for sure, the second one a little less so, but the plot kicks in towards the end. So yeah, when I'm watching these kids fight this clown, and I've never read the source material, I don't know who's gonna fucking die. And like the fat kid's getting like his guts ripped open and shit, and I was like, oh, that's a pretty good scene. I'm into this scene. Some kid's gonna get fucking killed by this clown, and he's ripping him up.
So I think I should say that I missed the beginning of this movie. So the little kid, the little, like, what, 5 or 6 year old kid at the beginning wearing the yellow raincoat and stuff like that, he got fucking, what, his arm ripped off by...
He got his arm, like, bitten off. Like, the clown ate it.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Yeah. It was actually quite gory, and I forgot that the movie was rated R until that happened.
It's really weird. There were a bunch of kids in my theater during this movie. I didn't expect, like, it's so weird because there's such a dichotomy between very scary things happening in this movie, and then your main characters are all kids for the most part. And it felt weird because I felt like the kids in the audience, like, those are the kids that will totally get what these kids on screen are going through. And, like, can totally... But, like, there are also shitloads of adults because it's an R-rated movie all around me. And, like, so when these kids are swearing and when they're making jokes and shit, the adults are all laughing and stuff. And I just felt odd for the kids because I do think the kids should be scared. Kids should see horror movies and stuff and just kind of, like, get that impression of the world. But it was just weird for me to see how these kids were reacting to stuff. But... yeah,
I would say that it's such a realistic depiction of being 12 that the movie might as well be rated PG-13. There's nothing in this, like, other than, like, the gory horror stuff, which really isn't that bad. Mm-hmm. Like, cuss words, those are how kids talk. Like,
sure.
Plain and simple. That's how I talked when I was 12. That's how I talk now. The kids are calling each other faggots and stuff in this movie. Amazing. Perfect. So, in that way, I don't think... like, I think kids should be able to see that fine, because it's what they live every day. Like, how's seeing it on a screen going to be any different?
I think there are two things. Like, basically, in a PG-13 movie, you can only say fuck once or twice. The other thing is that
Which, by the way, what's the point of that? Like, once you say it once, the word's in your head.
Yeah.
Why not say it again? Like,
Genie's out of the bottle.
Such an arbitrarily stupid rule that it makes me want to disregard these movie ratings altogether.
Yeah, it's really dumb. And then, so I think the only other thing is when the blood just, like, sprays all over that fucking bathroom in this movie.
Which is
probably
comical
got it.
at best.
Sure. But, like, I mean, I think the Evil Dead movies were rated R. And those are, like, splatter.
Yeah, those are great.
Splatter movies. But, yeah, I guess the more I think about it, the more I like it. Just because, in my mind, when I think an It movie in 2017, what are current horror movies like? And then what can I expect them to do with the little that I know about the source material? And I thought it was going to be really schlocky and really stupid. It's not amazing. It's not great, but it is really well done, really good. It's shot well. It's directed well. I think all the kid actors sell their roles pretty convincingly.
The Stranger Things kid I thought was remarkably good.
Oh, that is the kid from Stranger Things.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was an authentic little shithead who had the funniest lines in the movie, and I really loved that character, whatever his name is.
He was the kid with the glasses?
Yeah. He was like the big mouth, the smart aleck little piece of shit.
Yeah. So, I think we should talk about the sex orgy sewer scene.
Sure. Speaking of which, I will say this movie... never since Moonrise Kingdom, and I think, 2013, have I seen a movie so openly sexualize a 12-year-old girl's body. Where the weird thing is, like, the camera, has the, what's it called, like, the man's gaze or whatever the fuck? When, like,
male gaze, yeah.
Yeah, the male gaze. It does that to a fucking 12-year-old girl in her underwear when she's, like, all wet from swimming.
Yeah.
And, like, I get it, because, like, the little kids are, like, like, goggling and Googling over her, or whatever the fuck kids do when they're staring at this girl. But, like... the movie is rated R, so it's for an adult audience. So what is the audience supposed to get out of you focusing the camera on this little girl's body? Like, I know what Digibro's going to get out of it. I know what Psy and King Critic are going to get. But, like, is the average person, like, do we need that shot in the movie? It seems strange. Like, I get it's the kid's point of view, but come on.
I think it's more...
not literally come on. I mean, some of you probably will, but, I mean, shit.
It's definitely more... I buy it more in this movie, because it's just one shot of them looking at this girl. In Moonrise Kingdom...
It reminds me of... Yeah, go ahead.
In Moonrise Kingdom, I started to seriously doubt whether... Wes Anderson actually liked adult women or not, but
oh yeah, that was because, like, there's a scene where, like, the little kid's, like, grabbing her tit and stuff, and I'm like, oh, okay, Wes, calm down. But then it reminds me of the Whitest Kids You Know, Trevor Moore and Zach Kreger made a movie called Miss March.
Okay.
And in the opening scene, they're both kids. They're like 8 years old on the playground, and one of them says to the other, "Yo, check out the ass on her." And then it just zooms in on an 8-year-old girl's ass. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you putting this in the movie? Is it supposed to be funny? Because I'm just like, okay, you did it. You sexualized the child. I mean, I guess I'll go jerk off to them. What do you want me to do with this?
Yeah. The intention
At
is
least
always...
in Transformers, Michael Bay says that the character is 17, but the actress is really 20.
Okay, so Monkey,
God
what did you
God
think
bless,
were the
Michael Bay.
scary moments of this movie?
Scary moments. See, it's more creepy for me. I thought that the clown was more funny, and I appreciated him in a creepy, funny way. But the fight scenes where the kids are getting blown the fuck out.
Yeah.
It's tense. I don't know. Maybe scary is the wrong word. It's tense and it's enjoyable. I will say that the movie was way too long.
Yeah, it's 2 hours and
ruined
15 minutes.
It ruined some of the enjoyment for me. But I don't know. What do you think? Did you have any spooks?
I thought the haunted house sequence of the movie was probably the best for me.
Yeah, me too.
A lot of the stuff in the sewer at the end is decent, but it's a lot of stuff that we've seen before in a lot of ways. With the haunted house segment, you've got all these kids in this house, and basically the monster thing is recontorting itself into different shapes and stuff.
Yeah, it's a
to scare the
shapeshifter
different
who
kids.
can it turns itself into your biggest fear, which I thought was really dumb because right when I saw the movie, I went on the TV board, and it was the first post I saw was a picture of the It clown, and it posed the question, why didn't he just turn into a T-Rex and kill the kids? And I thought, you're fucking right. If he can transform into anything, why would he turn into the girl's dad to spook her? Just turn into a dinosaur and kill them.
Well, I think what this movie kind of skirts around the edges of saying is that it feeds on their fear. So it's not all the time interested in killing them. It's more interested in scaring them, and it's kind of the appetizer for it. And yeah. But so I think this movie does some interesting things with the look of the clown, in that I think the look is pretty frightening, but you kind of get used to it after a while. And he just kind of becomes it. I love the eyes of the clown. And at one point,
they glow in the dark in a really spooky way.
Yeah. It's a really, really intimidating look. But at one point, they look inside of it, and they're 3 glowing orange lights.
Yeah, it's true nature, what he really looks like on the inside when he opens up his mouth all the way, and there's 18 rows of sharp teeth.
What is it? Is it an alien or something?
Yeah, it's an alien.
Oh shit. Okay. So they did. I think they did some interesting things with. So a lot of the times the It clown was kind of funny to me rather than straight up scary. They did these weird things with motion stabilization. So his face is completely still, but his body is moving and contorting and all these crazy dance moves and stuff like that. And it's kind of funny to me. So I just thought that was an interesting way that they took that visual design for the creature.
You missed it, but at the beginning when he's talking to the kid, he's standing in the sewer and the kid's trying to get his boat back. The clown is he's sort of half creepily, half normal clowny. Talking to the kid, smiling, "Oh, you want your boat?" Ha ha ha. But then, But then, when the kid starts talking back, it's the creature, forgot what it was doing, and then all the smiles and the cheerfulness went away, and it was staring very angrily at the kid. And I thought that was really funny. That sometimes it would just drop the act and become a scary beast.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's
maybe
very...
we're so jaded that these images that we think were funny are actually scary to other people. But I think it's shocking in a way that doesn't evoke fear. So I think that our body just naturally reacts to oh, that's kind of funny.
Yeah. I think there's kind of a naturally schizophrenic kind of nature to the clown, and I think that works for the movie because you're never sure what you're going to get from the clown. I think the scene where he's contorted in a refrigerator. And he comes out, that was great. And just... Yeah,
that was cool.
This movie plays so well with its CGI elements mixed in with a lot of live action stuff at times, so that I think it just looks great. This could have been a really shitty looking CGI terrible movie, but I think they mix stuff well in this.
I think that the movie was really red-pilled because each of the kids is introduced to having like a major flaw. Like one of them is he's like a germaphobe. One of them he like talks too much. One of them has like a really bad home life, and then one of them's Jewish. You know, they all have like their own major character flaws and problems that they have to overcome.
Although he could be a hero character because he doesn't want to read the Torah, right?
Yeah, you're right. He's appealing to authority. What a hero.
So
You had anything else you want to say about it?
I have a question about this movie. So
Sure.
it posits that every 27 years it starts killing kids and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And that this all stems back from this like explosion that killed like hundreds of kids or something like that. And that they basically say that adults are killed at 6 times the regular murder rate of any city in the U.S. or something. Or maybe it's just town of the U.S. That would make more sense than city. But then they said that kids are even worse. My question is, why would anyone live here?
Well, it's weird because I think there's some sort of like brainwashing going on in this town because everybody, all the adults are fucking crazy.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
for example, like when the sink explodes with blood, the dad can't see it. Like only the kids can see it.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure. I might be just talking out of my ass, but I think that this story is some sort of metaphor or allegory for bullying, because there's a lot of themes of bullying in the film.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, this terrible thing that only the kids can see and the adults seem to like have a blind eye to it, even though it's so clearly right under their nose. So I don't know if that's what they were going for. Maybe Stephen King thought that, or maybe he was just on cocaine and I'm pulling things out of it that aren't there.
Well, and the other thing is, I got the impression that the glasses kid couldn't see the blood or something. Is that right?
I
Because
don't know.
while they're walking outside of the house, he kind of makes it seem like, well, he says the thing about like maybe only virgins can see it, and then
And he talks
says,
about how
"Oh,
he's had
I'm not."
sex before.
Yeah. So like, but then I thought, well, wasn't he cleaning up the blood? I don't remember. But so I just thought that was interesting. The other thing, the one thing I really loved about this movie actually was that in the background you can hear the TV occasionally, and
Yeah, that was
everything
great.
the TV is saying is, "Go into the sewers, kids. It's great. Go in there. It's no problem. Clowns are great."
Yeah.
And then they eventually get around to the really bad seed kid getting brainwashed by the It Clown to kind of be its minion or whatever. Just hearing the TV in the background saying all that crazy stuff was great, I thought.
Yeah, it's like creepy, but it's also really funny.
Yeah.
I do think that the extent to which the bullies treated the kids was unrealistic in a way that drew me out of the movie. But then
Okay.
when I think about the idea of like this evil, dark presence of the clown in the city making everybody kind of go demented, that might explain it. Because like in what fucking world, even in the 80s, which as we all know was like Detroit, but everywhere. Like, in what world do 3 bullies grab the new kid and fucking carve their name into his stomach with a knife? I don't
nothing
think
happens?
that has ever happened in the history of mankind,
I'm
other than
sure
the end
it's
of
happened.
Inglourious Basterds. With high school or middle school bullies, like, no fucking way.
I think it's important to say that there were no anti-bullying campaigns back then, so it was just kind of
That's
out
not
of-
even bullying. That's
out
like,
of sight,
well,
out
I
of
guess
mind.
you're going to prison for life because you just carved a kid.
Sure,
that's not even
sure.
bullying at that
I think
point.
it depends on whether the kid actually went to his parents about it, and I'm not sure that they did.
It's hard to hide a scar, especially when you give a signature of yourself onto the kid
Yeah.
you bullied. Good going. Also, the one bully who goes into the sewer tunnels and gets killed by zombies looked a lot like the new Roderick from Diary of a Wimpy Kid: The Long Haul, and I'm glad that he died.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, fuck him.
I've never seen those movies.
Well, you're probably better off. I would say the kids were a lot of fun. The kid actors were really funny. Mm-hmm. They picked a good crop because I did not see one child performance that made me want to vom like I usually do. Like, did any kid stick out to you as being bad? I thought that the girl was really good, and Stranger Things kid was really good, and even the fat kid was like, you know, he's like more than decent.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I should say, like, this movie almost entirely depends on these kids for the movie. Like, that's it. That's them. And they carry it. Absolutely.
I do think it's weird that maybe it's not weird, but every adult in the movie is like a creepy weirdo. The kid's mom, like the fat germaphobe mom, is like a freak. The girl's dad is like some weird. He's like wants to protect his daughter's innocence by being a vicious evil father. Like even the guy at the drugstore was like a pedophile trying to fuck the girl. It was really strange. So I don't know. Maybe this town is just cursed and evil, or maybe it's the presence of the clown that makes everybody go crazy. I don't know. Maybe they talk about it in the book.
Well, yeah, at some point I thought maybe the parents are in on it somehow, and that's why everyone does actually stay, even though it just seems like kids are getting murdered. Just leave. But
yeah, nobody seems to really care. Like one kid goes missing, so they put up signs, and then the next day a different kid goes missing, so they cover up the old sign with a new one.
It goes in order of operations. You only care about the newest kids. All the other kids, fuck them.
Yeah, kids are like iPhones. I only care about the newest one.
All right,
iPhone
so Mumkey.
7-year-old news, man. You stay missing.
Mumkey, are you ready for It Chapter 2?
You know, I'm not because I think the direction they're going, based on what I've heard about the TV movie and the book, is it's implied that the next movie will be 27 years later when they're all adults, and I don't care. Like I want to see them as kids because that's when it's the most interesting. I don't want to watch a bunch of 40-year-olds fighting a clown in the sewer. I don't need to see that.
Yeah, like I basically just start to think like, why? Just what is the value added to an It Chapter 2 that follows these same characters 27 years later? You have to do something new with the It clown somehow.
Yeah, and what else can you do? They already conquered their fears. Like,
you know what I can really see them doing?
They emerged into adulthood. What else is there?
You know what I can see them doing? This is going to be the new Conjuring horror series.
Oh, okay.
Where it'll be
gonna be like It prequels and shit. Like
it'll be
in the year
parents,
1904.
It'll be the parents with the new generation of kids in the sequel, and then they'll just keep going 27. And like if I were making the movies and like 3 movies, like they'd be in hover cars and shit, and they'd be like following the clown and stuff like that. I don't even know, man. I mean, I'd stop right here if I were them, but you just know they're gonna keep going.
This movie's gonna make $1 billion based on how it's tracking so far. I mean,
it already made it. I think part of it is people like Stephen King. People like, well, you couldn't tell.
They didn't like The Dark Tower that
no,
much.
Totally. But I think it has a certain penetration in the pop culture.
Well, in the book, there's quite a few of them.
There definitely is. It has I already said it. Right. It has a penetration into the pop culture kind of complex so that people know what it is when they see it. They see the clown, they see it's scary, they see the red balloon. I've seen all kinds of kids just putting balloons fucking everywhere. It's in the zeitgeist.
Which
People
isn't
wanna
scary, it's fucking stupid.
Yeah. I just think Stranger Things is very popular. This plays into the same kind of stuff. People like a horror movie, especially when it's decent. This is a very decent horror movie. And the other thing is it's the end of summer, beginning of fall. That's when it's getting colder. People want to see something in a movie theater. I just think this is kind of the perfect storm of events for this It movie to take off. So
definitely.
Yep.
Well, E-Rich, I got 2 more questions for you. First of all, is it KINO? I don't know how many times I have to ask. That's the title of this episode, by the way. Is it KINO? That came to me from Jump Keymones on Twitter. Thanks for the because I'm so stupid I wouldn't have come up with that on my own.
Well, you've also been asking this question for 20 fucking episodes too. Is it KINO? Is it KINO? Is it KINO?
We were preparing for this movie for so long.
Yeah, you guys just didn't know, but we've been planning this. Yeah.
Yeah. So, what's more of a killer clown KINO? Is it or is it going to be Killer Clowns from Outer Space?
From Outer Space. I've never seen Killer Clowns from Outer Space. Just by dint of me having seen this, yeah, I think it's Killer Clown KINO. It's better than most horror movies that have come out in the past couple years.
Were there even any good horror films this year? Because Get Out, I don't think is a horror film, and I like that movie.
It's more of
Split
a
is
social
not-
commentary movie. Yeah,
Not really a horror film, I don't think.
it's a thriller. Yeah,
I didn't see Annabelle, but I heard it was shit.
I think I heard Creation was decent, but so just like the Conjuring movies to me are very well made. It's just that they're too jump scary. They're focused on loud noises always going off everywhere, and this movie doesn't do that. This movie,
Well, it does have some loud, like whenever something scary is happening. That was Mike and Jay's biggest concern, was that there's always like this loud banging noise. But like I didn't think that was bad. I thought it added to the scene.
I guess in this movie it doesn't bother me because it just seemed like something
Because
scary
the
was
noise
happening.
isn't what you're scared of. The noise
Yeah.
just adds to the already scary images.
Yeah, the Conjuring movies just have random pianos going off.
Yeah,
Like-
like even when there's nothing on screen, they'll have like a boom.
Yes, and this movie doesn't do that. I think it's well shot, well ranged. The actors do a great job, and I think as far as I know of the story, it's a decent telling of the story. There is no giant kid sex orgy. They do all
Unfortunately.
hug at the end, though.
And they do have a girl in her underwear, and they just like zoom it in on her torso. So
Yeah.
there you go.
So
For
if
all
you
digits
if that
at
does
home.
it for you, recommend.
Yeah. I do have one other question for you. I would also say this is probably Clown Kino. It is too long and kind of boring in places, kind of repetitive, but it's enjoyable, if not just for the scene in the middle when they fight the clown in the haunted house. I
Yeah.
really enjoyed it. That was like the height of the movie for me.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess if you're interested, see it. And if a friend orders it on Redbox, don't tell them not to.
Yeah,
Erich, I got a big question for you. You're not going to like it.
hit me.
For the next episode of Is It Kino, would you like to see the 21% on Rotten Tomatoes film 9/11 starring Mr. Charlie Sheen?
You bet your sweet ass I would. Holy shit! Holy
You want to go
shit.
see that tomorrow on 9/11?
Oh my gosh, I should do it. I could definitely do that. Just because I am not working
I'm
on
gonna do
Tuesday
it.
during the day.
What is this movie? I've never seen a trailer for it. I've never seen any advertisement. I just found out. I went to Rotten Tomatoes today to see what it was at.
Yeah.
And I saw a movie called 9/11 starring Charlie Sheen, and I said, hold on. Wait, so I can go to the theater and say, 1 ticket for 9/11, please? And they'll hand me my ticket. I'll go take my seat, and we get to watch something crash and burn, baby.
Will you never be able to forget?
I don't know. Maybe we won't want to forget this movie. Maybe it'll be 9/11 Kino. Find out next time. Yeah.
So 9/11 Kino also includes World Trade Center. What else? The United 93 movie.
Yeah. And that's it. And A Day to Remember starring Robert Pattinson.
Oh man.
That's like a secret 9/11 movie, because the twist at the end is that it's 9/11. I swear to God.
Mumkey, it's gone lower. It's 20%.
Oh my God. All right, we'll see you next time with some 9/11 Kino. I've been Mumkey Jones.
And I'm E-Rich.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to a very special episode of Is It Kino that hopefully you will never forget. I am Mumkey Jones.
And I'm E-Rich. I don't remember.
Because you didn't see the film. Everybody, the reason why this is a very special episode is because we planned at the end of the It review for E-Rich and I to go watch a little-known film that we didn't even really know existed until like 2 days ago.
Until
called
9/11.
Until 9/11, a film appropriately titled 9/11, starring, I was going to say charring, but starring Charlie Sheen.
I wish it was
And-
charring Charlie Sheen.
Yeah, I wish it was starring Sheen, but unfortunately, Charlie Sheen was in this film.
Yeah.
But E-Rich informed me yesterday that there is no theater near him playing the film. And I thought, oh, thank God, I don't have to see it. It's the perfect excuse to not see it. But then, as fate would allow, my movie pass finally came in the mail, and I thought, you know what? If I could go see this shit for free, I guess I will. So we're going to do something a little different on the show today. Since I've seen the movie and E-Rich hasn't, I'm going to tell him about it, and then he's also going... He wrote up a big list of things that he thinks... predictions of what he thinks would be in this movie, this 9/11 movie starring Charlie Sheen. And I will confirm for him whether or not those things were actually in the movie. But first, There's been something weighing on my mind since about 10 minutes into the film. So the last 9 hours of my life, I've been waiting to get this off my chest.
Oh man.
First of all, I buy my ticket with my Movie Pass. Golden experience. Great. We're not endorsed by Movie Pass. I wish we were. But it felt like magic. The first time I swiped that card and my ticket comes out of the machine, I'm like, I didn't even pay for this shit. How is this real? How is this fucking real? But I go up to the guy, and I saw this movie today. I don't know when this is getting uploaded, either tonight or tomorrow. But today on 9/12, and I hand my ticket to the ticket ripper, and he says, "You're a day late." And I was like, "You're goddamn right, I am." So
You should have said, "I forgot."
I forgot to never forget.
Yeah.
So I go into the theater, and nobody else is there because I'm seeing this at noon on a Tuesday. And the film, the basic premise of the film is that it's 9/11, and that these 5 strangers who don't know each other are locked. They're trapped in an elevator, trying to be rescued before the tower collapses and kills all of them.
Oh my god.
They treat the collapsing World Trade Center buildings as like a ticking time bomb
Jesus
to like
Christ.
give the movie tension.
Good lord.
But before these characters are locked in the elevator together, they have their individual introduction scenes to let you know why they end up in this elevator at the World Trade Center. And I can't believe that it's real. I feel like I wrote the script and I was making a parody 9/11 movie.
Oh my god.
To mock the victims of 9/11. But this is not played for laughs. I feel like when I get this on Blu-ray, I'm going to edit in a laugh track like I said I would for the Emoji Movie. But this one will actually be hysterical, unlike the Emoji Movie with a laugh track would be.
Yeah.
Let me give you some lines, E-Rich, from this opening.
Here comes.
Okay, so there's this one girl who's probably in her mid to late 20s, she's getting ready at home, she's putting on her makeup, and she's talking to her dog, and she's getting all dolled up, and we don't know why, and she says to her dog, "Today is gonna be the best day of my life." Then we've got Whoopi Goldberg, American national treasure, Whoopi Goldberg, who is at a cafe with one of her friends early in the morning, and her friend's talking about her bridal shower or some shit. And Whoopi says, "Oh, sorry, I can't go to your bridal shower today. I've got to go to the World Trade Center building." And then she like looks at the camera and like winks and like smiles like, "Hey, yeah, World Trade Center. You know what I'm talking about?" She didn't really do that, but I thought it'd be funny. But she really does say like, "I'm going to the World Trade Center building," which is where she works. So I don't know why I don't know why she's missing a bridal shower to go to work. Like it's a big surprise that she works as an elevator operator at the World Trade Center.
If Whoopi cared, she would have taken off. She didn't.
Yeah. Charlie Sheen's character is he's a Wall Street king, which is really weird because at one point a character says, "Hey, I know you. You're famous for that Wall Street thing." And Charlie Sheen has been in a good number of Wall Street movies where he is a Wall Street king. So I don't know. Right. Was that written before Charlie was given the role or after? I don't know.
Probably after.
He's getting a divorce, and him and his wife are for some reason having the divorce. Yeah.
That is one of my predictions.
Oh, really?
Charlie Sheen is a divorcee.
I was going to say, and I was going to bring this up later, but I'll say it now. This movie should not have been called 9/11. The movie, I swear to God, should have been called How 9/11 Saved My Marriage. Because that's exactly what happens in the film.
Oh my
but
gosh.
For some reason, Charlie Sheen and his soon-to-be ex-wife are having their divorce meeting at the World Trade Center, and we don't know why, because he says he doesn't work there anymore. But they're having the meeting, and then he says to the lawyers, "You know what, guys, I'm not feeling it today. Can we do this meeting tomorrow?" And the lawyer says, "It's 8:30 a.m. and we're at the World Trade Center. The last thing we need is a surprise like this."
Good Lord.
I shit you not. I fucking shit you not. You would think, "Oh, Monkey's making that up to be funny." No, go see the film. All these lines are in the movie.
Me, not only do they do it once, They do it several fucking times.
For every single character's introduction. The black guy whose only characteristic is that he's a black guy who delivers things on a bike, like a bike messenger. The movie starts off, it's his daughter's birthday, and they're singing happy birthday to her. So I guess, like, the dramatic irony is that her birthday's 9/11? Okay, you did it. Okay, so those are the character introductions that I wanted to go through, because I couldn't believe that those lines were in the movie and somehow not played for laughs, even though they are hysterical. So, E-Rich, before we talk more about the movie, I want to hear some of your predictions. When you hear Charlie Sheen 9/11 movie, what comes to your mind? What do you think, based on your vast knowledge of what these types of movies will be, what do you think is in this movie?
All right. I'm going to lay down in order the list that I wrote.
Let's go through them one by one, and I'll tell you if you're right.
All right. Number 1. Charlie Sheen lifts a piece of rubble off of a victim.
Actually, no. He does not. Because
okay.
Spoiler alert, he never leaves the elevator.
Damn. All right. Number 2. Explosion / collapsing building main characters are stuck in.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Here's a good one. So these guesses range from very, very specific to very, very vague, and kind of me just trying to fill this movie into a specific slot that it might fall into. Number 3, Whoopi Goldberg is a wise / religious old woman who keeps up the spirits of the survivors.
She's not necessarily religious, but you're right about the rest of it. Because she's their only communication. They're trapped in the elevator, and she's like on the radio trying to help them get out, and she's like going through manuals trying to help them unlock the stuff, and she's like keeping them calm and giving them advice and all this shit. So you're right on the money, except for the religious part.
All right, excellent. Number 4. Now this is a very wide-ranging guess here. Dramatic piano music, or dramatic string music, or tear in your beer country.
Actually, none, because this is a very awkward movie, very, very awkward, and I'll get into that later. But one of the reasons why is that for 90% of it there is no music.
Wow!
And you feel like you're watching a high school play production because there's no music,
where they just
and
can't
the
afford
acting
it,
and the dialogue are so cringy. And I use that as somebody who knows that Leafy is here has ruined that word. The dialogue and acting is so cringy and awkward that it made me want to vomit. And I wish that there was some music to alleviate some of the awkwardness, at least a little bit. But no, I feel like they didn't even do edits, they didn't do takes, they just recorded them for 50 minutes to an hour in the elevator.
Just see what they could get.
Yeah, and then like they just threw it up like that. So
let's see what usable footage we can get from the shoot.
Although to be fair, in the scenes where you see their families watching the news footage, there was probably some sappy music like that, but I don't remember.
All right. So my 5th guess here, during the end credits, some kind of never forget the victims of 9/11.
Yep.
Some kind of based on the true story, and then before the end of the credits, there's a text scroll about 9/11, and like this is commemorated to the victims and families of 9/11.
9/11 will return in Avengers Infinity War. No, yeah, right. Okay, I gotta tell you, this movie ends with a smash cut to black, and then immediately text pops up that says, "Never forget 9/11. This movie goes out to all the victims and first responders, blah, blah, blah."
Fuck yeah.
But do you want me to tell you what the smash cut to black is? Because it's horrendous. It's horrendous. So, long story short, the whole middle of the movie is very awkward dialogue where the characters have like the most one-dimensional moments that you can imagine in a movie like this. They're like, oh, but I'm a gold digger and I don't like the man, he mistreats me, and like, oh, well, we're getting a divorce, Charlie Sheen, but maybe you're a better man than I thought. You never see our son because you're always working. But it's an hour of that bullshit that has nothing to do with 9/11. But then the elevator shaft falls all the way to the lobby. It falls like 30 stories, and they're all still alive. And then a fireman rips open the door, and they all get out except for Charlie Sheen, and he's about to get out, but then the cord snaps again somehow.
Oh my God.
And he falls even lower. So his wife and everybody is rushed out of the building. The firefighter crawls on top of the elevator box, and he pries open the lid on top, and he reaches down for Charlie Sheen, and Charlie Sheen grabs his hand, and that firefighter's like trying to pull him up, and it's very dramatic. And then the fucking building collapses on them, and right before they get smashed, cuts to black.
Fuck.
It's
Oh my
crazy.
God.
I couldn't
right.
believe it.
So I'm gonna hit 3 of them that just got hit as you were
Oh,
saying
I confirmed
what happened.
them and all that.
So Charlie Sheen is divorcee confirmed, heroic firefighters, rescue crews confirmed, and then my last one, Charlie Sheen survives the movie or he dies and Whoopi Goldberg shares stories of his heroism.
No.
At least half of the second one happened where Charlie Sheen dies, right?
Yeah, it's heavily implied that he dies, but they
Okay.
just smash cut to black.
Oh,
so
man,
who really
well-
knows what happened there?
They can have a sequel where he crawls out of the rubble.
Yeah, 9/12.
Well, there should have been an after credit scene where you just see a pile of rubble, and then Charlie Sheen's hand bursts out of the rubble at 9/11, and you just hear winning.
That's
It's tiger
for
blood.
you.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. All right, you got any more of these predictions? I'm loving
All right,
these so
I got
far.
one more, and that one more is George W. Bush gets real life footage / a minor mention in the movie.
Yeah, they show footage
Yeah.
of Bush talking about the, we've been hit by the two, terrorism's bad. Like, yeah, they have some of that in there.
Yeah,
And there's
all
really
right.
a lot of Matt Lauer. Like 20% of the film is Matt Lauer footage of him.
I wonder
on
if they
9/11.
got that for free or if they have to pay.
I don't
NBC
know.
for that.
I have no idea. Is that public domain? A news story about 9/11? You would think that the entire country has the right to own that footage.
Yeah,
But
we
who
all
knows?
own 9/11.
Yeah, it's a weight on all of our shoulders.
It is a part of us now.
Now, Everich, I was looking through the Wikipedia page to find out the names of the actors in this film.
Yeah.
And I found something interesting. Did you know that Charlie Sheen is a 9/11 truther?
No, I did not. Wait, okay, I think I did vaguely know that because around the time when he blew up with all of his craziness, Tiger Blood shit, he was on. Was he on with?
Alex Jones.
I don't want to say Alex Jones, but he was on with Alex Jones. Wasn't
It was
he?
Alex Jones.
Okay. So I think that would have been probably my first exposure to Alex Jones is hearing about Charlie Sheen going on Alex Jones and talking about all this stuff. All right, so what are Charlie Sheen's beliefs about?
So
9/11?
Charlie Sheen believes that the towers were destroyed by a controlled demolition rather than airplanes, which
Jet fuel
just
can't melt steel beams.
absolutely, which opens a whole world of why did he decide to do this movie? Did the people who casted him know this information about him? Did the director know?
Okay,
Did
wait.
his co-stars
is there an
know?
airplane? Is there an airplane shown in the movie?
Yeah.
Okay,
You see
the. I just
the
wanted to
second
know that
plane.
because they could have done a subtle from the inside of the building. They didn't know that. Yeah, it was a controlled demolition.
At first, Charlie Sheen's character assumes that it's a bomb, like back in 1993. But then Whoopi Goldberg assures him that planes have been striking the tower. So maybe he's no longer a truther because the wise, elderly Whoopi Goldberg informed him of the truth. But according to Wikipedia, co-star Gina Gershon, who I think plays the girl, is either his ex-wife or the girl who said it's going to be the best day of her life. It says she claimed to not have known about Sheen's earlier conspiracy-related statements until after filming 9/11 had wrapped. She remarked that she would have spoken to Sheen about those comments before committing to the project. What were you going to say to
Wow.
him? I don't
I
know.
have a question. One of the evergreen best actors ever, Luis Guzman, is in this movie.
Yeah.
What is his role?
So he plays the janitor. No,
The
but he
window
gets very
washer
upset.
who looks out and says, "Oh no, I just got finished watching The Last Window."
Oh, I forgot. That's the other one. When they were doing all the intros, I swear to fucking God, when we were introduced to his character, the janitor, he gets a call from his boss saying that there's a clogged toilet that he needs to go unclog, and he says, "Clogged toilet, man, this is gonna be the worst part of my day." I swear to fucking God, dude. I swear to God.
Oh, I couldn't make it better, Monkey.
No.
I could not write this any worse than it is.
You can imagine a slide whistle and a laugh track, and it would just be hysterical. Like even if you're like a cuck, like a super easily offended cuck, who like anything 9/11 related, like you'll get all skeeved. Even that with a laugh track is a little funny, right? Like the janitor at the World Trade Center who's upset in the morning because he has to unclog a toilet. Like he has no idea what's coming, does he? But the reason why I looked up the Wikipedia page to see the cast is because Luis Guzman, you know, this actor who you're so acclaimed for, evidently, and Charlie Sheen and all these other actors, nobody except for Whoopi Goldberg is speaking English in this movie. I couldn't understand almost anything they were saying. That's why I say it was awkward. It was amateur hour acting-wise, because these people don't speak English. None of them speak English, Charlie Sheen included. I think it's a mixture of cocaine and his AIDS blood that made it so he can't speak English anymore. Whoopi Goldberg is the most she's the greatest orator in the film. So good job, Whoopi. You did. I never would have thought Whoopi Goldberg would win the award for most easily coherent actress in the film, but she did it.
And the award for most intelligible actress in 9/11 goes to
Whoopi Goldberg.
Whoopi Goldberg.
She did it. You know, I've only seen Whoopi Goldberg in one other movie, and it's one of my favorite movies of all time, Rat Race. So so far, I'm 2 for 2 on Whoopi Goldberg movies. They're both really good. I love them. But there's weird stuff that happens between the main cast in the elevator. Like Luis Guzman, he's Hispanic, and then there's the black guy, and they get into like an argument because the black guy calls him a janitor, and Luis Guzman says, Hey, my name tag says I'm a custodial engineer. Don't call me. And then he argues back, and then he says, "Really? We're gonna do this Hispanic black shit here right now on 9/11?"
Oh God, on 9/11.
It's like, but fun fact, 9/11 is never spoken in the movie. They never say the phrase 9/11. So it was false advertising in the title. It should have been called World Trade Center Part 2 or some shit. Or like
not with Nicolas Cage this time.
Elevator building collapse is what it should have been called.
I think this movie was based on either a book or a short story called The Elevator, I believe.
Oh, I think it was based on September 11th, 2001. I don't think it was based on a book. No, what are you saying? Is somebody wrote a book about their experience in this
possibly
movie?
Because on Wikipedia it says The Elevator it was
based on the award-winning play.
All right. That's really weird. I always find it interesting when they convert plays to movies. And
I'm guessing they didn't keep the same script because this is not an award-winning a theater script by any means.
All right, so Monkey, this is what I really want to know from you. Who is this movie for? When they sat down to write this movie or like make the movie with the actors and shit like that, do you think they had good intentions in their hearts?
Oh my God.
Or is this just trying to like cash grab on a tragedy in the American people's kind of memory?
Well, I don't know about the intention. I'll get into that, but clearly the result was a massive failure. This movie, first of all, had no marketing. I didn't know about it until 9/11, I think, or the day before.
Yeah.
And when I got my ticket ripped, and the guy said, "You're a day late," he also informed me that he was there all day on 9/11, and only one person bought a ticket to see it. So even on 9/11, this movie got no business. Everybody was seeing it instead. So you would think it's a cash grab to make a really shitty, really cheap 9/11 movie and then release it on 9/11 weekend, but it failed because nobody saw it. I don't know what they were thinking. If I'm going to be cynical, I would say it's probably just trying to cash in because there's nothing in this that makes me feel, proud to be an American or like the sorts of messages you would expect from something about an American tragedy. It doesn't make me want to reflect on the tragedy in a different way. If anything, it makes me want to scoff at it because of how poorly it is represented in this film. It makes me almost want to mock the victims because of how the victims are portrayed in the film. So if the movie is trying to make you feel, if it wants you to never forget, it's going to make you never forget in the wrong ways. It's going to make you think of 9/11 in a cynical, mocking way rather than like a terrible tragedy in American history.
Yeah.
This film feels like more of a tragedy than the actual event.
So you would say that this movie actively makes 9/11 the event worse.
Yes.
In this movie having existed because of the 9/11 tragedy.
Worse in the
9/11
sense, it makes 9/11 worse in the sense that it makes 9/11 look like a fucking joke.
Oh, God. Oh, jeez.
But to be fair, a very funny joke. And I'm not going to pretend like I haven't made a dozen 9/11 jokes on my YouTube channel because they are funny.
They are funny, totally.
But the fact that this movie is trying to do it in a serious way makes it all the more funny. When you have those stupid lines like, "This is going to be the best day of my life. I'm going to do it." Bullshit.
All right. My next question for you. If you were to make a 9/11 movie, who would be in it? Who would direct? What kind of movie would it be?
If I had complete control.
Yes. You have unlimited budget. You can do whatever you want. You can build another World Trade Center and then fly another plane into
I've got it.
if need be. Yeah.
The movie's directed by a little-known director, Martin Guigui, and it stars Charlie Sheen and Whoopi Goldberg. And it's exactly the same in every way, because this is the 9/11 movie I would make. It would be terrible. It would be full of awful, off-brand humor that only a sick sociopath like me could appreciate. And the acting would be bad. The writing would be even worse. And for some reason, the lead star is reprising his role from his films in the 80s as a Wall Street king.
Executive.
And he's also a 9/11 truther who dies in the World Trade Center in the film. And it's perfect. It's perfect the way it is. I don't think I could do any better.
What I would do is I would go to famous auteur director Tommy Wiseau. And I would say, you know about 9/11, right? And I have no idea if Tommy Wiseau even has heard of 9/11. I can't
have
tell.
you not read The Disaster Artist?
No, I have. Like,
I
I forget what his reaction would have been to that.
So there's a whole
Section
scene
of the book?
in The Disaster Artist where it's like they're recording it in like 2002 or 2003, the film. So it's like the first or second anniversary of 9/11, and Tommy Wiseau gets the entire cast and crew of the film, The Room.
The Room.
He gets them together and says, I can't even do a Tommy voice. I'm not going to try, but he says pretty much, "This is a very sad day in America, and I want us to have a moment of silence for 1 full minute to remember all the people who died and all the victims." And they had to start the minute of silence over like 30 times because some guy would like end up whispering or like laughing or something.
I remember this.
Yeah. And Tommy would just keep like stopping them and saying, "Okay, now we start over."
Now
and
we start over, yeah.
they just stood there for a fucking hour as they all tried to stay quiet for a full minute. So yeah, he should just based on how much respect he has for the event, he should definitely make a 9/11 film.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say give him a $30 million budget. And then keep a very close eye on what he does with the money.
No. Let him do whatever he wants. He's an artist.
Well, no, I know. I would be letting him do whatever the fuck he wants. However,
make sure he spends it on the film.
No, I don't even care what he spends it on. I just want to know what he spends it on.
Oh, you know what? That's pretty brilliant. We can find out. We can find out how that money laundering worked on The Room because we still don't know.
Yeah, and then we
did
make
you
a movie
know
about
that
him
one
making
of
the
the
9/11 movie.
Did you know that one of the executive producers of The Room who got accredited in the credits as being part of the casting literally died 3 years before filming took place on The Room.
I did hear about that. Yes. Oh my gosh.
I love everything today. Today's a good day.
I would hope that Tommy Wiseau would choose to star in his movie about 9/11. And it would be about him trying to survive 9/11. That's what I
He's
hope
playing
for,
himself?
But...
Like, how would Tommy Wiseau survive 9/11?
Oh, hi, doggy.
Oh, hi, plane. What are you doing? That's the wrong way. This terrible impression and joke brought to you by E-Rich. E-Rich.
Or I'm totally a part of that. Or give Mark Wahlberg the money to see what would happen if he had been on the United 93 plane.
Well, we've seen how he would survive the BP oil rig explosion. We saw how he would survive the Boston bombing. So yeah, I want to see how would Mark Wahlberg react to 9/11?
We know how he'd survive fighting a blind Vietnamese person. Or wait, he blinded the guy. Never mind.
Those Vietnamese
Vietnam fucking shit.
Yeah. I love Marky Mark.
Yeah.
All right, I think that's all the major points I wanted to make about this movie. As far as would I recommend it, if you have a movie pass and you have 90 minutes to kill, and you want to see a movie that is both hysterically funny and so incredibly awkward that it makes you feel awkward even though you're alone in a movie theater and there's no reason to feel awkward because nobody even knows you're there, I would recommend 9/11 to that type of person. If you are not specifically that type of person, this movie will give you nothing. The performances are terrible. Even Whoopi Goldberg just does nothing special. Nothing special at all. The weird thing is Whoopi Goldberg reminds me so much. I swear she's just like a black version of my grandma, not the one that everybody knows from my YouTube channel, but the one on my dad's side. Like, I swear to God, my grandma is just white Whoopi Goldberg. So it's always weird to see her in a role because I feel like I'm seeing my grandma. Like, that's the caliber of acting she would do, just like talking like an old lady.
Yeah.
So, yeah, my grandma was the best actress in the film. Otherwise, it's really remarkably bad in a lot of ways.
So is it so bad it's good? Does it become enjoyable to watch because it's so bad?
For me, it did.
Okay.
For me, I'm glad that I saw it, and I can overlook the terribleness because I can look back on it and be like, you know what? I might have been miserable in the moment, but thinking back, that was a wild time at the movies. Like I now I feel like I lived through 9/11.
Just like vomiting, you hate doing it, but you love having done it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's great for my love handles.
Yes. All right.
E-Rich.
That's 9/11.
We both have movie passes now, so we can see a shit ton of movies. What do you want to see next? I want to see Wind River, which maybe we shouldn't do for this show. Maybe we should, but it's only going to get like 500 views because nobody knows what Wind River is.
Yeah, I didn't even know what the fuck Wind River was until I looked it up.
There's another indie movie about like a fat white girl who becomes a rapper that I guess we could go see. But then all the good shit is coming out later this month and then
Kingsman
later
2.
on in the year. Yeah, Kingsman 2 we should definitely do. So maybe we'll just wait for that one and I'll go see these other, lesser known indie movies on my own.
Yeah, I'll see whatever. Really.
All right, well, maybe we'll do Wind River and actually bring some class to this show for the first time in, I guess,
finally.
Since Moonlight, maybe? When's the last time we saw a classy movie?
Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it?
All right, well, 9/11, is it KINO? I would say it's definitely KINO, but that'll be for you to decide at home. I have been Mumkey Jones.
And I've been E-Rich. 9/11 is an inside job.
No, Charlie, how'd you get on set?
Winning.
Okay,
all right.
I'll cut it there. Mother, tell your nipples not to poke my way. Tell your nipples not to hear my words, what they mean, what they say. Mother, E-Rich, did you go see this fucking film? Did the normies in the audience cry? And did they ask, why did I see this? Da-da-da! Hey everybody, I'm Danzig. Welcome to the Mother Podcast, and I am joined by regretful normie audience member. Woo! Oh, was that good? Am I a professional singer now? What
you should change professions, my dude.
I've been working on it ever since I got into this shit.
The audience
looking for a way out at every corner.
The audience did not scream. They did not cry. They laughed.
Oh, did they?
Yes. There were giggles. There were giggles on the way out of the theater.
Okay, Rich, we saw Mother, the latest film by extraordinary filmmaker, what's his name?
Darren Aronofsky.
And let me just be the first to say that Mother is one of the greatest practical jokes I've seen in recent time. Because you make a film with this great marketing campaign saying it's the scariest thing you'll ever see. It'll change your life. You'll be haunted forever. And then you slap in Jennifer Lawrence, like the number one normie magnet of all of the acting world, like the highest paid actress out there these days. Little fucking Katniss Everdeen, all the little teenagers want to go see it. Like, oh man, a scary movie with Hunger Games girl in it. Oh hell yeah! And then they have to sit through this film, and it's like, it's really just like a weird art house film, and it's not like this horror film at all. And they had to sit through it, and then at the end, I felt embarrassed for the audience because everybody was looking around at each other like, okay, we just got fucking punked.
I mean, I think audiences. I think the marketing teams have been doing this lately. They've got either a well-regarded filmmaker who's going to make a very strange movie, and so the studio has sunk $30 million in this case, $30 million into this movie, and then they're going to ask audiences, "Hey, go on this fucking weird ride with this filmmaker and this very famous actress." Yeah. It's not going to work if you market it as the movie that it is. Nobody's going to fucking go see it. So the marketing team has to really play up certain elements, make it seem like a scary movie. It's hilarious to me because during the trailers, I saw the first 2 trailers for this movie. I think the first one was really well done. It was basically just her walking through the house with very little...
Very suspenseful, yeah.
Yeah, very little idea of what the movie would actually be, and I loved that one. The second one gave a little bit more away, even though it's really hard to give anything away in this movie. But the audiences loved the trailers. Like, basically, as soon as the trailers were done, people were, like, whispering to each other saying, "Ooh, that looks good," or "I want to see that." And so I want to just give you a snapshot of what I saw before I went into this movie.
And real quick, just as a precursor to this conversation, should we do a spoiler-free talk in case we convince people to go see it, or should we go into spoilers? Because personally, I don't want to. I don't want to say exactly what the movie is.
I think it's going to be hard to talk about this movie either way.
Yeah.
If we say we're not going to spoil anything, what we can talk about becomes very, very subjective. And then if we say we are going to spoil it, what we talk about will sound like nonsense to anyone who...
Yeah, well,
who's going to
the
listen
opinion
to
that I want to put forth is not dependent on spoiling the film, so that's why I leave it up to you. But go ahead and say what you were about to say.
All right. So the couple behind me, while I was buying my ticket for this movie, could not decide what they wanted to see tonight.
Who the fuck goes to the movies not knowing what they're going to see?
This is something that I very much hate in general audiences, is basically they either have no idea what's playing and they just want to they just decide they want to see a movie.
Go to the theater at a random fucking time and hope and pray cross their fingers that there's a movie playing that isn't sold out. Are you fucking kidding me?
Or they go to see a
fucking
particular
normies,
movie.
Get the fuck out of my theater.
I know.
Did you read them?
I wish I could have. I didn't want to reveal my power
Who stopped
level.
you?
What? Nobody. My own humility. So they either do that, where they have no idea what they want to see, or they do know what they want to see, but they care so little that they will instantly change their mind regardless.
Yeah.
So this couple behind me wanted to go see Girls Trip. Which
is that still playing?
Yes, I mean at least at the theater I was at, which could not be farther away from this movie.
Yeah.
So the woman in the couple was like, "Oh, that Mother movie! I saw a trailer for that. You want to see that?" And I think the boyfriend was like basically not having any of it, but just really wasn't interested in putting up a fight. So they ended up seeing Mother.
That's a good way to convince people to never go to the movies again.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Like the one time they go, like, "Oh, that looks pretty good," and then it's like, it's not for them at all.
But I mean,
like, oh well, maybe we should just stay home and watch Netflix next time.
But they have to know that like that's basically like playing Russian roulette. You're either not going to die or you're going to die.
Let me put this out there, and we'll see how you agree, because I saw some of your rave reviews on social media, and I was like, oh, okay, so we're on kind of different wavelengths over here.
Okay.
I would argue in a positive way that this is not a movie and this is not a film. this is a living nightmare in the best possible way. It has no coherence. It doesn't really have a plot. I would argue that most of the characters aren't even actual characters. They're like projections of a nightmare. Because I've had this nightmare before. The nightmare of like nobody has any consistency in like the people you're interacting with, and like they're all behaving in weird, strange ways.
Yeah.
And just like you lose control, and you feel claustrophobic, and you're in an environment where things are happening that you can't stop no matter how bad you want. Like I've had this specific nightmare many times, and I was reliving it watching the film. So I feel like it's very successful in evoking that sensation and feeling of being in like a terrible fucking nightmare. But as a film, like as a movie with a plot and characters, I think it fails on every level. But as an experience, I think that I definitely would want to watch, especially the second half again.
Yeah, oh, definitely. So basically, as someone who goes to art house movies or wants to see different things in theaters, I absolutely loved this just because, like, basically, the more you see more movies and the more you take in what we consider KINO at times.
Yeah, I would say this is nightmare KINO for sure.
Oh, definitely, definitely. You start to want to experience feelings or get experiences rather than go in for like deep character pieces or
a story.
Yeah, a story. So if a filmmaker can build sequences and can build tension in a scene, even if it doesn't really make sense on a like intensely personal character way, as long as that tension has worked on you and you've had like because basically this movie has several scenes where people in a house are disrespecting the house, and the person who owns the house and has worked on the house can't do anything to stop them.
Yeah, it's upsetting. Like it reminds you of parts of like your own life where you like have friends over or like throw a party and they're getting too rowdy, but in this world they won't fucking stop and they won't leave.
Yeah,
and I could feel like a sickness inside me, like, oh god, this movie's making me sick. Please make this stop.
Yeah, exactly. If you can feel that, the movie has worked, and to me that means it's a good movie. Like basically, there are several readings you can put onto this film that I think make it really interesting to think about and pore over. The first is a simple biblical allegory.
Yeah, see that pissed me off.
Why?
Right when we
Why?
got home. Right when we get home, Sheepover's like, "Oh man, I just realized, there's locusts and toads and the death of a firstborn child. It's like the plagues." And I'm like, "Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!" Not just her, but everybody. Throwing allegories and symbolism into a film doesn't mean fucking anything. Does this movie have anything to say about those things? You're just fucking doing it to like pretend to be deep and smart when it's just like stupid. Come on.
But
what's the fucking point?
You literally have a son killing another son in this movie. A direct Cain and Abel parallel.
Okay, so you ripped off Bible stories and threw it in your film. What do I get out of that?
But
why do I care?
The difference is, so if you play into the biblical allegory, that would make Jennifer Lawrence Earth.
Okay.
So God, Javier Bardem, created Earth, which is this kind of perfect thing, an inspiration. Jennifer Lawrence is taking care of this house, and as Ed Harris and Michelle Pfeiffer are Adam and Eve, they come into this place and start disrespecting it. They're not the pure things. I mean, they're fans of Javier Bardem in the movie, and Adam and Eve were like these perfect things that became more flawed and were less godly than this perfect idea. And then basically as humanity goes and goes and goes, it gets more depraved, more terrible, to the point where they're completely disrespecting this initial thought and like the pure ideas. Like basically, so Javier Bardem is like this poet, and so all of these people come to praise the poem, like, and basically as they move in and start to destroy the earth or destroy the world around them, you just get an idea that they've taken this pure thing and they've just ruined it. And it comes to the point where she gives birth to this child, and like, Javier Bardem is not going to do something good with that child. And I'm not going to reveal what happens, but it is sickening.
I already said that it's the death, but
Yeah, but
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. We get it. You have a 1-to-1 correlation between your story and like Bible shit. But like, okay, does that make it a good movie? Like, does that make
I
it
think it does
intelligent?
because you look at it from
Why?
the point of view of Earth. The Bible does not look at things from the point of view of Earth. The Bible is very man centric. It's based on humanity's struggles. But if you look at this movie from the point of Mother Nature or the point of the world around us, which gave us life, which gave us purpose, and we've repeatedly abused it and ruined it, and now we're trying to find a way to renew it. I think there's another reading here, which is basically the creative process, and that Jennifer Lawrence could be like the muse or the, like, basically directors will take on female kind of muses or something like that, and then the end of the movie where she's replaced by another woman by the end is basically symbolic of you find another woman to get you that solid crystal idea of what you want to do.
So based on that ending, if we want to look at the fucking Bible allegory, so what the point of the allegory is when Earth is destroyed, God will just start over and make a new one.
I mean,
like, it sounds like it's on the side of God there.
It could very easily be a flood idea. So instead of flood, it's fire in the movie.
So what do I learn? What's this fucking this
I mean,
this KINO educational film? What's it trying to teach me about God and Earth?
That it's a deeply fucked up relationship between man and God. That we will ruin pure things because that's our natural mode. I think there's a lot of great stuff about religion in this movie, that it can like lead people into being animals basically, and it I think it to a point falls apart if you think about it in certain respects in the movie. I think this movie will be poured over and looked at again and again, but the experience it sends you on by putting you in the mindset of whatever her fucking character is called, Jennifer Lawrence's.
I think it just says like in the script. I think it's either mother or Earth, or her or some shit like that. I don't remember.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think if you just look at the events of this film through her lens, which is kind of like what you do anyway, you get a unique aspect of you've put all of this work into something. You've slaved your entire life hoping that like you'd have peace between you and another being, and because of him, he introduces all these fucking things to ruin it and butcher it, and it becomes bullshit. And so by the end, she's just like screaming and like it's horrific. But I just think on that level it works for me, and that's all I really ask from movies, is that introduce ideas, introduce concepts, give me feelings throughout that, like whether it's claustrophobia, whether it's just I just don't want to be in this situation. I can feel for the characters. As long as they do that, I'm over the moon. And because Darren Aronofsky is a very talented filmmaker who knows how to shoot things and knows how to build up tension, it absolutely works for me. So,
yeah, I'd say on the level of putting me on an emotional thrill ride and a level of great tension, and like I'm kind of on the edge of my seat, absorbed into the craziness of the film, it works for me. I think all the allegory stuff is fucking stupid.
Okay.
I hate it.
You're allowed to think that.
Yeah,
And then the other thing is, this is not some kind of normie filter where regular people won't get it, and only the best people understand it. People who are perfectly intelligent can look at what's being thrown out and say, this is fucking bullshit. Fuck you, Darren Aronofsky. And I think that could be a perfectly legitimate argument. It's basically like, this is very...
And I think in my case, it just might be that I don't care. Like, I don't care about your biblical allegory. I can't fathom giving a fuck about your characters representing like God and shit.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Come up with something else. We've seen it before. I've seen it. I'm pretty sure in the last 2,000 years they've done this about 1,000 times. So let's do something new, Darren. You fucking hack. Hey, let's talk about the actors in the film real quick before we lose all the listeners with this fucking allegory shit.
Yeah.
I saw a really funny interview where Jennifer Lawrence was either on Jimmy Kimmel or Jimmy Fallon or one of those, and she says the scariest part of the film for her father was that her nipples are exposed in the film, and I was just like, okay, nobody tell him. Nobody tell poor Jennifer Lawrence's father the truth. I don't think he's gonna be able to handle it.
Yep.
He has no idea, that poor soul.
Yeah.
If you had a famous sexy daughter who had nudes leaked, would you take a look?
No. God no.
Well, come on, you know you would.
God no.
If Jennifer Lawrence was my daughter, I'd be like, well, shit, I saw her naked when she was a baby. What's the difference now? You know what I'm saying?
She is someone's daughter, monkey.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
shit.
your daughter.
Fuck.
In this
All
scenario.
women are someone's daughter. Fuck.
Yeah, no, I'd fuck Jennifer Lawrence if she was my daughter, but not otherwise. only if
Not
she was
otherwise.
my daughter. Only.
I'll tell you what, anybody with a pregnancy fetish, this movie's going to do it for them. Especially if they
buddy.
want to see Jennifer Lawrence pregnant.
Or if you, is this the first time she actually exposed her breasts in a film? I think it might be, unless it was like a stunt double somehow.
I don't know, man.
But
Get on Mr.
there's a
Skin if
scene
you want
where
to know that.
There's a scene where she's getting the shit beat out of her.
Yeah.
So like the only time you can
that
actually
was rough. Jesus.
Yeah. Like the only time you can actually see her exposed boobs in the film is when she's like all bloody and beaten. So it ruins it for you. You can't even enjoy it unless you're into that sort of thing.
She's in that practically clear nightie, so
Yeah.
yeah,
So
man.
you get a good idea at the beginning of the film. But really, that's all I had to say. I really like Ed Harris. I
yeah.
didn't know who Michelle Pfeiffer was.
Yeah.
And then Javier Bardem, like Ed Harris and Javier Bardem played so well into the idea of it being like a nightmare scenario where like there's no consistency and like you don't understand these people's actions and why they're doing everything wrong to you, and like you're just trying to understand and do something else. So I think they were really successful at pulling that off.
I think for what she had to do in this movie, Jennifer Lawrence did a great fucking job. I've really disliked her in the last couple years in the fucking X-Men movies. I think she's actively gotten worse in the Hunger Games movies, but I think that's more down to the movies themselves than her in particular. But yeah, I really liked her here. Javier Bardem is just great. Everything I've seen him in, he does a great job of. He can be very settling and like reassuring, and then like all he has to do is raise the tenor of his voice, and all of a sudden you're fucking scared out of your mind at him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
wasn't that him
great.
in Sicario? Do I remember that correctly?
No, it's a Benicio del Toro.
Ah, okay. Yeah, both fine Mexican actors. There's
I don't know.
Colombian.
Who fucking
Middle Eastern?
knows? I'm pretty sure
Spanish?
Benicio del Toro is Mexican. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
about,
he's of the bull. He must be
Javier
Mexican.
Javier Bardem could be Spanish. I'm not sure.
Well, that's pretty much all I had to say about Mother. So if you have any more shit to spill, go
Yeah,
ahead.
real quick. I've really loved Darren Aronofsky's work in the past couple years. He made a movie called Noah, which is a direct biblical fucking take on the Genesis portion where Noah is fucking building the ark and shit.
That's not the Russell Crowe movie, is it?
It is the Russell Crowe
Oh.
movie.
Yeah, I was disappointed because they didn't show Emma Watson's tits, and I really want to see those tits.
You really wanted that.
What the fuck, Emma?
I really liked Noah because there were rock monsters in it, and
Yeah, it was like
rock
Transformers,
monsters.
but with rock monsters that were angels.
Yeah, they and what's interesting to me is it's very clear that Darren Aronofsky at least respects the Bible as some form of like interesting lesson for humanity, and there's a lot of similarities in the scenes where the people are acting like animals in this movie as there was in Noah, where you see the masses of humanity and how evil they are and wicked. And so all of those scenes in both movies really affect me and make me wonder whether this is really what humanity is. But he likes to make movies about people who are obsessed about things, and that just I love that. So I'd say Mother is a combination of
Stop
Black
banging
Swan.
whatever you're banging over there.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm fiddling with my phone case. So
You nervous fuck.
yeah, so Mother is a combination of Noah, Black Swan, and one of his other movies. Oh, The Fountain.
Requiem
That's a
for a
fucking
Dream.
crazy one. But I love all of those movies. I love what Darren Aronofsky sits down. I think there's a lot to think about. He challenges his audience. I'd rather see Mother than most of the Hollywood schlock that gets put out. And I'm just happy that a studio will give him money, not expect a return. I think that there are some directors that studios just say, get us an Oscar or get us something award worthy, and it doesn't have to make back its budget. This movie will not make back its budget. It was made for $30 million. It made $3 million this weekend.
Shit.
It'll be
My
lucky
theater
if it
was
gets
full.
5 total. So we shall see. But yeah, I just enjoy seeing movies like this that make me feel something and put me on that ride. So yeah, see it if you want to be challenged.
Yeah. I'd probably recommend seeing it.
Mhm.
I'm not sure who to, but I don't regret seeing it, and
Okay.
especially like the first half is very like creepy, and you're like, oh, I don't feel so good, and then the second half, you don't know if you're awake or not. It's fucking berserk.
Okay. Javier Bardem is Spanish and Benicio del Toro is Puerto Rican.
Well, I guess we're both racist.
I think that's true.
Thanks, Jennifer Lawrence. All right, folks, that was Mother. Next time we'll go see Kingsman 2. That'll
Fuck
be
yeah.
much more fun.
Let's hope
That'll
there's
be
more
a
anal
real
jokes.
Yeah, baby. Oh! Mother, tell your movie not to be pretentious schlock. Tell your movie that God is a fag and the earth is a drag. Mother.
Oh man, that was good.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm cutting it there. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Is It KINO? I am your host, Mumkey Jones.
And I am E-Rich.
And today we watched a little film I like to call Kingsman: The Golden Circle. Hey.
The pi r squared AU.
AU, yeah, AU.
Yeah.
So, E-Rich, first I want to start this discussion off with Rotten Tomatoes.
Yes.
Because I've probably said this before, but I think it really needs to be evaluated. I think that Rotten Tomatoes should be a tool that you only use after you've seen a movie, because
that.
it keeps ruining my perception going into a film, no matter what. If the score is really high, then I'll go into the movie thinking, oh, this is going to be really good. And then if it doesn't live up to that expectation, I don't enjoy the movie as much. Or it'll be like really low. Like, like the Emoji Movie, a really good movie. Like, and everybody just assumed it was bad because it had a 0% on this website,
Yeah,
There's so many great examples of Rotten Tomatoes creating expectations before you go into the theater and then sort of ruining your potentially pure experience with this preconception. And this film, Kingsman 2, is sitting at like, what, a 48%
Oh
right
wow,
now?
I didn't even know it was as low as 48. I thought it was in the mid 50s.
No, yeah, it's been
Shit.
dropping a lot.
It took a drop.
So what do you think about Rotten Tomatoes? Do you use it before you go to a movie?
I basically use it to just kind of see where the critical consensus is at, which is kind of what it's for. But Rotten Tomatoes should not be used as, like, the score of a movie. That's not really what it means. What it means is basically, like, this amount of critics seem to like the movie. But the other thing is, even that fucking number of, like, say a movie has 98% on Rotten Tomatoes, that doesn't even mean shit. Because all of the reviews could be, like, 6.5 out of 10s, where people basically are just saying, it's passable. But if everybody says it's passable, it's got a fucking great score in Rotten Tomatoes. So the system does not work the way you think
it seems
would.
like all of the like 95% and higher are like pretty much bland, unoffensive movies for the most part, and then anything that's like edgy or tries something new is going to be lower because it's going to isolate a lot of critics. Yeah, exactly. So when you have like a super fucking gory, crazy action film like Kingsman 2, you can imagine that probably about half of the critics living in California were probably a little put off and maybe offended by some of the content.
Yeah.
So like it might be a 48% on Rotten Tomatoes movie, but for me, maybe those 48% of critics who liked it have the same taste as me. So like that means nothing. I think you should find critics that you usually agree with and follow those. And in this fucking aggregate number, who cares about people who have completely different tastes than you? That shouldn't be played into your perception of how a film is at all.
Yeah, I can't fucking remember. What's the name of he's the black...
Armand White?
Armand White. If you want to consider Armand White's opinion every single time you go to see a movie...
I'd suggest using Rotten Tomatoes because
What
he's
did
in
Armin
there.
White say about the Emoji Movie? I'm guessing it was very positive.
I was gonna say he probably said it was a stirring reflection on the American psyche or some shit. I don't know half the time how he gets all the shit that he writes about the movies he does, but goddamn,
He's a hero.
oh yeah.
Okay, Rich. Well, let's put your money where your mouth is. Do you agree with Rotten Tomatoes, the aggregate score on Kingsman 2?
You know, I just shat on Rotten Tomatoes, but yeah, I agree.
Uh-oh.
I agree with the score. I did not like this movie. Ugh.
Did you like the first one?
I fucking loved the first one. This
Okay.
feels almost like a cheap knockoff, and like I could not believe that the same people who made the first Kingsman movie came back, said, let's make another one, and then gave us this. Like, I just don't understand where the disconnect.
Well, let's get
happened.
into it. What were the changes or the things that were missing that really ruined it for you?
I think for me the biggest thing was, and this is a big spoiler, although they fucking give it away in the trailer, so it's not a big fucking deal.
If it's in the trailer, it's not a spoiler.
One of the biggest like parts of this movie is they bring the character Harry Hart from the first movie back to life. He was Eggsy, the main character's mentor in the previous movie. He basically was introducing you to this world of the Kingsmen, and at the end of that movie he was shot. He had this fucking awesome scene where he killed all of these crazy like Westboro Baptist Church type people in a huge fucking amazing gun battle, and then he just
It was
dies.
a scene that I think changed cinema for me because
definitely.
I've never had an experience like that in a theater, and I saw this at Mall. I saw the first one at Mall of America, and they have like the D box, which is, I don't know if you've been in those. It's like you pay an extra like $3, and then your chair moves along with the action.
I have done
in the
the
film.
D box. I
Yeah.
took the D.
Yeah, so yeah, I took that big hard D up my ass
Yeah.
while watching the fucking church scene, and
Oh my
it
God.
was so intense and fun, and like we were just in shock at what was happening on the screen. We
Yeah.
couldn't believe that they got away with doing that, and it was hysterical laughter in the best way.
Yeah, so basically you come from that. You come from killing that character in that way after he's done this huge violent thing, and then he's killed, and kind of Eggsy has to like go on his own. Like that's kind of a basic storytelling routine. You have a mentor bring a younger character in on this world, teach them
Yeah, it's
all
like
the ways.
Star Wars.
Yeah, and then you kill them off because the hero can't have that mentor with them the whole fucking time. But this movie, and I think the him coming back to life, because it so completely submerges the movie into that, like it just kills the movie for me. Because not only are you bringing this character back, which I don't agree that you should do, like other than flashbacks, like I think you can do whatever the fuck you want with flashbacks, but as soon as you revive a character, like now I don't believe anybody can die, and I think they do a decent job of saying that, well, the one character is now dead in this movie, because I have no fucking idea how you bring him back. But who fucking knows? We just saw somebody get shot in the head last movie, and now he's back in this one. Like, so basically, the rules of your universe start to go out the window because of that. You've now got a mentor character who has fulfilled his role in the story coming back. They don't earn that in the movie. Like, I don't understand what his role for Eggsy, what he as a character has learned from coming back to life. I don't understand that. And then you introduce the statesmen as the way that they come back, and then for most of the movie, they are just basically there to bring him back to life. They serve no big role in the movie other than to just be this flashy thing that they introduce, but so much of the movie is invested in doing this one thing, and it's a fucking long movie too. And I just started getting like bored, and like they can throw crazy shit at me, and I'm fine with it most of the time, but if there's not enough action and not enough like smooth character work going on throughout it, I just get bored. And like and I'm not a prude or anything, but all of the ridiculous things just become, oh, that's what you're gonna do again and again and again. And so like Elton John in this movie is a joke that I think is very funny, but they just keep fucking returning to it and keep using the same kind of joke again and again and again, and it just became boring to me. Like, I was laughing throughout this movie, but it just wasn't working on me anymore. I knew what they were going to do. They were basically just going to do a repeat of the first movie in a lot of ways, which that's what sequels tend to do a lot of the time. But if you don't have that strong characterization, the second chapter of any story or whatever can be the best part of the story,
but it can also be the worst if you try to retread everything and you try to just not do anything different, not push characters in new ways or directions. I was so ready coming out of the first Kingsman movie for like a whole Kingsman franchise. Like, do the fucking these movies are basically what if the Roger Moore Bond movies were made today and made fucking competently, and I was ready for that. And I feel like this movie, by solely focusing on let's bring Harry Hart back, but then have nothing good to do with that character, it fucking just kills it for me. Yeah. That was a rant. I'm sorry.
Hey, that's what the show is for. We rant about movies and decide if they're KINO, and then all the comments ask, what does KINO mean?
Yes. Every fucking time.
Every time.
Are those all new people? It's got to be. I wish it was just
no
the same
idea.
people. What is KINO?
I don't know. I guess while we're saying negative things about the movie, I feel like a lot of these great actors who I was really excited for, especially after Logan Lucky, I was excited to see Channing Tatum in this movie. And he's not in the movie.
I know.
It was a lie. He's
in 5 minutes of it.
He's in it for like 5 minutes around the beginning, and then they literally put him in a cryogenic freezer for the full length of the film. And then at the end, like, the final shot in the movie is him dressed as a Kingsman walking into the Kingsman shop. So
what the fuck was up with that? Is there like an exchange program now? Like, I don't understand what that was trying to tell us.
So I think the idea is that the two organizations are working together now, and it's setting it up for a third one, because there has to be a third one if that's how they're going to end the second one.
I'd like to see Channing Tatum put on a fake British accent. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, I'm hoping Channing Tatum, if they do a third one, has a much larger role, because the little bit that he was in, he was really good.
He was great, yeah. All of the Statesman guys were great, totally.
Yeah. Other problems, I don't know what they're thinking in, like, it's a Kingsman movie about this grand organization, like a secret CIA sort of thing in the UK. But they kill every single member of the organization except for 2 of them. Like, there is no Kingsman now. It's just these 2 guys.
You're right.
They're all fucking dead. And then also, it was really strange to me that, you know, the Kingsman is like this super intelligent ops fucking group. But, like, they don't know that the Statesmen exist, and the Statesmen don't know that the Kingsmen exist.
Yeah,
How do these two...
That's bullshit. Like,
there's no fucking way they wouldn't know about each other.
Especially when they're globetrotting. Like, if they were just taking care of, like, incidences in their own country, I could buy that more. Like, it would still be fucking unbelievable, but I could still buy that more. But they're all going all over the fucking world.
And evidently, the Statesmen have a secret microphone in the Oval Office, but in the last movie they didn't care when Samuel L. Jackson told the President Obama a master plan about killing everybody on Earth. I guess they just, that one slipped by their fingers a little bit.
Yeah, so just their ability to go anywhere they need to go and not be locally kind of sourced doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And you've got the stuff going on in the last movie where they came and saved fucking Harry Hart out of fucking nowhere in their helicopter.
So you really think that's like breaking the rules of the universe? Because I
really
thought it was a perfectly valid explanation of how Harry would survive. I do agree it's dumb that they felt like they needed to bring him back when he served his purpose and died on screen. Like, it was very shoehorned and frankly unnecessary, but they found a good excuse within the universe of the film and the rules of the film. I disagree that the rules are out the window, because it's very clear, like, they have this thing that works to bring people back from headshots, and it gives them amnesia, and they do it again in the movie, so it's not like a one-time thing.
No, I know.
The movie has crazier gadgets than that. Like, Harry takes out a cologne bottle and, like, freezes people in, like, a huge globby mess. Like, that's almost crazier to me.
And basically,
medical procedure.
What I'm talking about is less the rules of the world, because basically for the world they can write whatever the fuck they want, and like the audience just kind of has to go along with it. I'm more talking about like storytelling rules, where if you kill a character off and their kind of role in the story has finished, you just don't bring them back. It seems to me more like when they went to do another Kingsman movie, they were like, what worked in the first one? And they said, everybody loved Colin Firth. Like,
Colin Firth,
True.
you don't expect him to be this big action badass dude, and people love it when he's kicking ass. And they just said, well, if we're going to make another one, we have to bring him back to life. So I dislike that rule breaking for me, rather than the, like, they can write whatever they want to bring him back to life. But when you start talking about amnesia and stuff like that, I just go like, oh, okay. I see what you're doing.
Yeah, now
here.
it's a soap opera.
No, yeah, exactly. And
I think it would have been better if instead of bringing back Harry Hart, they just had fucking Channing Tatum be his new mentor, and like instead of teaching him all the posh British shit, like teach him how to be an American. You know, like he's joining up with the statesman. You know, give him a crash course on being an American, because why not? Like that'd be more fun.
So I think we
than
should talk about
freezing his character.
other parts of this movie, because I'll just fucking keep going on about this.
I think I need to say that I actually fucking loved this movie.
Okay, all right.
I was invested from the very beginning. I loved almost every moment. I think I've never seen a film in IMAX where there's vagina cam.
Oh yeah,
go inside
let's talk
a
about the
woman's
vagina.
vagina.
Cam real quick.
Amazing.
Monkey, if a hungry skeleton came up to you and said, oh god, what the fuck does she even say? Something about a crow burying, or...
Yeah, she has a spirit animal.
Yeah, so she said, I'm a jaguar, stick your hand up my vagina. You'd do it. You'd say, thank you, hungry skeleton.
I thought that the relationship between Eggsy and the princess was really good. It like broke the the standard Bond formula of there's a different girl every movie, and they're like, fuck that. Like the random bitch who he fucked in the ass at the end of the last movie, now he's getting married to her. So there you go. Like it was very unexpected, and I liked it.
I like that subversion that, like, you think that, like, at the end of that movie, she offers him, I'll let you fuck me in the ass. I like the subversion that they're now in a serious relationship with each other. But I just don't understand why Eggsy is in the relationship in the first place, and why he's, like, considering marrying her just because. Like a lot of...
it seems like they really like each other.
Yeah, a lot of the parts of the movie, basically, it becomes will he cheat on her? Does she is she okay with him doing that, because that's kind of part of the job that he has to do, and I think that's played for drama. All right.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of little subplots plucked into the movie. I guess plucked would be the opposite word. Forced into the movie. And I think that the relationship drama of, oh man, I have to save the world by fingering this bitch. Oh, you got a problem with that? Oh man, now we're breaking up. I thought that was a little dumb.
But like my problem with that is basically like that he does that, and then it doesn't show up in the movie until like an hour later. It felt like him fingering the woman was not some key part of anything. It's just basically later on it helped to know where she was, but they very easily could have found her another way. Like. It doesn't seem like that was vital, because they just forget about it for fucking half an hour to an hour.
Yeah, surely they could have like started tracking her without
literally anything. It doesn't matter.
Like Eggsy even says that he knows where she is because he follows her on Instagram. Yeah. So why not just like track her phone?
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's the simple thing, but because the movie wants to be crass, which is fine. That's what the Kingsman movies are going to be. I don't have a problem with that, but it basically doesn't make a story sense to me. If there was a real reason to get up in her vagina, sure, I understand that. There doesn't seem to be one.
They wanted a reason to give us vagina vision, where we actually see the inside membranes of this woman's vagina, and a little beeping thing go into her bloodstream. And, I mean, I can't knock them for that. I've never seen that in a movie before. These Kingsman movies consistently show me things I never thought I would see on a screen in public.
And so many parts of this movie, it just becomes, oh, this is a cartoon in live action, when they've got robot dogs that are... part of the henchwoman's and that's another thing to me is the last movie had a great kind of henchman person with Sofia Boutella, who's now like a decent actress who's got her own shit, but like the blade leg woman, like that was the huge cool,
that was really cool
Bond villain type thing for that movie. And in this movie they basically seem to think, let's just do that again but more. So we've got a guy with a robot arm, and like
which was really cool.
It was cool, but I just feel like you give somebody a robot arm, and then you give somebody the ability to hack into a robot arm. Why didn't they have like a punching yourself gag, or why don't they make him
fight the dogs or something with the robot arm because they can
Or
control it.
if he can hack into anything with a microchip, why didn't he just hack the dogs?
Yes! Like, don't
I don't know.
be so stupid as to say anything with a microchip and then have fucking robot dogs there. Like, there's just so many little things that they just didn't think about or get right. And it just seems lazy to me. It just seems, let's do the most obvious, dumb Kingsman thing while still being a Kingsman movie. It just felt cheap to me. I just...
Yeah, speaking of laziness with the villains, I want to talk about the motivation of the two villains in the two Kingsman movies. Because the weird thing is, the motivation in the second one, and like the satire that they're going for, is clearly less clever and more lazy than the first one, but I still really, really liked it, and I thought, like,
oh, yeah.
it was so on the nose of, like, what they're trying to tell us about you know, the war on drugs, that it worked perfectly for me.
Yeah.
Pretty much in the first movie, it's about, like, global warming, and the thing about these movies is they're really good at making, at least for me, making the big bad guy have an idea or like a philosophy that I actually completely like agree with in a way. Like, you know, Samuel L. Jackson is right. We are a fucking, you know, plague on Earth and we're killing it. I don't agree that we should all die for it, but it's like, you know, he has a point. This movie, other than like turning people into hamburgers, I don't think that what's her name,
Julianne Moore, I don't know what the fuck her character is called.
I don't think Julianne Moore's character did anything wrong other than hold people hostage because she's completely right. Like, her whole thing is end the war on drugs. Like, you know, it's not like she wants to have the monopoly anymore. She's straight up saying, hey, U.S. government, let's regulate these drugs.
Regulate it, yeah.
People are going to do these drugs no matter what. Let's make it safer by regulating it and stop throwing people into prison for fucking 30 years. I just saw on Reddit this morning, a 77-year-old man just got 10 years in prison for growing marijuana plants.
Goddamn.
Like, what in the fuck? So, like, the idea in this movie that the government is okay... Pretty much, Julianne Moore, she drugs all of her drugs so that if you're taking drugs, you're poisoned and you're going to die. And she's holding them all hostage with an antidote, saying, "Hey, U.S. government, do what I say, or else they're all going to die."
And the president
just says, he's like, "Well, hell yeah, let them all die. Fuck the druggies. If you do drugs, you're a criminal. You deserve to die."
Yeah.
And like, as you know, on the nose as that is, it's not too far off from how the actual administrations seem to consider. Because like, throwing somebody in prison for 20 or 30 years for doing drugs, how's that any different from, like, just letting them die? Like, I would rather be dead than in prison for experimenting with, like, pot or, like, you know, doing meth once. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. And basically, she is very upset that she is the most successful kind of businesswoman in her sphere, but because
in the world,
her particular thing is illegal, she kind of has to live underground and not really be one of the big guys. Like, basically, she is being marginalized because her trade is illegal. And, like, she makes the point that, like, sugar is way more addictive than cocaine and shit like that.
And she's
like,
right. She's totally right. And it's more deadly, too.
Yeah. Yeah, so, like, I like the social point that she's bringing up and that the movie is trying to persuade people. Basically, like, drug users, is it great to do drugs? No. But fucking people are going to do bad things, and you have to let them find their own way and not fucking demonize them at all times for doing that, because, I mean, there are people who use drugs for very good reasons. There are people who use drugs for very bad reasons. We're all addicted to something, some worse than others. It's just... that's the fucking human condition. What are you going to do about it? But for me, Julianne Moore, like, I like her as an actress. She just didn't bring the same kind of joie de vivre to the character that, like, Samuel L. Jackson with a lisp can do.
Yeah, that's
hilariously.
true.
And I mean, like, it's just weird. She's got a fucking, like, an ancient ruins fucking changed into 50s diner shit. Like, I just didn't know what I was looking at anymore.
It was cool.
It just becomes a hodgepodge.
The three ways that this movie succeeds for me are, number one, the social and political satire, even though it's, like, almost lazy in the writing because they're just, like, pretty much preaching at you exactly what you should take away from it. I thought it was very funny, for one, and a message that I could agree with. Two, I love these characters. This is mostly credit to the first movie for, introducing and establishing these characters, but I think the characters stay just as strong in this one. I was disappointed that they brought back Harry Hart, but, once he was there, I was glad he was, because like the scenes when they're trying to break through to him, and then when they eventually do, I almost choked up a little bit. That was pretty fucking
But that's
emotional.
entirely from the first movie. Like, basically, they're just
exactly,
replaying.
but it's a sequel, and I just see when you're making a series of films like this, I see them more as like episodes in an overall story than like individual movies, like the Marvel movies, for example. So it's like I already know these characters. The second movie doesn't necessarily need to stand on its own for me because it's a sequel. And if you haven't seen the first movie, you're probably not going to get this movie anyway. So like it's a precursor for understanding it. Like I'm not going to go into Philosophy 201 and be like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, take Philosophy 101, you stupid cuck. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I love the characters in this movie. They stay just as strong. And what's the actor's name? Mark Strong? I think.
Mark Strong is Merlin. He's great.
Yeah, he's just as good as the first one, if not. Well, I don't want to spoil anything, so I'll move on. And the third thing was the action. These movies are famous for their over-the-top, crazy, violent, gory, bizarre action. There's a car chase scene through the streets of London in the beginning of the movie, and there's a point where Eggsy is drifting through like 10 lanes of traffic perfectly, and it was really funny to me, and I thought it was really cool.
See, that first action sequence, I just want to talk about that. That worked for me, but I think at a certain point it just becomes too cartoony, so that I basically just know, oh, you're just basically showing me random cartoon graphics, essentially. It's no longer based in reality. Like, and I do love Matthew Vaughn's camera work, and it might be all in a CGI environment, but the way he's basically able to swoosh back and forth to like show you the best angle for an attack, and it's just constantly changing and everything. That's great, but it stops being real, and you can basically you can make a computer show me anything. So when he's drifting across entire lanes of traffic, that doesn't work for me. I'd rather see a real car stunt that is cool, and like even just do the miniature version of that in real life. Cool, awesome. But like the bigger you go in some ways, the less impressive it becomes. Like when you just know what's going on, when you know it's a computer, when you know like it didn't really happen, he can drift through 10 fucking lanes of traffic. He can drift through 100 lanes of traffic. It stops being impressive after a certain point for me.
Well, I mean, to be fair, E-Rich, I think that the first film was guilty of this as well. Like in the scene when they're skydiving for the training thing, like the last person to jump out of the plane jumps out a good 20 seconds after everybody else, and then somehow manages to like catch up to everybody midair.
You can
like,
do that though.
Just as
If you
cartoony.
choose to go
There's no
faster
fucking
than
way
everyone else, you
that.
can do that.
Yeah, but the plane is moving pretty fucking fast. If you jump out 20 seconds later, you're going to be way farther away than everybody else. I don't
All
know how
you
you're
gotta
gonna
do is like form your body into a way that makes you more aerodynamic.
Well, then all you have to do is be good at drifting cars. Like, at this point, Eggsy's a professional spy. He knows what he's doing. He's like, this is the second movie. Like, we can at least, suspend our disbelief and understand, like, oh, he's, like, fucking skilled and really good at this shit. So, of course he can drift through all these cars in traffic. Like, why not?
So I think my main problem becomes the second, I think, big action piece is when they're in the fucking, it's like a ski lodge thing that takes you up and down. They're basically stuck in one of those and
it's spinning really
going
fast.
down a hill, and they're spinning really fast. To me, there's almost nothing to that scene. Like, it's
you didn't
two
like it
CGI
when they're about to
stuck in
they're
a
gonna
CGI
crash
environment,
into
and like basically
into a
they
bunch
can't
of
do
old
anything
people.
about it. Like, all they do eventually is like get themselves out by circling around the fucking glass thing. Like, basically the characters have no real stake in what's going on. They're basically on a roller coaster ride, and it just, I don't know, it just doesn't do anything
there were
for
stakes. There were totally stakes. They were about to crash and kill all those old people, and then they found a way to both stop themselves and save the old people.
Fuck the old people, Monkey. Like, if this
But
movie...
then we got the funniest line in the movie where the old guy says that he had the best shit he'd taken in 3 weeks, and
if
the
this
fucking
movie
theater lost
had
it.
that hockey puck thing barge right through that retirement home, and that guy had said the same exact thing,
nothing would have changed about this movie.
Those people would be dead. He wouldn't be able to say it.
This movie kills off tons of people, and we like laugh
It shows
and
that
cheer.
the characters in the puck are heroes and that they want to protect and save people. I had no problem with that. I thought that scene was great.
Yeah, and I mean, like, at the very end, they try to do the Freebird thing again by playing Bird.
They play Saturday by...
Oh,
right?
no, that's the assault on the place, but they
Yeah.
also play Bird is the Word as they're fighting Whiskey. I won't say anything other than just Whiskey, but...
Yeah, no moment in the movie matched the glory of the Westboro Baptist Church scene in the first one. I was hoping that they would try to do it again in a good way. If they were actually trying, and it wasn't just like a similar type of scene. If they were actually trying, I think they failed. But like nothing can live up to that. I wish that they could do something that good again, but like the surprise is gone. Now we're expecting it. It's not going to pop out of nowhere. So yeah, that's the problem when your first movie is so good and unexpected. Like it's hard to live up to that and still surprise people. So I was very pleased with Kingsman 2 for what it was, and I think it's a great addition to the universe, and I can't wait to see like, the Chinese Kingsman in the third one, or the Australian one, or whoever's going to be in it.
Oh,
I think
man.
it'll be great.
Australian Kingsmen, they've got like boomerangs and like they ride in kangaroos. Oh, I can't
I'm
wait.
expecting Mark Strong to show up with 2 robot legs at some point.
Yeah,
I guess,
no,
like,
exactly,
The
like-
Chinese Kingsman saved him.
He's only a quarter of himself because,
Yeah.
yeah. All right.
Hey, well, hey, that's it.
each their
You
own.
hated it. I loved it. What do you know?
Just like Rotten Tomatoes. That gives us
Yeah.
a perfect
Well,
50%.
Yeah, the middling score was perfect after all. I shit on Rotten Tomatoes, but they were right.
Yeah, that's how it works.
What do you know? Well, shit, E-Rich, would you say Kingsman 2, The Golden Compass, is it KINO?
I would not say it's KINO. I think people
Oh.
who liked the first one, but just liked the first one, I think you'll be perfectly entertained by this. But like my problem was I really loved the first movie, and I
Me
can't
too.
see this. I can't see this, but as anything but like a kind of just cheap knockoff version of that doesn't add anything interesting to the characters enough to make this a worthy sequel, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's not KINO either, because I don't know which KINO it would be.
Uh-huh.
Like, I love the movie, but it's not KINO.
Mark
And
Millar,
everybody at home, figure out what KINO is.
Yeah. That's your homework.
What are we going to see next? Do you want to go see the Boston bombing movie with Jake Gyllenhaal that has like a 95%?
Oh, shit.
wanna see-
I didn't even know that had Gyllenhaal in it.
Yeah, do you want to see Lego Ninjago that has like a 45%?
Fuck that. I thought there was something... No, I guess I was thinking about fucking Kingsman.
We can go see Brad's Status and get like 50 views on the video.
Oh, yeah. You'll make 2 cents from that. What the fuck? There was some movie I was looking forward to that's coming out in 2 weeks, maybe, but I'll see anything, really. I don't give a shit. We've got movie
Yeah,
pass.
we got movie passes, baby. Woo! What can we do to get this show sponsored by Movie Pass? 'Cause
That's a good question.
I want to do it.
Can you get your viewers private information?
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah, that's all
MoviePass
Movie
really
Pass is good
wants
for.
that. Yeah.
Right. If they made us a deal, like we'll give you 1 month of free Movie Pass, like a $10 value in exchange for shilling the fuck out of our service for 5 minutes per episode, would you do it?
Yeah, totally.
Of course we would do it. Of
Yeah, man.
course we would.
10 minutes of my time? That's not worth nothing.
No.
Movie Pass is getting fucked.
Hell yeah. Okay, everybody. Yeah, there's Is It KINO. We'll see you next time.
Bye-bye.
Hello, Based Shaman here, and I am joined by my friend E-Rich.
Share your wisdom with me, O Lord Monkey.
Based Shaman is here to decide if the American film American Made is American KINO.
This one stars Dylan O'Brien and Michael Keaton, right?
No, what the fuck is that?
American Assassin. They're
Yeah, there's 2 different American movies out right
there
now.
are.
One is good and one is bad.
I desperately tried not to say American Assassin when buying the fucking ticket this week.
How embarrassing that would have been.
Ugh. Yeah, I would have been stunned into silence in the theater because I was so
It would have been like,
embarrassed.
yeah, the film assassinated you into boredom.
Yeah.
Hey, E-Rich, what'd you think of American Made, starring every Mexican woman in the tri-state area?
Yeah, and also frumpy lesbian version of Tom Cruise. I really liked it.
Isn't every version of Tom Cruise the frumpy lesbian version?
More and more, yes. He's evolved. He's like the Pokemon.
Well, tell me about this film. What'd you think of it?
So I am usually pretty mixed, I'd say, on biopics, movies that take a real life person or a real life
Wait, it's not
story.
pronounced. It's not pronounced biopic.
That doesn't make any fucking sense.
I know. I hate those.
Yeah,
people.
I used to say biopic, and then I was like, wait a minute. This doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah. What does this portmanteau even stand for? Oh, it's biography and picture. Yeah, I think maybe it's biopic.
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like some kind of fucking like biology question you'd get on a test. But yeah, so American Made, I go into most biopics with my arms crossed and being like, okay, fucking movie, you better not do shit that makes me angry. Because
What makes you angry?
what makes me angry is the fucking Imitation Game. Have you seen that movie?
Yeah, it's Sherlock is gay and he wants to make a computer.
Yeah, because there's a fucking part in that movie, and it's a quote that they say probably 4 or 5 goddamn times, where it's like, it's the people who you never expect anything of, who do the most to be... It's such a bullshit, like, only in retrospect looking at this person does this quote even fucking begin to apply. And it's just shitty, heavy-handed screenwriting what made me even fucking angrier was that movie won the best adapted screenplay or original screenplay of that fucking year. And I'm sitting here watching the Academy Awards thinking, who are these people who are voting on this shit? Because in the Imitation Game, I mean, like, it's even a fucking mediocre movie. Like, the movie making does not ever rise to the level. So, like, I like biopics that are well made. I do not like the fucking Imitation Game. So, anytime I go into a biopic, I'm looking at the Imitation Game as the perfect...
The standard of what you need to jump over.
Yeah, exactly. It has to be better than this. It has to clear this bar, and then we can see a good movie. I think American Made does that. It's got a lot of style in it. It presents its subject, which is, what was his name? Barry Seal? It sounds like a made-up name.
Yesterday I went and saw Battle of the Sexes, and it's also a biopic that takes place in the same period. So I've got all the names mixed up right now.
Yeah,
so
you've
I
got
can't tell
all
you.
kinds of names floating around in your head. So it's about this guy named Barry Seal who is flying missions for the CIA. He's running guns, running drugs, and running people eventually. But so I know a little bit about this time period. I'm big into history, so I think I should in some way, but I was sometimes shocked by the lengths that they went to in order to accomplish their goals, and it was pretty fun. I mean, like, I like the kind of movie that plays with this idea of, oh, he's breaking the law, but he's doing it for profit, wink, wink, and kind of like leaning on that American dream type thing, where if you have enough ingenuity and you have enough willingness to go outside of the lines, and as long as it's the CIA telling you you're fine with doing this, do whatever the hell you like. I mean, I think Wolf of Wall Street did a lot of similar things as this movie. Wolf of Wall Street tended to be more ridiculous and more over the top with its debauchery. But yeah, I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, I was gonna say this film is pretty much like, at least for me, a B+ version of Wolf of Wall Street.
Yes.
It's about an hour shorter. The comedy, there's not as much comedy in it, but the craziness of the real life story of what happened is what, you know, really puts it over the edge of being a great film for me. But I mean, you can't match Leo and Martin Scorsese's, you know, fucking masterpiece. But this is up there. And it's a lighter version of the insanity of Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah.
But also, it's its own brand of like, wait, the government was involved? What in the fuck?
Yeah. So, do you know about? You said you did some research on the real kind of shit that went on here. How much of the movie is in some way what actually happened?
All of the major events are true. And what blows my mind is if this film was fictional and like some guy just made it up, I would walk out of the movie saying, wow, like they went too far. Like that's completely unrealistic. Like, come on, you're trying to suspend my disbelief or whatever. Like, come on.
Did
It's
Barry
completely
Seal
unrealistic.
really crash his plane in the middle of a neighborhood, roll out of the crashed plane covered in cocaine, and then steal a kid's bike, give him some money, and then ride away? That is probably one of the most hilarious scenes in this movie. Like,
Yeah.
to me, the movie was never like rolling in the aisles, you're just dying laughing at this crazy happenstance like Wolf of Wall Street was, but I was constantly like smirking and smiling, and I thought it had a kind of a genial tone to it that kept me entertained. But that scene of him covered in cocaine riding away from this plane crash, I thought that was
On a bike
fucking
that he could
hilarious.
probably go faster by running
Oh, totally. But
rather than riding it.
yeah, but I mean, I just had a good time with the movie. I think Tom Cruise is just a winning personality. He's very likable. Like, you don't
Yeah.
even have to do a whole lot with a Tom Cruise character. He brings just so much swagger and so much, just likability into it. Like, I can personally fault him for being a Scientologist, praise Zeno. But as a movie star, he fucking works. Like, he carries this whole movie. It's mostly him, so he does a good job of it. I enjoyed his performance. I like the movie. It's just, you're right. It's a B+. It's a really good, well-made movie.
And I would say, clearly both of us are recommending this film. But it's important, if you don't know a lot about this or even anything at all, don't do any research. I would say even like avoid the trailers, because the lengths to which this crazy story goes and all the twists and turns, it's so out there and unexpected and just bizarre and crazy that you won't believe that it's real, but it is, and these are real historical events on screen, and it's just going to blow your mind. So I'd say go into this not knowing anything, and you're going to come out and be like, okay, where's fucking Wikipedia? Here we go. What did Clinton really do that shit? What the fuck? What in the fuck?
Like, I really don't want to spoil certain moments of it, because it's just
Yeah.
such a good time. But like, there's a certain president that we will have in the future from this movie that is in this movie very minorly, and I just got a kick out of seeing that. And I mean, they play with stuff with Reagan is not a character played by an actor in the movie, but Reagan's kind of presence and how he deals with international issues is kind of felt. And Barry Seal's, the way he kind of sees Reagan versus how Reagan actually was, and how, I don't know, how the politics of the situation tend to spiral out of anyone's control is pretty hilarious to see. I mean, you've got a small city in Arkansas, or a small town even in Arkansas, that basically gets taken over by these Contras that are being brought over.
Oh, and the sheriff is
Jesse Plemons.
the favorite of is it KINO?
Yes.
Mr. Meth Damon from Breaking Bad.
Meth Damon in Breaking Bad, and Meat Damon.
And Fargo season 2.
Yes, Meat Damon in Fargo season 2.
Yeah, I love him.
Yes. So, I mean, I also want to call out in this movie Caleb Landry Jones, who plays the scumbag brother of...
Oh, God, man, he really embraced that role, because I hated the kid the moment I saw him.
Yes.
Because growing up in small-town Iowa, I was surrounded by kids like that, and I wanted to
Shit.
fucking kill them.
I mean, he was in the newest season of Twin Peaks, and he was playing a character largely like this. He is so good at this. You just look at him and you feel dirty. You look at him and you
this
feel like
despicable little piece of shit.
you just want him away from your eyes, like, instantly.
Yeah.
It's incredible, like, how he's able to channel that. His skin looks like pallid and disgusting, and he's
Yeah,
got,
when you
like,
see him with his shirt off, like just his torso is so gross.
I would actually love to see him play the Joker, just because he's just so unsettling and
Yeah.
creepy. Oh, God. But, yeah, I mean, and he was actually, if you saw the X-Men First Class movie, he was Banshee in that.
I don't think I saw that
Okay,
one. That was
okay.
the first one with the new cast.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I skipped that one.
Oh, shit. Okay, I really like that one. But, yeah, so the movie is just constantly full of stuff that keeps you interested in it. So when Caleb Landry Jones, his character, I think his name's JB or something, but when
Some stupid hick shit.
when his fate is figured out, did Tom Cruise knowingly do that, or was that an accident?
I think he didn't know what was going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's what I got.
It seemed
from
like
it. Yeah.
I think he was actually concerned that JB was running away, and like
Yeah.
because he's right before JB leaves, he says something that pisses off Tom Cruise, and he starts chasing after the car to like I think beat the shit out of the kid, and
Yeah.
then the thing happens. So I'm guessing Tom Cruise had no idea that the cartel set that shit up.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, like, I think one of the criticisms you could levy against this movie is that it's like not as fleshed out as something like Goodfellas or Wolf of Wall Street, where in Wolf of Wall Street you kind of got a feel for everyone in Jordan Belfort's like crew, like Seth Green and God damn it, what's his name? The fat one. What's his fucking
Jonah
name?
Hill.
Jonah Hill. Okay, I don't know why I was thinking Seth, but Jonah Hill, and you've got the guy from The Walking Dead there. Like you kind of get a feel for those characters. You've got this supporting character cast around Tom Cruise that you just don't really get a sense for. When he expands his operations, those characters aren't really actual characters. The only
At one point, Tom Cruise even introduces one and says, "I don't know anything about him." Just that he has a snake, and that's it.
like he should have pilot buddies or something that they really introduce earlier on or something that he gets into the business. I mean, the movie I think is fine. It does its job. It does what it's kind of comes in to do. And I'd really rather this movie be shorter than it be this long, epic, 3-hour long Martin Scorsese type
Yeah,
thing.
definitely.
But, I mean, I think they could have used some shading on some of those characters. I do really like Donald Gleason in this movie, the CIA contact that Tom Cruise has.
I like him in everything he's in.
Yeah,
the first
totally.
time I noticed him was in Ex Machina. Now I've been, keeping track of him ever since.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a great presence. I mean, he seems that kind of, like, smarmy, not giving off too much to tell you what his real thoughts are, but you know what he wants from you. And just the moments when he's like, who's... what the fuck was his name?
Who?
Donald Gleason, the red-haired guy.
I don't. He had a fake name, so I don't remember.
Yeah, so basically, like, when Tom Cruise needs his help, he's like, who's that guy? I don't know who that is. And he just walks away. And then watching him in his actual work environment, having to interact with people, and he's the one coming up with all these crazy ideas, and he just eventually comes up with, what about we sell the weapons to Iran?
Yeah.
And it's just like, there's one guy in the CIA who has all the bad ideas that gets them in trouble. The problem is they don't say no to this guy. They don't say, no, fuck off, come up with something else. They say, yeah, here, take all the money. And then, like, basically, at some point, they have to burn everything about Barry Seal. And it's just like, there's no accountability there. It's basically just, we'll cover up what needs covered up. We'll do whatever the fuck we can do or want to do. And nobody is the wiser. And so...
Yeah, the movie definitely paints the government, really, and
Yeah.
in all these organizations, and even the presidency in a pretty bad light of the types of things that they both do and try to hide from the public.
Yeah.
So if you want to get, like, pissed off at your government, because, like, this is only, what, like 30 years ago?
Yeah, this is now 40
They're still
years ago
doing
about.
shit like this on a daily basis. So if you want to get a little pissed off at your government, I would also highly recommend it for that.
Yeah, only recently have we really learned the full details about a lot of this stuff. This stuff has been going on for years now, and we'll only learn about what's going on now in like 2050 something. So, yeah, it's pretty
Maybe
good.
in 2050 we'll get those pictures of Osama bin Laden's corpse.
Floating in the sea. Or
Surely
what?
they took a photo.
Oh man, that'll be interesting. Certainly.
Yeah. Well, hey, we don't want to go too much into this movie because, like we said, like there are twists and turns that if we spoil it, like it defeats the purpose. You got to enjoy it on your own terms. So, E-Rich, would you say that American Made is KINO?
Yeah, for this style of movie, for this kind of movie, it absolutely is KINO. It's decent biopic KINO, which seems like somewhat of a contradiction because KINO has to be the tippy top of movies, while this is kind of like a B tier movie that just excels at what it's going to do. It's stylish enough.
It's a B plus.
Yeah.
I'd say for the year so far, it's the best biopic that I've seen. Ugh. So it's 2017 biopic KINO. How's that sound?
You keep saying biopic or a biopic. Fuck, I can't even say it wrong. You keep saying biopic. I'm going to stretch through the internet and fucking choke you out.
Do it, please. It's my
End
new
it all.
slow motion suicide.
All right, everybody, go check out Tom Cruise in the new American-made film. He becomes an American-made. Hey, E-Rich, real quick, we should talk about a future series that we've been thinking about doing.
Yeah, we should mention
I
that.
just finished watching season 3 of Fargo, and it's probably one of my top 2 favorite shows that is currently airing.
Yeah.
On television. And E-Rich and I thought, you know what? We haven't seen every Coen Brothers movie. Maybe we should go through the filmography in order from the beginning and watch each movie and then, podcast about it. So maybe it'll be weekly, maybe it'll be bi-weekly, but we're going to do a mini-series called The KINO Brothers.
Yeah.
Where we, review every Coen Brothers movie in order. And we'll see ones that we've seen before, ones that we haven't seen, and we'll figure out which one is the most Kino of them all.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I've seen about half of their movies, so it'll be interesting to see what the other half kind of pretends for their careers. And we are only doing the ones that the Coen brothers directed, correct? Because you look at their filmography and there's all kinds of bullshit on there that I don't know if I want to watch all that. But
we're not going to do Suburbicon, directed by George Clooney.
There are
you don't
movies,
think that looks good?
Well, there are movies which, when the trailers play, I'm just not sure whether the movie's going to be good or not. Suburbicon can go either way, but the feeling I get from the trailers, the trailers look so fucking hacky. Like, the rap music playing while Matt Damon is closing the fucking trunk, and fucking Oscar Isaac sipping that coffee or whatever the fuck. Like, it's just so annoying. I've seen that trailer now like 10 times. I feel like.
Me too. It feels like George Clooney desperately wants to be the Coen brothers, and it's like such a watered-down version of it. But I think we can both agree, based on the trailer, that the Matt Damon movie Downsizing is going to be absolute Kino, and I can't wait to see it.
That's a Charlie... Wait, maybe I'm wrong. Charlie Kaufman, maybe? No.
I don't know who directed it. I just know that it looks
maybe Alexander
fucking
Payne.
weird.
I liked things that I've seen from Alexander Payne. Downsizing is another one where it can either be very good or very bad. I'm leaning more towards good, but we'll see when it comes.
We should do some predictions. We should start a show where we look at like the next month of movies and we predict the Rotten Tomatoes score, and like whoever's closest, or like if we're within 20 points, like we win.
We win what? Internet points?
No, we just beat the other guy. Bragging points. I could say, hey, I was smarter at predicting Rotten Tomato scores than fucking E-Ridge.
Shit. All right, well...
Because we both would have won for Flatliners. That's sitting at 0%. We both would have said that.
Definitely. I mean, I probably would have said closer to 10%, but I would not have been as extreme as 0%.
Well, shit, okay. We'll see you later with some... Kino Brothers, and of course we'll keep reviewing new releases as well. I have been Mumkey Jones.
And I will always be E-Rich.
Hello everybody, and welcome to a special solo run episode of Is It Kino? The first movie review I think I've done by myself. But the only reason is that this film, Battle of the Sexes, was not playing near E-Rich, and there's not really much of a point. I mean, other than like the 9/11 episode, there's not much of a point in reviewing a movie with a guy who hasn't seen it. And I don't have too many points I want to make about this movie, but I did want to talk about it, so I'll try to make this quick. First of all, the film is quite funny. It's a very funny, I guess, biopic, although it's not really about any one person. It's really about this big event, which was the Battle of the Sexes tennis match that it either took place in the 70s or 80s, and you really get that vibe from the movie. It's very much a film of that era. Does that make it a period piece? Does it make it a biopic? Does it make it all of those things? I don't know. I haven't done enough research into all these film terms to know, but I would say it probably fits all those designations. But yeah, it's really funny, and you probably wouldn't get that impression from watching the trailers, or if you watched any interviews with the people. I guess the lady that it's based on, she's like a very hardcore, feminist figure. If you watch I watched the Colbert interview with Emma Stone, and it made the film seem like it was going to be like very much, an SJW cuck type of propaganda piece. Like, oh man, it's 2 hours of women are just as good as men. Like, oh boy, I sure didn't want to sit through that slog. Great, an uplifting film for women. That's just what they needed.
But no, it is very funny, and I should have known that going in because Steve Carell plays, the main guy in the film. And I guess I wasn't too sure if it was going to be a comedy or not because Steve Carell has been doing some more serious roles lately. But boy, is this a return to comedic form for Steve Carell. He pretty much, I don't remember any of the characters' names, so I'm just going to call them by the actors' names. But Steve Carell's character who plays, he is the original Dick Masterson. And what I mean by that is, Dick Masterson, for those of you who aren't aware, he's a guy named Dax Herrera, who went undercover onto the Dr. Phil show, and he shaved his head and he grew this fucking great mustache. And he pretended to be the world's biggest misogynist, and that's why he was on Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil was trying to evaluate him and figure out why he thought men were better than women. He wrote the book that I have on my bookshelf that many people have pointed out, Men Are Better Than Women. Very funny book. And the whole idea of the Dick Masterson character was, how crazy and misogynistic could he be that people would still believe it? Like, at what point is it too absurd for people to believe? But evidently, he never crossed that threshold because he was on Dr. Phil and they aired the episode and millions of people saw it and thought that he was being legitimate. And Steve Carell's character back in, I guess, the 80s, I don't remember, probably the 70s or 80s, was the original version of this. He pretends to be a huge misogynist where I don't think he really is. Like, there might be some inner core of him that makes him think, that men are better. And there might be some truth to that, but he really plays it up for the cameras because he's an entertainer. He's the former best, men's tennis player in the world, and now he's like an old man. He's like in his 50s. And he wants to become relevant again. And he wants to make money because he has this gambling addiction, which I'll get to that point in a moment because there's something that the film hints at but doesn't really. I think it's because it's just a rumor that they don't want to dive into it because it's not verified, but I think it's verified. So Steve Carell's character says, you know what, I'm going to challenge the best female tennis player just to prove that men are better than women. And in the film, and in real life too, the film is based on real life events. He goes up against the best female tennis player and he beats her and he's like, oh yeah, men are better than women, get fucked, bitch. And then Emma Stone's character, who was at the time the second best female tennis player, and she's like very into, the feminist movement, and she wants equal pay for women in tennis and all this stuff. And she says, "Fuck that! I'm not letting Steve Carell get away with that shit." So then she challenges him, and that's the main focus of the movie is these two characters facing off. The film is funny consistently throughout. They get a whole bunch of comedians into the roles. Like Sarah Silverman plays a half serious, half comedic role. But the funniest scene in the movie, I swear to God, is pulled straight from The Office. Like, think of the prime of The Office, like seasons 2 and 3 and 4, and some of 1 too. There's a scene where Steve Carell is literally just Michael Scott going to an addicts anonymous for gambling, a gambling anonymous meeting, and every single line of dialogue from every character, especially from, I was going to say Michael Scott, but from Steve Carell, I swear to God, it was pulled from the prime of The Office, and it was so fucking funny. So I think that one scene alone, like, if you don't want to go see this movie, you should one day find Battle of the Sexes, gambling addiction scene. It's great. Another thing the movie does really well is make Emma Stone fucking hideous. Emma Stone, they really embrace her frumpy frog face. Like, I think she's cute enough. Emma Stone's not really my cup of tea. But man, like, the woman she's playing in the film was not much of a looker. And they took, the above average Emma Stone and really made her ugly. Maybe you'll disagree, but like, I'm the type of guy who likes like the dark hair. I'm not really into glasses, but they give her like the dark hair that's all just fucking, I just want to say frumpy. I don't even know if frumpy is a word, but they fuck her up. It's like like that Just meme where you go into the barber shop and you say, "Just fuck my shit up." That's what they did to Emma Stone in this movie, and they actually made me actively unattracted to Emma Stone. So if you want to see the magic of ruining... yeah, if you want to see the magic of ruining Emma Stone and of Michael Scott as a... And really... Steve Carell's character is very much a Michael Scott throughout the whole movie, not just that one scene. So if you want to see the return of Michael Scott, where instead of hockey, he's really good at tennis, and if you want to see Emma Stone be ugly, but still be kind of funny, this might be the movie for you. It's much better than I thought it was going to be. I actually really enjoyed it. I didn't enjoy it just about as much as American Made, but they're similar films in that they're biopics taking place around the same era, if not the same exact decade. Also, it's a sports movie. You know, it's about tennis, and it's leading up to this big exhibition tennis match. And the movie really proves that tennis is boring no matter what. Watching tennis is boring, and then you would think like, oh, in a movie, you know, it's as dramatic as possible. It's directed to be entertaining. You're seeing it on the biggest screen possible, surround sound audio, you're in a theater. But like all the tennis scenes are fucking boring. There are a lot of training montages, and then like they're doing things to market the big match, and Steve Carell is wearing a bunch of funny costumes and playing tennis and like practicing. Like that stuff was fine. That stuff was funny and entertaining, but the actual scenes, the actual final match, you know, Steve Carell versus this ugly version of I already forgot her name, Emma Stone. It's fucking boring. Maybe that's just me, but I think tennis is so fucking boring that even in this movie they couldn't save it. But other than that, yeah, it's a pretty good film. Oh yeah, here's the thing I was gonna say. So Steve Carell's character is a very problemed gambler, and he has like problems with his wife because of his gambling addiction. And the rumor, and this is going to spoil the movie, so if you don't know who wins the match in this historical event, turn it off now if you really care. But the rumor is that Steve Carell's character, or I guess the real life guy, the odds were 4-1 in favor of him winning, and he bet against himself. So he bet that the chick would win, and then he lost on purpose and just raked in a shit ton of money. And the movie doesn't give you any reason to think that this didn't happen, but it of course it doesn't outright say that, because I don't think there's any proof or evidence. It's just like a very widely accepted rumor. But there's little hints of it. Like after the match is ended and he's lost, you see him sitting alone in the locker room, but he doesn't look as crushed as you would expect a man who was just humiliated on national television in front of hundreds of millions of people. He doesn't seem that upset. So in my fantasy version in my mind, I'd like to imagine that was an active choice to show that maybe this guy, maybe he did win after all, if you know what I'm saying. Anyway, that's it for Is It KINO Mumkey's solo mission. I would say in the realm of tennis biopics, this is probably KINO. And in the realm of recreating the magic of the early seasons of The Office in 1 minute-long scene, it's also KINO in that regard. I would say if you're interested in the movie and you have a movie pass, it's worth your time. If not, maybe wait for Redbox. It's not something that you should rush to the theaters to go see when there's better movies out like American Made. So yeah, that's it. I'll see you next time. Hopefully E-Rich will be back. Hello everybody, and welcome to a new miniseries called The KINO Brothers, where me and my friend E-Rich are going to go through the directorial filmography of world-class film makers, the Coen brothers. And we're starting all the way back in 1984 with a little movie I like to call Blood Simple. Is that what I like to call it, E-Rich?
I think the original title was Cuck Simple.
Oh, well, it wasn't that simple, if you ask me.
Oh yeah, it was. It's a little bit more complicated than you tend to think.
So up until about 6 hours ago, I didn't know that this movie existed. I had never heard of it. I I've seen maybe half of the Coen Brothers movies, and so I was not that well versed in this film's existence. What about you, Everett? Had you heard of this one before?
No, I'm very similar to you in which I've actually heard of it, unlike you, but no, I haven't seen it, and just like you, I've only seen about half of their movies, and I really like their movies, so that's
Yeah, me too. That's why I wanted to do this.
Yeah, definitely.
So, Everett, what did you think of Blood Simple?
I actually really liked it. I think it's a really interesting movie, if only because I've now seen a bunch of their other movies, and I can kind of see where they got a lot of their starts, the way they have actors and characters kind of say
Yeah,
things.
like most movies do. Keep going.
No, I know, but I mean, like, also the shot composition they have and how they're able to move the camera around. I think Barry Sonnenfeld is their cinematographer here, and I think his style is just very evocative. I can pretty clearly tell it's him, and he's done Men in Black. He's done Addams Family movies, so he kind of has his own career. But he's also worked pretty hand in hand with the Coens a decent amount. But also they've got a really good music styling that they bring to their movies, which like I knew that they had that, but I didn't realize. I always just thought that it was T-Bone Burnett who really, in partnership with them, brought a lot of that interesting musical choice. So it's really interesting to me seeing this kind of prototype of what I kind of think of when I think of a Coen Brothers movie. So this movie is that prototype, and I think they do a great job with it. With what, $1.5 million to make this?
Yeah. I was gonna say this is a very good. I guess prototype is a good word. I was gonna say. I guess I forgot what I was gonna say, but yeah, it's a. Yeah, I thought the movie was a really good template for the future crime dramas that the Coens would bring us, and this is. I don't want to say a watered down version of those, but yeah, it's very much the prototype. Like, okay, let's give it our first shot, and then we'll evolve from here. I will say that for the first big chunk of the movie, I found it to be very dull and unremarkable, and it was. I think half the shots in the movie are a really dark screen with somebody sitting down, and the other half of the shots are ceiling fans. So I was like, "What the Coen Brothers? What is this shit? Like, is this like an experimental ceiling fan porn film? What is this?" But then once the movie picks up and starts getting into the typical Coen Brother things of just like your everyday people falling into crime and how they deal with that, the movie picks up a lot. And I think it gets better and better as it goes on, and then ends with just a fantastic, horrifying climax.
Oh, totally.
So yeah, it's one of those movies where, man, I was really down on it at the beginning, and I almost didn't want to watch it, but boy, does it pick up.
Yeah, you really need to give it time to ramp up and like really just it has to place everything in the exact order it needs, and then they just kind of like set off the bomb and then it goes off. I think you can tell from the beginning with the camera in the car with the raindrops like going back and forth with the windshield wipers and everything. Like I think that's just a great shot, and it's obviously overdubbed with the actors talking back and forth instead of using that.
I was terribly bored during that, and maybe it's just the quality of my download, but I could barely even understand what they were saying, and I was like, am I supposed to be paying attention to this? Is this? But at the end, no. Like if I didn't see those opening scenes, I don't think it would have changed a single thing in the movie for me.
Yeah, I found that hard to tell what they were saying as well. But, yeah, I mean, it just kind of sets a tone where you can tell that they're very seriously talking about something. And, I mean, it does revolve around this guy who's been cuckolded by his wife. And
what is up with mid-'80s movies and heroes named Marty?
Ooh, Marty McFly. Who else?
Well, in this movie, Marty's the hero, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean,
I guess cuckolds are heroes to me.
Yeah, I mean, so he dies at some. It kind of like changes tack to like the different characters.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't die. Spoilers for anybody who hasn't seen this movie from 33 years ago. But his death is very drawn out because you think he's dead after he gets shot, but then he comes, he wakes back up a long time later. It's I don't know. You go ahead.
I mean, I kind of think that it's kind of a part of what the Coen Brothers established, where you have a set of characters that you play with, and you're kind of not entirely sure what's going on for parts of it.
where certain characters may have thought that somebody else was involved in either killing someone, or they just don't know the full story, with the detective like doctoring photos and everything. But that detective character is really
before we go
interesting.
into him, I wanted to say that when I think of a Coen Brothers movie, there are three main tenets that come to mind. Number one, great characters. That's where they really shine, is through the characters and just like the way they act and their dialogue. Two would be sort of true crime feeling plots, where it's like just a normal everyday guy gets in over his head with like a crime or a murder or something like that. And three is the witty comedy, and it's almost like the comedy stylings of King of the Hill, where it's just like it's like, oh, it's funny because like that's who the character is, not because they're necessarily telling a joke or doing something funny, but it's just like these characters are so ingrained in who they are that the way that they behave between each other comes off as comical. And you say the detective guy who is what's interesting, and this is a glimpse into the future of the Coen Brothers movies, is that guy is the scariest character in the movie and the funniest. And I like
Totally.
I like that they take these two very different things and put it in the same character, and he's the best character in the movie for me, at least.
And it works. He's a very like kind of like slobby looking guy with a shitty hat, and his laugh is annoying as all hell.
Yeah.
But
It makes him feel like a real person. Like, he's not just a comic relief, and he's not just like a deranged killer. Like, he just seems like a guy who is way in over his head and things have gone wrong, but he's genuinely a big goofball who has to go kill these people to save his own skin.
Yeah, totally. And the thing I guess I love about Coen Brothers movies is most of the time it just seems like they're dealing with real people. Like the characters they put in the situations seem like they and act like they are real people rather than just being prop characters and everything. So you've got this husband who's been cheated on, and he's acting very jealously, and he really wants revenge on her. And like, I think the line he said is great, where he basically tells the man who has cuckolded him, she'll give you a line about
How she's not up to anything funny.
And
then there's a callback to that towards the end of the movie, and it's one of my favorite scenes in the film, because like she says that nonchalantly, and then the guy who was cheating, he's like, wait, what? What'd you say? And like, you can see like a spark flip on in his face, like, oh my god, she's doing it. What the fuck?
Yeah. I mean, I was just kind of shocked at how well written, fleshed out the movie was for their first movie. Really, you really
would
don't
you
see
put it
that.
up there? Because most people say, when it comes to legendary directors in their first film, the gold standard is Reservoir Dogs. Would you say it's a Reservoir Dogs for the Coen Brothers, or is it a little bit worse?
It's weird because I think Reservoir Dogs is probably one of my favorite Quentin Tarantino movies, so I wouldn't quite like I just got off watching this movie, so I still need to kind of like give it some time to settle, and we'll be watching other Coen Brothers movies as we continue along this series.
Yeah.
So getting some perspective on those other movies will certainly be helpful. It's certainly a really good movie for what it is. I have seen a lot of the other Coen Brothers movies a lot more than this, so I tend to weight those other ones more than this. And also, like, I mean, it's just as great as it is shot, it is still a mid-'80s movie, so it looks a little bit rougher than, and it's also lower budgeted. So, I mean, there are some barriers to entry that the newer kind of entries don't necessarily have. But the movie on its own, as its own thing, knowing what the Coen Brothers will do in the future, it certainly holds up, and it certainly performs well as kind of its own movie.
My main problem is with Jay, like the main male character who's fucking this woman who is married to Marty, because like Marty and the private detective and Frances McDormand, like those are all pretty fucking good characters, and like really, like every moment that they're on screen, it's really enjoyable. Like even just watching Marty sit there staring at his ceiling fan with no dialogue for like 30 seconds is still, I think he brought more to those ceiling fan glances than whoever was playing Jay brought to the whole role. Like I know he was going for like just like the most simple kind of man possible, but it didn't do anything for me other than it was sort of funny when he's trying to bury Marty alive, like such a straight-faced man is doing these, wacky things to try to hide a body. But otherwise, I didn't really like that character very much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's very kind of stoic and just kind of
Boring.
square-jawed, boring, kind of standard white man. But like, I
Goddamn
think
white men ruining our movies.
I think
When's
in
the
some
all-black
ways,
Ghostbusters coming out? God damn it!
I think in some ways, if he were some kind of off-the-wall character, everyone around him would either have to match that, or I mean, basically, I do think that they played him too straight, so that there's not really anything special about him. You don't really see why she would want to hook up with him other than just because his body is better than what's his face
I didn't
is.
really see why this spunky kind of crazy Francis McDormand is into like the most boring guy ever, other than that he has, I guess, a cool car and also lives on a dead end road, and there's lots of humor from that.
Yeah, he's in a shitty house, but yeah, that's great where the cuck has to...
Twice in the movie, somebody like tries to drive away from his house, like they're all mad, but then they have to stop and turn around because it's a dead end.
Yeah,
which was like it's the perfect type of Coen Brothers humor that I love.
Absolutely. I mean, they have captured exactly what they want to do with these movies pretty much straight away, which is crazy. Like, you rarely see that in a filmmaker.
Well, geez, I think we've hit most of the points. Would you recommend this movie to people?
I absolutely would. Like, I'd actually think that if you're going to watch Coen Brother movies, it's probably best to start from the beginning so you can get a good sense of them, like, evolving as filmmakers as they go. Because even just for this first one, it's all there. Like, I said it's a prototype. It very much is. Everything that you expect from a Coen Brothers movie is present in this. They certainly hone and perfect their craft as they go on in the years to come. But this is a very good first shot at what they really want to do when they tell a story. And I think that's just kind of incredible that they've been able to do this straight out of the...
Consistently for like 35 years.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was going to say, I just remembered that we watched different versions of the film. I think I watched the theatrical cut and you watched the director's cut.
Yes.
And I did some research, and it turns out you watched the much better version of the movie. Because another complaint I had was that, in my mind, this was a 60-minute idea stretched out into a 90-minute film. There was a lot of slow downtime that didn't really contribute anything. Like, it didn't even add to, like, the atmosphere or the tension for the most part. It was just like, hey, look at this fucking ceiling fan we have.
For a couple minutes, yeah.
But evidently, in a rare change of pace, the director's cut is shorter than the theatrical cut. And they cut out over 3 full minutes of boring nothing things happening because they realized that they padded it out too much. So maybe you didn't get as many ceiling fan shots as I did.
That is very true. You're right. Like 3 minutes in movie time is huge. Like that.
Yeah.
That can break a lot of movies. That 3 extra minutes.
It slowed it down for me quite a bit, but of course that second half is so fun and fast that it wasn't that big of a deal once I got to that point.
Yeah, and I was reading up on this. Basically, they sold the movie on 2 scenes or 2 shots or whatever. Basically, the
2 of the
bullet
coolest
holes.
shots in the movie.
Yeah, the bullet holes going through the door, and then the shovel.
When the cuck is laying down in the road, dying, trying to crawl away, and then the car is shining the headlights on him. 2 really cool, kind of creepy shots. And they made those 2 shots, and then they went door to door with a projector trying to show it to people to get funding, and they showed this trailer, and it took them over a year, but they got the $1.5 million that they wanted, and they made the movie, and at the box office they made back double their budget. So hey,
that's exactly what you want.
Shit.
I like that blows my mind that like the Coen brothers, with as much talent as they have now, and they're just kind of a name that people throw money at because they're going to present a quality product to you, that they had to go around and beg for money. But I mean, like,
just thank God that somebody gave it to them, and thank God that they were able to present their ideas so like succinctly to say, hey, look, we know what the fuck we're doing. We can give you these shots. They're fucking great shots, so give us the movie.
Imagine all of the Coen brothers that history has missed out on because they couldn't get funding.
Ugh.
Fucking tragic.
Oh, definitely. It happens all over Hollywood, I bet.
Happens all over the world, I bet. I bet the best filmmaker is some fucking 8-year-old African girl. And we'll never know because she's stuck in shitty Africa.
She's gonna die of starvation.
Talk about starving artists, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, that one hurt.
Rich, that's pretty much all I wanted to say now that I brought up the difference between the cuts. Do you have any last things for Blood Simple?
Yeah, it's definitely worth visiting or revisiting if you've already seen it.
Just be wary of the beginning. If you think, oh man, this shit's boring, why'd they recommend this? Just text on your phone or like pull up Twitter for a little bit. But once you start seeing some magic cuckoldry happen, be sure to look up.
Yeah, trust us. E-Rich and Monkey aren't gonna show you wrong.
No, even though they both agreed that the Emoji Movie is great, like you can still trust us.
That's a retcon.
E-Rich. Okay, we're not going to do the next Coen Brothers movie next. Next, we got 2 movies coming out this weekend, buddy. What are we going to see? Are we going to see Blade Runner 2049, a film that's being hailed as an instant sci-fi classic with 95% on Rotten Tomatoes, and a plot that is so crazy that that critics have been told specifically what they're not allowed to say? Or should we go see the My Little Pony movie?
I think your audience will demand the My Little Pony movie. But I think
Thank God
demand
for Movie Pass.
I demand Blade Runner 2049.
All right, listen, folks. We're going to do Blade Runner first, but I promise you, within the week, you'll see a My Little Pony review pop up. I'm going to make you Rich go see it this weekend.
We both have fucking movie passes, so it's not like it's any loss.
And Sheepover is coming home on Saturday, and she'll probably want to go see it with me. So I'll probably go see it with her like on Sunday. So there you go. Now I have an excuse of why we're not doing this shit Thursday night. All right. Hey, for the first episode of the KINO Brothers, I have been Monkey Jones,
and I've been E-Rich. Hey, what are we doing next?
We're doing fucking Blade Runner, dude.
No, next Coen Brothers.
Oh, I don't know. Whatever's next in the filmography. I haven't looked.
Raising Arizona.
Oh, okay.
With Nicolas Cage.
Hell yeah! Fucking hell yeah. Okay, see you then, folks.
Bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Is It KINO? I am Monkey Jones.
And I am E-Rich.
And boy howdy, this is a big one. This is one of the big KINO contenders of the year. We just saw the movie Blade Runner 2049. And E-Rich, I know you were way more excited for this than I was. When I saw the trailers for this, my first thought was, you know that episode in The Office when Michael Scott sees that Toby is back and he's just yelling, "No! God, no! Oh God!" That was me. Like, really? You're gonna ruin another cherished classic film that you're gonna make a sequel 35 fucking years later? Why? Why the fuck? And I was planning on boycotting the movie. I thought it was gonna be shit. I love Denis Villeneuve, the director. I love every single one of his movies, even though Arrival I thought was a little mixed. But even knowing that he was directing it, I was not looking forward to this, and I didn't want to see it. But then, man, those initial critical responses piqued my interest real hard. So let's hear it, E-Rich. What did you think of Blade KINO 2049?
I think that title is perfect. Like, basically, it is Blade Runner KINO. So I feel like I can't really talk about this movie without at least somewhat spelling out my thoughts about the original Blade Runner, which is that I'm just not a big fan of it. It's
fucking boring.
It is boring. I mean, I think there's a lot of good ideas in it. There's a lot of great art direction. It looks really cool, and the world they construct is interesting.
Is like the Beatles for me. I recognize that it's good and that it was very influential, but I would never choose to watch it, and I don't really care for it myself, but I can see why it's such a big deal.
And the thing is, because it's got such a reputation, and like there's all these like theories around it and everything, like I always came back to it and just thought,
this is the time. This third or fourth time is when I'm going to come back to it. I'm going to really like it this time. No, I never did. I just watched it again yesterday. And I still feel the same way about it. Like, I always thought, well, because, like, the first couple times I tried to watch it, I was so fucking bored out of my mind that I, like, fell asleep. So, like, I just couldn't get my mind around. But I, like, basically, the main characters in that movie are almost non-existent. There is maybe one good character, which is the Roy Batty replicant, who at the end has that great speech about tears in the
Rutger
rain.
Howard, right?
Yeah, Rutger Hauer is just fucking great in that
with
movie.
the shotgun.
Yeah. So, like, basically, it's a movie that I respect for doing something interesting in that time with the sci-fi genre more than I really like as its own movie. But coming into this, why I was so excited is because I hear it's a Blade Runner movie. My interest is already peaked because I think what you do with a sequel can be interesting, especially if the original is kind of not so great for me. You can expand upon things. You can make it feel better. Even
like
flesh
Dumb and
out
Dumber
things.
2. Like, you can just make a sequel that just blows people's minds, and it's really good.
Or Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me.
Hey, shut the fuck up. All three Austin Powers are good unironically. Shut the fuck up.
Hey, I actually really love fucking Goldmember.
Well, why are you bringing this shit up then? Austin Powers
I will never.
is great.
No. I was just fucking around. But okay, so
fuck you.
With a sequel, you can add more depth to the original. You can make the sequel itself better than the original was. And when I heard Denis Villeneuve was attached, I was fucking excited. When I heard Roger Deakins was going to do cinematography for the movie, I just knew it would look beautiful, and it does. Hans Zimmer is doing the score. The score of the original movie is great. It's done by
that was Hans
Vangelis or
Zimmer?
whatever. Yeah, Hans Zimmer alongside somebody
shit.
else. I don't fucking know who it is.
It was definitely good, just like Interstellar. He's really good at just blasting you.
Yeah, the score is like a mix of like the music from the Mass Effect games with the Blade Runner movie, also with there was something else, but I forgot. All right, so basically, I went into the movie saying everyone who's taking part in this, in making the movie, is pedigree. They are like well-known people who can judge quality and say, let's actually put our time into this. Hampton Francher, who wrote the first movie, came back to write this one alongside Michael Green. So, I mean, like, basically, they've got all the people, all the talent is back. I mean, by all the talent, I mean basically Harrison Ford. I think he's the only person who's coming back from the original one. And while you could certainly say he doesn't have a great marking of quality with Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, and maybe if you're like me, Force Awakens.
Yeah. And that was another problem for me, was like, this is Harrison Ford's third attempt at bringing back a classic character, and the first two I did not like.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
And I mean, like, but basically, like, as much as I'm kind of mad on Harrison Ford coming back, Ryan Gosling in this role.
Gosling, I keep saying he's one of probably my top 3 favorite young actors that are like you got your Jake Gyllenhaals, you know, like these actors who are going to be legends one day, if not already.
Yeah, definitely. So all of that made me anticipate this movie, and I was not disappointed. I was actually blown away by what they were able to accomplish. It is a long movie. I should say that I saw this movie.
Yeah, it's interesting that we both think that the first one is boring, but I think this one is a bit longer, and I also don't think that this one is boring.
No, exactly. It is longer. Like, I mean, I saw this at 10:30 at night, and I went until about 1:30, 2 a.m. to watch this. So I was pretty tired all throughout it. I will be seeing this again on IMAX just because it's fucking gorgeous. The soundtrack, like, if there's one thing about IMAX theaters I love, it's the giant booming theater speakers alongside the giant fucking screen. So, like, this is a movie that deserves to be seen on the biggest screen you can find. It's beautiful. It's well crafted. It's well made. It's well thought out. It actually adds more to the original movie than I think even the original movie somehow brought to itself.
This movie gave me a lot more to think about, and I think has a lot more philosophical implications, I guess to say, than like the first one. Like the first one, like, okay, are these fucking we're treating them like slaves? Oh, it's an allegory, blah blah. But this one, there's so many different things to look into and to think about. Maybe I just couldn't get into the old one for some reason, but I didn't think it was nearly as smart as this new one.
No, you're right. The original one brought up a lot of interesting ideas and then proceeded to do almost nothing cool with them. Yeah. And so basically this movie takes all of the interesting like ideas the first one kind of promised and then executes on it while also adding to, I mean, like they don't fucking spell out whether Deckard is a replicant or not, which is nice.
And they don't need to.
Yeah, people who are delusional and think he is a replicant, they can keep going and thinking that he is. And people, and smart people, intelligent people, good people like me, we can keep thinking that he's human and be perfectly fine. So, I mean, I think they do themselves only a favor by kind of striking a balance between these two things. And I just think Ryan Gosling's character is way more interesting than Deckard was in the first movie.
By far.
Harrison Ford is such a just blah in the original movie. It's really frustrating because that movie is so well liked and loved by a lot of people who seem to know their shit.
He even sabotaged the original film because when they forced them to do that voiceover, like he just phoned it in so terribly that like the original theatrical cut of the film it's so severely damaged by those things that the studio forced them to do. Where this new movie, I feel like Denis Villeneuve, he's such a proven creative genius that they said, do whatever the fuck you want, Denis. We know what you got going on.
And that's why I was baffled coming out of this movie, because they somehow said to Denis Villeneuve, here's $150 to $185 million. Go and make a fucking Blade Runner sequel. Yeah. And I don't know whether they're delusional. I don't know what's going on. What I think actually happened is they basically think that anything that has a pre-existing name on it is something that they can sell. So let's just do a sequel to anything. Blade Runner.
Is
let's
this movie
do a sequel to that.
supposed to make a lot of money?
Well, it's just not gonna do like superhero movie money, as far as I know.
I don't think that a 3-hour really deep philosophical sci-fi epic that only comes out once every 10 years, I don't know if that's gonna make a lot of money. I don't know if that's gonna strike audiences as much as a studio would think it would.
I'm hearing from friends that their screenings have been fairly well attended. Mine was not. The 10:35 last night.
Yeah, mine was pretty empty too.
But yeah, part of me is really pissed at the producers and everything for saying, "Oh, well, we'll make tons of money out of Blade Runner." Because like, no, you won't, because like the original movie did not fucking break any records. It did not do that great. It's only become a cult classic in the years since. And putting all of your fucking money and resources into a Blade Runner sequel is not going to like give you a whole lot of profit margin. However, I'm so happy they did it because we get a great fucking movie out of the deal. And I'd rather have the good fucking movie than them whittle away with dumb fucking shit like they would otherwise. So, yeah, I mean, like, I'm just so happy that they were able to make this movie as good as it is. And I just had a great time with it. Holy shit.
Are you worried that they're now going to make another sequel because there are hints of a replicant uprising and there's like an army of rebellion growing, and then like they do nothing else with it? They introduce it and then you never see it again. Do you think that they're gonna try to milk this if it's successful and make like a really shitty like teeny bopper type of movie where it's all the strong replicants trying to go to war with the humans?
I think they could do that. I think they said that this movie was going to open around like War for the Planet of the Apes type numbers. I think that'll do good enough for the studio so that they'll say it wasn't a complete failure. I could see them trying to do a franchise out of this, but like, I don't know. This is a really fucking depressing movie. Like, I don't know how...
It has a hopeful ending, doesn't it? I mean, I was kind of choked up at the end. Like, right when it ends, it's a really, tender moment.
Should we talk about spoilers?
I don't think we should.
Okay.
Denis Villeneuve did not want people to talk about spoilers, and there's really no reason to do it, because, like, what are we going to say that's going to convince somebody to go see it?
No, exactly. I mean, if I had to convince somebody to go see it, and it was going to be your audience, I'd say there is a giant holographic naked woman who's
Asian
blue
woman.
And... Wait, what's that? Asian woman?
Yeah, it wasn't she Asian?
Shit.
That adds to it, because they got
notice.
these Japanese fantasies over there.
Okay. And then there's also a holographic waifu.
Oh, man. Yeah, can we talk about the holographic waifu a little bit?
Yeah, man.
So if you saw the movie Her and thought, this is pretty good, but what if we gave it a body? E-Rich, would you, if it was free, would you accept a beautiful holographic waifu, but you're not allowed to ever date a real woman ever again?
My answer to that is, fuck you, I would pay to have that. No, I mean, like, yeah, it's kind of a weird trade-off.
Well, he did,
No.
because there's a weird thing in the movie where the holographic... So, Ryan Gosling's character has, like, you know, her hologram that he's married to. And there's a weird scene where the hologram hires a prostitute, and then she superimposes her hologram over the prostitute so that Ryan Gosling can have sex with her. And it's like a very, very long and drawn-out scene. There are a lot of long and drawn-out scenes between Ryan Gosling and his holographic waifu.
Yeah.
But they're not, like, boring. They're, like, really kind of neat and creative, and the effects on the hologram are stunningly good.
It's great because
I've never seen a hologram so good.
It's character building for the K character. The wife actually seems to, like, and I mean, like, you can argue about how much of it's programming and everything, but, like, the wife
that's the thing. Like, this great
care.
character, then it leads to fucking philosophical conversations you can have. Like, well, can we really consider, like, this AI machine to be a huge blah 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 blah? Like, fuck. I mean, if we wanted to have that discussion and be, you know, intellectuals, if we wanted to, we could. But I'm just gonna say I want to fuck that hologram.
No, totally. But I mean, like, that scene is just beautiful with the hologram going over the actual person, and, like, it becomes doubled at times, the image and everything. It's just great. Like, this is Denis Villeneuve knowing exactly how to visualize this element in just a great way. And, like, I mean, I'm watching this movie and I'm basically like, this is sci-fi as it should be. It's uncomfortable at times. It's fucking sexy as hell at times. But but it's just fucking great. And I want a holographic wife, but
that should be the goal of any sci-fi movie: is make a new technology that I want to get right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you see the world he's living in, and it's part of his character. It's part of her character. It's part of the world itself. And it feels like the world is lived in. It feels like, I mean, like, and they pick up a lot of good stuff from Blade Runner, the original, with technology, but it feels in a really great way. It feels like it's advanced 30 years like it should, but it also feels like they took stuff from our current kind of technology that we use, and kind of blend the two things together to make a actually believable world that's not overly like, oh, this is the 80s future we're watching, but it's just really fucking well done. This is basically the exceptional Blade Runner sequel you could ever get.
I think it's you know, as a rule, I like to say, don't make a sequel to something from 30 years ago. And in fact, maybe just don't make sequels at all. Just give me something new. But this is the absolute exception to the rule, because it's way better than the original in my mind. And it's one of the best movies I've seen all year. So by all means, everybody at home, even if you haven't seen the original, I don't think you have to. I think it stands on its own. And if you want to sit and watch some good hardcore sci-fi for 3 hours, I would highly recommend you go check this movie out.
Yeah, this is why we make sequels. Is there's always the...
Well, it's why we should be making sequels. That's not why they typically do.
But I mean, like, it's basically the original thing you had. There's promise in that. If you can re-deliver on that promise, add more to it, increase the depth of both the original thing and the thing that you're dealing with now, that is the kind of inherent promise of another version of that. And also, it's not a fucking, like, remake of the original thing like The Force Awakens is, or any number of things. And, like, I really liked, actually, the, what is the Creed movie? It's just called Creed. Yeah, Creed is, like, very clearly a remake of Rocky, but, that's a much better version of it than The Force Awakens.
It's my generation's Rocky. We saw Rocky and thought, you know what, we need a black version. And boy, it was 10 times more inspirational to me.
Oh, yeah.
I went home and I told my girlfriend, you know what, I'm getting you a big black bull. It's what you deserve.
And one day in the future, you can do just that.
Yeah. And then in 20 years, we'll get the reboot called Chang, and it's the Asian version of Rocky. Every generation needs a different race version of Rocky, so that every race knows that they can win at boxing. They all need to know.
The Inuit version of Rocky?
Does that piss you off that we keep hearing all this bullshit from the African American community? Oh, we don't have enough representation in the media. When I watch the TV, I don't see people who look at me. But then, like, the fucking Asians don't get shit? Are you fucking kidding me?
They have Anime Monkey.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess if they want to see someone who looks like them, they can watch anime.
They can watch cartoons.
Yeah. Black people, count your blessings. Okay, look at the Asian community. All they got is Fresh Off the Boat, and that show fucking sucks.
Well, the black community is blackish.
Yeah, they have plenty of shows. What are they complaining about? Rich, that's all I had to say about Blade Runner 2049 without spoiling the whole thing. What else do you have to say?
Like, basically just, is it KINO? Yeah, it's fucking KINO. Like, Denis Villeneuve.
It's probably going to prove to be some Oscar-worthy KINO as well.
Oh, sure. Fucking, okay, I'm just going to rant about this for about a minute because it deserves to be. Roger Deakins, who, we will talk about Roger Deakins in our, the KINO Brothers series where we review Coen Brothers movies.
Shit, is he in some of those movies too?
He's a cinematographer, so he shoots the movies, he just makes them look immaculate. He has yet to win an Academy Award for his work. Sad. The buzz possibly around this movie is that he will win for this movie. They could win for this movie for sound design. They could win for art design, editing, fucking you name it. I mean, I think some of the performances here are fucking great. I don't know if Ryan Gosling would win, but I think he could be nominated.
I could see him being nominated. I think he did a pretty damn good job. Did he get nominated for La La Land? Because he was far better in this than he was in La La Land.
You know what? I'm pretty sure he did, but I'm just saying that because I fucking hate La La Land, and I know
too.
It was nominated for everything that year.
I can't even remember. We probably did.
I think we did. That might have been one of our first ones.
Have we been doing this shit for like a year now? That's crazy.
Don't even start.
I've been reviewing movies with you longer than I was on the PCP.
Well, that's a story.
You don't even know what that is, and you know the whole fucking story. You just look at my Twitter timeline and be like, well, this fucker got into some shit again.
I got in on it for the good shit, for the drama.
Yeah, drama alert, baby.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all right. That's Blade Runner 2049.
Yeah, so you want Roger Deakins to win an Oscar? What's his fucking name?
Yeah, Roger Deakins, you're right.
Yeah. Go give him an Oscar, people.
It's about fucking time, is what I gotta say. If he does win.
So next we're gonna do a movie that I just saw, and then after that we're gonna do fucking My Little Pony. So don't get your panties in a knot, bronies at home. We're gonna watch your stupid cartoon. We'll probably review it on like Monday or Tuesday or some shit because I don't know when I'm gonna see it.
The loyal brony contingent of your audience fucking shitted up your poll and made you see the My Little Pony movie.
Let me say, the biggest blessing any movie theater can have is a self-serve ticket machine, so I don't have to go up and ask for a ticket to My Little Pony the movie. I can just go hit the button, and there you go. Swipe my movie pass, and I'm in, baby.
That's a fucking moral fucking problem, is how do I buy a ticket for My Little Pony?
Well, I mean, why is it a moral problem? Is it because you don't want to give them your money, or because you don't? It's because
I don't want to be seen purchasing a ticket.
In that case, just buy a ticket to Blade KINO and then walk into Ponies.
That's true. Yeah, that is
easy.
The best possible thing.
Even buy an IMAX ticket so you have to get charged out the ass for it.
Yeah. Take my money, Denny. You French fucker.
You need it, Denny. All right, folks. That's it for Is It KINO. Go see Blade Runner, I guess, if you're interested.
Yeah, make this fucking movie successful, bitches.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't know. Do we want to really promote studios trying to make sequels to movies from 35 years ago? Maybe don't give it your money. I'm at a moral quandary here. I want to support this specific movie, but not encourage the studios to try this shit again and fail.
Well, but here's the way to think about it. If they support this movie, this version of the 30 years later sequel, hopefully the studios will get the message and actually make those fucking movies good. But that's a pie in the sky
or
dream,
just give every movie to Denis Villeneuve.
Oh, that's... He's making a Dune movie, and I could not be more fucking
Oh my god.
excited.
Is that going to be the first time he fucks up?
I've been thinking any of these could be a fuck up. I mean, basically since Blade Runner. That Blade Runner could be the first one where, like, why did you fucking take this project?
He already fucked up his titles. He always does a one-word titles, and now that's ruined. He can't do that anymore.
Hey, you can put the titles of his movies into the sentence, but who was the real? So, who was the real prisoner?
Enemy?
Who was the real enemy?
Yeah,
who was the real Sicario?
Who was the real Sicario?
Who was the real Arrival?
Who was the real Blade Runner 2049?
And that's the wrap.
They should have called the movie 2049, and then he wouldn't have to. Hey, everybody, that's been fun. We're gonna stop this now before we ramble on all night. See ya.
Fuck off.